This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. On November 28, 2099, a meteorite fell from the sky. On December 17, 2099, the first infected person appeared. On January 7, 2100, the zombie virus broke out. On March 1, 2102, 2 years have passed since the end of the world. The once bustling streets are now deserted, with only a few zombies wandering around. The gray sky doesn't let down much sunlight. People have forgotten what sunlight looks like, and what it feels like to be on someone. Since the end of the world half a year ago, the sky has never cleared up again, and people have gotten used to this gray, sunless world. South, City F. Suddenly, curses were heard from the quiet southern city. The person who was speaking mumbled a lot of dirty words that needed to be silenced. On the first floor of a building with about 8 floors, a young girl who seemed to be in her early 20s was cursing. She was wearing clean clothes, and her face was clean, not dirty or haggard. She looked just like an ordinary girl before the end of the world. Why did you throw me to the end of the world? Shin Wenjio was really angry. She originally thought that after she managed her hotel to the maximum level, she could live a carefree life, eating and waiting for death, but she was thrown to the end of the world by the hotel system. The end of the world. It was the end of the world where she was scared by a primary zombie and couldn't sleep for several days. Shin Wenjio gnashed her teeth. If the system had no intelligence and no entity, she would really drag this system out and beat it up. Otherwise, she really couldn't swallow this breath. She ran a hotel in a prosperous and peaceful era without facing any danger. The rich supplies of the hotel made her live a comfortable life. Even after she followed Hizui to practice, her body was very healthy and her lifespan would be extended, and she became even more carefree. As a result, this damn system couldn't bear to see him live a carefree and comfortable life, and actually threw her into such a dangerous end of the world. Ding dong. While Shin Wenjio was still cursing, she heard the notification sound of the system message. She opened the message panel with anger still lingering. Dear manager, the hotel system will be initialized. What the hell is Chu? Shin Wenjio couldn't help but curse. She worked hard to upgrade the hotel to the maximum level, but it was suddenly back to the pre-liberation era. What's going on? Initialization. In other words, all the rooms in the main building that she had unlocked, the big bathroom, the screening room, the game room, as well as the big garden, the big fruit forest, and various facilities that she had unlocked are gone. So what benefit did she get? What did she get? Shin Wenjio was really furious. She worked so hard, but what did she get? Shin Wenjio cursed for a long time before she remembered that she seemed to have gained a lot. You know, after she bound this hotel system, she made a lot of money, and bought a lot of good things for her family. There are also many things she got from other planes, which are also very helpful to her world. Even she herself is not only healthy, but also became a cultivator, and her cultivation is not bad. Shin Wenjio saw the information that the premise of the hotel system initialization is that the system host, the hotel manager, will directly reach the level of transformation. According to the levels of cultivation she had learned from Hizui before, it starts from Qi training, to foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul, and then to transformation. Although there are still out-of-body stage, Mahayana stage, and tribulation stage after transformation, she is very clear that she has not practiced for a long time and her talent is not very good. She is very satisfied that she can reach the level of transformation at such a young age. In that case, she was not angry. Shin Wenjio happily clicked OK, and then she keenly felt that her cultivation had increased. She was not very clear about what the cultivation of the spiritual transformation stage was like, but she could feel that she was very strong. Shin Wenjio's cultivation increased, so the system was initialized. She saw that the shabby little building quickly became gray, which was worse than when she first bound the system. After all, when she bound the hotel system and returned to her hometown to open a hotel, she had renovated her house, and it was very new. And what about this building now? It has been abandoned for 2 years, okay? The reason why this building is abandoned is that it only has 8 floors. It was originally just an old building, and could not resist zombies. But now it is different. After the system is bound, this building becomes the main building of the hotel. Shin Wenjio waited for a while at the front desk, and the system initialization was completed. She estimated that it took about half an hour. She looked at the computer at the front desk, and found that the hotel system was initialized, but not all the facilities were really initialized. However, after the hotel was initialized, everything was different from before. The lounge on the first floor was moved to the second floor, and in addition to the restaurant, a medical room and a courier station were added on the first floor. Chen Wenjiu was stunned when she saw the room courier station. The end of the world. Do we still need courier in the end of the world? But she thought about it. The transportation in the end of the world has been almost ruined, and it should be quite fast if there is a courier station to help deliver things. In this case, she didn't care. Chen Wenjiu, speaking of which, last time he sent my Hizui to be my chef, what about now? Oh my god. When Chen Wenjiu saw the employee panel, she almost blurted out a bunch of swear words again. On her employee panel, the unlocked character was her Hizui. And the other employee interfaces were all blank, without even a silhouette. Do hotel employees still need to draw cards? When Chen Wenjiu saw the content above, she was really pissed off by the system. She wants to see her Hizui, so she has to draw cards, right? Chen Wenjiu looked at her account balance. Fortunately, when the system was initialized, it only initialized the facilities, but not her money. In this case, she can spend money to draw cards. Crap system, cheating me out of Krypton gold. Chen Wenjiu cursed and charged money with a righteous attitude, and then drew 10 times in a row. Chapter 2. Chen Wenjiu looked at her account and found that the balance was still sufficient, so she directly recharged 10,000 yuan. According to the current system settings, whether it is drawing cards or spending money at the hotel, all the points are spent. And her account has money, so she has to recharge. The exchange rate between money and points is 1:1, so if she recharges 10,000 yuan, she can also get 10,000 points. She clicked on the system's card drawing interface, and spent 168 points to draw 10 times in a row. Guests love poetry amidst the wine and flowers, and the flag of the restaurant is on the bank of the spring bank with falling flowers. After Chen Wenjiu looked at the cool special effects of the card drawing interface, a line of ancient poetry appeared on the interface, and then it was the thing she drew. Soap, lemonade, a cup of tea, and ordinary flooring. She looked at the introduction of ordinary flooring, and the note on it read, ordinary wooden flooring, pay attention to water seepage. After reading the introduction, her eyes went dark. Wow, it's really good. She drew 10 times in a row, and only drew these things. Among them, she won 3 furnitures, but they were all level 1 furnitures, either ordinary or discounted, which was really too bad. What could Chen Wenjiu do? Of course, she kept on drawing. Finally, after Chen Wenjiu drew 100 times, she finally won Hizui, the chef of the hotel. It's not easy. Chen Wenjiu looked at the drawn card and the exquisite and handsome character portrait on it and sighed. Just for Hizui, an employee, she spent 16,800 points. If there were other employees, would she have to spend more money to win them? But after she took a look at the balance of the manager's account in the upper left corner of the hotel system, she became very confident. It doesn't matter, she has money, she can do it. Now the hotel system can't just spend money to unlock rooms or furniture, even if she has a lot of money in her account. Unlocking rooms and furniture, unlocking anything else, you have to go through card drawing. The restrictions have become greater. Fortunately, Chen Wenjiu's 1,000 consecutive draws finally drew the hotel chef and the hotel's restaurant. Chen Wenjiu directly used the chef card of the hotel restaurant. After a burst of brilliant light, Hizui, who was handsome beyond human appearance and had amazed her from the beginning, appeared in front of Chen Wenjiu. Just like the special effects on TV, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of her, and he slowly opened his eyes after the light faded. After Hizui opened his eyes and saw Chen Wenjiu, a smile appeared on his face subconsciously. Jiu, what's going on? Although the question was such a question, the expression on Hizui's face was very gentle, and he trusted her completely. To put it simply, it was the system that caused trouble. Chen Wenjiu briefly told Hizui about the hotel system's trouble. After listening to Chen Wenjiu's introduction, he walked over and held her hand and said, "It's okay, I'd be with you." Moreover, Chen Wenjiu's current cultivation level is already in the spiritualization stage, or even in the later stage of the spiritualization stage. She doesn't have to worry about her ability to protect herself. He trained her so strictly at the beginning, and now her combat effectiveness is not bad. She will not be in too much danger in this doomsday full of dangers. Besides, as the manager of a hotel, she would not leave the hotel often. Then there was no need to worry about her safety. It has been so long, are you still afraid of zombies? Hizui looked at the reluctance on her face and asked with a smile. You know, she screamed in fear when she first saw the zombies, and then she didn't dare to sleep for a whole week. After so long, he thought she shouldn't be afraid. Chen Wenjiu was of course no longer afraid of zombies. She was strong enough now, so how could she be afraid of them? Since you are not afraid, let's think about opening this door. Hizui took her hand and walked to the door of the restaurant on the first floor. Now, can the store manager help unlock the restaurant? Hizui looked at her and said with a smile. The restaurant was his workplace. Since he was already here and Qin Wenjiu had drawn the unlocking card for the restaurant, it was almost time to start. Qin Wenjiu nodded, clicked on the interface of the hotel restaurant, and used the unlocking card. With a gentle ding-dong sound, the door of the hotel restaurant was ready to be opened in less than a minute. Qin Wenjiu and Hizui walked in. Looking at the empty restaurant, they felt that they had a long way to go. Qin Wenjiu opened her backpack. Inside were 9,998 cards that she had drawn with 16,800 points. She could use them well. Qin Wenjiu took out the restaurant kitchen card and complained to Hizui, I'm really speechless. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. I just drew 1,000 cards, and most of them were either soap, laundry detergent, lemonade, or a cup of tea. There were not many furniture cards, and there were not many restaurant cards. She really didn't expect that her luck would be so bad. If she had bad luck, how could she be bound to the hotel system right after graduation? You should know that she was just an ordinary person before she bound to the system, and it was only after she became the host of the hotel system that she reached the peak of her life. Her luck was so good, but she didn't draw many good things this time. Stone floor, uneven, easy to sprain your ankle. This is the floor card of the restaurant entrance that Qin Wenjiu drew, and there is also the floor card of the restaurant. The level 1 floor is a cheap floor, and the note on it is, a discounted floor that you picked up. Where's the kitchen? Hizui looked at Qin Wenjiu and asked. Qin Wenjiu, yes, luckily I got a level 2 kitchen. Level 2 kitchen is rustic kitchen, and its note is, upgraded countertop, easier to clean. After hearing this, Hizui touched her head helplessly, and comforted her, it's okay, the kitchen can be upgraded later. Although Hizui, the chef, has high requirements for the kitchen environment, since his store manager has not yet won a higher level kitchen, he could only make do with it. So, Qin Wenjiu took out the cards and started decorating the kitchen. In addition to the entrance floor, the restaurant floor, and the kitchen, there are also tables, a bar, a dessert cabinet, a takeaway area, and a package counter. Except for the kitchen, which is a level 2 card, the rest of the restaurant's furniture cards are all level 1 cards. So after everything is decorated, it looks really gray. The table is an ordinary square table, the dessert cabinet is an ordinary country shelf, and the bar is a creaky bar, the kind that makes a little creaking sound when you sit on it. Qin Wenjiu looked at the gray restaurant and said to Hizui, I never thought that the restaurant of my hotel would be like this. It was even worse than the most ordinary small restaurant before. She really didn't expect it. Hizui comforted her first. At least this restaurant is clean, isn't it? It's not dirty. Although it is indeed a bit simple, at least this restaurant is clean and tidy, which is good. Qin Wenjiu wanted to cry, but had no tears. What does it mean to go back to the days before liberation? She is like this. Chapter 3. The sky at the end of the world is gray, and there is no sunshine. The surrounding environment is relatively quiet. Except for the occasional roar of 1 or 2 zombies, there is no hustle and bustle. A car is driving slowly on the streets of F City. Several people in the car are on alert at any time, worried about sudden attacks by zombies or other things. Captain, how did we get to F City? Hasn't this place been swept long ago? A young man in his 20s in the car couldn't help but complain. F City is very close to G City where the southern base is stationed, so after the southern base was established, the base sent people to collect supplies from time to time. Many supplies in F City have been almost emptied. Even if they haven't, it has been 2 years now, and many things have expired, right? And those unpackaged things have rotted, right? Why did they come to F City today? It's not a mandatory requirement for us to come to F City to collect supplies. Our official mission is to come here to check whether there are really level 3 zombies in F City. A young girl in the car said. The girl was probably in her early 20s. Before the apocalypse, she was an ordinary college student, just a sophomore. As a result, because of the apocalypse, she had to go back home from school with great difficulty to reunite with her brothers. The girl, Hizui, was really glad that she didn't apply to a school in another province or even another city when she took the college entrance examination. Her family was in G City, and the school she applied to was also a university in G City. After the apocalypse, she was able to go home as soon as possible, and her family quickly picked her up. Unlike most of her classmates, they were from other places, and traveling thousands of miles to go home in the end times was really full of unknown dangers. Hizui followed her brothers, and later was lucky enough to awaken her superpowers. Later, she followed her brother's superpower team. By the way, who said that there might be a level 3 zombie in F City? Xie looked at her brother, Xie, the captain of their superpower team. It was someone who just joined the base who said it. Xie said, the other party said, that it was a psychic mutant zombie. It has been 2 years since the end of the world. Humans have awakened their superpowers, and zombies have also mutated. Mutated zombies are more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Psychic zombies can control zombies of lower levels than them. That is to say, if they really find this zombie, they will not only have to deal with it, but also with other zombies it controls. Xie frowned and said, psychic zombies are indeed very dangerous. It's not like they haven't read apocalyptic novels. Psychic zombies are likely to evolve into zombie kings or zombie emperors. So in order to prevent it from evolving into such a dangerous character, it must be killed when it is still weak. Level 3 psychic zombies are indeed very dangerous. Gung Hongchen, the young man who complained at the beginning, frowned. You know, there are not many human superpowers who can upgrade to level 3. Now there is a level 3 psychic zombie, which is very dangerous. This zombie is really tricky. Captain, how are you? Gung Hongchen asked, while using his superpower to treat Xie. Gung Hongchen is a wood-type superpower user. Although his wood-type superpower is more about controlling mutant plants, he has learned how to use healing superpowers. Both wood-type superpowers and water-type superpowers have healing effects. Although they are not as powerful as healing superpowers, they are better than nothing. Gung Hongchen looked at the others while treating Xie and said, how are you? The members of the superpower team leaned against the wall and shook their heads at him. None of them were seriously injured, except their captain Xie, who was the most seriously injured, so they should treat the captain first. They still believed in Gung Hongchen's treatment. He was not only a with superpower, but also a medical student before the end of the world. Gung Hongchen, who is only 26 years old this year, was only 24 years old 2 years ago. He had not graduated from university, and was not a formal doctor. But now it is better than nothing. After all, he really studied. Go back first. Xie looked much better after being treated. He was only attacked by a mental zombie, and was not bitten or scratched. Although there will be no zombies or other mutant plants and animals coming here in the short term after a big battle, it is still not very safe. Captain, there is no safe place in F City. Gung Hongchen frowned. Just now on the way here, I saw a hotel with a light sign still on. The silent Gung Hongyi suddenly spoke. What did you say? The others looked at him. You said you saw a hotel with a lighted sign? Xie was shocked. There was actually a lighted sign. F City has been abandoned since the survivors were taken away by the southern base a year ago. How could there be a lighted sign now? You know, the power supply of the entire F City has been cut off. I haven't heard of anyone living in this city for a year. It's true. Another team member also echoed Gung Hongyi's words. In that case, let's go and take a look. Xie thought for a moment and said, since the hotel sign was still on, they would go and take a look. As for whether the hotel with the sign still on was the work of zombies, they really couldn't think of what kind of zombies could open a hotel. The highest level zombies were not even level 4, so would they have the intelligence to open a hotel? Moreover, they could also provide electricity to the hotel. The members of the superpower team climbed into the car and drove towards the hotel with the sign on that Gung Hongyi mentioned. Soon after, they really arrived at the door of the hotel. This hotel is really facing the street. In front of the hotel is a street about 6 or 7 meters wide, which makes the front of the hotel seem very empty. Because it is empty, the hotel is very conspicuous. The sign hanging horizontally on the door of the hotel, and the light signs hanging vertically on both sides of the door of the hotel are also very conspicuous. The warm and bright colors make people who are used to seeing the gray colors in the end times can't help but brighten their eyes, and their hearts warm up for some reason. Is it really a hotel? The lights are still on. The hotel's door is not a transparent glass door, and the wall is also a very ordinary brick wall instead of a floor-to-ceiling window wall. The members of the superpower team looked at each other, and still plucked up the courage to move forward. Of course, because they were afraid of unknown dangers, the person with the best strength and physical strength in the team took the lead in exploring the way. Qin Fian stepped forward and pushed open the heavy-looking wooden door, and then his eyes lit up. The view at the door was particularly bright. The lights in the hall were very bright, just like the sunlight shining on the ground, and then shining into the room through the glass window. Qin Fian was really a little surprised. How long has it been since he saw such a bright view? Welcome to Wenjio's hotel. When Qin Fian was amazed by the bright environment in the room, Qin Wenjio, who was sitting at the front desk, greeted him with a smile. Chapter 4. When Qin Fian saw Chen Wenjiu, he noticed the pure aura on her body. That was the pure aura of someone who had not experienced many hardships or darkness. Such a person is really hard to find in the end times. Even those people Qin Fian had met before, who were still well protected by their families after the end times, did not have such a pure aura. The other party really had not experienced any darkness. Qin Fian looked at the bright hotel lobby. It looked like an ordinary building from the outside, but the view inside seemed very empty. Hello, is this the hotel? Qin Fian came back to her senses and asked Chen Wenjiu. Yes. Chen Wenjiu nodded. Can we stay here? Qin Fian looked at the hotel. It would be a pleasure to stay here in such a clean and bright environment. If I want to stay here. Chen Wenjiu looked at it and said with a smile, sorry, our hotel is not open for accommodation yet. The second floor was not unlocked, neither the lounge nor the guest room. Even if she wanted to let guests stay, there was no place for them to stay. Qin Fian heard Chen Wenjiu's words. Isn't this a hotel? No accommodation? Qin Fian was very surprised. If you can't stay, is this still a hotel? Chen Wenjiu's expression was a little stiff. What can she do? What can she do if the system suddenly messes up? Obviously, her hotel could unlock the lounge for guests to rest from the beginning. But now, her hotel only has the restaurant open. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, our hotel has opened the restaurant. Do the guests want to eat? Fortunately, after she unlocked the restaurant, she also won a food card. But Chen Wenjiu looked at the food card she had drawn, and could only say to Qin Fian with a stiff smile, we have sandwiches in our hotel. Don't worry, guests, there are enough sandwiches. Because of the limitations of the system, even if the chef of the restaurant is in place, and the restaurant is open, there are very few foods that can be made. Only when the food card is drawn will the system provide the corresponding ingredients. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Whether it is Chen Wenjiu or Hizui, they have no ingredients, and can only cook with the system. In other words, the restaurant in their hotel now only sells sandwiches. Of course, there are always enough sandwiches. No matter how many people eat, as long as there are guests, there will always be ingredients for making sandwiches, and they will not be sold out. Qin Fian couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard this. Are there really sandwiches? Fresh ones? Of course, we have a chef in our hotel. Chen Wenjiu said confidently, the chef in our hotel has very exquisite cooking skills, and the food he makes is delicious. Her Hizui is a kitchen cultivator who has lived for hundreds of years, and has rich cooking experience. Seeing this, Qin Fian also trusted Chen Wenjiu a little bit, and then he opened the door and invited the teammates who were still outside to come in. After the other members of the superpower team came in, they looked at the bright lobby in amazement. They haven't seen such a bright environment for a long time. After seeing Chen Wenjiu, Xia Yuan couldn't help but come over to talk to her. Miss, is your hotel really not open for accommodation? Xia Yuan asked. With such a bright environment, it should be very comfortable to sleep here, right? Chen Wenjiu said apologetically, I'm sorry, guest, our hotel has just opened, and the room has not been cleaned up yet. She couldn't even open the door, let alone the furniture in the room. Okay, so the accommodation is still not open. Then, young lady, when will your hotel be open for accommodation? When will the room be cleaned up? Xia Yuan asked. I'm not sure about that yet. Chen Wenjiu said embarrassedly. She really wasn't sure. Even if she really spent money to draw cards and unlock them, she would have to reach a certain popularity in the hotel before she could unlock other rooms. The restrictions of the system are really getting bigger and bigger now. Xia Yuan was very disappointed. She thought she could stay in this hotel earlier. How many guests want to dine? Chen Wenjiu asked with a smile. If you want to dine in our hotel, you can enter your information first, and you can redeem points after you get the information card. All consumption in our hotel must be exchanged with points. The following items can be exchanged in our store. Chen Wenjiu told the guests about the items that can be exchanged, such as zombie crystal cores and zombie corpses. Whether it is human zombies or animal and plant zombies, they can all be exchanged. In addition to these, there are gold, jewelry, discarded old metals, abandoned vehicles, etc. Chen Wenjiu sometimes wondered whether she was running a hotel or collecting rags. Last time, her hotel was also connected to the apocalyptic plane, and she collected a lot of abandoned metal, abandoned vehicles, abandoned ships, and airplanes. This time, she has to continue collecting these junk. Qin Fian and the others were not surprised when they heard Chen Wenjiu say that they could exchange things with zombie crystal cores. The current currency in the apocalypse is crystal cores. But I didn't expect that this hotel would even accept zombie corpses. This is too surprising. Chen Wenjiu smiled, and Hizui came over from the restaurant to her side and said to everyone, "Do you want to stay for dinner?" Everyone was amazed by this man, who seemed to be glittering all over. "I didn't expect that there was such a handsome man in this hotel. Is it true that your hotel accepts zombie bodies? And abandoned vehicles?" Xie Yulan, the team leader, stood up and asked. "Yes." Qin Wenjiu nodded, and then she pointed to something like a trash can next to the front desk and said, "This is the entrance where zombie bodies can be put in. Of course, there's an entrance outside the door of our hotel, so we don't have to bring in the zombie bodies. Would you like to try it?" Xie Yulan and the others looked at each other, and then Qin Fian stepped forward and said, "Then I try it first. How do I enter the information?" Hizui stepped forward and said to him, "Please come here, guests." Hizui led Qin Fian to the machine that looked more like a trash can and pressed a button to turn it on. Then the stepwife made a cold mechanical voice, "Please stand in the camera shooting area." After hearing the voice, Qin Fian obediently occupied the designated area. "Now start pupil scanning. Please do not close your eyes." Pupil scanning is completed. Pupil information is completed. Now start face recognition. Enter face information. Now start full body scan. Qin Fian stood and entered pupil information, face information, and full body information according to the instructions of the voice, and then entered fingerprint information, and all 10 fingers were entered. Finally, under the instructions of this machine, he took a drop of blood and entered genetic information. Chapter 5. After 5 procedures, Qin Fian's personal information was fully entered. Please keep your information card. Qin Fian took the card that was similar to an ID card from decades ago, and was a little surprised when he saw the information on it. It contained his basic information such as his life and gender, but not his age. However, his photo was printed on it. Qin Fian looked at the card over and over again, and said to Hizui, "Is this all right?" "Yes." Hizui nodded, "But there are no points in this card yet. Customers have to top up before they can spend money." "Okay." Qin Fian nodded, "Then how should I top up?" "Take out something that can be topped up and put it in this slot, and put the information card in this position," Hizui said. Qin Fian followed Hizui's instructions, put the information card in a scanning position on the machine, and then took out a crystal core he had stored and put it in the machine slot. "I received a level 1 crystal core and exchanged it for 50 points. Qin Fian took his information card and said to Hizui, "Can I spend money now? Can I eat in your restaurant?" "Yes." Hizui nodded and said, "If you want to eat, you can come to the restaurant." So not only Qin Fian followed Hizui to the restaurant, but also the members of their special ability team followed to the restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, everyone was a little disappointed. They thought the restaurant would be the same as the lobby, but now they saw that it was just a gray restaurant. The kitchen was not a high-end one, but they were still looking forward to having food to eat. "We only have one kind of food in our restaurant now, which is sandwiches." Hizui looked at the guests and said, "Would you like some?" "Although we only have sandwiches, our restaurant does not limit the number, and guests can eat as much as they want." Qin Fian's eyes lit up, and he asked, "How much do you charge for sandwiches in your restaurant?" "Look over there, man." Hizui pointed to the wooden sign next to the kitchen door and said. Everyone looked at the sign and saw that it said, "Sandwich, 5 points / portion." Everyone was surprised. A sandwich only costs 5 points. They saw clearly that Qin Fian had just used a level 1 crystal to exchange for 50 points, which means that he could buy 10 sandwiches with a level 1 crystal core. This is really too cheap. They usually spend a lot of level 1 crystal cores when buying food, and many people are reluctant to sell food to others. I didn't expect the prices in this hotel to be so cheap. "Want to eat?" Hizui asked. "Give me 10 sandwiches," Qin Fian said readily. "Swipe your card here." Hizui pointed to a machine on the kitchen window. This machine is very similar to the card swiping machine on the school cafeteria window in the early 20th century, the kind that can get food by swiping the cafeteria meal card. When Qin Fian went to swipe the card, Hizui also came to the kitchen and started preparing sandwiches. He had already prepared the bread for the sandwiches, and he personally mixed the salad dressing and other seasonings. Now that the customer had placed an order, Hizui started frying eggs and cutting the ham. Hizui cooked very quickly. Qin Fian and the others sat in the restaurant lobby and watched him. Soon he had finished all 10 sandwiches. After Hizui finished, he waved his hand, but he didn't bring it to them. If they wanted to eat, they could come and get it themselves. "I do it! I do it!" Gum Hongchen couldn't help it. When he saw Hizui calling him, he knew the sandwich was ready. He ran over and brought the plate over, smelling the delicious smell from just now. It smelled so good. The sandwich was still steaming, and Hizui toasted the bread slices to bring out its aroma. This way, the aroma was even more tempting. Of course, it didn't need everyone to enter their identity to eat at the hotel. Everyone had to pay before they could eat. For example, for people like Qin Fian, after one person has entered his identity and has an information card, he can buy food and share it with his companions after swiping the card. So everyone looked at the 10 three-name sandwiches on the plate and quickly reached out to grab one of them. That is, there are only 8 people in their special ability team today, and 10 sandwiches are enough to share. Otherwise, if the whole team comes, there really won't be enough to share. Xie Yulan took one of the sandwiches and looked at this meal he often ate before the end of the world. He wondered if he had an illusion. Why did he think that the sandwich in front of him was more delicious than the one he had eaten before the end of the world? Woo woo woo, it's so delicious. Before Xie Yulan could taste the sandwich, his sister beside him was already gushing out while eating it. Xie Yulan really thought it was delicious. This sandwich was really delicious. She didn't think it was because of her filter because she hadn't eaten it for 2 years, but that this sandwich was really delicious, better than anyone she had ever eaten before. Brother, this sandwich is really delicious, Xie Yulan said to Xie Yulan. Seeing her like this, Xie Yulan thought about it and took a bite of the sandwich. The soft, wheat-scented bread, the fresh ham, the tender fried eggs, and the juicy tomato slices were all very delicious. Xie Yulan's mouth movements were much faster, and when he finished the sandwich in his hand, he found that the remaining 2 on the plate were gone. It was obvious that they were not full with one sandwich. This sandwich is so delicious. Manager, we want to order more sandwiches, Xie Yulan said to Chen Wenjiu, who had walked to the restaurant at some point. Sure, as long as you have points, Chen Wenjiu said with a smile. Xie Yulan looked at the sandwiches that others had not finished eating, swallowed her saliva and said, isn't it just crystal cores and zombie corpses? I go kill them. For a delicious sandwich, she can kill another 100 zombies. Brother, all the zombies we just killed are wasted, Xie Yulan said to Xie Yulan with a look of regret on her face. Because after they killed the zombies, they directly used the fire-type superpower to burn the zombies' bodies. This is also to reduce pollution. Leaving the zombies' bodies to continue to be exposed to the wilderness will breed more bacteria and viruses. So basically everyone in the superpower team will find a way to burn those bodies. And the person who burned the zombies just now was Xie Yulan. Who made her a fire-type superpower? She burned so many zombies. Now thinking about it, they are all a lot of points, all delicious sandwiches. What a pity. Chapter 6. A street in F City. Sandwich. 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 A woman who seemed to be on fire muttered to herself as she rushed towards the zombie, who had come closer after smelling the human scent. Sandwich. The woman shouted and rushed towards the zombie, then the knife in her hand was engulfed in flames, and she chopped the zombie's arm at once. To prevent the zombies from scratching people during the fight, everyone had already agreed to remove the zombie's arm first when fighting the zombies. Although the zombie will not die after cutting off its hand. So what? At least its combat power will be weakened, which will make it easier to fight later. Holding the flaming knife, Xie Yulan cut off the zombie's arm, dodged the attacks of other zombies very quickly, and chopped back at the zombie that attacked her. After a while, the knife in her hand cut off the zombie's neck. Because the corpse of the zombie can also be exchanged for points, Xie Yulan did not use a very high temperature to attack the zombie. Of course, her ability level is still relatively low, so she doesn't have to worry about accidentally burning the zombies and causing her to have no points. Xie Yulan killed the zombies and piled their bodies together, and the members of the ability team on the other side did not fall behind. Knowing the benefits of Wenjiu's hotel, they certainly wouldn't miss it. No matter what the hotel can do with the zombies' bodies, they can earn points anyway, and then use the points to buy more food. Wan, there's one over there, be careful. Gung Hongchen saw Xie Yulan killing like crazy, and a zombie almost attacked her, so he quickly reminded her. I know. Xie Yulan replied, I be careful. She must be more careful about her life, and she must not die here. She finally got to eat such delicious food again, and according to the store manager, there will be more delicious food in the future. How could she die in this situation? If she is scratched or bitten by a zombie, she will also become a zombie. A zombie will lose reason, cannot eat human food, have no sense of taste, and only have the instinct to eat people. She absolutely does not want to be in such a state. She must live well, and taste the delicacies that the store manager's sister mentioned. Chen Wenjiu stayed in the store, staring at Hizui. What should I do? There are still no customers. They are now opening a store in the end times, which is not like opening a store in peacetime. In peacetime, she opened a shop in a place like Cheongnan province where tourism is well developed, and there is no shortage of customers. But now she has come to the end of the world. In a place like the end of the world where zombies are rampant, ordinary people will not go out easily, okay, even those with superpowers will not go out easily. Unless they go out after accepting a mission like Xie Yulan and others. The most important thing is that it is the end of the world now, and transportation is basically not very good. In this case, when can she accumulate more points or move forward? How should the hotel increase the number of guests? Things will work out when the time comes. Hizui looked at her distressed expression, patted her head and said, since the system lets you open a store here, it means it has calculated that it is profitable to open a hotel here. Don't worry about it. The system will find a way to attract customers. Qin Wenjiu listened to his words, looked at the message just sent by the system, and looked at him with a look of "Are you a prophet? What's wrong?" Hizui saw her looking at him with such eyes, and asked with some doubt. Qin Wenjiu blinked, read the message sent by the system, thought for a while, and said, "The system sent me a message. I can recruit customers." "Oh! What are the conditions?" Hizui asked. Qin Wenjiu gritted his teeth and said, "System task. The store manager can recruit a customer by killing 5 zombies." Hizui raised his eyebrows. 5:1? Yes. Qin Wenjiu said unhappily, "Killing 5 zombies to recruit a customer. How long do I have to kill? Do I have to kill all the zombies in this world by myself?" Qin Wenjiu was speechless. "That won't happen," Hizui said. "It should be for early promotion. When there are more guests in the future, they will spread the word and help us promote the hotel." Qin Wenjiu knew that what he said made sense, but she felt helpless when she saw the task the system sent her. "So do I really have to go out and kill zombies?" Qin Wenjiu looked at the outside world. In fact, she didn't want to go out. Hizui smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Wenjiu was helpless. "Then you can look around the store. When those people come back, you can help entertain them." Hizui nodded and watched her open the door of the hotel and go out. Qin Wenjiu held a knife in her hand. When she chose her weapon, she chose a knife and a crossbow, because she felt that it was more neat to chop with a knife. Although the sword was good, she felt that it did not suit her temperament. As for the crossbow, it was because she felt that she might not be suitable for drawing a bow, so she chose the crossbow, which can also attack from a distance. After Qin Wenjiu came out, she thought about it, and chose to go out in a different direction from Xie Yuan and the others. F City is very close to G City where the southern base is stationed, and the total distance is only 28 kilometers. F City had a permanent population of 10 million before the apocalypse, and nearly 1/3 of the people died after the apocalypse. Later, after the base was established in the neighboring G City, the survivors here moved to the base. Because F City and G City are too close, the southern base will send people here regularly to clear zombies after it is established. When Qin Wenjiu went out, he really didn't see too many zombies. However, even though the southern base came to clear the zombies from time to time, there were still some zombies in F City, which should have been attracted by the level 3 zombie killed by Xie Yuan and others. Qin Wenjiu was no longer afraid of zombies. She screamed in fear when she saw the zombies back then, and then she was caught by Hizui and thrown to the level 1 zombies to train her courage and skills. Now, she can face zombies without changing her expression. Even if they look scary. So what? She has seen many scary zombies. Qin Wenjiu killed the zombies with the knife in her hand. She threw the zombies onto the cart beside her while killing them. She was going to take the zombie bodies back to the hotel and throw them at the entrance to exchange for some points. As a store manager, she could also exchange zombie bodies for points. It took Qin Wenjiu a long time to find the 5 zombies. Most of the zombies should have gone to Xie Yuan and others, so there were few on her side. After searching for a long time, she actually found 7 zombies. It was really clean. City F is indeed very close to the southern base. There are fewer zombies here than in many places. Chapter 7. Xie Yulan and his special ability team killed a lot of zombies. Unlike Qin Wenjiu, who had to search for a long time before finding a few zombies, they were an experienced special ability team after all, and could find zombies easily. Of course, there were not many zombies, no more than 30 or 40 zombies at most. Xie Yulan and his team killed more zombies of level 1. They searched for level 2 for a long time, but could not find them. Fortunately, there was a level 3 zombie crystal core that could be exchanged. This time, almost all 8 of Xie Yulan and his team entered their information and got the information card, and then exchanged points to buy food. F City is only 28 kilometers away from G City, so it is still very convenient for them to go back. It was already 2099 before the end of the world, and the technology was very advanced. The vehicles were no longer cars that ran on the ground, but hovercrafts. In this way, the speed of returning to the base was faster. Level 1 zombie crystal cores and corpses can be exchanged for 50 points, while level 3 zombie crystal cores can be exchanged for 300 points, which can buy a lot of sandwiches. Xia Yulan and his friends exchanged all the crystal cores and zombie corpses for points, and then spent all these points to buy a lot of sandwiches. With so much food, we can share it with everyone after bringing it back to the base, and we can also sell it to get a lot of crystal cores. Xia Yulan and his team left quickly, and returned to the base in less than half an hour. Hey, Captain Xia is back from the mission? Xia Yulan and his team had just returned to the base, and when they were being checked by the guards at the gate of the base, they heard an annoying voice. The man had an extremely handsome face and a tall figure. The combat uniform on his body could not hide his muscles that contained vigorous power. When Xia Yulan saw the confrontation, his expression did not change, and he said calmly, "Is Captain Lu also on a mission?" Lu Lingfeng, or Captain Lu as Xia Yulan called him, crossed his arms and said, "No, I just heard that Captain Xia took people to F City, and I'm curious about what mission you took. Go to F City to investigate whether there are level 3 mutant zombies." Xia Yulan said calmly. "Oh, how is Captain Xia's investigation? Are there really level 3 mutant zombies? I will tell Base Captain Lu about the inspection report in person, so Captain Lu, please don't ask." Xia Yulan said calmly. Base Captain Lu is the base captain of the southern base, Lu Chongwei, and he and Lu Lingfeng are uncle and nephew. Lu Lingfeng sneered after hearing what Xia Yulan said. "Yes, Captain Xia is very disciplined, unlike me, who is often punished by the base captain." The captains of the two special power teams over there were confronting each other, while the team members here gathered together to talk about other topics. Little sister. Xia Yuan was talking to the others in the team, and then she heard the voice of her second brother, who did not go on the mission with them. Xia Yuan looked up and saw Xia Yufei. "Second brother." Xia Yuan greeted him happily. "Are you injured?" Xia Yufei asked with concern. No. Xia Yuan shook his head and said, "Second brother, let me tell you, we really encountered good things this time." "Oh, what good things?" Before Xia Yufei spoke, Yang Yuxing, the deputy captain of the Fengxing ability team, who was standing not far from Lu Qinglingfeng, asked. Xia Yuan looked over when she heard his voice, curled her lips and said, "Humph, why should I tell you?" Yang Yuxing did not bother with this little girl, who was 8 years younger than him, but looked at the other members of the Phylan ability team. The other team members felt Yang Yuxing's gaze, and looked up at the sky and the ground awkwardly, not daring to look at him. You know, Yang Yuxing is the best brain in the Fengxing ability team. Even though he is only an Earth-type power user, and not a spiritual power user, his brain is recognized by everyone as good. They dared not say anything without the captain's permission. What if the secret was leaked? Xia Yulan felt the embarrassment of the team members, and looked at Yang Yuxing and said, "We met a hotel in City F. Although the hotel is not open for accommodation now, their restaurant is very good." Xia Yulan said seriously, "As long as you have a crystal core, you can buy food from their hotel restaurant." Yang Yuxing's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Xia Yulan nodded and said, "I'm going to talk to the base commander about this later, and then everyone can go there to buy food." Lu Lingfeng frowned and said, "In this world, there are still hotels? Is the food in the hotel you mentioned delicious? What kind of food does it have?" "Now there are only sandwiches, but one level 1 crystal core can buy 10 sandwiches," Xia Yulan said. Lu Lingfeng heard this and said, "It's really cheap. Won't this store lose money by doing business like this? You know, food is one of the most important resources in the end times. Which foods on the market are not expensive. But one day, someone actually sold 10 foods for a level 1 crystal core, which was really unexpected for Lu Lingfeng. That hotel accepts zombie crystal cores and corpses, whether they are human zombies or animal zombies." Xia Yulan looked at Lu Lingfeng and said. Although he and Lu Lingfeng didn't have a good relationship, the members of their two teams got along well, and he also hoped that the people of Fengxing team could live well. Of course, he hoped that the survivors of the southern base were alive and well. "Let's go, and have a look later." Lu Lingfeng became interested. This store is amazing. It not only sells food, but also accepts these things. It really aroused his great interest. Yang Yuxing looked at their captain's appearance and did not stop him. He also wanted to confirm whether what Xia Yulan said was true. Anyway, the southern base station is not far from F City. Once he goes there, he will know whether what he said is true. Xie Yulan also told them that the address of the hotel was at number 99, F City Avenue, F City, and they could find it by following this address. Although F City was not as big as G City, it was still a big city, so it would be faster to find it by following the specific address. When Xie Yulan and his team went to the base commander to report the situation of the mission, and the matter of Wenjiu's hotel, the captain and deputy captain of the Fengxing ability team had already called the team members to set off for F City. Chapter 8. Lu Lingfeng and his team did not plan to go directly to F City. This time, they took the space ability users from the ability team with them, and planned to go to a farther place to kill zombies, and then find the hotel to exchange things. When the Fengxing ability team killed a lot of zombies, and found the hotel, Qin Wenjiu had already returned to the hotel. She was eating the sandwich made by Hizui at this moment. To be honest, she had been eating Hizui's food for so long, and she never got tired of it. It was just a simple sandwich, but she still ate it with gusto, because it was so delicious. When Lu Lingfeng and the others arrived, Qin Wenjiu was sitting on a chair behind the front desk eating a sandwich. Her eating posture was particularly tempting to Lu Lingfeng and the others. The sandwich looked really delicious, and you could tell how delicious it was just by looking at the way Qin Wenjiu ate it. The members of the Fengxing ability team looked at the sandwich in Qin Wenjiu's hand, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Welcome to Wenjiu's Inn. While everyone was staring at Qin Wenjiu eating a sandwich, Hizui came out with a smile to greet the guests. Now the hotel staff are only Qin Wenjiu and Hizui. When Qin Wenjiu is not available, Hizui will of course entertain the guests. Lu Lingfeng looked at Hizui and was surprised that the two staff members of this hotel looked so outstanding. Of course, the most outstanding one is Hizui. This guy's face is really good. I heard that a hotel has opened here. You can't stay yet, but you can sell food? Lu Lingfeng asked. Yes. Do you want to buy sandwiches? Yes. Lu Lingfeng nodded, pointed to the door and said, I heard that your hotel can use zombie crystal cores and zombie corpses to exchange points to buy things, so we brought them. Hizui nodded. Then you have to enter your information first, and get your ID cards first. Okay. Lu Lingfeng had no objection, and took several team members to follow Hizui to enter their identity information, and soon got the information card. Lu Lingfeng looked at the information card in his hand, turning it over and over, but not finding anything special, so he went out to exchange all the zombies they brought for points. After the points were exchanged, they came to the restaurant and watched Hizui make the sandwich, and then they just buried their heads and ate it. This sandwich was so delicious, 5 points for a sandwich was really too cheap. You have to know that now an ordinary bread on the market needs several or even a dozen crystal cores to buy, and sometimes it is even out of stock. It has been 2 years since the end of the world, and now the food is getting less and less. In the end of the world, most people are thinking about how to survive, so farming and other things are delayed. Even if some people are still in the mood to farm, they still can't make bread, so it's difficult to eat bread. The sandwiches in this hotel only need 1 level 1 crystal core to buy 10, which is really a big profit. We want a lot of sandwiches, and all the points are used up. Hizui had no objection. There were really a lot of ingredients in the sandwiches anyway, and he could make them quickly. He was already in the spiritualization stage, so he didn't feel tired at all making so many sandwiches. After Qin Wenjiu finished eating the sandwich, he looked at Lu Lingfeng and the others, and asked them how they found their hotel. Oh, Xie Yulan and the others told us. Lu Lingfeng said, and he didn't mind mentioning Xie Yulan. That guy was generous enough to tell us about this hotel. We heard that you collect zombies here, and you can buy delicious food, so we came here. You don't know how hard it is to find food in this world. We are very happy to have a store like this selling food. Especially you can buy so much food with zombies, it's a big profit, right? Qin Wenjiu listened quietly to what Lu Lingfeng said, and also learned a little about the situation of this world from him. When the apocalypse just broke out, it was indeed very chaotic, and at that time, not many people turned into zombies at the beginning. But those people suddenly turned into zombies. So many people were bitten or caught without any defense. So those people also turned into zombies. It was really chaotic at that time. Some people were really panicked, and they had no resistance when facing zombies. Some people were just taking advantage of the situation. Anyway, the chaotic situation of the end of the world lasted for a while, and many things were destroyed at the beginning of the chaos. Even if the official has now established a survivor base, the losses caused at the beginning cannot be changed. Especially now that most of the land is infected with the zombie virus, and some of the water sources are also infected, it is difficult to grow food. Also, some plants will mutate, either accidentally mutating into zombie plants, or directly mutating into mutated plants, and they are all inedible. Food is very important now, and food is really precious. A member of the Fengxing team couldn't help but sigh. The last time I bought a loaf of bread, it cost me 16 crystal cores, which is really too expensive, the man said as he angrily took a bite of the sandwich. The bread he had last time was the kind of bread that was mass-produced in a factory and tasted ordinary. And it has been stored for 2 years now, and the shelf life has long passed. But when the man sold it to him, he still asked for 16 level 1 crystal cores, which really made him bleed a lot. But there was no way, he hadn't eaten bread for a long time, and he really wanted to taste what it tasted like. Qin Wenjiu listened to their introduction, and really felt that they were in a difficult situation. Even though it is the 22nd century and technology is advanced, it is not easy for them to get food in the apocalypse. Fortunately, even if she traveled to the apocalypse, she still had the hotel system as a backup. Qin Wenjiu really felt that she was not able to endure hardships. Even if she was not spoiled since childhood, she had never suffered. She would never do it if she traveled to the apocalypse without any backup. Thinking of this, Qin Wenjiu once again had the idea of pulling the system over to give it a beating. Why did they throw her into the apocalypse for no reason? Can't she just live in peacetime? Even if she had been to the apocalypse before, she basically only went there for a day or two and then returned to her familiar environment, instead of having to stay in the apocalypse all the time and not being able to leave. Qin Wenjiu still remembered the task the system gave her. As long as she upgraded the hotel to the maximum level again, she could return to her original world. She really had no way to vent her depressed and irritable mood. Chapter 9. Lu Lingfeng and his Fengxing superpower team left very quickly, and before leaving, they actually spent all their points to buy a lot of sandwiches. Fortunately, they brought a space superpower user with them, so they could pack all the sandwiches they bought and take them back. Manager Chen, we leave first and come back next time. Before leaving, Lu Lingfeng said goodbye to Qin Wenjiu. Okay, welcome next time, Qin Wenjiu said with a smile. After everyone left, Qin Wenjiu looked at the time and counted the guests he received today and the points he earned. Today, Xia Yulan's team came with a total of 8 people, and then they left the hotel to kill zombies, and then returned to spend money again. But because it was the first time to spend money in the hotel, only Qin Fian entered the information, so it can only be counted as him. Therefore, Xia Yulan's team provided 10 popularity to the hotel. Lu Lingfeng's team came with a total of 10 people, but because they did not all enter the information to spend money in the hotel at once, so in fact, there were only 5 popularity. So today, on the first day of business, they earned 15 popularity points. Popularity is still very useful for their hotel, right? The current hotel upgrade mode requires popularity points to unlock. For example, if she wants to unlock the room upstairs, or other buildings, or even other buildings, she needs popularity points to unlock them. Of course, popularity and points are indispensable. Only with popularity can the unlocking conditions be met. Points are used to decorate the house just like money. In addition to providing 15 points to the hotel, today's group of customers also spent a total of 4,850 points. Dear, we can unlock the next room, Qin Wenjiu said happily to Hizui. Then unlock it, Hizui said with a smile. I remember the next one to be unlocked is the medical room, Hizui said with a smile. If the medical room is unlocked, then we have to draw a card to draw the doctor, right? If there are new employees, where will they stay? Hizui asked. Hizui and Qin Wenjiu are now living in room 801 on the 8th floor. They are a couple, and room 801 has 2 bedrooms, so they live separately. But if a new employee comes, there will be no place to live. Hizui doesn't want anyone to live in the same room with Qin Wenjiu, even if the next employee may be a woman. Qin Wenjiu certainly doesn't want that either, because she is not used to sleeping in the same bedroom with others, okay? Just like Hizui is her boyfriend, they have done everything they should and shouldn't do, but they usually sleep in separate rooms. If a new employee comes now, how can she provide accommodation for him? The 8th floor of the main building is where the store manager and other hotel employees live, and it is not open to guests. But except for room 801, which is complete and similar to the room Qin Wenjiu lived in before, the rest of the rooms are closed. If you want to unlock it, you have to spend 300,000 points. Qin Wenjiu, swearing. Although she has money in her account, she is really angry when she sees the system asking for money. But what can we do? First unlock room 802, otherwise the employees will have nowhere to stay when they come. Fortunately, unlocking the employee dormitory does not require popularity, and only requires a few more points. So Chen Wenjiu spent 300,000 points to unlock room 802. After unlocking, this room is just like room 801 where she lives now, and she can move in directly with her luggage. Since the employee dormitory is ready, we can start unlocking the medical room. Chen Wenjiu clicked on the operation panel of the hotel system, clicked on the room on the first floor, the option marked medical room, and then spent 500 points to unlock this room. With a series of clanging sounds, the medical room was unlocked 5 minutes later. Chen Wenjiu walked to the door of the medical room, pushed it open, and saw a relatively empty room. The medical room is relatively large, with a total area of 200 square meters. Now there is nothing in it, and it looks very empty. Chen Wenjiu is of course not happy with this empty room, so she opened the panel again to draw cards. She had to draw out all the facilities in the medical room. Anyway, all kinds of medical machinery and various medicines had to be drawn out. Of course, the most important thing is to see if she can draw a medical room employee. She earned more than 4,000 points today, and spent 500 points to unlock the medical room. She used all the remaining points to draw cards. 10 consecutive draws require 168 points. 4,350 points can be used to draw 10 consecutively for 25 times, and there are still 150 points left. So Chen Wenjiu drew 25 times in a row, and the result was amazing. She drew some laundry detergent, soap, pillow, a cup of tea, etc. again. There were not many medical devices she wanted. Of the 250 items, only 10 are actually medical devices, and the rest are basically all kinds of stuff. Chen Wenjiu, what's wrong? Hizui, who saw her slap her face, asked with amusement. Am I so unlucky? Chen Wenjiu couldn't help but complain to him. Of the 250 items, most are eco-friendly bags, soaps, and pillows, and there are not many medical devices. Her 4,200 points were wasted. It's okay, you can continue to draw. Hizui smiled and comforted her. Chen Wenjiu gritted his teeth. I'm speechless. It's obvious that it takes few points to unlock the room, but I spent a lot of points just to win the medical equipment. Okay, don't be angry. Hizui smiled and said, anyway, we just opened the first day. When we earn more points in the future, we can open other projects. Chen Wenjiu sighed. I have already spent 300,000 points to unlock room 802 as a dormitory for new employees. I don't believe that I can't win the new employee. So Chen Wenjiu spent another 16,800 points and continued to draw cards. Watching the addition of some perfume powder, pillows, eco-friendly bags and other things one after another, Chen Wenjiu had no expression on her face. Finally, after she spent 50,400 points and drew a lot of things that were useless to her now, she finally drew a new employee. Huh? Chen Wenjiu looked at the introduction of the new employee and didn't expect it to be an acquaintance. What's wrong? Hizui asked after seeing her expression. I didn't expect the new employee to be an acquaintance, Chen Wenjiu said. Hizui heard that the new employee was an acquaintance, and then thought about the new employee who was going to work in the medical room, and he remembered who it was. Chapter 10. The acquaintance that Chen Wenjiu and Hizui were talking about was Qin Xian, whom they were familiar with. Qin Xian had been working in the hotel for many years. She was originally a doctor, but later she studied higher medical skills, and now her medical skills are very sophisticated. Chen Wenjiu didn't expect that the employee of the medical room she drew was Qin Xian. She took a look and found that there was only Qin Xian. She hadn't reached the time to draw other employees, so Qin Xian's boyfriend Yi Yinjue would not be able to come in the short term. Chen Wenjiu used the card, and soon a figure in a white coat appeared in front of her and Hizui. Manager? Qin Xian saw Chen Wenjiu as soon as she opened her eyes, and of course Hizui beside her could not be ignored. Qin Xian was confused. What was going on? Why did she seem to hear the manager's voice asking her if she wanted to go on a business trip or something? And then she was here as soon as she opened her eyes. Qin Xian looked around the surrounding environment. The situation in this hotel lobby was very different from what she was familiar with before. She really didn't understand why she was here. Chen Wenjiu smiled embarrassedly, and then explained the current situation to Qin Xian. So? We can't go back? Qin Xian was a little shocked. No, we can still go back. Chen Wenjiu quickly explained that the hotel system said that as long as she upgraded the hotel to the maximum level again, she could take the employees home. They didn't have to worry about staying in the apocalypse for the rest of their lives and not being able to go back. As long as they upgraded the hotel to the maximum level, they really wouldn't be trapped for the rest of their lives. Chen Wenjiu has her own family, and Qin Xian certainly has her own family, so they have to work hard to upgrade the hotel. Qin Xian sighed helplessly. Okay, just treat it as a long trip. Qin Xian still trusts their store manager very much. Since she can guarantee that she can survive in the end of the world, she is not worried about the time she stays here. Her family knows her work and understands her disappearance from time to time. She should make the best of it. Qin Wenjiu smiled and said to Qin Xian, "Our hotel has unlocked the medical room now, and this is where you will work." Qin Wenjiu took Qin Xian to the medical room and introduced her. "Now we basically only have these medical equipment, and most of them are medical boxes. You can do whatever you want." "I don't know much about it." Qin Xian nodded. Although the current environment is relatively simple, she didn't dislike it. Although there are few medical equipment in the medical room, Qin Wenjiu drew a lot of medical boxes when he drew cards. Although there were only simple, common medicines, and some cotton swabs, bandages, band-aids, and so on in the medical kit, it was enough for her. "I take you to see your dormitory." Qin Wenjiu took Qin Xian out, and when passing by the front desk of the lobby, he did not forget to say to Hizui, "Hizui, please help me first. If there are guests, please receive them. I will take Sister Qin Xian to see her dormitory." "Yes," Hizui replied. There were not many guests now, and Hizui was not busy, so it would be okay to help her guard the front desk. Qin Wenjiu took Qin Xian to the 8th floor by elevator, walked to 802, opened the door and introduced her to her dormitory. "Now there are only you, me, and Hizui in our store. Hizui and I live in 801, and you live here alone. The other room can be given to her when our next employee arrives," Qin Wenjiu said. Qin Xian smiled as she listened to her store manager, and was really satisfied with the environment. "You should know that room 802 is 100 square meters in size, and the bedroom alone is 30 square meters. In addition to the 2 bedrooms, there is also a kitchen, living room, and bathroom in the bedroom, so you don't have to worry about your roommate competing with you for the bathroom." Qin Xian is very satisfied with this environment. You know, it costs a lot of money to buy a 100 square meter house in the original world. It's already very good for her to live in such a good house, and this is a free house. "Manager, don't worry, I will definitely work hard," Qin Xian said with a smile. "Yeah." Qin Wenjiu still believed in Qin Xian's character and her work attitude. Southern Base. "Have you also been to the hotel called Wenjiu?" The base commander looked at his nephew and asked. Lu Lingfeng asked the space ability user Zhong Liang from their team to come over and hand the sandwiches they bought to the base commander for him to see. "This hotel really has a lot of food. We bought so many sandwiches, and they probably haven't consumed them all. It's true that they collect zombie crystal cores and corpses. We have indeed exchanged all the things we brought for points," Lu Lingfeng said. The base commander tasted a sandwich and became happier as he ate it, saying, "We should still go to this hotel and exchange things often. I didn't expect that they would even collect zombie corpses, but this way we can not only eliminate zombies, but also exchange for food, so why not?" The base commander said with a smile. Lu Lingfeng nodded and said, "Next time, base commander, send someone to exchange it yourself. The only thing that can be purchased in this hotel is sandwiches now. I don't know if there are other foods in her house," Lu Lingfeng said. Although sandwiches are delicious, they are also very rare in the end times where food is scarce, so he shouldn't despise them. But Lu Lingfeng is a real southerner, and his favorite food is rice, so he hopes that the hotel where Wenjiu is staying can serve rice earlier. If it is rice with toppings or other meals with rice, he will be even happier. The base leader nodded. "I will let the other teams go and have a look, and let them go to the hotel after they go out to kill zombies. Then I go back first." After Lu Lingfeng finished his report, he quickly said goodbye. Although he preferred rice, he wanted to continue eating such delicious sandwiches. The base commander looked at his back and shook his head with a smile. He put away the sandwiches that his nephew left for him and prepared to take them home for his family to try. Although the base commander's wife is the wife of the highest leader of the base, and she is also an ordinary person without superpowers, she has a lot to do. With the support of the base commander, nephew Lu Lingfeng, and others, no one dared to disobey her even if she did not have superpowers. Moreover, the wife of the base commander is not a weak person. She is very capable, has a strong aura, and is very convincing in her work. When the base commander returned home, his wife was at home, and she had finished her work. "Qingwe, come quickly. I brought you some delicious food." Base Commander Lu Chongwei returned home and said to his wife, with a smile after seeing her. Chapter 11. When Yun Qingwe heard her husband's words and looked back at his bright smile, she was quite confused, Are there any delicious foods? What delicious foods did you buy? Nowadays, most people's food is nutrient solution or nutrient pills. No matter how these things taste, they can make people full. But the cost of nutrient solution and nutrient pills is also quite high, and many ordinary people may not be able to afford them. As for other foods, the price is even higher. Yun Qingwei is now leading a lot of people to find ways to get food and other things. She is a logistics staff member of the southern base. Of course, although Yun Qingwei is very capable, she is not the boss of logistics. She is just a director of the logistics department. There are more than one capable person. She can't squeeze out more outstanding people and become the boss just because she is the wife of the base commander. I've gone too far. Food is hard to come by in the end times, especially delicious food. Yun Qingwei knows this better because she works in logistics. When Lu Chongwei said there was something delicious, she was quite confused. Here, these are the sandwiches brought back by the Filan team and the Fengxing team. Lu Chongwei took out a few sandwiches and handed them to her, saying, "Try it. It tastes really good, much better than the big restaurants we went to before the end of the world." Yun Qingwei was surprised to see the sandwiches he took out, which were still a little warm. The lingering fragrance was really tempting. Yun Qingwei looked at him and said, "Have you eaten it?" "Yes." Lu Chongwei nodded and said, "Try it quickly." Yun Qingwei didn't hesitate to pick up a sandwich and took a bite. Then she tasted the soft bread, the smooth fried egg, the fresh ham, and the refreshing tomato and lettuce. "It's so delicious." Yun Qingwei sighed as she ate. Sure enough, her husband was right. This sandwich was really delicious, even better than the ones they had in those big restaurants when they went on dates before the end of the world. Lu Chongwei watched her eat with relish. Looking at the 3 left on the table, he took another one and started eating. Lu Chongwei ate one of them, and Yun Qingwei ate the remaining 2. As for their daughter, that girl is in a superpower team with her cousin. She can eat her brother's food. There is no need to snatch her parents' pitiful sandwiches. Where did this sandwich come from? After finishing the sandwich, Yun Qingwei still felt unsatisfied, but she regained her sanity and asked Lu Chongwei where it came from. Lu Chongwei told her about Wenjiu's hotel. Yun Qingwei happened to be in logistics, so she could find a way to buy these foods from the hotel. Yun Qingwei was of course very clear about how much benefit the appearance of the hotel would bring to their base, and she was thinking about when she could take people to take a look. Wenjiu's hotel was only about 20 to 30 kilometers away from the base. If she took people out, she would not be in too much danger even if she did not have superpowers. Pingchuan. Mulanlin couldn't help but shout after watching her husband being stabbed by the vines of the mutant plant. "Sister Lan, calm down." Xie Yurwan stopped the excited Mulanlin. "Sister Lan, be careful, there are zombies here." Mulanlin also knew that it was useless to be excited now. After seeing that her injured husband had a few more teammates around him, she felt a little relieved. She gritted her teeth and looked at the mutant plant. If it wasn't for it, how could her husband be injured? She couldn't vent her hatred without cutting the mutant plant into pieces. Under the anger of Mulanlin and the other members of the Filan team, the level 2 mutant plant was quickly killed by them. Originally, Mulanlin wanted Xie Yurwan to burn the thing that hurt her husband, but was stopped. "Sister Lan, it is said that the corpse of the mutant plant can still be exchanged for points to buy food. It's a pity to burn it," Xie Yurwan advised. Although Mulanlin didn't come out with everyone last time, she also heard about the Wenjiuin, so she listened to the advice. "Yes, it's a pity to burn this thing with fire. It would be better to use it to exchange points for food and other things." So the people of Filan team took the bodies and crystal cores of the mutant plants, the zombies killed on the road, and went to Wenjiu's hotel. "Sister Manager, do you have anything that can be bandaged in your store? Do you have medicine?" Xie Yurwan couldn't help asking Chen Wenjiu as soon as she arrived at the hotel. Chen Wenjiu blinked. Her hotel had just unlocked the medical room not long ago, and the first patient came? "Are any of you injured?" Chen Wenjiu asked. Xie Yurwan thought she was worried that they would mutate into zombies, so she quickly explained, "Don't worry, our team members were just stabbed by mutant plants, and the wounds were not infected with the zombie virus." Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, "It just so happens that our hotel's medical room is available. We also have a highly skilled doctor in our hotel. You can ask her to help your teammates." Xie Yurwan's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you, Sister Manager." Zhao Pingchuan's injury was not too light. Although his life was not in danger, his injury was indeed a bit serious. After all, he was pierced by the vines of the mutant plant. Fortunately, the bleeding was stopped, otherwise the excessive blood loss would be even worse. This time, they did not bring Deng Hongchen, who had wood-related abilities, with them, So Zhao Pingchuan's wound was not treated well. Qin Xian looked at the patient's appearance and asked someone to undress him. She carefully treated the patient's wound. While Qin Xian was busy treating the patient's wound, Xie Yuan, who was relieved, found Chen Wenjiu to chat again. Sister Manager, we killed a level 2 mutant plant this time. Xie Yuan held her face and looked at Chen Wenjiu and said, Sister Manager, for a level 2 mutant plant, its corpse and crystal core are counted separately, right? Yes, the corpse of the mutant plant is counted as 100 points, and the crystal core is also counted as 100 points, for a total of 200 points. Xie Yuan blinked and sighed. This is almost catching up with the price of a level 3 zombie's crystal core. Yes. Chen Wenjiu nodded. Manager sister, is there still only one dish in your hotel restaurant? Only sandwiches? Xie Yuan said eagerly. Why? Is the sandwich not delicious? Chen Wenjiu asked with a smile. It's delicious. The sandwich is delicious. Xie Yuan nodded. The sandwich in your hotel is the best sandwich I have ever eaten, no doubt about it. But I still want to eat more delicious food. Xie Yuan smiled embarrassedly. She knew she was greedy, but she really wanted to eat other delicious food, such as fried chicken, barbecue, and ice cream. Chapter 12. After hearing what Xie Yuan said, Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, You really came at the right time. It just so happens that our hotel has a new delicacy. Xie Yuan's eyes lit up and said, Really? Manager sister, your restaurant has a new delicacy. What is it? It's curry omelet rice. Chen Wenjiu said. Curry omelet rice? Xie Yuan was stunned when she heard the name of this delicacy. She didn't expect it to be this dish. Manager sister, you go ahead and do your work. I go see if this delicacy is delicious. Xie Yuan said goodbye to Chen Wenjiu and hurried to the restaurant. Chen Wenjiu shook his head and didn't care about it. Instead, he received Xie Yuan and the others and instructed the other members of the new superpower team to enter information. Medical room. Doctor, how is my husband? Mulanlin looked at Qin Xian's movements and asked nervously. Although she knew that she shouldn't disturb the doctor's treatment, she was really worried when she saw her husband lying on the bed with a pale face. Although she is also a superpower, her pressure is not that great with her husband sharing the burden. If her husband really has an accident, what will she do? What will happen to their daughter? And she feels sorry for her husband. He must be very uncomfortable to be injured so badly. Don't worry, it's just a skin injury, no internal organs are hurt, don't worry. Qin Xian comforted Mu Lanlan after treating the wound. Fortunately, when Zhao Pingchuan was stabbed, the mutant plant did not pierce his internal organs. Even if it was pierced, it was still only a skin injury. Qin Xian's medical skills are so good that such skin injuries are not difficult for her. Seeing her calm and composed appearance, Mulanlan was relieved. Of course, she was still worried before Zhao Pingchuan woke up. Qin Xian washed her hands and looked at the others and said, How about you? I see you have some injuries on your bodies. Do you want to treat them? The other members of the superpower team looked at each other, and then Qin Fian, who had entered the information before, stood up and asked Qin Xian to help treat the wound. Qin Fian was also whipped several times by the mutant plant. Although it was just a beating, there was a scar with great force, which broke the skin. Qin Fian showed his wound, and Qin Xian's movements were very gentle but very fast. He quickly treated Qin Fian's wound. Female colleague, do you want to treat your wound? After treating the wounds of the other people, Qin Xian looked at Mu Lanlan, who was guarding Zhao Pingchuan, and asked. Mu Lanlan was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Xian to talk to her. At this time, she realized that she was injured. There was indeed a painful part on her body, but she was only concerned about her husband's injury, and didn't notice that she was also injured. The other members of the superpower team went out and ran to the restaurant to buy food, so now there were only Qin Xian and Mulanlan in the medical room. Mulanlan finally undressed, and let Qin Xian treat her wounds. The injuries of these people in the superpower team were only superficial injuries, and the wounds were not infected with the zombie virus. It is still very convenient to deal with it, even though Qin Xian does not have many drugs and medical equipment available now. Don't worry, your husband just hasn't woken up from the anesthesia yet. He will wake up in half an hour. Qin Xian saw that Mu Lanlan was still looking at Zhao Pingchuan with a worried face, and comforted her. Don't worry, your husband's injury is not very serious. Yeah. Curry omelet rice is a restaurant delicacy that Chen Wenjiu drew when he drew the second employee. After using it, their hotel restaurant has a second delicacy. Hizui's cooking skills are very exquisite. The omelet rice is really tender and can wrap up a large bowl of rice. Xia is a pure southerner, and a pure G-City person, so the spiciness she can eat is really not very high. Maybe there are many people in G-City, or other people in G-Province, who can eat spicy food, but Xia is one of them, who can't eat it. The spiciness she can accept is probably the taste of ginger, but now she is eating curry omelette rice with relish while slurping, and she doesn't want to share it with others at all. This curry is really fragrant. Although it is a little spicy, it is spicy and spicy, which makes her feel very comfortable. And she doesn't think the spiciness of this curry omelette rice is uncomfortable. She thinks that although it is spicy, it is very delicious. It is so fragrant. The rice is also soft and delicious. The rice wrapped in curry sauce is really fragrant. The egg used to wrap the rice is really smooth and tender. It doesn't taste bad or fishy at all as she thought before. It was really smooth and tender, with only the aroma of eggs and no fishy smell. It was really delicious. Xiaoyuan's eating style stunned her teammates. They didn't expect that she would go to such lengths just to eat a bite of food. They knew Xiaoyuan's taste very well. She really couldn't eat spicy food. But now watching her eating curry rice, they really wondered if the curry wasn't very spicy. Was it the kind of spiciness that people in G Province, who couldn't eat spicy food the most, could accept? Smelling the aroma of curry in the air, the others quickly ordered a portion of curry omelette rice. So fragrant, so delicious. One team member ate the curry omelette rice, and praised it exaggeratedly. It's so tender, the egg is really tender, smooth and fragrant. The curry tastes so fragrant, right? The spiciness is not too low. It's so delicious. Another team member also said. He is not from Sichuan, but from JC Province next to G Province. They can also eat spicy food. I didn't expect that this curry omelette rice would suit his taste so well, and even Xiaoyuan, who couldn't eat spicy food very well, could accept it. It's delicious, so delicious. So which one do you think is better, the curry omelette rice or the sandwich? I think both are delicious. That's right, only children would make choices, but adults would of course want both. Both the sandwich and the curry omelette rice are super delicious. The food made by chef he is always the best, no objection. Xiaoyuan didn't care what other people thought. After she finished one bowl of omelette rice, she ordered another one. This time, she didn't eat it as fast as before. Xiaoyuan chewed the second bowl of omelette rice slowly, savoring its taste. It was so delicious. It was super delicious to savor it slowly. I can pack more next time. I can eat it often when I can't come to the hotel on a mission. I also need to stock up more sandwiches. Chapter 13. The medical room of Wenjio's Inn has a very good treatment effect. Although it is not as good as the healing psychics, who can make patients recover quickly, the healing psychics, who can quickly treat patients are also rare. The most important thing is that the healing psychics are also rare. Compared with other psychics, they are really good, so the medical room of Wenjio's Inn is still very useful. There are relatively few water psychics, and with psychics, who can practice treatment at the same time, and their treatment effect is not as good as that of the healing psychics. The most important thing is that most of the psychics are only level 1 or 2. Few can reach level 3, and even fewer can reach level 4. Among those level 3 or 4 psychics, there may not be any healing, water, or wood psychics, and their healing effects are not that strong. I'm getting off topic. Zhao Pingchuan was receiving treatment in the medical room, and he woke up after half an hour of anesthesia. Pingchuan, how are you? Mulanlan saw him open his eyes, and quickly went over to ask, are you feeling uncomfortable? Are you hungry? Zhao Pingchuan saw her worried look, smiled, and comforted her. It's okay, it's not a serious injury. Can I get out of bed now? The reason he was unconscious was because of the anesthesia. Now that he has woken up, he should be able to get out of bed, right? Qin Xian heard Zhao Pingchuan's words when she came in, and she gave a positive answer. Your injury is not serious, and it's not your leg. You can get down and walk around when you wake up. Qin Xian said after checking Zhao Pingchuan. Really? Thank you, doctor. Zhao Pingchuan said gratefully. Mulanlan was also very grateful to Qin Xian. After thanking Qin Xian, the couple left the medical room together, and went to the restaurant to find other people. During the half hour that Zhao Pingchuan was still unconscious, the Phylan Special Ability team drove out to kill a wave of zombies, and returned to the hotel to exchange points. At this moment, they were stuck in time. Knowing that Zhao Pingchuan would wake up at this time, they stayed in the restaurant and waited for him. Now that they saw him coming, they all showed concern for him. Brother Pingchuan, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Brother Pingchuan? Have you eaten? Do you want to eat something? Brother Pingchuan, You definitely can't eat the new curry omelet rice, so just eat a sandwich. The last sentence was said by Hizui. She remembered that injured people can't eat spicy food. Although curry omelet rice is not the kind of delicacy with a lot of chili peppers, it is also spicy. Zhao Pingchuan shouldn't be able to eat it, right? After hearing this, Zhao Pingchuan swallowed his saliva and said, I think I can eat it. Curry omelet rice, it sounds delicious. Zhao Pingchuan also liked to eat curry before the end of the world. At that time, he and Mu Lanlan had very good salaries and benefits. With a little savings, they often went to some Southeast Asian restaurants with good reputations for dinner. He likes curry so much, and it's not easy to eat curry today after the end of the world. How can he not eat it just because he is injured? Aren't patients not allowed to eat spicy food? Hizui said. I asked Dr. Qin if I can eat it. Zhao Pingchuan said that he must eat the curry omelet rice, and he would argue even if Dr. Qin said he couldn't eat it. Qin Xian was a little stunned after hearing Zhao Pingchuan's question. Curry omelet rice? The one made by our restaurant chef? It's edible. Qin Xian trusted Chef He of his own restaurant very much. He was a master chef. The food made by the master chef must have spiritual energy, special curative effects, etc. So she didn't think Zhao Pingchuan couldn't eat this curry omelet rice. After getting a positive answer, Zhao Pingchuan happily thanked Qin Xian, and then went to the restaurant and ordered a curry omelet rice. Hizui sat and watched Zhao Pingchuan eat, and looked at the menu panel of the restaurant, which only had ham sandwich and curry omelet rice, and felt it was very monotonous. Hizui wanted to talk to the store manager's sister, so she ran to the lobby and laid down at the front desk to talk to Chen Wenjiu. Manager sister, don't you think it's too monotonous to have only 2 dishes in the restaurant? Hizui propped up her chin and looked at Chen Wenjiu. Chef He's cooking skills are so superb. What kind of food can't he make? Why did he only make 2 dishes? Even if there are no other dishes, juice, drinks, etc. are all fine. Hizui said. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Chen Wenjiu then remembered that there was a cup of tea in the card she drew. And lemonade, she forgot to take them out. Chen Wenjiu asked Hizui, do you want tea or lemonade? Do you have tea and lemonade? Hizui eyes lit up. She had just finished 2 servings of curry omelet rice, and she really wanted to drink something. She didn't expect that the store manager's sister really had it here? Yes, I have tea and lemonade here. Chen Wenjiu looked at her system backpack, and there were indeed quite a few cup of tea and lemonade cards in it. What kind of tea is that? Green tea, black tea, or scented tea? Hizui asked. Of course it's green tea, Chen Wenjiu said. All the teas drawn were green teas, and there was no black tea or scented tea. If she wanted to drink scented tea or black tea, she had to see if she could draw other food cards or beverage cards from the restaurant. Hizui, okay, manager sister, I want a glass of lemonade. Do you have lemonade? After hearing Hizui words, the few people who were coming out of the restaurant to take a breath happily came over and asked, Ruan, Manager Chen, do you have lemonade here? Chen Wenjiu, yes. Then I want a glass of lemonade too. So in the end, except for Hizui, everyone in the File and Ability team got a glass of lemonade, and they were very happy to drink it. The taste of lemonade is sour and sweet, very appetizing and very refreshing, very suitable for drinking after eating curry omelet rice. Ah, I feel alive. Hizui took a big sip, and after drinking 1/3 of the lemonade in one breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lemonade is really delicious, much better than the Fat Otaku Happy Water I drank before. This lemonade doesn't have any bubbles. It's not a carbonated drink, but it feels very refreshing and delicious. Manager, can I have a few more glasses of lemonade? Yes, stock up some so we can drink delicious lemonade when we are out. Manager, can I have some more? Chapter 14. Yasunyu, the head of the logistics department of the southern base, is a space user. She is not just a space user who can store things. Her space can not only store items, but also send out space blades to attack enemies. Of course, she has also practiced teleportation. Yasunyu is really a very strong user. In just 2 years, she has studied her abilities thoroughly, far beyond many people. Moreover, Yasunyu is not stingy with her research. She will teach other space users in the southern base, and even space users in other official bases have received her teachings. The reason why Yun Qingwei was so obedient and did not act like a demon, and was led by the head of the logistics department, was because Yasunyu was very powerful and had a strong personality. She was obviously a very charming and seductive woman, but everyone who knew her thought she was a very handsome woman. Sister Yu, that's it, that's what our old Lu said. Yuan Qingwei reported to Yao Xinyu seriously, I have confirmed it with Ling Feng, and he told me that there is indeed such a hotel. The food in her hotel restaurant is indeed unlimited. As long as you have points, you can buy as much as you want. After hearing this, Yao Xinyu decided to go to this hotel to have a look. Yao Xinyu also heard about this hotel mentioned by the Violent Special Ability team, and she also wanted to check it out. As the head of the base logistics, she is responsible for the food, clothing, and various weapons needs of the entire base. Now that there is a place that can provide a lot of food, Yao Xinyu must go and take a look. Yao Xinyu and Yuan Qingwei, along with 10 people from the logistics department, took a flying car to Wenjiu's hotel in City F. When they arrived, they happened to see the Violent Ability team drinking lemonade at the front desk. 1-1. Yuan Qingwei looked at Xie Yuan, who was happily drinking lemonade. Xie Yuan looked at the door after hearing the voice, and greeted Yuan Qingwei happily after seeing her. Auntie Yuan, you are here too? Xie Yuan knew that the base would send people from the logistics department to check it out after knowing the situation of Wenjiu's hotel, so she was not surprised when she saw Yuan Qingwei. But she was surprised when she saw Yao Xinyu. Aunt Yu, I didn't expect you to come too? Xie Yuan said to Yao Xinyu in surprise. Come and take a look. Yao Xinyu smiled and said, I am also very interested in this hotel, and I also want to taste the delicious sandwiches. Hearing this, Xie Yuan excitedly introduced to the two aunts, Aunt Yun, Aunt Yu, let me tell you, the new curry omelet rice is really delicious. If you want to eat at the hotel restaurant, you must buy curry omelet rice. It tastes really good, I love it very much. I can see that. The two aunts smiled at her excitement. They have a good relationship with Xie Yuan. Before the end of the world, their family also had a good relationship with the Xie family. They can be said to have watched Xie Yuan grow up since she was a child. Don't they know what kind of taste this girl has? She can't eat spicy food. She can say that the taste of curry omelet rice is super good, which means that the taste is really very good, and she really likes it. Aunt Yuan, if you want to spend money at the hotel, you still need to enter your information first. Xie Yuan looked at the two aunts and said, Aunts, what do you think? Okay, let's try it too. Yuan Qingwei and Yao Xinyu said. Under the leadership of Xie Yuan, not only Yuan Qingwei and Yao Xinyu, but also the 10 logistics staff they brought with them all entered their identity information. After getting the information card, you can recharge and then exchange it for food. Most of the people in the logistics department have space abilities. Among these 10 people, 5 are space ability users. They do have some crystal cores stored in their space. The logistics staff took out the crystal cores and exchanged them for points. Fortunately, the level 1 crystal cores were very easy to obtain. Even though they could only be exchanged for 50 points, a little bit of it would add up to a lot. A lot of level 1 crystal cores could be exchanged for a lot of points, which could buy a lot of things. After getting the information card and recharging the points, Yuan Qingwei and Yao Xinyu followed to the restaurant and ordered sandwiches and curry omelet rice to try. The taste of these two delicacies was certainly not bad. The people in the logistics department, who had not tasted such delicious food for a long time, were all so full that they couldn't lift their heads. Xie Yuan looked at the two aunts and other logistics staff eating with gusto, and felt very proud, as if the food she cooked was recognized by everyone. Xie Yuan looked at the two aunts, who had almost finished eating, especially Yao Xinyu, the head of the logistics department, and came over to talk to her. Oh! Are you saying that this hotel has an additional business? They have doctors and medicines here? Yao Xinyu became more interested when she heard this. Nothing else, just because medicines are indeed scarce now. As I said, healing psychics are rare, and powerful ones are rare, so when people are injured, they need to rely on medicine and doctors to treat them. Now this hotel not only has doctors, but also a large amount of medicine. If they can trade with the owner of this hotel, I go talk to the store manager later. Yao Xinyu said. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Yu. Xie Yuan said. What's so hard about it? It's all my job. Yao Xinyu waved her hand. Yao Xinyu handed the task of buying him sandwiches and curry omelet rice to Yuan Qingwei, and she went to the front desk to talk to Chen Wenjiu about medicine. Chen Wenjiu was a little confused after hearing Yao Xinyu's request. She didn't expect that someone would actually want to buy medicine from her. But she didn't know what kind of medicine was in the medicine box. After Qin Xian took office, she gave her all the medicine box cards and asked her to check what medicines and things were in the medicine box and classify them herself. Chen Wenjiu said to Yao Xinyu, I don't know what medicines we have in our medical room. Can you talk to our Dr. Qin? Dr. Qin is in the medical room now, you can talk to her. Chen Wenjiu said with a smile. Although she is no longer a simple girl who just graduated from school, she really has no chance of winning against Yasunu, who is experienced and 20 years older than her. She thinks it is better to let Chin Xian talk. Let Chin Xian deal with this capable ant, who looks difficult to mess with. Chapter 15. In a small town about 10 kilometers outside F City, 3 people were struggling to resist the zombies' attack. The 3 of them were unlucky to encounter a level 2 zombie, and it was a very powerful ice-type mutant zombie, which naturally defeated these 3 people. Among the 3 people, 2 were water-type mutants and 1 was an earth-type mutant. The ice-type was really a strong enemy for the abilities of 2 of them. Although the opponent was only a level 2 zombie, it could lead level 1 zombies to besiege the enemy, so the 3 people were in danger. Sister Tutu, are you okay? After killing a few zombies, Su Yin looked at Tue, who was fighting a level 2 zombie, and asked with concern. She was a water-type mutant, and all the attacks against the ice-type mutant were useless, so only Tue, who was an earth-type mutant, could attack the opponent. Watching the fight back and forth, and having to be on guard against being bitten or scratched by the zombies, Su Yin was terrified. I'm fine, Yin Yin, you should be careful too, Tue said without looking back. Okay. Quan Feng. Su Yin just turned around and saw a zombie suddenly jumped out from behind their companion Quan Feng, and he was about to be grabbed by the zombie. But the next moment, a hard metal armor blocked Quan Feng's back, blocking the zombie's attack. Su Yin blinked, and Quan Feng was also a little stunned. What are you doing? Are you waiting for the zombies to eat you? As this sentence sounded, several figures quickly joined the battlefield, and soon those level 1 zombies were killed. More people went to help Tula kill the level 2 zombie. Are you alright? A pretty girl ran up to Su Yin and asked with concern. Su Yin shook her head and looked at the people in front of her. They were wearing badges on their chests, which were the symbolic proof of each base after the end of the world, and the badges of their special power teams. There are now 12 official bases, but in fact there are many private bases of various sizes. After all, Yin country is really too big. For a country as big as Yin, the 12 official bases alone would not be enough to accommodate all the survivors, so those private bases came into being. Su Yin and her friends in Cheongnan have several bases, all of which are private bases, because the largest official base here is only the South Base. There is a strait between the South Base and Cheongnan, so how can they manage Cheongnan as well? Su Yin recognized the badge on the other party's chest, which was the badge of the South Base. Although she didn't recognize the badge of the superpower team, the other party's badge was green, which meant that their superpower team had a high registration. According to the rules, after the order of the end of the world was almost stable, the superpower team would also be divided into levels, and only those with high points would be upgraded. The levels were arranged from low to high in the color of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and finally white and black. Black was the highest level badge. And now the people who saved them actually wore green badges. It seemed that this group of people and their superpower team were very strong. Boss, it's a level 2 ice ability. The man who helped Tue kill the level 2 zombies looked at the zombies that were killed, and said to the man who had not yet taken action. The man who brought people to rescue Su Yin and the other 3 was Lu Lingfeng, the captain of the Fengxing ability team. Because he wanted to save more zombie crystal cores and corpses, he took his team members to kill zombies more than 10 or dozens of kilometers away from F City. Unexpectedly, on the way back to the city, he encountered someone besieged by level 2 zombies. This was also Lu Lingfeng's luck. Lu Lingfeng looked at Tua and said, "How do we divide this zombie?" Tua looked at Lu Lingfeng, then looked at the dead zombie, pursed his lips and said, "You killed the zombie, so it's yours." Tua also knew that although this zombie was only level 2, it was very difficult for her to kill it because its attributes just restrained our teammates. If it weren't for this group of people helping her, she might have been injured. Lu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows. Then it's settled, this level 2 zombie is ours. Lu Lingfeng asked people to clean up the battlefield, and then Su Yin, Tu Luo and Quan Feng, the 3 psychics who came from Cheongnan, watched helplessly as this group of people did not dig out the zombie crystal cores, but directly collected the zombie bodies. The 3 were very puzzled. If there were fire psychics, wouldn't they let the psychics burn the zombie bodies? If there were no fire psychics, wouldn't they let others use lighters or firewood to light a fire? I'm a little hungry. Shall we go to the hotel to eat? Lu Lingfeng said, as he watched his space psychics collect all the zombies. Okay, Captain, let's go eat. The team members all agreed with Lu Lingfeng's words. Su Yin and Tu Luo didn't have a chance to interrupt. For some reason, they followed Lu Lingfeng and the Fengxing team and went to the hotel to warm the wine. Mom? Lu Yunqing of the Fengxing team just arrived at the door of the hotel, and saw Yunqing was standing in the lobby talking to someone. She greeted her mother very intimately. Yunqing heard her daughter's voice, turned around and saw her following Lu Lingfeng in, and asked with a smile, "How are you? Are you not injured?" Lu Yunqing shook his head. Looking at his mother's appearance, he knew that she was not in any danger. "Aunt, are you here to eat at the hotel?" Lu Lingfeng asked his aunt affectionately, as soon as he saw her. "Yes, you all said that the food in this restaurant is delicious and the supply is sufficient, so we came to take a look," Yunqing said with a smile. "Are all the people from your logistics department here?" Lu Lingfeng looked at the others, and found several familiar faces. Of course, when he saw the people from the logistics department, he also saw the other members of the Phylon team. "Hey, everyone from Phylon is here too. How is it? Is Xia Yulan here?" Lu Lingfeng greeted the people from the Phylon team casually. Xia Yulan, who had just walked out of the restaurant, "Thank you for thinking about me, Captain Lu," Xia Yulan said calmly. Lu Lingfeng smiled brightly when he saw him and said, "You're welcome. Who makes us so close?" Xia Yulan shook his head and looked at Su Yan and the other two behind him and said, "Who are these people? The survivors you met on the road?" Xia Yulan was also very familiar with the members of the Fengxing team. He had never seen Su Yan and the other three, so he asked this question. "Well, I saw them being besieged by a level 2 zombie on the road, so I saved them," Lu Lingfeng said with a smile. "I also got a level 2 zombie." Xia Yulan ignored his pride, and just thought that Su Yan and the other three didn't seem to be from their base. So where did these three people come from? Chapter 16. Qin Wenjiu at the front desk was in a really good mood as she watched more and more customers come to the store. She looked at the backstage income and found that the people in the Phylon team were spending a lot. Then, there was the logistics of the southern base. They did buy a lot of things this time. In addition to ham sandwiches and curry omelette rice, they also bought a lot of medicines. These medicines were drawn by Qin Wenjiu when she drew cards. They were all common medicines in the medicine box. There were many kinds of alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, iodine tincture, etc. Qin Xian and Yao Xinyu negotiated for these drugs. Qin Wenjiu looked at the consumption records, and felt that Qin Xian's negotiation skills were also okay. Today, there was a lot of traffic, so she could unlock the express station on the first floor in a moment. The conditions for unlocking the express station were 20 popularity, and 1,000 points. Now that both conditions were met, she could unlock the express station directly. Qin Wenjiu clicked on unlock, and then 1,000 points were lost in her account. Looking at her 9-digit account balance, she didn't think 1,000 was much at all. "You guys came from Cheongnan?" Lu Lingfeng was surprised after hearing Su Yan and the others' introduction. If I had known earlier that Cheongnan was separated from their Ji province by a strait, even though Cheongnan was part of Ji province more than 100 years ago, it was different. Before the end of the world, you only needed to take a boat, a suspended train or a plane to get from Ji province to Cheongnan. But now planes can't fly, many mutant birds and zombie birds, insects, etc. hinder the flight of planes. Don't say that planes fly so high, birds and insects can't fly. It's the end of the world now. Birds and insects have all mutated. They can fly to the same height as airplanes. Isn't that normal? The same is true for suspended trains, which are blocked by these things. There's no need to think about taking a boat. The marine life in the sea has also mutated. Lu Lingfeng was really curious about how these three people got through the strait. Thinking so, he asked the same question. When Tue heard him ask this, he smiled bitterly and said, "The three of us were sent here by the space ability people, teleportation ability people, and speed ability people from our side. Those kinds of superpowers united, and then they used their abilities at a relatively close distance to throw the three of them to the other side. The narrowest place was only more than 19 kilometers away. So, they were thrown here. You people in Cheongnan are really awesome." Lu Lingfeng was stunned after hearing how they came here. He thought they had some way to make the suspension train run, or came here by boat. "I didn't expect it. They were thrown here by a group of superpowers." Xia Yulan frowned after listening to Tuliyua's story. "Why did your people send you here in this way?" Xia Yulan was really curious. After all, Cheongnan could be considered a self-sufficient province. Even if it was the end of the world, they wouldn't run out of food so early that they would need to come here to seek relief from the official base. So what was the reason? Because there is someone on our side who wants to unify the entire Cheongnan base, Quan Feng said on the side. "That guy, and he is working with a level 3 mutant animal." "Others, are you kidding?" Human survivors working with mutant animals to unify a province? Seriously? Toyo and Suyin also smiled bitterly and said, I'm really not kidding. That guy really wants to be the king. After 2 years of development, he has conquered half of the forces. That guy, that scumbag he? Suyin excitedly told about the guy's bad deeds. If it was just an ordinary one, it would be fine if he wanted to merge the various bases in Cheongnan to facilitate management. But that bastard threw some weak and opposed people to feed the mutant animal. How can people accept this? When the others heard this, their expressions immediately became serious. We have to go back to the base and report this to the base commander. Everyone in the southern base felt that this matter was quite serious. Such a bad guy really needed to be dealt with, otherwise the survivors in Cheongnan would be killed by him. Su Yin, Tu Luo, Quan Feng and the others were of course willing to go back to the base with the people from the southern base, but they were not in such a hurry now, as they also had to eat. It took them several days to get from G province to F city, so they certainly didn't think that delaying another hour or two would be a big deal, and it didn't matter if they lost another hour or two. Su Yin and the others entered the information. Although they didn't have any zombie corpses, they had accumulated a lot of crystal cores, as they had killed a lot of zombies along the way in the past few days. So they have points to spend at the hotel. Qin Wenjiu looked at Su Yin and the others, and when he knew they were coming from Cheongnan, he couldn't help asking, guests, our hotel now has a courier service. Do you have anything you want to send? As long as you provide the address and recipient, our courier station will definitely deliver it to you. Qin Wenjiu said to Su Yin and the others with a smile. Manager, are you serious? Our hotel has actually opened a courier service? Before Su Yin and the others could say anything, Lu Lingfeng came to the front desk and asked excitedly. Qin Wenjiu nodded and said, yes, our hotel has opened a courier service. How is it? Captain Lu, do you want to send a courier? Qin Wenjiu asked. Yes. Lu Lingfeng nodded. He is the nephew of the head of the southern base. In fact, his parents are not in the southern base. Although Lu Lingfeng also had a company in G City before the end of the world, his parents were actually in another city. They worked far away in L province. When the end of the world came, he originally planned to go to L province to find his parents. But at that time the communication was still there, so his parents asked him to stay in G City to help his uncle. Lu Lingfeng's parents knew very well the chaos of the world at the beginning of the end of the world. The journey from G City to L province was a long way away, and there were many dangers on the road. They loved this child very much, and didn't want him to embark on such a dangerous road to find them. So Lu Lingfeng didn't see his parents again for 2 years, and after the communication was cut off, he couldn't even receive news from them. Now Qin Wenjiu said that their hotel has opened a courier service, so Lu Lingfeng thought about sending some daily necessities to his parents, or some hotel delicacies to them. I don't know if his parents have food to eat in L province, and I don't know if his parents are doing well now. I don't know if they are still alive. Qin Wenjiu looked at Lu Lingfeng and said with a smile, okay, if anyone needs to send a courier, you can follow me. Qin Wenjiu also looked at Su Yin and asked, what about these guests? Do you need to send a courier? You only need to provide the address and the recipient, and you can safely deliver the items to the recipient. How about it? Do you want to come together? Su Yin, Tu Yu, and Quan Feng looked at each other and followed Qin Wenjiu's footsteps. Chapter 17. The express delivery station covers an area of 100 square meters. It is still empty now, with nothing but a counter. There is a computer at the counter, where customers can enter what they want to send, as well as the recipient's address, name and other information. Qin Wenjiu walked to the counter, turned on the computer, and said to Lu Lingfeng and the others, okay, what do you want to send? Who do you want to send it to? You can write it down. There are computers and smart computers at the express delivery station, and customers can just write down the shipping information on the smart computer. Lu Lingfeng took an intelligent computer and filled in his own mailing information. Su Yin and the others over there also discussed and decided to write only one recipient. The three of them would work together to send things to everyone. Not all of them had no relatives, but the people in their base were very nice, and they hoped that the things they sent would be for their companions in the entire base. Su Yin and the other three quickly wrote down the address and recipient information. They were going to exchange all their points for food and send it back to everyone. They were planning to send ham sandwiches. Curry omelet rice was delicious, but expensive, and not much in quantity. They hoped to buy more food for enough people. So they all changed to ham sandwiches, and of course left enough for the courier fee. The courier fee is 1 caddy/point for the item. Qin Wenjiu said to the guests with a smile. Su Yin and the others certainly had no objection. It was already good to be able to send a courier in the end times. 1 point was not expensive. After all, a level 1 crystal core can send 50 kilograms of things. So why do they complain about the high courier fee? Lu Lingfeng also quickly wrote down the delivery information. What he wanted to send was of course food. He was not worried that his parents would have trouble storing too much food. At this time, there were space ability users in each base. He thought that if his parents were still alive, even if they could not awaken the space ability, they could ask a trusted space ability user to help store the food. Xiongnan Yunting Base. I don't know how Tulyuo and the others are doing. Have they arrived at the southern base safely? Zhao Yunting, the person in charge of Yunting Base, said with some worry. Don't worry, Base Commander. Tulyuo is a very stable person. They will definitely be able to arrive at the southern base safely and seek support. Another senior executive of Yunting Base comforted her. Zhao Yunting shook her head. She certainly knew that Tulyuo was very stable, but Tulyuo was only a level 2 psychic. Su Yan and Quan Feng's abilities were not as strong as Tulyuo's. She sent the 3 of them to Ji Province, and she was really worried that they might get into trouble on the way. Base Commander, Base Commander. Base Commander, it's bad, that bastard is here again, and he brought that hateful mutant animal with him. When Zhao Yunting and other senior executives were talking about Tue and the others, the voices of the base patrol team came from outside. Zhao Yunting stood up suddenly when he heard this, that bastard. Zhao Yunting hated that bastard very much. Because of him, a large number of people in Xiongnan are now extinct. Because of him, people in their base are also gradually lost. And because he actually did it for their Yunting base. The place where Yunting base was built is relatively easy to defend and difficult to attack, so that bastard planned to surround them until they ran out of ammunition and food, and then maybe surrender. But Zhao Yunting didn't want to surrender at all, and most of the people in their base didn't want to surrender either. Let's go and take a look. Gu Mei, a senior executive of the base, walked to Zhao Yunting and said to her, most of the people in Yunting base are women, so they really hate the bastard who is surrounding their base. Because that bastard is really unfriendly to women and treats women as objects. This makes everyone in Yunting base feel that he is very offensive. Of course, there are men in Yunting base, such as Quan Feng. When Zhao Yunting and Gu Mei arrived at the base wall, another senior executive of the base, Li Shuang, was already standing there waiting. Is he shouting outside again? Gu Mei asked Li Shuang. Yeah. Li Shuang frowned and said unhappily, many people have been instigated. Their base was not a solid foundation. The reason they were able to hold on was because the top leaders immediately locked up those wavering people. But this is not a big deal. No one wants to die, and no one wants to be besieged and starve to death. Now their base is surrounded, and they have no other food source. They really can't hold on. Zhao Yunting also frowned. Food is becoming increasingly scarce in their base. If they still can't find a way to drive back the scum outside, they may not be able to hold on for much longer. Buzz. While the distressed senior executives of the base were still frowning, a voice that was not loud but refreshing sounded. The people in the base, even those who were outside surrounding the Yunting base, all raised their heads and looked up into the air. Suddenly, a flying vehicle appeared in the air, which looked similar to a car 100 years ago. Xiongnan Yunting Base, Zhao Yunting. Xiongnan Yunting Base, Zhao Yunting, are you there? There is a package for you. On the ground, Zhao Yunting and Yunting Base, Although Zhao Yunting didn't know what was going on, she still stood up and raised her head to the aircraft in the air and said, I am Zhao Yunting. The aircraft paused for a while, as if confirming Zhao Yunting's identity, and soon a voice said, Zhao Yunting, there is a package for you, Cinder, Tulyuo. Zhao Yunting's eyes widened when he heard this. Is it Tulyuo? Tulyuo is still alive? She also sent me something? Zhao Yunting was very happy to hear the news about Tulyuo. At this moment, she almost forgot that it was the end of the world. So how could there be a courier delivered? Gu Mei and Li Shuang also looked at each other, and then raised their heads to look at the aircraft. After a while, the belly of the aircraft opened, and the packaging boxes fell down one by one and piled in front of Zhao Yunting. A total of 2077 ham sandwiches, please sign for them. Ham sandwiches? Or 2,077 servings of ham sandwiches? Not only the 3 top executives of the base were dumbfounded, but also the other people in Yunting base, who heard the news, and came to watch the excitement were dumbfounded. Where did Tulyuo and the others get so much food? And they could even send it back to the base commander? That was food, the food they had been trying to get for a while. Of course, 2,077 servings of sandwiches could not solve the food shortage of Xiongnan base all at once, but they effectively alleviated it. This express delivery was really delivered too timely. Chapter 18. I heard we have food. The people at Yunting Base gathered together and said, Really? Do we have food? It's true. I heard someone sent a package to our base commander. It's all food. The ones who sent food to the base commander, couldn't it be Tulyuo and the others? It should be, right? Tulyuo, Quan Feng, and Su Yan were all sent to Ji Province. They should have found reinforcements, right? That's really great. Although the people in Yunting Base were gossipy, they were also very happy to have food. They didn't have to go to the point of being penniless. Line up. Line up. Li Shuang shouted, line up, one by one sandwich for each person. Water was not in short supply at their base. They were able to send 2 water-based psychics out for help, which meant that Yunting Base was not short of water-based psychics. With water-based psychics, the climate in Cheongnan was relatively humid, so there was no shortage of water. The people at the base lined up one by one and quickly received their own sandwiches. It smells so good, and it's still hot. After getting the sandwich, one person sniffed and took a bite, and felt the long-lost delicious taste. This sandwich is so delicious, isn't it? She was sure that it was not because she had been hungry for too long, but because of the filter after eating the food. This sandwich was really delicious. This sandwich had bread, vegetables and meat, all of which she liked. Delicious, so delicious. Everyone who got the sandwich was very happy, and praised the food highly. This sandwich was delicious, especially after they had been hungry for several meals. It was so delicious that they could not stop savoring it. After distributing more than 2,000 sandwiches, Zhao Yunting and the others also kept their portions and tasted the sandwiches. It's so delicious. I don't know where Su Yan and the others got it. Li Shuang said while eating. They didn't bring many crystal cores when they went out. I don't know how they got all this food. Zhao Yunting said, while eating a sandwich. Tulyuo put a letter in the courier. She said they came across a very good hotel. According to Tulyuo, this hotel can exchange zombie crystal cores for food. One level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 10 sandwiches. Really? One level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 10 sandwiches. Li Shuang was stunned. Gu Mei was also surprised. She didn't expect that there would be such a cheap price. Tulyuo, Su Yan, and the others have found people from the southern base. As long as they tell the southern base about this, the southern base should help us. I hope so. Li Shuang and Gu Mei were both quite uncertain, not knowing whether the southern base was willing to rescue them. Yunting Base survived because of the sandwiches sent by Tulyuo, Su Yan, and the other 2. This was the first batch, and they would continue to receive express deliveries. L Province, Central Base. Lu Changxian, Zhou Xueyu and his wife. Lu Changxian, Zhou Xueyu and his wife. There is your express delivery. The scene at Yunting Base was staged at the Central Base, and then Lu Changxian and Zhou Xueyu and his wife received the things sent by their son. In addition to various foods, Lu Lingfeng also sent some miscellaneous daily necessities to his parents, fearing that they would not have a good life here. Lu Changxian and Zhou Xueyu are also very important in the Central Base. Although Lu Changxian is not the base chief, he is also a senior executive. After the couple received the things sent by their son, they held a meeting with other senior executives of the Central Base. Are these all sent from the Southern Base? Chu Yuni, the base chief of the Central Base, asked while looking at the ham sandwich on the table. In addition to the ham sandwich, Lu Lingfeng also sent a lot of curry omelette rice to his parents, and the aroma made the senior executives of the Central Base salivate. It should be. This is a letter from Lingfeng to us. Lu Changxian took out the letter attached to the courier and said. After reading the letter, Chu Yuni and other senior executives were very suspicious of the fact that a hotel appeared around the southern base. Is this magical hotel real or fake? There is actually a hotel that collects zombie corpses? A senior executive was very skeptical. If they said someone was collecting zombie crystal cores, they would believe it, but what on earth would they collect the zombie bodies for? Although it's said that it's a bit fantastic, it's the end of the world now, and it's not surprising that even the most fantastic things happen. Besides, didn't the children of the old Lu family send the things over? Chu Yuni pointed to the sandwiches and omelette rice in the package and said, the fact that they can send express delivery at this time doesn't mean that this hotel is really powerful? Chu Yuni thought for a moment and said, can we use this express delivery to buy things? What does the base commander mean? Lu Changxian looked at Chu Yuni. This express delivery can be sent from the southern base to us, which is about 1,000 kilometers away. If we can travel so quickly, can we also use this express delivery channel to buy things over there? Zombie crystal cores, zombie corpses, and other things collected by that hotel. Can we use this express delivery aircraft to send them to that hotel to exchange points, and then buy food? The other senior executives' eyes lit up when they heard Chu Yunyi's words, and they began to discuss the feasibility of this plan and how they should implement it. After the meeting, Lu Changxian took half of the things sent by express and went home. At this time, his eldest son Lu Shufeng was already at home. "Why are you back? Where's your mother?" Lu Changxian asked. "Mom is still in the laboratory," Lu Shufeng said. Lu Shufeng and Lu Lingfeng are twin brothers, but the brothers are fraternal twins, and they only look 60% similar. Before the apocalypse, Lu Shufeng stayed with his parents, so he still lives with them. Lu Changshuan's wife Zhou Shuyu awakened the wood power. She was a medical researcher before the apocalypse, so now she likes to stay in the laboratory to do research even more. They hope to develop a zombie vaccine as soon as possible and end the apocalypse as soon as possible. This is what Ling Feng sent over. Try it. Lu Changxian gave Lu Shufeng the sandwich and curry rice and asked him to eat some. Is their southern base so powerful now? Lu Shufeng asked curiously. It's not the southern base, but a store called Wenjiu and that is powerful. Oh, that's also very powerful. Lu Shufeng said, if I have the chance, I have to go and see it for myself. And by the way, I go and see how his troublesome brother is doing. Chapter 19. Tulyuo, Su Yin and Quan Feng did not stay in the southern base for a long time. They still remembered that their base was very dangerous. After asking for help from the top leaders of the southern base, they raced against time to kill zombies, collect more things to exchange for points, buy food and send it back to their companions in the base. It was also at this time that the guests realized that Wenjio's hotel not only collected various zombie corpses and crystal cores, or the corpses and crystal cores of mutant animals and plants, but also collected various things. For example, discarded metal, discarded paper, discarded vehicles, discarded electrical appliances, etc., just like collecting junk. Abandoned metal equipment, abandoned vehicles, etc., aren't these things very common on the street? There are also discarded household appliances, various papers and books in every household. These things are really quite a lot. The prices of these discarded items are relatively low, and the prices of books and papers, discarded metals, and electrical appliances are calculated by kilograms, and 1 kilogram can be exchanged for 1 point. The price of an abandoned vehicle is 5,000 to 10,000 points, depending on the performance and damage of the vehicle. But even so, there are still a lot of points that can be exchanged. Before leaving the southern base, Su Yin, Tu Yu, and Quan Feng were busy preparing to go to Cheongnan for rescue. In order for their companions in the base to eat well and survive, they had to work hard to collect various things that could be exchanged for points. Sister Manager, I'm curious, are those things you collect really useful? Xie Yurwan couldn't help asking Chen Wenjie one day. I can understand that you collect zombie crystal cores, but what are the zombie corpses and those discarded things for? Of course, those things disappeared after being put into the input port, and she could understand that there was also a large space here like the space ability people. But what is the use of recycling those things? Of course it is useful. Qin Wenjiu smiled and said, for example, the corpses of zombies and the corpses of mutant animals and plants can be processed into fertilizer or nutrient soil after purification. This fertilizer allows you to grow crops. Qin Wenjiu said, fertilizer suitable for your current environment. Xie Yurwan widened her eyes in surprise. Sister Manager, are you serious? Sister Manager, are you serious? Are there really nutrient soil and fertilizer that can be grown in our current environment? Lu Yunqing next to him also came over and asked. There should be, but our hotel doesn't have it yet, Chen Wenjiu said with a smile. She was also curious about why the hotel wanted to exchange these things at first, and later she knew that the hotel system could process these things and then sell them to other guests. For example, the corpses of zombies and mutant animals and plants can eliminate and purify the viruses on them, and then process them into materials that can be planted. As for other things, they can still be used after processing. Sister Manager, when can I buy these things? Xie Yurwan asked. I don't know. Qin Wenjiu shook his head and said, you know that our hotel doesn't even provide accommodation services right now. So disappointed. Xie Yurwan and Lu Yunqing had the same disappointed look on their faces. They really wanted something to grow. Now most of the land and water sources have been contaminated by the zombie virus, and many of them have tried to grow food and vegetables, but have not succeeded. Now Wenjio's hotel has this method, but I don't know when I can buy it. It's really disappointing. Don't worry, it will be available after a while. Chen Wenjiu smiled. How long is a while? Not sure. Although Lu Yunqing and Xie Yuan were disappointed, they were still enthusiastic to collect more things to exchange for points. Qin Wenjiu looked at everyone's good mood and checked the back-end interface of the hotel. The popularity has reached 30, and the points have been earned. You have to know that Su Yin, Tu Luo and others tried very hard to find various things to exchange points in order to exchange food for their companions in their hometown. After exchanging the points, they bought a lot of food and sent the food back to their hometown. In this way, almost all the points were spent in the hotel. Qin Wenjiu earned a lot of points during this period, which means that her popularity did not increase so fast, otherwise she could have unlocked the second floor at once. Qin Wenjiu first unlocked the sofa on the first floor. Originally, there was a reception area or rest area in the lobby on the first floor, which can now be unlocked. 30 points can unlock the lobby sofa, and only 1,200 points are needed to add a set of beautiful soft sofas. The sofa is a set, a long sofa, a double sofa, and 2 single sofas, as well as a coffee table, a water dispenser, and a set of cabinets for storing various teas. Qin Wenjiu took a look and found that there was only a water dispenser, teacups, tea leaves, etc. in this sofa lounge area, and nothing else. What snacks or desserts to go with the tea? That's not the case. After Qin Wenjiu unlocked the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, she wanted to lie down on the soft sofa, but she was the only one at the front desk, so she had to stay there. Dr. Qin, Dr. Qin. Qin Wenjiu leaned over the front desk and shouted to Qin Xian at the door of the medical room. What's wrong? Qin Xian asked in confusion. Dr. Qin, can you come and help me receive guests? I take a break, Qin Wenjiu said. Qin Xian, wearing a white coat, walked out with a smile, looked at it and said, you are sometimes very busy here. How can I have time to watch the front desk for you? Qin Xian leaned against the door frame of the medical room, with his hands in his pockets, and said, maybe you can try to see if you can get the front desk staff out? Get the front desk staff out? Qin Wenjiu thought this was feasible. You know, she had already got the chef and the doctor out, so the front desk staff should be able to do it too. She had already added sofas to the lobby, so she should be able to get the front desk staff out, right? Thinking of this, Qin Wenjiu's hand began to get restless to draw a card. Who can refuse to draw a card? Anyway, she couldn't refuse Qin Wenjiu. Even though most of the cards she drew were ordinary cards of various supplies, she felt that with her Krypton Gold ability, she would definitely be able to draw out new employees. What you said makes sense. I can try to see if I can draw out the new employee card first, Qin Wenjiu said excitedly. Qin Xian looked at her excited look and shook her head with amusement, but did not stop her. Although Qin Wenjiu was already in her 20s, she still felt that she was like a child when she looked at her, and she would unconsciously pamper and indulge her. Alas, who made her just a simple girl who had just graduated from school when she first met Qin Wenjiu? Now she still treats her as a simple and ignorant child. Chapter 20. The income of Wenjiu's hotel has been very good these days. It only costs 1,200 points to unlock the sofa in the lobby, and there are still a lot of points left. Qin Wenjiu looked at the balance of her account and generously made a tindrel. Storybooks, magazines, medicine boxes, soap, pillows. Qin Wenjiu couldn't help but grit her teeth when she saw the things that came out of the first tindrel. She already had a lot of these things. Qin Wenjiu made another tindrel, and then she won newspapers, laundry detergent, eco-friendly boxes and other things. In fact, the eco-friendly box is still very useful. The takeaway box in the restaurant is the eco-friendly box she drew. It can be used to pack food, and its material is degradable and environmentally friendly material. This degradable and environmentally friendly material can be degraded in just 2 years, and will not cause environmental pollution. The size of the eco-friendly box depends on how it is used. Anyway, the size of the eco-friendly boxes drawn by Qin Wenjiu is the same. Qin Wenjiu drew several 10 in a row, and he had drawn 99,999 eco-friendly boxes, but the new employee's card was still nowhere to be found. All my hands are so black, my face is so black. Qin Wenjiu lay on the front desk counter and wailed dejectedly. She had always had good luck before. Why was it so difficult for her to draw the target she wanted this time? Luckily, she had saved a lot of money before, which could be exchanged for a lot of points. Otherwise, with her winning rate, she really couldn't draw other employees. If she didn't have so much money as a backing, she would definitely not be able to draw the chef of the hotel restaurant. So how could the hotel run? Qin Xian, who was watching from the side, looked at her venting with amusement, patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay, where there is a will there is a way, you have to persevere." Wow! I have spent thousands of points, but still didn't win the employee card. Chen Wenjiu said helplessly. Try again. This is the only way. Chen Wenjiu said weakly. What can she do? What can she do if she can't win the employee card? Chen Wenjiu drew another 10 in a row, and her eyes lit up when she saw a certain card. I won the employee card, Chen Wenjiu said happily. Oh! Shin Xian was surprised. I won it so quickly. Chen Wenjiu happily turned over the card, and when she saw the employee introduction on it clearly, her expression froze instantly. What's wrong? Shin Xian looked at her expression in confusion, wondering which employee she had won and why she looked like that. Chen Wenjiu said helplessly, I won the employee card at the express station. Oh! Who is it? Shin Xian asked curiously. Yuan or Yuan? Chen Wenjiu said. Yuan or Yuan? Shin Xian couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was it the Yuan or Yuan who greeted guests in the lobby of their hotel? Yuan or Yuan is amazing. It's not just the front desk, it's also an employee of the express station. Chen Wenjiu said. Yuan or Yuan is still the front desk after all. Didn't she just save you? Shin Xian said with a smile. Chen Wenjiu reluctantly used the employee card, and soon there was a 160 centimeters tall giant panda-shaped robot in front of her and Shin Xian. Good morning, store manager. After the giant panda robot turned on, it greeted Chen Wenjiu politely. Good morning, Yuan or Yuan. Chen Wenjiu also greeted him. What can I do for you? Come and help me entertain the guests. If there are guests who want to send something at the express station, you can go over and help. Just ask me to come to the front desk. Chen Wenjiu said. Okay, store manager, I got it. Yuan or Yuan said. Yuan or Yuan really looks like a very solid and fluffy giant panda. At 1.6 meters tall, he is taller than Chen Wenjiu. But Chen Wenjiu was not afraid of it, and couldn't help hugging the giant panda and rubbing against it. Yuan or Yuan's giant panda's appearance is finalized. After so long, it still hasn't changed its appearance, and its fur is real, and it feels soft and different from the real giant panda. The fur of a real adult panda is very hard, but Yuan or Yuan's fur is soft, almost as soft as the fur of a young giant panda. Chen Wenjiu hugged Yuan or Yuan and said, Yuan or Yuan, the work of welcoming guests and sending express delivery depends on you. Okay, don't worry, manager. Yuan or Yuan assured. Chen Wenjiu gave the front desk seat to Yuan or Yuan, and then she happily ran to the sofa area to lie down. After standing for most of the day, it was really comfortable to lie on the sofa. Since the sofa in the lobby lounge area was exchanged for popularity and points, its function is of course to relax and relieve fatigue. Chen Wenjiu lay on the long sofa, lazy and didn't want to move. Drink giant panda? A guest just opened the door of the hotel and saw a 160 centimeters giant panda at the front desk, and was immediately startled. Welcome. Yuan or Yuan's deep and magnetic male voice sounded. This voice is really intoxicating, and the voice that is more pleasant than the top voice actors is really mind-blowing. After hearing this voice, the frightened guest couldn't help but exclaimed again, the giant panda has become a spirit? Yuan or Yuan, hello, guest, I am not a giant panda spirit, I am a robot. The guest was surprised to hear what Yuan or Yuan said. Robot? Really? Guest, haven't you seen a robot like me that looks like a giant panda? Yuan or Yuan asked. The guest, I have. It was already 2099 before the end of the world. Technology was developing very rapidly. How could there not be robots? Before the end of the world, the most popular thing was various robot pets. Many people couldn't keep their favorite pets because of fur allergies. But with the mechanical pets, they can raise all kinds of pets they have long wanted to raise. However, the guest did not expect that Wenjiu's hotel would use a giant panda-shaped robot to serve as the front desk to entertain guests. Dear guest, is there anything you need? Do you want to eat in our hotel restaurant or send a package at the express station? Yuan or Yuan asked politely. I want to eat, the guest said. Welcome, please come in, guest. When the guest came in, she kept looking back at Yuan or Yuan. She also wanted to hug the panda. This panda was so cute. Even though it was just a robot, she wanted to hug it. The guest quickly saw Chen Wenjiu lying on the sofa and went over to him and said, Manager, you have a robot employee in your store? And one that looks like a panda? Yes, it just started working, Chen Wenjiu said. It's so cute, isn't it? The guest said, Manager, can I hug this panda? No. Chen Wenjiu refused. Please don't harass our hotel staff. Chapter 21. Although it is the end of the world now, many animals have gradually mutated, and humans will tremble at the sight of large animals. But this does not include giant pandas. Humans really like giant pandas, especially the Yin people, whose love for giant pandas is really engraved in their bones. The appearance of Yuan made the guests of the hotel very happy, and they all liked to get close to Yuan and talk to it. Who doesn't like such a cute, round giant panda robot that can speak human language? Anyway, these people in the southern base like Yuan very much. Manager, we are here to buy something. Yuan greeted Chinwenjiu enthusiastically as soon as she entered the hotel. Of course, she did not forget to greet Yuan. She also liked Yuan very much. Chinwenjiu glanced at Yuan and her team. It seemed that a few more powerful space ability users came, and they should be stocking up some food. Are you going out? Chinwenjiu asked. Yes. Yuan nodded and said, Manager sister, you should have heard what Suyin said before, that someone over there did something abominable, right? Chinwenjiu nodded. Xiongnan is her hometown. If someone there does something like this, Chinwenjiu certainly can't sit back and watch. Chinwenjiu smiled and said, Are you going to support the survivor base in Xiongnan? Yes. Yuan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Chinwenjiu paid for some food at the south base out of her own pocket, and sent a lot of food to the Yunting base. The cost of these foods was all from her account. I just hope that the people from the south base can go faster, so that the casualties in Xiongnan will not be so serious. Chinwenjiu frowned. She also wanted to help her hometown, but the system stipulated that she could not interfere too much in these matters. Even if she went out to kill zombies from time to time, it was just a small fight. If she left the hotel and went directly to Xiongnan to help kill the scum, who took advantage of his power to feed humans to mutant animals, it would be excessive intervention. Chinwenjiu could only hope that the people from the south base could arrive earlier. The south base was ready to go quickly. They had large aircraft. The reason why Su Yin and her team were thrown across the strait by the space power users was because their aircraft and flying cars were either scrapped or controlled by that bastard base, so they couldn't come here by transportation. Now the south base has to rescue Yunting base and other bases in Xiongnan, so they have to start large aircraft. Fortunately, it is not too far to fly from the south base to the Yunting base. The people on the aircraft can resist the mutant birds and insects that are causing trouble by being alert. Since the end of the world, the mutant birds, bats, insects, etc., seem to regard the sky as their own territory. If humans dare to fly into the sky, they will definitely be besieged. This time, in order to save people, they can't care so much. On the aircraft to the Yunting base in Xiongnan, Su Yin, Tu Yu, Quan Feng and others looked at the sky outside, looked at the high-rise buildings in the city that were retreating, and prayed that the situation in their hometown would be better. Don't worry, everyone has received the express we sent, they will be fine. Quan Feng comforted the two female colleagues. Although that's what I said, they must have had a hard time. Su Yin frowned. I hope the base commander and the others can hold on. Yao Fiki, that bastard, really deserves to be cut into pieces. Su Yin cursed. The guy who wanted to unify Qiong Island, dominate Qiong Island, and raised a mutant animal that eats people was called Yao Fiki. I heard that before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary gangster. He was in his 30s and had no income. He was just a person who just lived a simple life. After the end of the world, he did not awaken his superpowers for a while, but he found a mutant dog as a backer and survived. Later, he awakened his superpowers and cooperated more closely with the man-eating mutant dog. Su Yin and the others did not expect that the other party and the mutant dog would sweep across Qiongnan Island in less than half a year and almost wipe out all the other survivors' bases. Yao Fiki will pay the price, Tu Yu said, holding Su Yin's hand. While the three people from Qiongnan were talking, the people from the southern base were holding a meeting on how to win this victory and how to save people. Yao Fiki is almost breaking through level 2 now. I don't know when he became a level 3 mutant. And the mutant dog next to him is already level 3 and almost level 4. It's very difficult to deal with. Xie Yulan frowned and said, the most difficult thing is this mutant dog. He has eaten people. It's as difficult to deal with as dealing with zombies. Also, if we solve the problem of Yao Fiki and his mutant dog companion, how should we deal with the situation in Xiongnan? Lu Lingfeng blinked and said, hey, we are just going to rescue. The reconstruction problem after solving the enemy will be left to the people in Xiongnan base to worry about. Although Lu Lingfeng has an uncle who is the head of the base and his father is also a politician, he really doesn't want to worry about these problems. He only wants to fight now, so don't ask him for other things. Xie Yulan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He ignored Lu Lingfeng and talked to the captains of other special teams. Everyone was talking about the battle plan along the way. Soon the aircraft arrived at Qiong Island and went straight to Yunting base. Yao Fiki, who was surrounding Yunting Base, thought it was the same aircraft as before, just an aircraft that came to deliver express delivery. But soon he found out that something was wrong. This aircraft was too big. It seemed to be a manned aircraft. "Hey Yao Fiki, you jerk, your father is here to kill you." Yao Fiki didn't have time to get angry when he was attacked by a series of sharp wind blades. He was startled and dodged subconsciously. Yao Fiki was able to almost destroy all the bases in Cheongnan in just half a year, which shows that he is not a waste. Lu Lingfeng's wind blade attack really didn't cause any scars on him. Not even his clothes were torn. TSK, he is indeed a capable man. Seeing that his attack failed to hit, Lu Lingfeng said a little unhappy. No matter what, he is still a person. Although he is not a good person, if he didn't have the ability, how could he have the status he has today? Xia Yulan said, as he jumped off the aircraft. Hee. Be careful. Other people appeared around Lu Lingfeng, and Xia Yulan one after another, and reminded them not to be hurt by the enemy because of quarreling. Chapter 22. Yao Fiki is a man who cherishes his life very much. The reason why he surrounded Yunting Base, but did not attack it by force, was because he was worried that if he attacked by force, he would not be able to capture Yunting Base, and would lose himself. Who would have thought that Yunting Base would actually find help? Yao Fiki wanted to be a local emperor in Cheongnan, so of course, he had to find out about things other than Cheongnan, and the official base closest to Cheongnan. As soon as he saw the badges on the other party, Yao Fiki knew that they were from the southern base. Southern base? Why are you meddling in other people's business? This is our Cheongnan's business. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? Yao Fiki was beating and cursing. This is not just Cheongnan's business. This is the business of all mankind. Lu Lingfeng was beating and saying, besides, Cheongnan is also part of Yin country. We are all Yin people. What's wrong with us helping Yin people? You, a scumbag, dare to attack humans. We are all human survivors. So of course we should help each other and help each other. Bastards. Yao Fiki gnashed his teeth as he looked at the group of superpowers coming down from the aircraft. Woof. When Yao Fiki was besieged by the superpowers from the southern base, Su Yin and Tu Luo and the others also returned to the base. Of course, they joined forces with other people in the base to fight their way out. With help, they would definitely deal with Yao Fiki and his group of scum. Zhao Yunting and the others had been holding back their anger for a long time. Now that they had help and enough food, they would definitely fight back. As a result, when the group of people were fighting fiercely, Yao Fiki's partner, the man-eating mutant dog, ran out. Woof. The mutant dog ran over while barking wildly. It was not friendly to any human it met on the road, whether it was an enemy or a friend. It even opened its mouth wide and bit everyone it saw. The blood in its bones had been triggered. After eating a human, it certainly could not restrain itself. As a mutant animal, this mutant dog did not have the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Even Yao Fiki had to coax it well before it would cooperate. Seeing this scene, the mutant dog was particularly excited and opened its mouth to eat people. Help. A mutant in Yao Fiki's team was bitten by a mutant dog accidentally, and was caught off guard and quickly had half of his arm bitten off. Oldly, be careful. Seeing his companion's arm bitten off by the mutant dog, his companions were scared, but still wanted to save him. Boss, leader, save Oldly, boss. Seeing this, Oldly's companion hurriedly shouted to Yao Fiki. This mutant dog doesn't listen to anyone except Yao Fiki occasionally. They really hope Yao Fiki can take care of it. But Yao Fiki doesn't think he needs to take care of it. Now he is surrounded by people, and has no time to take care of the mutant dog. As for the mutant dog eating people? So what? It's not like they haven't eaten people before. So what if they eat people in their own team? Anyway, for Yao Fiki, except for his own life, other people's lives are worthless. Boss, help me. Woof. The mutant dog became even more excited. After it rushed into the battlefield, it attacked indiscriminately, which frightened many people. Boss. Yao Fiki pretended that he could not hear anything. He could not hear the wailing and calls for help from his own people. He could not hear the excited voice of the zombie dog. TSK, TSK, TSK. So cruel and cold-blooded. Lu Lingfeng was really amazed to see such a scene. Even a scum like Yao Fiki actually had people following him. Oh, Lu Lingfeng could also figure it out. Maybe it was birds of a feather flocked together. Those who followed Yao Fiki were not necessarily good people. Now they were eaten by the mutant dogs they raised. That was simply retribution. What was there to save? Ah, boss, save me. Woof. The mutant dog excitedly tore a psychic in its team to pieces, and then excitedly targeted other psychics. This time, the mutant dog was stimulated to disobey Yao Fiki's words. Or Yao Fiki was restrained and failed to appease the mutant dog in time, so it went on a killing spree. Because the mutant dog could not distinguish between friend and foe, Yao Fiki's team was a little chaotic. As a result, their morale dropped, and they were easily killed by the people from the Yunting base. Yao Fiki was indeed very strong, and he had a mutant dog by his side. That incident was a sweep across southern Xiong. But this time, many good players came to the southern base. They joined forces to besiege Yao Fiki and the mutant dog. Although it took some time and energy, they were able to kill him. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The mutant dog was finally killed by everyone, and Yao Fiki was also killed. Of course, no one in Yao Fiki's team would show mercy. After all, there are many innocent people's blood on the hands of these people. What's the point of keeping them alive? Let them kill more people? Yao Fiki was burned to ashes, but the mutant dog, Lu Lingfeng and others frowned at its corpse. What if you don't want to take this guy's body back? Lu Lingfeng really didn't want to take this man-eating thing back to exchange for money. Unlucky. Dig out the crystal core and burn the body. Xie Yulan frowned. In fact, he also disliked this mutant dog. He didn't want the space of the aircraft or the space power users in his team to be contaminated by this thing, so it was better to burn it. As for the meat of the mutant dog, this guy eats people. Yunting base already has a source of food, so why must we eat the meat of this man-eating guy? Or burn it? Zhao Yunting and the others took a look and agreed to burn the mutant dog. After everything was settled, Zhao Yunting and the others were very grateful to Xie Yulan, Lu Lingfeng, and the other power users in the southern base. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger, Zhao Yunting said sincerely. Well, it's because your people went to ask for help without any trouble that we came here. Lu Lingfeng waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. Xie Yulan and the captains of the other special power teams nodded, indicating that Lu Lingfeng was right. Zhao Yunting was really grateful to this group of people. After cleaning up the battlefield, he invited them to go to the Yunting base to rest. Now that Yao Fiki and the mutant dog have been dealt with, there are still follow-up problems that need their help. Yao Fiki and the mutant dog are very strong, but there are also many vicious guys in his team who are very strong, and they all need Lu Lingfeng and his team to deal with them. Zhao Yunting and his team can also deal with it, but they still have a lot of things to deal with. Qiongnan said it was a big deal, and she didn't know how many people Yao Fiki and his team had harmed. They need to investigate and solve these problems. I hope everyone is okay. Chapter 23. Ji Province, dozens of kilometers outside the South Base, a hovercraft drove towards the South Base. There were more than a dozen people in the car, men and women, big and small. Boss, do you really think that magical hotel mentioned in the South Base is real? The man who was driving the hovercraft asked. The hovercraft actually has an automatic driving function, but in order to save energy, they can only drive it themselves instead of driving it automatically. The man driving the car felt that their trip was really troublesome. Although their southwest base was also in the south, it was more in the west. It was very close to the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and the Himalayas. It was not easy to come to the south base. The head of the south base had sent a courier to the head of the southwest base, and then their base knew the news from the south base. They knew that the courier was a hotel called Warm Wine. The hotel restaurant actually has a lot of food. According to the south base, this hotel actually collects zombie crystal cores and corpses, as well as other mutant plants and animals, zombie plants and animals, and some discarded things to exchange for points, and then use the points to buy food. I heard that this hotel also has a lot of medicines, although they are only basic medicines, but the quantity is sufficient. The Southwest base was very excited after hearing this. They are all official bases, and they don't think that the South base is trying to cheat them. Everyone helps each other, and won't stab anyone in the back. The head of the Southwest base thought about it, and wanted to confirm it, so he sent a more elite superpower team from the Southwest base to check the situation. If the situation is true, then this superpower team will stay here in the future, work hard to kill zombies to earn points, and then give back to the Southwest base. Of course, the Southwest base is not all supported by this superpower team. They also work hard to collect materials that can be exchanged for points. Whether it's true or not, we have to go and take a look, Hua Tingjun said. After all, the southern base really took out a lot of food. We have to go and see where they got it from. Li Zan also said with a smile. That's true. In the back seat of the car, Guanya looked at her daughter and asked with concern, Nana, are you feeling unwell? No. Xiaona shook her head. The 5-year-old girl had matured a lot after experiencing the 2 years of the apocalypse. That's good. Guanya hugged her daughter and said, Nana, don't worry. When we get to the southern base, we can eat our fill by killing zombies. Yeah. Qiaonan nodded in response. The speed of the hovercraft was very fast. It took less than a second to reach the destination of dozens of kilometers. Even if there were various mutant animals attacking on the road, they were still solved by the members of the superpower team. According to the address, the group of people from the southwest base quickly found the hotel where Wenqiu was staying. Wow, is this the hotel? Qiana looked up at the lighted sign, and then looked around to see that there were no zombies around, and was very surprised. Let's go in and take a look. Hua Tingjun, the captain of this superpower team, said. Hua Tingjun walked in first, and the others followed closely. When they pushed open the door and went in, they were dazzled by the bright lights inside. It was clearly daytime now, but because the sky had been gray since the end of the world, the room was a little dark even during the day. Only those houses with large glass windows and glass doors are slightly brighter, but they are different from the brightness of the hotel lobby. The hotel lobby does not have very large glass windows and glass doors, but this hotel lobby is as warm and bright as the sun. Welcome. Yuan, who was guarding the lobby, came over and greeted the guests naturally when he saw the guests coming. Robot? The people of the Southwest Base Special Ability Team were surprised when they saw Yuan. Although the appearance of the giant panda is indeed very similar, it can be seen that it is a robot as soon as it opens its mouth. Mom, a robot. Qiaona pointed at Yuan and said, Yes, a robot. Guanya was also very curious about the situation of this store. She didn't expect that they actually used robots as employees, and they were robots with the appearance of giant pandas. Welcome, is this your first time? Yuan greeted several guests politely. Do you want to eat or send a package? Or do you want to see your injury in our hotel clinic? The doctor in our hotel clinic is very good. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go and see him. Your hotel can also treat patients? Guanya was surprised. She lowered her head and looked at her 5-year-old daughter. After thinking for a while, she said, Can I have a physical examination? Although their Southwest base also has healing ability users and people who were doctors before the end of the world, there are no instruments for full-body examinations. It would be great if she could give her daughter a full-body examination at the hotel. It should be possible. Yuan said, Dr. Qin in our medical room is very good. Hua Tingjun asked Guanya and Qiaona to enter their identity information. Of course, Qiaona's father Qiaolin also went with them. The family of 3 went for a physical examination first. After the others entered their identity information, they took out the zombie crystal cores they killed on the road to exchange for points, and also took out some scrap metal and the like. There were 2 space ability users in their team, so they could hold a lot of zombie crystal cores and scrap metal. Forget about the zombie corpses. Although they had 2 space ability users, they didn't want to stuff so many corpses into the space, so they might as well burn them on the spot. The group quickly split up into 2 groups. Qiaolin and Guanya took their daughter to the medical room for a physical examination, while the others went to the restaurant to eat and buy food to send back to the Southwest base. There are really delicious foods. Yin Shiyun looked at the ham sandwich and curry omelet rice on the restaurant menu and couldn't help swallowing. Manager, do you only have 2 kinds of food here? Chu Hong looked at the 2 dishes on the menu and looked at Chen Wenjiu, who was sitting next to the kitchen. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, Sorry, there are only 2 food supplies now. There will be more in the future. She has not drawn any other food cards yet, so she can only injustice the guests. She will draw more food in the future so that everyone can eat. In fact, Chen Wenjiu is a little annoyed. The food of their hotel staff can only be eaten by the food cards drawn, and nothing else can be eaten. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if Hizui is a super chef, what can he do? He can't cook anything without ingredients. Now the hotel system only provides ingredients for making sandwiches and curry omelet rice. Even if Hizui wants to use those ingredients to make other foods, it is limited by the system. She actually wants to eat other foods. After all, if you eat too much of a delicacy, you will get tired of it. Even if the chef who makes the delicacy is super good. Chapter 24. Manager, there are still too few types of food in your store. It would be better if there were more. A regular customer from the southern base said to Chen Wenjiu. We will try to adjust this. Chen Wenjiu smiled. Well, Captain, this sandwich is so delicious. Yin Shiyun took a bite of the sandwich and said happily to Hua Tingjun. Hua Tingjun nodded. Before the end of the world, Hua Tingjun went abroad to study for several years. When he was abroad, he often ate various Western food and Western-style meals, such as hot dogs, sandwiches, fried macaroni, and other foods. Because the Hua family is quite prominent, Hua Tingjun has eaten top-notch food, but he did not expect that the food in this hotel restaurant would be so delicious. Hua Tingjun can say with certainty that this sandwich is the best food he has ever eaten. Even though it is just a very simple food and the cooking method is not difficult, it is definitely better than all the food he has eaten before. Of course, this does not mean that this sandwich is better than the food of Yin country, but because the person who made the sandwich has good cooking skills. Not only is the sandwich delicious, this omelette rice is also absolutely beautiful. A beautiful girl next to him said, I still think the sandwich is delicious. I don't like curry very much. Yin Xian frowned. At this time, you still dislike curry? Chinemo looked at Yin Xian and said, That's right, food is so hard to come by now, why are you still picky? Qinli also echoed her sister's words. Yin Xian was besieged by the twin sisters, and helplessly turned around and ignored them. He should just enjoy the food and not provoke these two tough sisters. Chinemo and Qinli smiled at each other, and happily enjoyed the delicious curry omelette rice. Qin Wenjiu looked at the group of new guests, thought about it, and secretly took out her mobile phone to draw cards. She didn't believe that she couldn't draw new things. In the first 10 consecutive draws, Qin Wenjiu looked at the environmental protection box, duck life ring, laundry detergent, sleeping earplugs, soap and other items in silence. The above items are what she drew 10 consecutive draws, and some of the items are repeated. So she did the second 10 draw, and once again drew out the remaining cup of tea, storybook, lemonade, and pillow. She drew out all the items in the 15 card pools, including first aid kits, magazines, scented powder, tableware, bear dolls, newspapers, etc. Qin Wenjiu looked at her hands. She had drawn 100 times this time, but she only drew 15 ordinary items. Not to mention the food card, she didn't even draw out the furniture card. Qin Wenjiu gritted her teeth. She didn't even draw out the furniture upgrade card for the restaurant, and she didn't draw out any new food cards. Qin Wenjiu was very unhappy, and once again came to draw 100 times with her wealth. What disappointed her was that she still didn't draw a food card. Instead, she drew a furniture card, and it was a furniture card for the restaurant. It was limited to furniture used in the restaurant. For example, the furniture card she drew was a dining table and chairs, which could be placed for guests to sit down and eat. Qin Wenjiu was helpless. When would her food card be drawn? Furniture card, if you can, give her a level 3 kitchen furniture upgrade card. Qin Wenjiu won a lot of basic items again, spending more than 80,000 points in total, and drew 500 times before she won a food card. Prawn ramen. The fresh prawn tempura paired with the traditional clear soup ramen, I love it best with a steamed egg. Qin Wenjiu raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw the introduction of this food card. This prawn ramen should be delicious? Of course, she believed in Hizui's craftsmanship. Qin Wenjiu used the food card and said something to Hizui. Can we make new food? After hearing what Qin Wenjiu said, Hizui opened the cabinet where the ingredients were stored, and indeed saw the ingredients that could be used to make prawn ramen. For example, prawns, spices, and flour. Put prawn ramen on the menu later, Hizui said to Qin Wenjiu. Qin Wenjiu made an okay gesture to him, and then said happily, make me a bowl first. She was tired of eating sandwiches and curry omelette rice these days, and she urgently needed prawn ramen to change her appetite. Hizui smiled at her and nodded. If you want to make prawn ramen, you have to prepare the noodles first. Hizui is a perfect chef, so of course he has to make the noodles himself, which means more preparation. But Hizui doesn't care, because everything can be solved with his kitchen skills and technology. For example, the half an hour to an hour it takes to wake up the noodles, he can use the kitchen skills, that is, the formation method, to solve it. Or put it in the dough proofing machine, so that the dough proofing work that takes half an hour to an hour can be completed in just 1 minute. While Hizui was proofing the noodles, he prepared the shrimps. He peeled the shrimp shells, and removed the shrimp threads himself. When he was busy, his movements were smooth and fast but not messy. In less than 20 minutes, Hizui made a bowl of shrimp ramen and placed it in front of Qin Wenjiu. Try it. Hizui smiled at her and said, Qin Wenjiu nodded happily, picked up a large shrimp tempura with chopsticks and took a bite. The large shrimp tempura tasted great, crispy on the outside, and it didn't affect its taste even though it was placed on the soup noodles. The shrimp meat inside was tender, not dry or hard at all, and the shrimp meat was tender, chewy and delicious. Qin Wenjiu quickly finished a large shrimp tempura, and then tasted a mouthful of noodle soup. The traditional clear soup tasted very fresh and delicious. This was not a clear water noodle cooked with pure water, but a clear soup noodle made with broth. The soup base, which looks tasteless, is actually very fresh and fragrant, and the ramen is also chewy and very tasty. When Shinwenjio slurped the shrimp ramen, other guests in the restaurant also saw it. Manager, what are you eating? Ramen? Manager, you are eating ramen? Manager, do you sell this ramen? Does the restaurant have ramen ready to eat? Manager, can I order a ramen size? The guests couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw Shinwenjio eating so deliciously. They had just eaten, but they were still greedy now. This prawn ramen looks really delicious, they can't help it. Shinwenjio heard what the guest said, chewed the noodles in his mouth, nodded and said, sure, we have added prawn ramen to the menu. Prawn ramen is 18 points per bowl. Chef He, I want a bowl of prawn ramen. Chef He, I want a bowl too. Chef He. The guests rushed over to order, they also wanted to eat the super fragrant prawn ramen. The bowl that the store manager ate was really fragrant, they couldn't resist such a fragrant taste. Chapter 25. Noodles Mom, I want noodles too. After having her body checked, Xiao Na came to the restaurant with her parents, and watched everyone eating prawn ramen. She couldn't help but pull her mother's clothes and said, Dad, I want noodles. Xiao Na also pulled her father's clothes, and said coquettishly, Xiao Na is only 5 years old this year. Although she seems more mature than children in peacetime because she lives in the end times at a young age, her parents love her, so she is also a little willful. She also knew that she could eat the food in this restaurant, so she could act like a spoiled child to her parents so unscrupulously. Nana, do you want to eat noodles? Guanya looked at her daughter, who was 5 years old but had no baby fat, and felt very distressed. She lowered her head and kissed her daughter's forehead and said, okay, our family will eat this ramen. Xiaolin looked at his wife and daughter, asked them to find a place to sit, and he went to order the food. Xiaolin, come on, Nana, come on, the food here is really delicious. When Yan Xiyan saw the Qiao family of 3, he waved and greeted them excitedly. I tell you, this ramen is really delicious. The chewy noodles are really delicious. This prawn tempura is also very delicious. The soup base is also very fragrant, not very greasy, very light but very delicious, so delicious. The prawn tempura was soaked in the noodle soup for a while, but it did not affect the crispness of its skin. It still tasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Although the prawn tempura is fried, it is not greasy at all. It is even more complementary with the light but fragrant soup base. This was Yan Xiyan's second bowl of noodles. Otherwise, he would not have had the energy to greet the Qiao family. He just remembered to eat hard. Look at the other members of their team. They were so busy eating that they could not even lift their heads. They did not notice the Qiao family coming in. Uncle Xiyan, is this noodle really delicious? Xiao Na ran to Yan Xiyan and asked while looking at the noodles in front of him. Of course it is very delicious. Yan Xiyan said with certainty. He picked up a noodle and fed it to Xiao Na saying, try it. It is delicious. Xiao Na started eating with the chopsticks he handed over. A noodle was not very long, but she ate it very happily. This noodle was really delicious. Xiao Na's eyes were shining, and she looked very happy. It's so delicious. After Xiao Na finished eating a noodle, she was even more looking forward to the noodle she would eat later. Okay, Nana, I won't disturb your Uncle Xian's meal. Xiaolin held his daughter's hand and said, yeah. Xiao Na followed her father obediently, and waved before leaving to thank Yan Xiyan for giving her a noodle. Xiaolin brought his daughter to his wife's side, and the three of them found a seat at the restaurant bar, and sat down, waiting for the noodles to be served. Because there were more customers ordering, Hizui made the shrimp ramen much faster. After Xiaolin and the other 3 waited for more than 10 minutes, the noodles were ready. Because there were no waiters in the restaurant at the moment, Shinwenjio, the store manager, was also ordered by Hizui not to do the work of a waiter, so the customers had to pick up the food themselves. When Hizui prepares a meal, he will place it on the kitchen counter so that customers can take it directly. When taking the meal, just swipe the information card on the cash register, just like swiping the card when eating in the school cafeteria. Xiaolin went over and brought all 3 bowls of noodles, placing them one by one in front of his wife and daughter. Guanya and Xiao Na sniffed, and the expressions on the mother and daughter's faces were exactly the same. They exclaimed in ecstasy, it smells so good. Mom, I can't. Xiao Na looked up at her mother and said, she was a little distressed when she looked at the chopsticks next to the noodle bowl. She wanted to eat noodles, but she didn't know how to use chopsticks. Yes, Xiao Na didn't know how to use chopsticks. 2 years ago, she was only 3 years old, and she wasn't even 3 years old yet. She didn't go to kindergarten yet, and she ate with a spoon. As for the chopsticks for children, She had never used them. Xiao Na hadn't learned to eat by herself when the end of the world came. The food she ate afterwards was basically not a proper meal, and she didn't need chopsticks. So now when it comes to eating noodles with chopsticks, Xiao Na doesn't know how to use them. Nana. Guanya then remembered that before the end of the world, her daughter didn't know how to use chopsticks because of her husband, and the doting of the elders at home. Don't worry, go ask the hotel staff for a fork or children's chopsticks. Xiao Lin comforted his wife. Xiao Lin stood up again, and went to the kitchen counter to ask if there were forks or children's chopsticks. Qin Wenjiu nodded after hearing this and said, yes. Do you want a fork for eating noodles or children's chopsticks? Let's have a fork. Xiao Lin thought for a moment, and said that his daughter might not be used to using children's chopsticks, so he should give her a fork first. Okay. Qin Wenjiu handed Xiao Lin a fork for eating noodles, and watched him leave with a smile. She now understood the basics she had drawn, why there was a thing called tableware among the ordinary items. Because there were many people like Xiao Na who couldn't use chopsticks, and these tableware could be packed with the guests when they packed their food. Of course, there are tableware in the restaurant. If customers dine in the restaurant, they will basically not lack chopsticks or spoons, ladles, etc., but forks, children's chopsticks and other tableware are basically tableware supplies drawn by Qin Wenjiu. This thing is still very useful. She was confused before. Why did she get such a tableware card when she drew the card, when the restaurant obviously had tableware? Xiaolin returned to her seat with a fork and gave it to her daughter. Okay, Nana can eat noodles. Joanna nodded and took the fork. She waited for her father to come back before she started eating. She didn't eat the shrimp tempura in the bowl when her father went to get her fork. Joanna took the fork, poked the shrimp, picked it up and took a bite. Half of the shrimp was soaked and didn't make a crackling sound when bitten, but the skin of the other half was still crispy and still made a crackling sound. Joanna's eyebrows flew with joy when she heard this subtle sound, and then she was attracted by the fragrance in her mouth. The sweet and delicious shrimp meat, the not salty and not bland skin is just right. The 5-year-old Xiao Na was fascinated by this fried food. No one can refuse fried food. Fried food is really delicious. And the shrimp tempura made by Hizui is not greasy, and you want to eat more after eating one. There are 4 shrimp tempuras on a bowl of shrimp ramen, and Xiao Na ate all 4 shrimps in one breath. While eating, she swung her short legs that could not reach the floor, and shook her head happily. This shrimp is so delicious. Nana has never eaten such delicious food, and she wants to eat such delicious shrimp in the future. Chapter 26. Oh my god, this noodle is so delicious. Guanya couldn't help but praise it while eating the noodles. The prawns were delicious, and the noodles were also very delicious. She really liked the chewy texture of the hand-rolled noodles, which were chewy and tough, but not hard to chew, and had just the right texture. Guanya was from the Central Plains. She married far away in the southwest. Before the end of the world, technology was advanced, and transportation was also developed. Even if she returned to the Central Plains from the southwest, it would only take 2 or 3 hours. After marrying to the southwest for so many years, she really missed the noodles from her hometown. People in the southwest prefer rice noodles, but Guanya thinks they are a little different from noodles. She likes noodles more, and she likes noodles the most. The noodles made in the southwest are indeed not as good as those in her hometown, but she admits that the noodles she ate today are the best noodles she has ever eaten. It's so delicious, woo woo, I think of the noodles in my hometown. Guanya couldn't help but tear up while eating. She didn't know how her parents were doing back home. After the apocalypse, many communications and transportation were cut off. Although the flying car could continue to fly, the suspension train could no longer run. The flying car was okay for short distances, such as from the southwest base to the south base, but if it was farther, you had to be careful of large numbers of mutant birds, bats, and insects. Those things really dominated the entire airspace, and they would attack anyone who dared to fly. Short-distance flights can rely on the superpowers to resist those guys who dominate the airspace, but long-distance flights are not possible. After all, the number of mutant birds, mutant bats, insects, etc. is too large. So until now, Guanya has not returned to her hometown to take a look. Of course, her parents are still taken care of by her brother, so she is not too worried. And the southern base also has news from the central base, so Guanya can probably know that her parents are safe and not in any danger of life. Delicious. Xiaolin couldn't help but praise it. He is from the south, and he likes to eat rice and rice noodles more. He rarely eats noodles. When he was a child, he thought that eating noodles was not a full meal, but only a snack or a snack. It was only when he grew up that he regarded noodles as a full meal. But he still likes to eat rice and rice noodles more, and he rarely eats noodles. That is, his wife Guanya is from the Central Plains and likes to eat noodles, otherwise he would eat noodles even less. But this time, he found that noodles were really delicious, and he fell in love with eating noodles. The Chiao family of 3 ate very happily. Chiao Na was small and had a small appetite, but she insisted on finishing a large bowl of shrimp ramen, leaving nothing for her parents. At the end, there was still some noodle soup and a few noodles left, and Chiao Na couldn't eat any more. Her belly was bulging. "Nana, if you can't finish it, give it to Dad. You can't eat any more." Guanya saw her daughter's belly, and was so scared that she asked her to put down the fork and stop eating. What if her belly bursts? "It's delicious. I want to eat more." Chiao Na said eagerly, "This noodle is so delicious that she can't stop eating." "No." Guanya said seriously, "Your stomach is already bloated now. If you keep eating, you will get sick. And if you eat too much, you will vomit. Nana, do you want to vomit out the delicious noodles you ate?" Guanya asked. Chiao Na covered her mouth and shook her head. "No, no, Nana, don't vomit. She ate such delicious noodles. How could she be willing to vomit it out? What a pity." Although Chiao Na is small, she is also a person in the end times. She certainly knows that wasting food is a very shameful thing. How can such a rare and delicious food be eaten and then spit out? This is a waste of food. Nana is a good child and should not waste food. Then, Daddy will eat the rest. Chiao Na looked at the remaining noodles and noodle soup in the big bowl reluctantly. It was really a pity. She wanted to eat more. However, Nana's stomach could not hold any more. Chiao Lin did not dislike the few noodles and noodle soup left by his daughter. He ate the noodles in 2 bites and drank the soup in 1 breath. "How is it? This prawn ramen is delicious, right?" Yin Xian had also finished his second bowl of noodles, and was looking at Chiao Lin and the other 2 with a bulging belly. Chiao Lin, Guanya and Chiao Na all nodded, agreeing with what Yin Xian said. "Let me tell you, not only the prawn ramen is delicious, the curry omelette rice and sandwiches in this restaurant are also super delicious. I haven't eaten curry omelette rice, but others who have eaten it have praised this delicacy. But I have eaten that ham sandwich, it's super delicious." Yin Xian said, "By the way, I discovered one thing. Food can be transformed into energy to replenish our physical strength and supernatural energy." Yin Xian said, his stomach, which had originally eaten 2 ham sandwiches and 2 bowls of prawn ramen, went from a slightly bulging state to a deflated state. Yin Xian slightly lifted the hem of his clothes, patted his stomach with abdominal muscles and said, "Look, use supernatural energy to digest, the food you eat will be digested, and you won't get sick." When Chiao Na saw Yin Xian's expression, her eyes lit up. Then she learned to use her special powers to digest the food in her stomach, and she saw that her slightly bulging stomach also shrunk. Although Chiao Na was only 5 years old, she was a power user. At such a young age, she could lift more than 300 kilograms of weight. After Chiao Na digested the food, she looked at her father with bright eyes. "Dad, I want to eat more." Eat that sandwich." "Dad, I want to eat more." Chiao Na held her father's hand and said coquettishly, "Dad, I want to eat a sandwich." Chiao Lin and Guanya looked at each other, looked at their coquettish daughter, and then thought about the smile of the shrimp ramen they had just eaten, and nodded, "We will eat too." So Chiao Lin and Guanya ordered him sandwiches and curry omelette rice again. The 3 of them wanted to try all the dishes in this restaurant. Qin Wenjiu was watching the guests eating happily at the bar, and smiled slightly when he saw Yin Xian's words that the food would turn into energy after consumption. Let alone all kinds of apocalyptic novels, or novels about people in the apocalyptic world traveling to other worlds, where the superpowers rely on their superpowers to eat a lot and become big eaters. Hizui is a chef himself. The food made by the chefs is full of spiritual energy and energy. The food in their hotel restaurant is of course good for the human body, and can be transformed into superpowers to replenish the various energies needed by the body. The food in their restaurant can not only satisfy the taste buds and appetite, but also meet the superpowers needs to replenish energy. Isn't it great? Chapter 27. Jiuzhou Base. The news came that there is indeed a hotel next to the South Base, and that hotel can really provide a lot of food. When Jinning, the cousin of the base chief of Jiuzhou Base, and also a senior member of the base, reported the latest news to his cousin seriously. Jiuzhou Base is not far from the South Base, about 200 kilometers away. Different from the official South Base, Jiuzhou Base is a private base, a small base established by the base chief Wen Zhou and a group of people. Being able to build a private base within 2 years and being able to stay safe and sound so close to the southern base shows that Wonjo, the base commander, is very capable. After the news of the warm whining came out, Wonjo sent his cousin, Wen Jining, to investigate the authenticity of this matter. Now the investigation results show that this warm wine does exist. It is indeed magical, with a large amount of food, and you can also use various things that they think are useless to exchange for food. Brother, why don't I go to the southern base? Wen Jining looked at Wonjo and said, Yes. Wonjo nodded. Base commander, Miss Sunua is here to see you again. The door was knocked, and someone outside the door said. Wonjo frowned slightly after hearing this, and Wen Jining next to him also frowned. It was obvious that the two brothers had complicated feelings about this Sunua, but they didn't like her very much. Let her in. Wonjo restrained his expression and said. Wen Jining sat up straight when the door opened and the person named Sunua came in, looking serious. Sunua was stunned when she saw Wen Jining, but she still told him the purpose of her visit to Wonjo. Base commander, do you really believe that there is a lot of food in the southern base? Do you really believe that someone can exchange zombie corpses for clean food? Sunua asked. Sunua really didn't believe that zombie corpses could be used to exchange for food. What can zombie corpses do? Zombie corpses can only cause greater pollution and infect more people. Shouldn't this thing be burned after killing one? Why would someone collect zombie bodies? If the news from the southern base said that zombie crystal cores were exchanged for food, she would believe it. But what is a zombie body? How can it be exchanged for food? There are also abandoned vehicles, abandoned metal machinery, etc., which makes Sunua suspect that it is a scam of the southern base. Base commander, this news is obviously a lie. How can we believe it? Sunua said worriedly. Wonjo sat behind the desk, listening to Sunua's words. He said with a serious expression, Sunua, this news is true. The people we sent to the southern base have sent back the news. Although Wen Jining had just confirmed the news to him, it was okay for him to say this to Sunua. Sunua frowned. Base commander, do you really believe it? Why not? Wen Jining next to him said, the people we sent to the southern base have exchanged food and sent it back. Wen Jining took out a lunch box next to him and put it on the table, saying to Sunua, this is the food sold by the Wonjo Inn. Sunua was a little surprised when she saw the lunch box. When Wen Jining opened the lunch box and saw that it was actually hot noodles, her eyes widened. It smells so good. The prawn ramen smells so good that she can't help but swallow her saliva. It seems that Chingsong and the others did a good job. They sent back such delicious noodles. Wen Jining looked at the noodles, ignored his elder brother and Sunua, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The office was very quiet. Sunua and Wonjo were both high-level psychics with strong hearing. They could hear the crisp sound when Wen Jining bit into the prawn tempura. The crispy crackling sound was so tempting that Sunua couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Such fragrant noodles and prawns that sounded delicious, she really couldn't help it. Wonjo looked at his cousin eating with relish and couldn't help asking, is there no share for me? Did this guy forget that he was not only his cousin, but also his boss? Did he eat so much noodles that he forgot his existence? Wen Jining waved his hand. I only took one share, and the rest were taken away. The atmosphere in their Jojo base was still very active, so Wen Jining only grabbed a portion of prawn ramen after receiving the express delivery, and the rest were all taken away by others. Wonjo, Sunua couldn't help but move over and said, Aining, can you give me a bite too? Sunua and Wen Jining have been very ambiguous recently. They have known each other since the beginning of the apocalypse, and their relationship has made a little progress recently, and there is a little ambiguity. Sunua thought that since she and Wen Jining have such a good relationship, he should not be stingy to give her a bite of noodles, right? However, the result disappointed her greatly. No. Wen Jining refused without thinking. Sunua's eyes widened when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it. What did you say? I don't have enough to eat, so I can't share it with you. Wen Jining said in a very straight manly way. Sunua couldn't believe it even more. You know, they were quite ambiguous before, and Wen Jining would share some food with her when he found it, and he didn't hesitate to share it with her. But now, Wen Jining was unwilling to share a bite of noodles with her. Sunua wanted to get angry, but seeing how Wen Jining was eating, she wanted to know how delicious the noodles were, so delicious that Wen Jining was unwilling to give her a bite. Wonjo was also very curious. Wasn't his brother in love with Sunua? He knew that the relationship between the two was ambiguous, and he was still thinking that maybe they would confirm their relationship soon. Who knew that at this time, Wen Jining was unwilling to give even a bite of noodles to Sunua? Can such a brother really find a girlfriend? Will Sunua still agree to be his brother's girlfriend? But at this time, Wen Zhou's thoughts are so similar to Su Nua's. How delicious is this noodle? Is it so delicious that Wen Jining refuses to share it even at the risk of not having a girlfriend? Wen Jining, give me a bite. Su Nua smelled the delicious smell, and then saw Wen Jining eating so hard that she couldn't even lift her head, and she really couldn't help it. No! Wen Jining held the bowl to avoid Su Nua's action and refused righteously. Wen Jining, give me a bite, I will make you stir-fried cabbage next time. No, no. Wen Jining. Wen Zhou, who saw his brother's straight man behavior. Chapter 28. In less than half a month, most of the bases knew about the existence of Warm Wine Inn. Because the southern base is not only populated by locals from Ji Province, but also by people who come to Ji Province from all over the country to work. Most of them did not return to their hometowns after the end of the world, but stayed in Ji Province, in the southern base. Because Warm Wine Inn has opened the express delivery function, those outsiders who stayed in the southern base sent things to their relatives one by one. Whether it was a letter or food, or anything else they thought their loved ones needed, they would send it back. Because a letter was attached to the things they sent, the survivors from all over the country and the bases also got the news, and knew that there was a magical hotel in the south base. It was difficult for the bases in the north to come to the south base, but it was difficult for the southwest base, southeast base, east base, and central base, but they could still reach it. Qin Wenjiu upgraded the express delivery station when his family had a good income, so now the express delivery station has new functions. Manager, are you serious? If we send express delivery here, and the people there want to send things to us, can we directly hand it over to the smart courier? Lu Lingfeng asked in surprise. Lu Lingfeng and his friends came back after helping Qiongnan solve the problem of Yao Fiki. He was so happy to hear this good news when he just returned to the hotel. That's right. Qin Wenjiu nodded. Our new express delivery station service allows customers who are far away from our hotel to send express. Considering that most people are in the north, and it is difficult for them to come to our hotel for consumption, we have opened this new service. For example, Captain Lu, your parents are in the central base, right? It is difficult for your parents to come to our hotel for consumption, but you can buy various things from our hotel and send them to your parents. For example, the food and medicine in our hotel. Qin Wenjiu smiled at Lu Lingfeng and said, What do you think, Captain Lu? Lu Lingfeng nodded and said, Yes, you are right. What Lu Lingfeng is most worried about is his parents and twin brother at the central base. When the hotel first opened the express delivery station, he often sent express delivery to them. Now he can write to his twin brother and ask him to prepare various things that can be exchanged for points and let him exchange points, and then buy a large amount of supplies and send them to them. This way, it can also help the survivors of other bases, giving them motivation to kill zombies, zombie-like plants and animals, and find more supplies to exchange for food and other supplies. Lu Lingfeng quickly exchanged a large amount of food, such as the newly released prawn ramen, and bought all 3 kinds of food, spending almost all of his points. Of course, Lu Lingfeng also left points for express delivery, and then wrote a letter with the paper and pen he found when he swept F City, telling his parents about the new business of Wenjiu's Hotel Express Station. In this way, the cooperation between the southern base and the central base can also be launched. Of course, the cooperation with other bases can also be launched. Central Base. Lu Chaxian, Zhou Xueyu, there is your express delivery. Lu Chaxian, Zhou Xueyu, there is your express delivery. Once again, Lu Changxian was airborne to the spacious square of the central base and played a notification. He walked out helplessly and waited to receive the express delivery. Lu Changxian, identity confirmed, delivery of express delivery. After the aircraft confirmed Lu Changxuan's identity, it released the express delivery sent by Lu Lingfeng. Lu Chaxian looked at the pile of express meal boxes in front of him and thought of his son in the southern base. He was a little distressed about how hard he worked to have so many points to buy so much food. When he heard the broadcast that there was an express delivery from him, Lu Chaxian knew that his son must have sent them a lot of food again this time, so he found the space ability users in their base. Old Shin, please. Lu Changxian looked at a high-level space ability user in their base and said, Don't worry, I will put it away carefully. Old Shin gestured to him, and then put away the pile of food. Lu Changxian took the letter written by his son, read it carefully, and happily rushed to find the base leader of their central base. Old Lu, are you serious? Can we send express to the southern base? No, should I say to the hotel? According to Ling Feng, this is a new service at the courier station. When the aircraft sends a courier, We can hand it over the items we want to send and write down the address and recipient. According to Lu Lingfeng's letter, if they want to send a courier, they can just shout, "I want to send a courier to the courier," and it will come down to let people send the courier. Chu Yuni nodded and said, "Then next time someone sends a courier to our base, we will try to see if the service is real. Before that, we prepared all the things that need to be sent to the hotel." What else can be sent to the hotel? Of course, zombie crystal cores, zombie corpses, and mutant plants and animals, and the crystal cores and corpses of zombie plants and animals. There are also discarded old metals, discarded vehicles, discarded electrical appliances, discarded machinery, books, etc., all kinds of recyclable things. In addition to crystal cores and zombie corpses, all other things collected are things that can be recycled before the end of the world. Even plastics, cloth, and the like can be recycled. These things must be prepared, and when the next express delivery aircraft comes, they can send the things directly. Lu Changxian thought for a while, and said, "Our base must also send people to the southern base, and then they can contact the people in our base directly. Wouldn't it be better to contact Ling Feng directly?" Another senior executive said. "Ling Feng still can't represent our central base, nor can he represent the southern base to cooperate with our base," Lu Changxian said. If Lu Lingfeng were to do this, what if there was a dispute in the future? For the sake of his son and to avoid suspicion, Lu Changxian still thought it would be better for their base to send someone to the southern base again. Chu Yuni smiled and said, "We still have to discuss sending people to the southern base. Let's contact the southern base first. Contact Lu Chongwei and let him contact us more conveniently." Although Lu Chongwei is also Lu Chongshuan's relative, the other party is the base commander of the southern base, so this contact is more official. Lu Changxian also thought of his brother's identity, and felt that this contact with the base commander of the southern base would be more official, and would not involve his son. Others had no objection, but Lu Chongshuan's suggestion of sending their own people from the central base to the hotel still had to be considered. Chapter 29. The central base quickly started looking for people to send to the southern base to see if they could help purchase supplies from the warm wine inn as a collection point. "It's a long way from our base to the southern base, so be careful on the road," Chu Yuni solemnly told the special power team heading to the southern base. "Don't worry, if Lingfeng sends a courier next time, we will write to him and ask him to send a courier to Shufeng next time. This way, your team won't have to worry about food on the road. It's really too far from the central base to the southern base, but for the sake of the survivors of their entire base, they still have to send someone to check on the warm wine inn. Minglan, you are the captain of this team, and the safety of the team members is in your hands," Chu Yuni said solemnly to Chu Minglan, the captain of the superpower team. "Don't worry, base commander, we will definitely complete the task seriously," Chu Minglan said with a serious expression. Chu Minglan was a soldier before the end of the world, and he was from the top military branch. After the end of the world, he awakened his lightning and spiritual abilities, and now he is also a very strong psychic. Because he has rich experience in leading teams, the base will give Chu Minglan the captain of this mission. There are only 12 people in the psychic team going to the southern base this time, and they are all top psychics in the central base. There are many dangers along the way. If we don't send a stronger psychic, who knows if something will happen halfway? Although sending such a strong psychic to the southern base will weaken the current central base, that will not happen. The huge central base does not only have these 12 strong people, and the top leaders of the base also have strong psychic levels. For example, the base leader Chu Yuni is the strongest psychic in the base, otherwise how can he suppress other psychics? Of course, the top leaders of other bases are also very strong, such as those who were military personnel before the end of the world, and their awakened psychic abilities also rose faster after the end of the world. There are still many strong people in the base, so there is no need to worry that sending out 12 people will really weaken the combat effectiveness of the base. Lu Shufeng is also in the team going to the southern base this time. Lu Shufeng signed up to go there by himself. Lu Changxian and Zhou Xueyu both chose to trust their children. They are very safe here in the central base. Zhou Xueyu is still a researcher. Basically, she will not leave the scope of the base, and her safety is guaranteed. Lu Changxian will not have any safety problems either, and his combat effectiveness is still very strong. So they were worried about Lu Lingfeng in the south base. If Lu Shufeng went to the south base to join his brother, they, as parents, would be relieved. It is better for the two brothers to take care of each other than for one person to fight alone. Obviously, Lu Changxian and Zhou Xueyu forgot that the base commander of the south base is Lu Lingfeng's uncle. Chu Minglan took 11 team members, and got on the car to the South Base under the high expectations of the base's top management. Is that warm wine in really so magical? Is there really a lot of food? It should be true. After all, there are a lot of food in the express delivery during this period. The members of the superpower team in the car said, and remembered the taste of the food they had eaten before, and couldn't help swallowing. Those foods are really delicious. Especially the prawn ramen, it's really delicious. As a native of the Central Plains, Ning Ruo couldn't help swallowing again. When she thought of the taste of prawn ramen, she couldn't help drooling. Prawn ramen is really delicious. Everyone else agreed with Ning Ruo. I think curry omelet rice is more delicious, Ding Jiasen said. Jiasen, your taste is different from ours. Ning Ruo looked at Ding Jiasen and said, oh, by the way, you prefer rice. I'm really looking forward to that warm wine inn. I wonder if the restaurant in that inn will add a few more delicacies when we get there. It would be great if there was spicy soup, Wang Junyong also said. Yes, I haven't had spicy soup for a long time, I miss it so much. I think the chess piece biscuits are also very good. In fact, the rice noodle rolls are also good. All along the way, everyone was discussing what kind of food warm wine inn would have, and whether other food would be added when they arrived. As they talked about the food in their hometown, and the more they talked, the more greedy they became. It was really heartbreaking to think about it. This damn apocalypse, they can't eat all kinds of food. Lu Lingfeng didn't know that his twin brother and other superpowers in the central base had come. He was still diligently killing zombies and collecting various things that could be exchanged for points. Before the end of the world, Ji Province was one of the largest provinces with a very high GDP. Now that it is the end of the world, it is relatively easy to search for various wastes. City F alone is enough for the survivors of the southern base to search for a long time. Lu Lingfeng's special ability team searched for various supplies and zombies in City F. They came to a shopping mall one day and couldn't help but look up at this towering building. Before the end of the world, such a building was very lively, with all kinds of things inside to attract customers to come and consume. After the end of the world, it is easy for many zombies to take root in such places. Fortunately, F City is very close to the base of the South Base, and the superpowers of the South Base come here from time to clear the zombies. So there are not many zombies in such a building now, but it is unknown how many supplies they need are in it. Be careful, if there are fish that slip through the net in the building, it will be very dangerous. Lu Lingfeng said to his team members before getting off the car. You all pay attention to safety and be alert. Don't be hurt by the zombies that suddenly appear, understand? Lu Lingfeng instructed. Yes. The team members responded in unison. The members of the Fengxing ability team got off the car one after another and walked into the shopping mall. The building was very quiet, and their footsteps were very clear. After entering the mall gate, the group split up and acted with clear goals. They came here this time to collect materials that can be exchanged for points. Those abandoned and unusable electrical appliances, electronic products, books, clothes, etc. are all their collection targets. Lu Lingfeng and Yang Yu walked on the other side. They went to the floor where various furniture, such as pots, pans, and other items were sold. Although the building has been abandoned for 2 years, the various signboards are still good, so they can quickly find the place they want to find according to the signboards. Chapter 30. Lu Lingfeng and Yang Yuxing went to the 7th floor, where the electronic products were sold in this mall. There are really a lot of discarded electronic products. Lu Lingfeng looked at the various products on the shelves and thought for a while, the prices are really good. How expensive was a mobile phone or a smart computer in the past? But what about now? These discarded electronic products are sold at 1 point per kilogram. Sold by kilogram. Lu Lingfeng said. It's already very good, at least I can exchange it for points. Yang Yuxing said, otherwise, they are just left here and nobody cares about them. They have no value at all. You also said that mobile phones and smart computers were valuable in the past, but not now. Lu Lingfeng shrugged, that's true. Lu Lingfeng packed up the electronic products. They didn't have that many space ability users, so they found a big bag to pack things. Lu Lingfeng was putting these things that could be exchanged for points into the bag, and the next moment, he was pushed away, and then a sound suddenly rang out. Bang. After being pushed away, Lu Lingfeng quickly stabilized his body, and the knife in his hand quickly blocked the next wave of attacks. He did not forget to look at Yang Yuxing next to him. How are you? Lu Lingfeng was pushed away by Yang Yuxing, and he was a little embarrassed at the moment, but he was not injured. It's okay. Seeing that he was really okay, Lu Lingfeng looked at the thing that attacked them. Mutated? Rat? Lu Lingfeng was a little stunned when he saw the thing that attacked him and Yang Yuxing. It's a zombie chinchilla, Yang Yuxing said. Chinchillas look a bit like mice. Chinchillas are also known as golden rats, so they are actually animals of the family Rodentia. This chinchilla is very big, a bit like the big chinchilla in the animation 100 years ago. Although it is not taller than a human, it is also 50 centimeters tall. This chinchilla looks a bit decayed, with saliva flowing from its mouth and red pupils. This is obviously the appearance of a zombie animal. Zombie? Lu Lingfeng said irritably. Zombified animals are more difficult to deal with than mutant animals. Hasn't F-City already done many cleanup operations? How come there are still such powerful zombie chinchillas? Lu Lingfeng complained while fighting. Zombified animals and mutant animals are not immobile. They will always come from other places, Yang Yuxing said calmly. Lu Lingfeng uttered a lot of dirty words. The level of this zombie chinchilla was not low. At least it was at the peak of level 2, and was about to be promoted to level 3. Squeak. The chinchilla didn't feel any pain when being beaten by Lu Lingfeng and Yang Yuxing. How can a zombie feel pain? It just felt annoyed when it saw fresh flesh and blood but didn't get to eat it, so it cried. Old Yang, help me tie it up, Lu Lingfeng said. No problem, Yang Yuxing responded, and as an Earth-type superpower, he quickly used his superpowers, and a bunch of Earth chains appeared, tying up the chinchilla's limbs. Old Lu, hurry up, my Earth chains won't hold it for long. No problem. Lu Lingfeng also responded, holding up the knife and attaching the supernatural power to it, and slashed at the neck of the zombie chinchilla fiercely. Squeak. The zombie chinchilla screamed angrily a few times, and struggled to break free from the Earth chain when Lu Lingfeng attacked. Lu Lingfeng cursed again, and when he saw the chinchilla break free, he quickly turned a corner to avoid the attack of the chinchilla, and Yang Yuxing also rushed over on the other side. This chinchilla is powerful. The two of them could fight with the chinchilla freely, but they couldn't let the other party get close. If they were scratched or bitten, they would have to worry about whether they would be transformed into zombies. Squeak. Yang Yuxing and Lu Lingfeng cooperated well. Although this chinchilla was difficult to deal with, they solved it after half an hour. TSK. Lu Lingfeng dug out the crystal core of the zombie chinchilla and frowned. It took half an hour to earn 200 points. The corpse and crystal core of the zombie chinchilla that has not yet broken through to level 3 are only 200 points, which feels like a loss. Not bad, Yang Yuxing said. At least it's much better than collecting these things for us. Are you kidding? Although the price of these things is not high, I can collect hundreds of kilograms for you in half an hour, and you will get hundreds of points. Just this zombie chinchilla, I worked hard for half an hour, exhausted and in danger of my life, but I only earned 200 points. Lu Lingfeng said unhappily. Yang Yuxing shook his head, patted him and said, okay, pack up the things, and the body of the zombie chinchilla, and take it back to exchange for points. Yeah. Lu Lingfeng nodded. Lu Lingfeng and his team encountered zombie chinchillas, but the members of Fengxing team on the other side did not encounter zombies of too high a level. They only encountered a few scattered zombies of level 1 to level 2, which were easily dealt with. This group of people quickly collected a lot of things, and were surprised when they learned that the captain and the deputy captain encountered a zombie chinchilla that was almost level 3. It is indeed time to report to the base. There are indeed some higher level zombies, and mutant plants and animals around. After those dangers are cleared, some ordinary people in our base can come out to collect things and exchange for points. The south base is very close to Winchio's hotel, so the base hopes that ordinary people can come out to collect various things that can be exchanged for points, earn points, and exchange them for various supplies and food. The official base never keeps idle people, even ordinary people who have not awakened superpowers. They have to follow the training, at least they have to have the ability to protect themselves. Want to let the superpowers protect them all the time? Sure, use various supplies to exchange. Don't think about letting the superpowers protect them for free. Don't think the base can support them for free. Everyone has to support themselves with their own hands. Now there is a hotel not far from the south base that can exchange food, and maybe other supplies in the future. Ordinary people who have not awakened superpowers must also take action. That group of superpowers must be cheating again. What kind of abandoned rice cookers and abandoned cars can be exchanged for food now? Which idiot exchanged them? An ordinary person in the south base said unhappily. This ordinary person, who has not awakened his superpowers, is a pampered person at home. Before the apocalypse, he was the kind of person who could not do anything, and was the boss at home and let his family serve him. After the apocalypse, his family also protected him, so he survived in such a world as the apocalypse. He was very hostile to the superpowers and the top leaders of the base, and was deeply jealous. He felt that if he awakened his superpowers, he would definitely be more powerful than them. Now the base asked ordinary people to leave the base to collect things that can be exchanged for points. He thought that the top leaders of the base were deceiving people, and that the superpowers wanted to kill ordinary people. After all, ordinary people have no superpowers, and if they leave the base, they will be killed by zombies and mutant plants and animals if they are not careful. That's what he thinks. Chapter 31. Tan Songhai is an ordinary person in the southern base. He is 40 years old this year, and is still in his prime, strong and healthy. However, because he is not a superpower, he cannot do many things and can earn very little. Tan Songhai and his wife have been married for many years, and have only one daughter. Their daughter is only a teenager this year. The three of them are ordinary people, and have not awakened superpowers. Tan Songhai has 3 elderly people in his family. Tan Songhai's mother died of illness in her early years. Before the end of the world, he and his wife took care of the 3 elderly people. Now that the end of the world has come, they are still supporting the 3 old people. In fact, at the beginning, the 3 old people wanted to commit suicide so as not to add burden to the children. In such a world, how can these elderly people help? They can only cause trouble to the children. Tan Songhai is very fortunate that the southern base was established quickly, otherwise the 3 old people in his family would really commit suicide to avoid causing trouble to them. But to be honest, the burden on the Tan family is really heavy. Fortunately, the southern base is an official base, and the top management of the base is very good, otherwise Tan Songhai's beautiful wife and teenage daughter would be in danger. Tan Songhai's daughter Tan Lele is really beautiful. Although the 14-year-old girl is thin, her face is real, and you can tell at a glance how gorgeous she will be when she grows up. 14 years old is still very immature, but some people with low moral bottom line also covet Tan Lele. For example, the person who complained that the top management of the base wanted to kill ordinary people. Uncle Tan, are you really going out? If you leave the base, what if you run into danger? The young man said to Tan Songhai with a worried look on his face. Uncle Tan, Lele is so young, what if he gets into danger if he goes out with everyone? Why don't you let Lele stay at home? I can help take care of Lele. The man patted his chest and said, No need. Tan Songhai said coldly, We will take care of Lele ourselves. If this guy hadn't really done anything wrong, he would have beaten him up long ago. But Tan Songhai still hated the other party, and it was impossible for him to leave his daughter here for him to take care of. Songhai, the team is almost assembled, don't dawdle. Tan Songhai's father shouted at his son. Tan Lele held his grandmother's hand, not wanting to see the guy who couldn't change his lazy nature even in the end of the world. Songhai, let's go. Tan Songhai's wife Liangyan said to her husband that they had to hurry to the assembly point, and then everyone would go out together to collect things in exchange for supplies. Tan Songhai was too lazy to bother with that guy, so he took his wife, daughter and 3 elders to the assembly point of the base, and set off with the main force. There were quite a few survivors in the southern base, and there were also many people going out in batches. This time, Tan Songhai's team had 300 people. After getting on the hovercraft, they quickly arrived in F City, and then everyone divided into groups to collect supplies. Mom, can this also be exchanged for points? Tan Lele pointed to the shared bicycles on the street, and asked her mother. Yes, in 2099, there are still shared bicycles on the streets, and electric bikes have also become shared. The rows of shared bicycles and shared electric bikes on the streets are now abandoned. Even if the electric bikes still have enough power to run, they cannot be ridden if they cannot be started. Moreover, there are no shields on bicycles and electric bikes to protect the people on the bikes. If they are caught up and attacked by zombies by accident, they will be easily injured. The speed of electric bikes and bicycles is not fast, so this is also the reason why they were abandoned after the end of the world. Husband? Liangyan looked at Tan Songhai and asked. Of course you can redeem points. Tan Songhai nodded and said, Look, it says that abandoned vehicles can be redeemed. The redemption points for bicycles are 30, and the redemption points for electric vehicles are 50. Then Dad, let's take the shared bicycles and electric vehicles to redeem? Tan Lele said happily. How do we transport them? Tan Songhai frowned. Bicycles can be used. Liangyan said, put the electric vehicle on the back seat of the bicycle and tie it up, then ride the bicycle over. Tan Songhai and others thought this was a good idea, so the 6 members of the family gathered their bicycles and electric bikes together and rode to the Winjiu Hotel. Tan Songhai's father-in-law, mother-in-law and father were all old, but they were in good health and could carry 2 bicycles tied to the back seat. So the Tan family transported several times and finally transported more than a dozen bicycles and electric bikes to the Winjiu Hotel. Everyone in Tan Songhai's family entered their identity information, including the 3 elderly people. After exchanging the bicycles and electric bikes for points, they were saved in their respective information cards. Tan Songhai went to the restaurant to buy a few sandwiches, and then the family of 6 ran out to look for various supplies. "We can really exchange for food," Tan Lele said happily while eating a sandwich. "Dad, we can have food to eat without killing zombies." Tan Lele is only 14 years old. Although she has not awakened her superpowers, and has also followed the training, her strength has not increased. Her family is also very worried about her, so she has never gone out to kill zombies. In fact, she is also very afraid of zombies, and she is not very brave. In her family, her father Tan Songhai goes out to kill zombies, and do other things to exchange for supplies, and her mother also goes out to find ways to earn supplies. She has always been worried about her parents. If her parents have any accidents, she and the 3 elderly people don't know how to live. Now it's good, her family can also find other supplies to exchange for points. "Mom, this sandwich is so delicious," Tan Lele said happily. "I have never eaten such a delicious sandwich." Before the end of the world, the Tan family was just an ordinary family. Tan Songhai's annual salary was only about 300,000 yuan, which could be said to be a very ordinary well-off family. Therefore, Tan Lele had never eaten any top-notch restaurants or top-notch ingredients. But she still knew that the sandwich she had today was absolutely delicious, even more delicious than those top-notch restaurants she had heard of before. Well, very delicious. Liang Yin also ate very happily. This sandwich was really delicious. "Hubby, we won't have to worry about starving to death anymore," Liang Yin said happily. "Yeah." Tan Songhai nodded. Let's go find more things to exchange for points." Tan Songhai's father urged them to leave their bicycles behind, and everyone rode a bicycle to shuttle through the streets that had been cleared of all kinds of dangers to find supplies. They had to find more supplies that could be exchanged for points, so that they could eat well and not continue to starve. Lele and their family was only 14 years old, and she was still growing up, so they couldn't let her starve. This hotel that allowed them to exchange for food was a great opportunity. Chapter 32. Qin Wenjiu stood in the corridor on the 8th floor of the hotel, looking at the slightly more people on the street, with a gentle expression on her face. It was worth it that she and other superpowers in the southern base eliminated some dangers in F-City. Those high-level zombies and mutant plants and animals were searched by her, Hizui, Qin Xian and others, and then contacted the people in the southern base to eliminate them together. Even if there are zombies in F-City now, they are of no level, or only level 1, and they are not a big threat to ordinary people. Even if ordinary people in the official bases don't have special powers, they are trained with the official team, and can still deal with those level 1 zombies. Qin Wenjiu lay on the balcony of the corridor on the 8th floor, and looked at the people walking around below. She took out the mobile phone equipped by the system, and looked at the background data. As a store manager, she certainly couldn't stay at the front desk of the hotel all the time. Only she, the store manager, could see the system background, so whether it was the computer at the front desk or the equipped mobile phone, she could see the system background. The points income is still considerable now. Qin Wenjiu looked at the popularity value, and found that it was indeed at the value that could unlock the 2nd floor. The conditions for unlocking the lounge on the 2nd floor are 40 popularity points and 5,000 points. Such conditions are still very simple. The reason why she is planning to unlock it now is because she was busy before, and she used most of her points to draw cards. Qin Wenjiu clicked to unlock the lounge on the 2nd floor. She could use the lounge in about half an hour. She still had to draw cards for the facilities in the lounge. Fortunately, she still earned a lot of points during this period, so she could draw more furniture cards. Qin Wenjiu happily spent 16,800 points to draw cards. After 1,000 consecutive draws, she actually drew out the most basic furniture. TSK, they are all level 1 or 2 furniture. Qin Wenjiu looked at the furniture card she drew. The levels on it were really ordinary. In addition to the furniture card, she also drew an employee card. Qin Wenjiu flipped open the employee card and saw a familiar figure. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Another robot employee? After clicking on the employee card, a round figure appeared in front of Qin Wenjiu, a 150 centimeters giant panda robot, Yuan Yiyuan. "Good afternoon, store manager." The giant panda robot Yuan Yiyuan greeted Qin Wenjiu politely. "Good afternoon, Yuan Yiyuan." Chen Wenjiu greeted weakly. Let's go downstairs. Chen Wenjiu took Yuan Yuen downstairs. Yuan Yuen's employee attributes are still introduced as restaurant service robot, which means that Yuan Yuen can only stay in the restaurant, and cannot be a receptionist or a courier station employee like Yuan Yuen. But this is also good. The restaurant is very busy now. With Yuan Yuen, both she and Hizui can relax a lot. Chen Wenjiu took Yuan Yuen downstairs in the elevator, and quickly reached the first floor. Wow, another giant panda. A frequent guest of the hotel said in surprise, when he saw Yuan Yuen following Chen Wenjiu. Of course, when this guest saw Yuan Yuen standing behind the front desk, he also knew that Yuan Yuen and Yuan Yuen were definitely not the same. In particular, Yuan Yuen was 10 centimeters taller than Yuan Yuen. Manager, I suddenly realized you are so short. The customer blurted out. Chen Wenjiu paused and looked at the customer in silence. What's wrong with her height of only 1.55 meters? Her height is normal in Cheongnan, okay? There are fewer dishes in Cheongdao that are over 1.6 meters or 1.7 meters tall, okay? Even her height of 1.55 meters is considered high. Most people are only over 1.4 meters or just 1.5 meters tall, okay? Chen Wenjiu took a look at the customer, who was over 1.7 meters and nearly 1.8 meters tall, rolled his eyes at her, and took Yuan Yuen to the restaurant. Yuan Yuen, you will continue to work in the restaurant from now on. Chen Wenjiu said to Yuan Yuen after taking it to the restaurant. Okay, I remember. Yuan Yuen replied. Wow, Manager Chen, is this the waiter of the restaurant? A giant panda. The guests who were eating in the restaurant couldn't help but cheer when they saw Yuan Yuen. This hotel is really amazing. There are actually 2 giant panda robots. It's really enviable. You know, even before the end of the world, their technology was already advanced enough, and various robots were emerging in an endless stream, but there were still not many robots in the shape of giant pandas. Who doesn't know how popular pandas are? However, panda robots are still limited in quantity. Because of the principle of scarcity makes things valuable, major robot companies do not produce panda robots in large quantities. So pandas are still the most popular national treasure in 2099, and they will make countless people cheer as soon as they appear. Chen Wenjiu didn't know this at all. Anyway, she also liked pandas. After setting the appearance of robots as pandas, she rarely changed it. She obviously bought a lot of robot skins, but she didn't change them, and always let the robots use panda skins to represent people. Mainly because she likes to stick to Yuan Yuen, Yuan Yuen and Yuan San Yuen. Although they are very tall, their fur is not as hard as that of real adult giant pandas, but as soft as giant panda cubs. It is really comfortable to rub it, and it is also very comfortable to hold it in your arms. Giant panda. Xiao Na was even happier after seeing Yuan Yuen. Originally, she liked Yuan Yuen, but because Yuan Yuen was very busy and usually stayed at the front desk or the express delivery station, she rarely came into contact with him. Now, after seeing Yuan Yuen in the restaurant, Xiao Na happily rushed over. Please be careful. Yuan Yuen quickly caught Xiao Na, who rushed over, and after helping the little girl to stand firmly, she also reminded her, don't rush around, be careful not to fall, it will hurt. Giant panda. Xiao Na looked at the giant panda happily, and couldn't help hugging its waist. Well, the round Yuan Yuen didn't have a waist. Dear guest, I have to work, please don't disturb me, okay? Yuan Yuen discussed with Xiao Na in a gentle voice. Nana, don't disturb this. Xiao Lin looked at the 3 words Yuan Yuen formed by the white hair on Yuan Yuen's chest, and said in a daze, don't disturb this colleague Yuan Yuen's work. He really didn't know Yuan Yuen's gender, so Xiao Lin could only call it colleague. Xiao Na was not a naughty child. Although she liked giant pandas very much, she let it go after Yuan Yuen coaxed her and her father spoke. Giant panda, I like you. Kiona confessed. Thank you for your love. Yuan Yuen thanked, and then her round and chubby body quickly and swiftly shuttled between customers. Chen Wenjiu, who witnessed Yuan Yuen's popularity, Sure enough, even in the end of the world, Yuan Yuen and Yuan Yuen are still so popular. I don't know when I can win Yuan San Yuen. By then, there will be 3 giant panda robots in the store, which will attract more customers. Chapter 33. Chen Wenjiu sent Yuan Yuen to the restaurant and didn't care much about it. She looked at the time, and it was almost time for the lounge to be unlocked. Chen Wenjiu took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The lounge is on the right side of the elevator. When Chen Wenjiu pushed the door open and went in, she saw that the lounge was still very spacious. The lounge covers an area of 300 square meters and has 8 compartments, each of which is 20 square meters in size. There is a single bed in the compartment, which is convenient for guests to rest. In addition to the single bed, there are also wardrobes, bedside tables, and other furniture in the compartment, but there is nothing else. The lounge is not as well equipped as the guest room, as it has a lot of furniture. In addition to the 8 compartments, the lounge also has a bathroom, which covers an area of 40 square meters and is divided into male and female toilets. The 20 square meter tea area has 2 tables and 8 chairs, which can accommodate 8 guests to rest here. There is also a 20 square meter laundry room. Guests can wash the clothes they change in the compartment, or they can wash the clothes they change in other places in the lounge. Even the dirty clothes they bring in from outside can be washed in the laundry room. Anyway, the laundry room is charged, and the points are charged for the amount of clothes washed. Guests can wash as much as they want. The massage area is 20 square meters, which can accommodate 4 massage chairs. Guests can enjoy massage services here. The sofa area, entertainment area, and TV area add up to 40 square meters. This is the area where you can move around freely, and it is a bit more spacious. Chin Wenjiu added furniture to these areas one by one. For example, she had to add all the 8 single beds in the compartment. The bed is a normal bed, and the description on the card is it is covered with an old-fashioned mat, and the comfort is average. Chin Wenjiu doesn't know whether this bed is comfortable or not, but it's nice to have a bed for tired guests to lie down on. There is a cabinet at the entrance when entering the lounge. This cabinet is of course used to store guests' belongings. The level 1 card she drew was wooden entrance cabinet, which was made of simple wood and had no magical effect. Then, there was the furniture in the reception area. She did not draw the level 1 furniture. The furniture in the reception area was the level 2 simple umbrella rack, which provided umbrellas for guests to travel conveniently. Chin Wenjiu didn't think this furniture was useless. She knew that it would rain in this world, and sometimes it would be red rain or acid rain full of various energies, which either had the characteristics of virus infection to upgrade zombies, or mutant plants and animals, or was corrosive. The umbrellas provided by this level 2 simple umbrella stand are very powerful, and can resist the erosion of red rain or acid rain. With the umbrellas provided by their umbrella stand, guests don't have to worry about being infected by red rain or corroded by acid rain. The massage chairs in the massage area are discounted level 1 massage chairs. The introduction says that they are old-fashioned, so they are very cheap, and maybe the functions are not that good? Anyway, Chin Wenjiu has not tried the effect of the massage chair. Chin Wenjiu also added the washing machine in the laundry room. The level 1 washing machine can only wash 3 pieces of clothes. If you want to wash more clothes, you have to pull out a higher level washing machine. Chin Wenjiu also added the spring sofa, ordinary vending machine, and billiard table in the sofa area so that guests can play here. The tables and chairs in the tea area, as well as the cabinets for tea, hot water, and snacks, were also added. The floor and walls in the lounge were also replaced with basic wooden floors. After the plain walls, the lounge was almost ready. Welcome. After cleaning up the lounge, Chin Wenjiu returned to the front desk, took care of the lounge opening, and then joined in welcoming guests. When Chin Wenjiu saw the lovely Xiao Na, he smiled gently and introduced her. Xiao Na, our hotel has opened a lounge. You can rest in the hotel. Xiao Na, do you want to play in the lounge? Lounge? Xiao Na looked at Chin Wenjiu in surprise after hearing this keyword. Manager's sister, the lounge you mentioned, can you sleep? Of course. Chin Wenjiu smiled and said, there are 8 beds in our lounge. Guests can sleep there. And there are 4 massage chairs. Guests can also sleep while being massaged. Mom, can we go take a look? Kiona was very excited, and pulled her mother's clothes and asked, I want to see the lounge. I want to sleep here. Guanya was also a little surprised after hearing Chin Wenjiu's introduction. She didn't expect that the hotel really opened a business of accommodation. Is your hotel open for accommodation? Guanya asked. After their observations during this period of time, this Wenjiu hotel. It is really not disturbed by any zombies or mutant plants and animals. There is no need to worry about zombies or other dangers. And no one can fight after entering the hotel. If they provoke trouble or fight with others, they will be suppressed quickly. So Guanya hopes that the hotel can open the accommodation business as soon as possible, so that they can move in and don't have to sleep on the streets. Although they can live in any house in F City now, it is not very comfortable, and they have to be careful about whether there will be any danger. Although there are fewer zombies in F City now, it is still very dangerous if mutant rats or other things appear from somewhere. If you stay in Wenjiu's hotel, you don't have to worry. Chin Wenjiu smiled and said, our lounge charges by the hour. Charge by the hour? Guanya was surprised. Yes, if the guests have enough points, They can stay in the lounge as long as they want. But if there are no points, I'm sorry. How is the lounge charge calculated? 20 points/hour. Chen Wenjiu said with a smile. 50 points? Guanya was surprised to hear this. You know, the delicious shrimp ramen that can fill their stomachs is only 18 points per serving. The lounge charge is 50 points/hour? Yes, this is the charge standard of our hotel lounge. Guanya nodded and said, okay, let's go and take a look. She also wanted to know why this lounge was worth 50 points/hour, and why it was so much more expensive than the delicious shrimp ramen. Chapter 34. In a city on the border between Ji province and the neighboring province, Chen Wenjiu walked slowly on the road with a long knife in her hand. I am a store manager. Why do I have to kill zombies? Chen Wenjiu cursed at the system while walking. Why did she come out to kill zombies? However, Chen Wenjiu's system had no way to respond to her, just like she was just playing a single-player game. The system would only issue her tasks, and would not care about her complaints. Chen Wenjiu couldn't help cursing when she remembered that she received the task sent by the system after unlocking the lounge today, which really made her speechless. According to the system, her inn also needs to attract guests, and if she wants to attract guests, she, the store manager, has to come out to work. Chen Wenjiu has now reached the state of spiritual cultivation, and she often fights with Hizui, so her fighting power has gradually become stronger. In this case, the tasks issued by the system to her are certainly not tasks that you can't complete. It just so happens that now the inn is Yuan Yuan and Yuan Yuan, so she, the store manager, can relax a little and leave the inn to hunt more zombies. Chen Wenjiu cursed all the way, holding her weapon, a long sword, to kill zombies in this city. Chen Wenjiu's weapon is a sword, and it is also because she prefers to chop and cut, and she is not very good at using weapons like swords. Use a long sword, the kind of tank sword. Chen Wenjiu searched for the traces of zombies, and killed them all the way. This is the border between Ji province and the neighboring province, but it is not very close to the southern base, and it is very remote, so the zombies are not often cleared like in F City, which is very close to the southern base. There are many zombies here, and there should be many mutant plants and animals, so the risk factor is higher. Chen Wenjiu came here to kill zombies, because she wanted to reduce the existence of some zombies, and increase the chances of survivors surviving. What do you want to do? Chen Wenjiu had just killed a level 2 zombie, dug out the crystal core, and put the zombie's body into the space button. When he was about to find other zombies, he heard a woman's voice. Hey, what do I want to do? Don't you know yet? The next moment, Chen Wenjiu heard a somewhat vulgar voice saying, Song Feng, if you dare to do anything to me, Song Yu will not let you go. The woman said a little excitedly. Song Yu? Song Yu has been missing for half a month, and you still expect him to come back to save you? Song Feng, I am your sister-in-law. You are not my sister-in-law. What qualifications does Song Yu have to be my brother? Song Feng let go. Chen Wenjiu frowned when he heard the conversation, and when he rushed over, he saw a man about to attack a beautiful woman, and kicked him out. Bang. After Chen Wenjiu kicked the man out, the man fell on an abandoned vehicle parked on the side of the road, making a loud noise. Ahem. The man was kicked hard. Although he was not killed by one kick, he was indeed injured. Who? Mind your business. Song Feng stood up, holding his chest, and looked at the person who kicked him with gritted teeth. When he saw Chen Wenjiu, the expression on his face instantly became a little obscene. It turns out to be a big beauty. I don't mind you attacking me, as long as you are my girlfriend. Song Feng looked at Chen Wenjiu with a fiery look. Chen Wenjiu is not really tall, but her height is common in the south. She has a petite figure, and a pretty face, which is not absolutely beautiful. She is even more attractive after practicing, and has become excellent in all aspects. After seeing Chen Wenjiu, Song Feng felt that this beauty could be his possession like his cheap sister-in-law. Keep your eyes closed, or I don't mind digging them out. Chen Wenjiu was very unhappy when he saw the disgusting look in the other person's eyes. Song Feng did not feel the danger of Chen Wenjiu. Even though she was holding a knife in her hand, he did not think she was a threat. Beauty, don't say such hurtful words. Beauty should not say such horrible words. Song Feng said with a smile. To be honest, Song Feng is not ugly, but he is indeed not handsome, just a very ordinary appearance. Such a person deliberately made the kind of expression that only a handsome guy, a super handsome guy would have, which really made Chen Wenjiu uncomfortable. Song Feng. The woman who was just bullied by Song Feng stood in front of Chen Wenjiu and blocked her. Chen Wenjiu was 1.55 meters tall, and the beautiful woman was about 1.68 meters tall. Even if she was a little thin, she blocked Chen Wenjiu. Song Feng saw the woman blocking Chen Wenjiu, and the expression on his face became even more obscene. Lulu, don't worry, you will also become my woman. The expression on the face of the woman called Lulu was particularly disgusted. Song Feng, if you dare to do anything, I will tell Song Yu when he comes back. Song Yu? Song Feng sneered, didn't I tell you? Song Yu has been missing for half a month. It's very unlikely that he will be alive. Lulu, you are still very young. If you follow me, you can continue to live well. You have to know that the end of the world is a world of cannibalism. If you don't follow me obediently, you won't have a good life at that time. Lulu bit her lip, she just didn't want to. She only liked Song Yu, no one else could do anything to her. Lulu, I protect you, so you can stay with me. If I didn't protect you, you wouldn't be played with by so many people. The end of the world is so cruel. A beautiful woman who has no self-protection ability will definitely not have a good ending. Lulu is a beautiful woman who has no self-protection ability. She is not a superpower, and she is certainly not a weak daughter, but she can't beat those strong men who even have superpowers. Lulu also knows that she is in danger without Song Yu's protection. But she doesn't want to live like this. Lulu, you have to remember that you still have a daughter. Song Feng said lightly. Lulu's expression became ferocious. Song Feng, if you dare to do anything to Yu, I will never let you go even if I die. Haha, I'm only interested in you. I have no interest in Yu, a teenage girl. She hasn't even grown up yet. Song Feng said. When Lulu was full of resentment, and Song Feng was laughing wildly, a long knife pierced through his chest, making him lose his voice instantly. How could it be? Why didn't he feel anything? Chapter 35. Qianlu couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw this scene. She was afraid that she would scream out subconsciously. But she had to admit that she was really relieved to see Song Feng being stabbed in the heart. You know, when Song Yu was still around, Song Feng's eyes made her uncomfortable, and he even flirted with her when Song Yu was gone. Of course, Song Feng's actions were more subtle, and she complained several times but found that Song Yu didn't catch Song Feng's handle, so she endured it. Moreover, Song Feng is really capable. Before the end of the world, he was able to complete very good tasks, and everyone praised him. After the end of the world, he also awakened the thunder power. His own power level is also relatively high, and everyone can't do anything to him. She was bullied, so she could only endure it herself. Especially in the past half-month since Song Yu disappeared, Song Feng has become more unscrupulous. She wished that Song Feng would die sooner. Now seeing that someone has sanctioned Song Feng, Qianlu is very happy. Cough cough. Song Feng looked at his chest bleeding, and a huge pain swept over him, making him kneel down. Chen Wenjiu looked at Song Feng with a cold face. As a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, she could see that Song Feng had a lot of karma. Chen Wenjiu could also see the past of Song Feng, and she could see clearly where his karma came from. She was too lazy to talk about those things. Anyway, Song Feng looked decent, but the things he had done were too numerous to list, and they were too disgusting and abominable. When Song Feng saw Chen Wenjiu appear, he flirted with her naturally, and wanted to get Chen Wenjiu. It was known that he was a womanizer. Qianlu was not the first person he forced, but Qianlu was amazing enough to withstand the pressure of Song Feng, a level 2 superpower, as an ordinary person in the end times. In fact, Song Feng had done something similar before the end times. That guy used to coax women to play with him, but later he abandoned them after having enough fun. At least because it was still an orderly society ruled by law, he didn't dare to do anything. After the end of the world, in order to prevent Song Yu, the leader of their superpower team, from knowing what he did in private, he basically played with women and then killed them. Destroy the body and cover up the evidence, so no one would know that he was such a scum in private. Chen Wenjiu was very angry after seeing this guy's past. Why keep such a scum? Just kill him directly. Chen Wenjiu didn't think that killing Song Feng was a bad thing at all. You bitch. Of course, Song Feng couldn't be killed with one blow. Although Chen Wenjiu's knife pierced his heart, he was not dead yet. He couldn't stand the pain anymore, and stood up and attacked Chen Wenjiu, cursing. Song Feng was a high-level second-level psychic, and he was also a thunder type. In the past 2 years, he relied on his psychic power to bully others. If he hadn't considered that Song Yu's psychic power was stronger and more powerful than his, and could suppress him, he would have been more unscrupulous. But this doesn't mean that Song Feng really didn't do anything bad under Song Yu's suppression. He just didn't let Song Yu and others know. Song Feng was furious at being treated like this by Chen Wenjiu. If he was going to die, he would drag Chen Wenjiu down with him. Chen Wenjiu was too lazy to argue with this scumbag. Her martial arts value was higher, so she easily dealt with Song Feng. Although she did not have fire ability, she still took out a fire talisman and burned the body of this scumbag. After Chen Wenjiu dealt with the scumbag, she looked at Chen Lu. This 30-something beauty was obviously not living a good life, but she was still beautiful. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, "Hello, I am Chen Wenjiu, the manager of Wenjiu's Inn. Our hotel is located at number 99, F City Avenue, F City, next to the South Base. Welcome this beautiful lady." Chen Wenjiu smiled and handed a hotel brochure to Chen Lu. "Wenjiu's Inn?" Chen Lu took the brochure handed over by the other party in surprise. "In the end times, there are still people opening hotels? Can you make money? This is the card for going to the hotel. You are the first lucky customer. I give it to you." Chen Wenjiu handed a card similar to the information cards of other guests to Chen Lu and said, "The information card of the hotel has many functions. For example, as long as the guests hold the information card, they can use the information card to reach the hotel. Of course, they will arrive at the door of the hotel, not directly inside the hotel. Dear guest, I hope you can visit our hotel." Chen Wenjiu waved his hand, said goodbye to Chen Lu, and went to other places to look for zombies. Chen Lu looked at Chen Wenjiu's back, then looked at the brochure and card in her hand, and found a relatively safe place to read the brochure. Looking at the big words Wenjiu's Inn on the cover of the brochure, as well as the simple picture of the hotel, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Being able to open an inn in a world like the end of the world, this hotel must have some outstanding features, right? Sure enough, after Chen Lu opened the brochure, she saw that this hotel actually had a restaurant, and the restaurant even provided unlimited ham sandwiches, curry omelet rice, and shrimp ramen. This hotel also has a medical room, where you can get treatment if you are injured or sick. There is also a courier station, where you can deliver the package to the recipient as long as you know the recipient's name and approximate address. Chen Lu couldn't help but brighten her eyes when she saw this. Can you deliver the package to the recipient as long as you know the recipient's name and approximate address? Then, can she use this courier to find Songyu? Songyu has been missing for half a month. She is really worried about Songyu's safety. Chen Lu could sense that Songyu was not in danger, but he was definitely not safe. Otherwise, why had he not come back for so long? With this express station, she could send express to Songyu. So could she send a letter to Songyu to ask him to come back earlier? As for the lounge in the brochure, Chen Lu was not very interested. She was most concerned about food and safety. Chen Lu was already very satisfied that she could find Songyu and find food for herself and her daughter. Moreover, this hotel uses points to exchange for various things, and points can be exchanged for many things. The brochure clearly states that the hotel accepts various zombie crystal cores, zombie corpses, crystal cores, and corpses of mutant plants and animals, as well as various things that are waste for them now, but can be exchanged for money before the end of the world. These things can be exchanged for points, and they can spend money in the store. Chen Lu's heart was hot. She didn't have superpowers, and couldn't kill high-level zombies, but she could still kill level 1 zombies. Moreover, there were really a lot of discarded things in their small city. When the time came, she could also take them to the hotel to exchange for points, and then exchange them for a lot of food and medicine. Chapter 36. In a village in the north of HL province, a thin girl hurried back home. Looking at the elderly and children at home, her eyes were red. "Xiao Fei, did you find anything to eat?" The old man in his 60s or 70s asked expectantly when he saw his granddaughter coming back. The girl named Xiao Fei nodded and took out a few wild fruits from her arms. These were rare fruits grown from fruit trees that had not mutated or been infected with viruses. But because there was no infection, this fruit tree was very popular. She had experienced a lot of difficulties in picking these wild fruits. "That's good." The old man took the wild fruit, left one for his granddaughter, and then gave it to his wife and younger granddaughter. There are only 2 granddaughters in their family. Now they rely on their eldest granddaughter, who is less than 20 years old, to support the family. She risks her life every day to go out and find food. Their family was able to survive for 2 years in the apocalypse because they had land in their village to grow food, and they had stored a lot of food at home. But no matter how frugal they were, the food was eaten up half a year ago. Now the food for their family is either found by the eldest granddaughter, or they try to grow it. "Sister, look at this." Xiao Fei watched her grandparents eating wild fruits, and then saw her sister also took the wild fruits and started eating them, and she felt relieved. As she was eating wild fruits, her 6-year-old sister suddenly took out a booklet and handed it to her. "Sister, it's delicious." The 6-year-old sister held up the booklet and said to Xiao Fei, "Sister, there is delicious food here." Xiao Fei thought her sister was holding a recipe book, but when she looked closely, she found that it didn't seem to be a recipe book. Redeem points for abandoned machinery? Points can be used to buy ham sandwiches and prawn ramen? Xiao Fei looked at the booklet, and her grandparents beside her also leaned over to take a look and asked in surprise, "Is it true? Is what this booklet says true? Is there such a hotel in the southern base? They can farm all year round. Is that why they still have food to sell at this time?" Xiao Fei's grandmother said in surprise. Xiao Fei looked at the picture of the hotel on the cover of the booklet, and the address written on it, F City, G Province, which is very far away from their HL province. One is in the south, and the other is in the north. Even if she wants to go there, what can she do? "Sister, there is this." Xiao Fei's sister held up a card and handed it to her. "Sister, this is in the booklet." Xiao Fei looked at the card. After taking it, she looked at it, and didn't see anything until she turned to the last page of the booklet. It was written on the last page of the brochure that a card appeared with the brochure. As long as the card was used for authentication, you could use the card to get to the hotel. The most basic card authentication is the first drop of blood on the card. This is considered a preliminary identity authentication, and you can use the card to go to the hotel. "Sister?" Xiao Fei's sister looked up at her sister and asked, "Sister, do you know what this is for?" Xiao Fei looked at her sister, then at her grandparents, gritted her teeth, went to the room to find an embroidery needle, washed it, and pricked her finger to squeeze out a drop of blood. Although it is painful to prick a needle, it is at least much better than cutting a wound and letting it bleed, and at least it is easier to stop the bleeding. A drop of blood fell on the card, and soon Xiao Fei, her grandparents, and her sister saw the rapid change of the card. Originally it was a blank card with a blue color, maybe a hint of blue, and it looked more like a pale blue and pale blue color, and suddenly there were more words on it. Name, Zhou Fei, gender, female, 19 years old. Zhou Fei's grandparents looked at the words on the card and were surprised. "What kind of high-tech is this? Your name and age will be displayed after you drop your blood on it?" Xiao Fei's grandfather was very surprised. Zhou Fei saw the appearance of the card, thought about it, and said to her grandparents and sister, "I will try to see if what is said on this card and the brochure is true." "Xiao Fei, don't be impulsive." Grandpa Zhou stopped his granddaughter and said, "What if something happens? You know, there are only 2 elderly people in their family who are not very mobile now, him and his wife, plus a 6-year-old child. If something happens to the eldest granddaughter, they will definitely not live long. The most important thing is that he is worried about the safety of his granddaughter." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I know my limits." Zhou Fei looked at the things that the hotel collected on the brochure. She was only 19 years old, and not yet a superpower. Although she could do something with her strength, it was difficult to get zombie crystal cores and zombie corpses. But other things were possible. Now their family certainly didn't need all kinds of electrical appliances, so Zhou Fei thought about exchanging her family's discarded electrical appliances for points to see how much she could get. Zhou Fei took the card and tried it. Then she felt dizzy, and she seemed to teleport from home to another place. Zhou Fei looked up at the sign with the words "Warm Wine Inn," and then looked at the door of the hotel, with a look of shock on her face. Did she really come from HL province in the north to G province in the south? Zhou Fei couldn't help but look back and saw the high-rise buildings lined up one after another. Even if they were abandoned in the end of the world, they were still very tall. Then she saw a place next to the hotel that looked like a garbage recycling place, and happened to see a guest exchanging the collected things for points. The customer placed his information card on the card storage area above the instrument, and then gradually put the collected items into the input port. After a while, a mechanical voice sounded. "Recycled 209 kilograms of waste metal, exchanged for 209 points. Recycled 187 kilograms of waste electrical appliances, exchanged for 107 points. Recycled 66 kilograms of waste paper, exchanged for 66 points. Recycled 1 waste vehicle, exchanged for 5,500 points." Zhou Fei was surprised to see that person throwing a lot of things into the recycling station that didn't look big, but could swallow a car. Seeing that the other party happily picked up his card, and then excitedly rushed into the hotel door, he should be going to the store to consume. Zhou Fei also saw the guest who walked out of the hotel door. She was holding a sandwich in her hand and eating it while walking, looking very delicious. Zhou Fei couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw the scene. She had only eaten a wild fruit today, and she was really hungry. Zhou Fei remembered that the hotel card could teleport her here, but if she wanted to fully enter her identity information, she had to go into the hotel to complete it. Watching the guest eating the sandwich walking farther and farther, Zhou Fei gritted her teeth and walked into the hotel door. Chapter 37. In an ordinary city in S province, a 16-year-old boy dug a bamboo shoot and went home very tired. Although it is not snowing in S province yet, many things outside are not edible, and it is very difficult for him to find something edible. This bamboo shoot took him a lot of effort. Bamboo shoots cannot be eaten directly, they have to be cooked before they can be eaten. Moreover, this bamboo shoot is not big, the whole bamboo shoot is less than 1 kilogram. He does not know whether this bamboo shoot can be eaten well by his family. The boy dragged his tired body back home. Fortunately, they were close to the western base. Some zombies, mutant plants and animals around were cleared, so he could go out to find food. Although the boy was only 16 years old, he was not really powerless. He was a speed-type mutant, and his speed was about 200 kilometers per hour. He was fast and was a mutant, so he had some combat power. He also wanted to kill zombies to exchange crystal cores for food, but food was really too expensive, and he had not collected enough crystal cores to exchange for food. Hey, what is this? Guiyang looked at the thing on the steps, it seemed to glow. What was going on? Guiyang stopped, looked at the brochure and the card on it, and curiously leaned over to take a look. Warm wine and brochure? Guiyang took a look and thought it was a brochure of a hotel before the end of the world. For some reason, he did not ignore it, but involuntarily opened the brochure and took a look. Wow! Guiyang couldn't help but exclaim when he saw what was on the brochure. He saw on the last page that he could go to the hotel after authenticating the card, and he couldn't help but be moved. Holding the brochure, the card, and the bamboo shoots he had finally found, Guiyang ran home with all his strength. After running home, he gave the bamboo shoots to his mother, who had difficulty moving at home, and then took the crystal core he had hidden in his bag at home, impulsively took a knife and cut a hole, and the blood dripped onto the card, and he felt that he could go to the hotel. Song Yu saw the brochure while hiding in a closed place from the zombies outside, and tried it to survive. After trying it, Song Yu found that he could travel between the closed space he was hiding in and the hotel. Thinking of the closed space he was hiding in, he couldn't help but feel happy. Song Yu was hiding in a bank warehouse, where there was a lot of gold and banknotes. Although money was invalid in the end times, the warm wine inn accepted gold and waste paper, and the banknotes that became waste paper in the end times could of course be exchanged. Song Yu was very tempted. She took a piece of gold and a stack of banknotes, and went to the hotel to see how much money she could exchange. Zhou Fei entered the hotel and saw Yuan Yuan, a cute but tall giant panda. Although Yuan Yuan was only 160 centimeters tall, and Zhou Fei was 170 centimeters tall, she still thought Yuan Yuan was very tall. Who made Zhou Fei thinner? She was 170 centimeters tall but weighed only 45 kilograms, while Yuan Yuan was chubby. After such an encounter, Zhou Fei really felt that Yuan Yuan was tall and burly, and she felt a little scared when she saw him. If she hadn't seen that many people in the lobby didn't avoid Yuan Yuan, she would have been scared to death. When she saw Yuan Yuan just now, she took 2 steps back and wanted to run away. Welcome, is there anything I can help you with? Yuan Yuan can accurately recognize guests who come to the hotel for the first time. After seeing Zhou Fei, it came over and asked enthusiastically. Ah? Zhou Fei was stunned when she saw Yuan Yuan walking in front of her. It took her a while to come back to her senses and said, Is this your first time visiting our hotel? You need to enter your identity information first, and then you can use your information card to make purchases. Please come here. Our hotel information card needs to be fully entered here. Under Yuan Yuan's guidance, Zhou Fei quickly entered the complete information and exchanged all the discarded home appliances and scrap metal she brought from home. Zhou Fei, who saw the restaurant information from the brochure, got the information card, exchanged the points, and went straight to the restaurant. She wanted to exchange food for her family. Zhou Fei knew very well that she couldn't afford much curry omelet rice and prawn ramen with her current points, so she planned to buy more ham sandwiches. The things she brought were only exchanged for more than 100 points. Zhou Fei planned to buy ham sandwiches, which could buy more than 20. But when Zhou Fei walked into the restaurant and saw the guests inside eating prawn ramen with relish, she couldn't help but hesitate when she smelled the rich aroma. That prawn ramen looks delicious. How long has it been since her sister had eaten such food? How long has it been since her grandparents had eaten such good food? Looking at the information card in her hand, Zhou Fei gritted her teeth and went to the ordering area. Please give me 20 ham sandwiches and a serving of prawn ramen. She bought 1 serving of prawn ramen and let her grandparents and sister eat it together, and she can just eat the ham sandwich. But Zhou Fei looked back at the customers eating prawn ramen, and turned back and said, "Let's order 2 servings of prawn ramen. 2 servings of prawn ramen, 20 ham sandwiches, 136 points in total." Yuan took the time to say to Zhou Fei, "Please swipe your card to pay." Zhou Fei looked at the card reader at the window, watched the chef busy in the kitchen, and looked at the other guests in the restaurant eating with relish, and she swiped her card without hesitation. Beep. After the card reader made a sound, Zhou Fei watched the points balance instantly decrease from 148 to 12, and she controlled herself not to swipe all of them at once. "Do you want to take away your sandwiches and ramen or eat them here?" Yuan asked Zhou Fei while delivering food to other guests. "All are taken away," Zhou Fei said. Although she was salivating at the aroma of the restaurant, she still insisted on taking them home to eat with her family. She also planned to take the 20 ham sandwiches she bought back to her sister. Although Zhou Fei's sister was only 6 years old, she was lucky enough to awaken the space ability a year ago. Although the space was only 3 cubic meters in size, the things put in it could be kept fresh. "Take these ham sandwiches home and pack them for my sister. They can eat them whenever they want, without worrying about them going bad." Hizui was still very fast. The sandwiches and prawn ramen ordered by Zhou Fei were ready. Yuan took out the packaging box and packed them. After packing the food, Yuan put them in the eco-friendly bag and handed it to Zhou Fei. "Guest, your food is packed. Welcome to come next time." "Thank you, I will come again." Zhou Fei took the bag he handed over, walked out of the restaurant, and left the hotel. Chapter 38. Ding ding. Receive 1,150 kilograms of 100 yuan bills, exchanged for 2,300 points. Receive 5 kilograms of gold, exchanged for 100,000 points. Song Yu was overjoyed to see the extra 2,300 points on her information card. She knew the food in the hotel. The cheapest one was a ham sandwich for 5 points. Song Yu thought about it, ran to the restaurant to eat a meal of shrimp ramen, and then went to the lounge on the 2nd floor. Song Yu is a space user, and she is an ordinary space user who does not have skills like Space Blade. Her space only has the function of storage. Because her fighting power is a bit weak, when she was chased by a level 2 peak zombie and ran to the bank warehouse, she could only hide in it to save her life. Her fighting power is really not enough to fight the zombie, so she just hides in the warehouse honestly. Fortunately, there is still some food and water in her space, so she can hide in the warehouse. But in fact, she was also worried that she would be suffocated to death in the warehouse one day. Her current image was really a bit sloppy. When she saw the introduction of the lounge of Winchio's hotel, she thought that she should be able to change clothes here and have a good sleep. Song Yu swiped her card and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. She saw that only the door of the lounge was open, and the other 2 doors were closed. They should not be open yet. Song Yu swiped her card at the door of the lounge. She saw that the charge for this lounge per hour was 50 points. Song Yu, who had more than 100,000 points, was not so stingy. He spent 3 hours in a row and deducted 150 points at once. Song Yu entered the lounge and saw the entrance cabinet as soon as she entered. She looked at it but didn't care. Her things were all placed in the space, so there was no need to put them in the cabinet. The dressing room is inside the entrance cabinet. You can change into pajamas here, and then take the guest's original clothes to wash. Because there are no employees in the lounge now, if you want to wash clothes, the guests have to take them to the laundry room after changing them. The changing room and the laundry room are connected, divided into men's and women's rooms, and the rules are very strict. Men and women cannot visit each other to disturb the opposite sex when they change clothes. Men cannot enter the women's changing room, and vice versa. The hotel's rules are still very strict, and there is no possibility of loopholes. Those guests with gender identity disorders are different. They can change in the compartment. The compartment is a private space exclusively for guests, and they can change clothes there. Song Yu didn't know this. After she changed her clothes, she wore pajamas and took her old clothes to the laundry room to wash them. To be honest, she also wanted to take a comfortable bath, but although there was a toilet and laundry room in the lounge, there was no bathroom. Song Yu endured it and changed into clean clothes and was able to sleep well. Song Yu washed the clothes and went to the cubicle without waiting for them to be washed. He found an empty cubicle and went in. When he saw the bed, Song Yu's nerves, which had been tense for several days, relaxed and fell asleep on the bed. Song Yu really slept soundly and fell asleep very quickly. She just fell on the bed and fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. This environment is really relaxing. Even though the bed is not made of super good materials, it is already very good for Song-yu. Sleeping here, you don't have to worry about a zombie running out or other mutant animals attacking you. Here, you don't have to be alert even when you fall asleep, worrying that you will be killed by something in your sleep. Here, you can completely relax and have a good sleep. Song-yu slept for 3 hours. The points she earned were just enough for 3 hours. She would wake up automatically when the time was up. After waking up, Song-yu found that she was in very good spirits and relaxed. It was really great. She hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. She even felt that she slept better than before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, she didn't need to be vigilant all the time like now, worrying about when she would die. But in fact, she was under a lot of pressure at that time. Sometimes her sleep was irregular, and she would suffer from insomnia. Her sleep was really bad. But now, after sleeping in the hotel lounge, she felt like she had returned to her carefree childhood, when there were not too many worries and pressures, and the quality of sleep was really very good. After sleeping for 3 hours today, Song-yu felt much better and full of energy. Song-yu left the cubicle in high spirits, went to the bathroom to wash her face, rinsed her mouth and brushed her teeth, and then went to the laundry room to change her washed clothes. Song-yu stretched and left the lounge happily. Song-yu went downstairs to the lobby and checked the time. The big screen in the lobby showed the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Song-yu curled her lips and happily ran to the restaurant to have another meal. Give me 100 sandwiches, 20 curry omelet rice, and 20 shrimp ramen. Song-yu said happily to Yuan. She has a lot of points, so she can buy a lot of things. The gold and banknotes recycled by the hotel can be exchanged for a lot of points. Song-yu's hiding place is a bank warehouse, so she can exchange a lot of points. Song-yu waited for a while. While she was eating the curry omelet rice, the food she ordered was almost ready and packed. Song-yu put them all in her space and happily swiped her card and left. After leaving, Song-yu went straight back to the original place. She looked at the pile of banknotes and gold in the warehouse and began to take them out little by little to exchange for points. Song-yu? Song-yu? When Song-yu had almost emptied the entire warehouse to exchange for points, there was a voice outside the warehouse calling her. Song-yu heard it vaguely, and she looked out the door in surprise. Could it be that her team came? Song-yu was not fighting alone. She was actually a superpower from the eastern base. She was plotted against when she followed her team out, and then hid in the bank warehouse. Song-yu didn't know why people disliked her. She was just an ordinary space superpower. Her combat power was basically a little higher than that of ordinary people. What was so special about her that people plotted against her? Song-yu didn't know. But she also knew that it was impossible for everyone in her special power team to wish her death like the person who plotted against her. She firmly believed that if she persisted, her teammates would come to save her. Song-yu didn't know how long she had been in the warehouse before she picked up the brochure of the hotel. Nor did she know how long it had been since she secretly emptied the things in the warehouse to exchange for points. Now, she finally waited for her teammates to save her. Song-yu, where are you? Song-yu, are you in the warehouse? Song-yu? Song-yu, if you are in there, open the door. Song-yu, I'm Fong-imo. Chapter 39. Song-yu heard a voice outside, although it was very faint, but she still heard clearly that it was the voice of the captain of their special power team. Song-yu was so happy that she tried hard to open the door of the warehouse, and sure enough, she saw the figures of her familiar teammates. Song-yu. Before Song-yu had time to see the people clearly, she was hugged by a broad embrace, and her nose was filled with a familiar and unfamiliar smell. Song-yu, I'm so glad that you're okay. Song-yu was stunned. She heard a familiar voice ringing in her ears, and she still hadn't figured out what was going on. Why did it turn out like this? He. Why did Fong-imo hold her? Although Fong-imo was very excited, he let her go after holding her for a while, holding her shoulders and looking her up and down to see if she was injured or if anything happened. Captain. Song-yu was stunned. She really hadn't figured out the situation yet. Didn't she hide in the warehouse for a few days? Why does it feel like she traveled through time? Otherwise, why would their aloof captain be so enthusiastic about her? Song-yu, I'm so glad you're okay. Liang Meihan, that girl, actually plotted against you. Fortunately, the captain gave her a lesson and kicked her out of our team. Song-yu, how are you? Are you hungry? Here, this is the food we left for you. Song-yu looked at the others and asked in confusion, Liang Meihan was kicked out? Not only that, I beat her up. Song-yu's female teammate stood up and said, Liang Meihan actually dared to plot against Song-yu and wanted to kill her. So how could Feng Yamo, who likes Song Yu, let her go? Although Feng Yamo doesn't beat women, he will find other girls to beat Liang Meihan, just women fighting each other. But it's too easy for Liang Meihan to just kick her out. I think she should be killed too. Another teammate said unhappily. She wanted Song Yu's life, and we just kicked her out. It was too easy for her. If Song Yu hadn't had a chance encounter, and if Feng Yamo hadn't brought people here after knowing the news, Liang Meihan's plan might have succeeded. If Song Yu really died, Liang Meihan would have just been kicked out and beaten. It was too easy for her. She should be allowed to pay for Song Yu's life. Song Yu frowned and said, "Why did Liang Meihan want to kill me?" Song Yu was really confused. How did she offend Liang Meihan? Hearing this, the others couldn't help but look at their captain. Feng Yamo, It's because of me. Feng Yamo said with some difficulty. She attacked you because of me. I'm sorry. Song Yu was puzzled. Ah? Oh, isn't it because Liang Meihan likes our captain, but our captain likes you, and she thinks that if you are gone, the captain may like her? A teammate couldn't stand her stupid look and stood up to say, Song Yu, Captain, do you like me? Song Yu was really shocked. She never thought Feng Yamo would like her. What did he like about her? Liang Meihan attacked Song Yu, and it may not be because of the captain. Someone thought for a while and said, Song Yu is as beautiful as her name. Her name is exactly the same as one of the 4 great beauties in ancient times. She lives up to expectations, and looks very beautiful. Many people like this kind of appearance, but some people will be jealous. Although everyone says everyone loves beauty, both men and women like to look at handsome men and beautiful women. Some girls like to look at beautiful women more. But there are also a few people who are very jealous of those who are prettier than themselves. Liang Meihan is almost the same kind of person. She is not satisfied with Song Yu being prettier than herself and being liked by Feng Yamo, so she wants to get rid of Song Yu. Song Yu, who knows Liang Meihan's motives, How have you been these days? Are you hungry? Feng Yamo said with concern. He took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. Drink some water. Feng Yamo is a dual-element superpower of water and gold. The water in the bottle is condensed by his superpowers, clean and hygienic, without any impurities or pollution. Song Yu took the bottle and thanked him. By the way, I was chased to the warehouse by a level 2 peak zombie. How is the zombie? Don't worry, the zombie was killed by the captain. The teammate said. The zombie did have a good chance of winning against Song Yu, but he had no chance of winning against Feng Yamo. Especially when Feng Yamo was full of anger and worried about Song Yu, the zombie was quickly killed by Feng Yamo. I'm telling you, I didn't do nothing during the time I was hiding in the warehouse. Song Yu took a sip of water, and then chattered to her teammates about her adventure. She told her teammates about the hotel brochure she picked up, the information card, and how she got to the Winjiu Inn through the information card. Winjiu Inn? I didn't expect you to be able to go to Winjiu Inn. After hearing what Song Yu said, the teammates immediately became interested. In fact, the Eastern Base also heard the news. After all, there were relatives of survivors in the Eastern Base in the Southern Base. When the people in the Southern Base sent express to their relatives, the people in the Eastern Base also got the news. There is a wine-warming hotel in the Southern Base. The hotel accepts a lot of things that they think are waste, and then they can exchange them for food, medicine, etc. Such news swept the entire Doomsday, because there are many people sending express. The survivors thought of their relatives when they were living well, so they worked hard to earn points to buy things, and then sent them to their relatives. After relatives from all over the world got the news, all the major bases knew about the existence of Winjiu's hotel. It's just that because the traffic is paralyzed now, it's difficult to go to the South Base from other bases, so not many people from their East Base went to the South Base. In fact, the East Base has already sent a team of superpowers to the South Base, and Feng Mo's team was not selected. Unexpectedly, Song Yu from their team was so lucky that he was able to pick up the hotel's brochure and information card when he was forced into a desperate situation, and then teleported to the hotel through the information card. Here, this is the food I exchanged from the hotel. Song Yu took out sandwiches, omelette rice, and ramen from her space. She emptied the bank warehouse one after another, exchanged a lot of points, and then bought a lot of food to store in the space. If her space was not large and the capacity was limited, she would have to exchange all her points for food. Well, in fact, she would also spend money in the hotel lounge, and would go there to sleep for 2 or 3 hours from time to time, so she could still save some points for spending in the lounge. Chapter 40. Wow, ramen, fresh ramen. The teammates were excited when they saw the food Song Yu brought out. This is a ham sandwich, a super delicious and cheap sandwich. This is a sandwich that can be exchanged for 10 of a level 1 crystal core. Curry omelet rice, I want omelet rice. Song Yu's teammates rushed to grab their favorite food, some liked sandwiches, and some liked omelet rice, and the prawn ramen was the most fiercely contested food. Fong Mo looked at Song Yu while holding a bowl of prawn ramen. Seeing her eating the sandwich bite by bite, he felt relieved. She didn't suffer too much this time. She was lucky enough to go to Winjio's hotel and exchange all the things in the bank warehouse for points. It was really great. There are still a lot of points in my information card. Song Yu said while eating a sandwich, there are really a lot of gold in those banknotes. I exchanged a lot of points. It's just that my space capacity is not large, so I didn't buy a lot of food. Song Yu looked at his teammates and said, I put the food in the space for you, and then go to the hotel to buy some more? There's no rush. The others shook their heads. Anyway, the food in Song Yu's space is enough for them to eat now, and we talk about it after we return to the base. After a group of people had enough to eat and drink, they finally returned to the base. Fong Mo also reported to the base that Song Yu had luckily picked up the brochure of Winjio's hotel. So, the top management of the base began to plan to buy food and medicine from Winjio's hotel. So this information card can be used like this? Lu Lingfeng leaned on the hotel counter with one hand and looked at his identity card with the other hand. He didn't expect it to have such a magical function. What magical function? Lu Lingfeng looked at the 16-year-old boy Guiyang in front of him and said, Are you really from the western base? Are you from Province S? You were outside your base the moment before, but the next moment you appeared in front of the hotel? Lu Lingfeng was really curious. So the hotel guest information card can be used like this? Can it be transmitted? Yes, after I picked up this brochure, I followed the initial authentication information on it, and then I was transmitted here through this information card. Guiyang said happily, I didn't expect there is such a rich food here. And the food here is too cheap. According to his ability, he can earn enough food to prevent himself and his mother from starving to death. Lu Lingfeng looked at Chen Wenjio behind the counter and said, Manager Chen, this information card can really be transmitted? Is it only their information card that has this function, or all information cards have it? Chen Wenjio smiled and said, Yes, all information cards have this function. Chen Wenjio introduced the functions of their information cards to the guests. For example, the information card can usually be integrated into the guest's body, such as the arm or wrist, and after disappearing, there is no need to worry about someone snatching the information card. The information card can be stored in the body, like the life magic weapon in the immortal novels, and it does not cause any harm to the human body. If you want to take it out, you can take it out just by thinking about taking out the information card. There is no burden, and it will not cause any harm. The information card also has a teleportation function. No matter where the guest is, they can use the information card to teleport to the hotel. When the guest leaves the hotel, they can also use the information card to return to the place before coming to the hotel. The information card can only be teleported to 2 points. One is in front of the hotel gate, and the other is the location where the guest was before coming to the hotel. So, if we encounter a strong enemy when we are on a mission, we can also use this information card to teleport to the hotel in case of life-threatening situations and avoid fatal attacks? Lu Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Shin Wenjio nodded, you can say that. Lu Lingfeng and other guests were very happy, because this meant they had more security and more lives. In times of danger, they could use the information card to send to the hotel to save their lives. This was really great news for those who lived in fear every day, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. The new function of the hotel customer information card mentioned by Chen Wenjio made all the customers feel shocked. More people came to the hotel to register their information, entered their information, and got the information card. After all, having an information card means they have a way to save their lives. If they don't have an information card when they encounter life-threatening dangers in the future, won't they just have to wait for death? This won't work. Chen Wenjio watched more and more guests coming and thought that although their hotel didn't have much business now, there were too many guests, and they couldn't handle it. So, she opened the card drawing interface, and planned to continue drawing employees. Even if she couldn't draw a real employee like Qin Xian, she had to draw a robot employee like Yuan Yuan and Yuan Yuan. Especially the robot employees. They are really capable and tireless when working. They are really the best employees. Guests love poetry in a wine-filled and flower-filled environment, and the flag of the restaurant is on the bank of the spring bank. Just when Chen Wenjio was looking at a bunch of ordinary items such as a cup of tea, lemonade, storybook, magazine, first aid kit, teddy bear, she finally heard a voice that made her happy. As long as this poem appeared, It meant that she had drawn an employee, and it was a real employee. Chen Wenjiu clicked on the employee card, and soon the card emitted a burst of light, projecting onto the open space in front of her. A 2-meter-high ball of light made her look forward to it. Who would the new employee be? Would it be someone like Qin Xian, who she knew and had already joined their hotel a long time ago, or a stranger she didn't know? What position would the new employee be in? Although the guest rooms had not been unlocked yet, and even the bathroom on the second floor had not been unlocked, the employees who came here were definitely not employees of these positions. But she was still very curious. Could it be the front desk staff? Or the restaurant staff? Or the express station staff? Or the medical staff? Chen Wenjiu stared at the light ball closely. Fortunately, although it was emitting light, it was a very soft light, not dazzling, and staring at it would not hurt the eyes. Under Chen Wenjiu's close gaze, the light ball gradually faded, and a girl who was about the same height as Chen Wenjiu appeared in front of her. Chen Wenjiu blinked, and then blinked again. Is this employee wearing ancient costume? Is he a Hanfu enthusiast, or a real ancient person? Chen Wenjiu was a little confused. She didn't expect the new employee to be such a person. Chapter 41. The woman in front of him was wearing an ancient palace costume, the kind of clothing that showed her high status at first glance, either the first-rank imperial decree or the princess's clothing. The other person's face looked very young, probably less than 20 years old. She was not bad-looking, very beautiful, very pretty, to the extent that Chen Wenjiu had seen many beauties, and they all said she was beautiful. The woman in ancient costume blinked, took a good look at the surrounding environment, and greeted Chen Wenjiu with a smile. Hello, Manager Chen. Hello? Are you the new employee of our hotel? Chen Wenjiu asked. The woman nodded and said, Yes, I am the new receptionist. My name is Chen Di. The Di with lush grass. Chen Di? Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, Nice to meet you. Welcome to join our hotel. Chen Di smiled and said, Manager Chen is polite. Chen Wenjiu took a look at her clothes and asked, By the way, do you want to wear your own clothes to work, or wear the hotel uniform? She had never thought about this before, because Qin Xian, the doctor, had a white coat. The medical room was equipped with white coats, so this was her uniform. As for Hizui, he was the chef, but he didn't wear a white chef's uniform when cooking, but just an apron. Yuani Yuan and Yuaner Yuan were both robots, with skin like that of giant pandas, and they didn't need uniforms. Then, what about Chen Di? Should she, the new receptionist, wear her own clothes or the hotel's uniform? If I can wear a uniform, then of course I will. My clothes are all complicated ancient costumes, which are not very convenient. Chen Di smiled. Employees like them brought their own luggage. Although they didn't bring anything when they first came out, they could take out their own things after they checked into the dormitory. There are also uniforms for hotel employees, which she got when she opened a hotel in her hometown. This uniform is really warm in winter and cool in summer, and it is invulnerable. It has a novel style and exquisite workmanship. It is a very good piece of clothing. According to the hotel's employee benefits, employees can receive 4 sets of uniforms for free. Chen Wenjiu gave Chen Di 4 sets of front desk uniforms and asked, When are you going to work? In a while. Chen Di said, By the way, manager, where should I stay? You can stay at a room on the 8th floor. Chen Wenjiu asked, There are 2 rooms available in room 802. Another employee in our store lives in one of the bedrooms. Do you want to live with her? Can I live in room 803? Chen Di asked. Chen Wenjiu, not impossible. Forget it, I asked that colleague if she's willing to let me live in room 802. Chen Di said with a smile. Chen Di first went to talk to Qin Xian about whether they should both live in room 802. Qin Xian certainly had no objection, although she wanted to live with her husband, but her husband hadn't come yet, hadn't he? Chen Di became Qin Xian's roommate, and they lived in separate rooms, not the same bedroom. Manager, I go check out my dorm first, and then I go to work later, Chen Di said. Go ahead. Chen Wenjiu didn't insist that she start work right away. She could check out the accommodation first, put her luggage away, and then work. After Chen Di went upstairs, Chen Wenjiu continued to draw cards. Although she already had a new employee, she still felt that a few more new employees would be fine. Recently, there are more and more customers, especially new customers, who need to enter their identity information, and Yuan Yuan is too busy to handle it. As the store manager, she also had to serve those customers, and was very busy. When Yuan Yuan was busy, the work at the express station had to be delayed, and the lounge on the second floor also needed employees. So she had to try more to see if she could draw a few more employees. Then, Chen Wenjiu drew cards for various ordinary items, and furniture cards, and then drew 2 employee cards. Chin Wenjio felt heartbroken when he saw the hundreds of thousands of points he had spent. It was really too much to spend hundreds of thousands to draw an employee card. Although each card is not wasted, and the items on each card are very useful, the cost of drawing an employee card is too high. And Chin Wenjio looked at the 2 giant panda robots in front of her, and couldn't help covering her face. So it was particularly rare for her to draw a real employee, right? The employees she drew again were all robot employees? Good afternoon, store manager. The 180 centimeters tall giant panda robot Yuan San Yuan greeted politely. Good afternoon, store manager. Another 180 centimeters tall giant panda robot Yuan Si Yuan also greeted. Good afternoon, Yuan San Yuan Yuan Si Yuan. Chin Wenjio also greeted. Are you 2 going to work now? Yes, manager. There seem to be a lot of customers in the store. Yuan San Yuan said. Then you go to work. Chin Wenjio waved his hand. Yuan San Yuan is a room service robot, and Yuan Si Yuan is also in the room service department. But Yuan San Yuan also works part-time at the express delivery station, so when Yuan or Yuan is busy, Yuan San Yuan can go to the express delivery station to help. Now the room service only needs guests in the lounge, so Yuan Si Yuan should be able to handle it. After arranging the work of the 2 new employees, Chen Di, who went upstairs to see his dormitory, also came down. By the way, manager, what is my salary? Chen Di, who changed into the hotel's pea green long gown uniform, asked. Huh? Chin Wenjio was stunned by the question. She didn't seem to have thought about this question. Hizui was the chef assigned to her by the system before, so it seems that her salary was not paid by her. Chin Xian used to work in the government department. Although she was in her hotel, it seemed that her salary was also paid by the government. That is, the employee benefits of their hotel are good, and all consumption in the store is free. Then Yuan Yuan is a robot, and the salary seems to be paid by the system. So, she has not yet reacted how to calculate the salary of her employees. Ah, the store manager hasn't figured out the salary of the employees yet? Chen Di asked while receiving the guests. Because Chen Di had just joined the company, her job was to answer questions from customers at the counter, and Yuan or Yuan was also there to help customers enter their identity information. At this moment, she was helping customers check in at the lounge while talking to Chin Wenjio about salary and benefits. Let me take a look. Chin Wenjio quickly opened the system backend to see how the employee's salary and benefits were planned. Chin Wenjio found the employee benefits interface and took a look. Wenjio's hotel staff benefits. Front desk. Basic salary 5,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. Work 12 days a week and rest 3 days a week. Additional benefits. All hotel consumption is free. Family members enjoy a 50% discount. Additional salary 100 merits. Chef. Basic salary 15,000 to 30,000 yuan per month. Work 13 days a week and rest 3 days a week. Benefits as above. Additional salary 200 merits. Doctor. Basic salary 15,000 to 30,000 yuan per month. Work 13 days a week and rest 3 days a week. Benefits as above. Additional salary 500 merits. Waiter. Basic salary 5,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. Work 12 days a week and rest 3 days a week. Benefits as above. Additional salary 100 merits. Robot employee. Basic salary 5,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. Work 12 days a week and rest 3 days a week. Benefits as above. Additional salary 10 energy batteries. Chapter 42. There are also security guards, whose salary is also 5,000 to 8,000, but the additional salary is 300 merits. Every employee has 6 days of vacation every month. The number of days they work depends on the number of days in that month, but they will have 6 days of vacation every month. Chin Wenjio thinks this is good. As long as there are more and more employees in their hotel, it will not be a problem for them to take 6 days off every month. After all, with more employees, they can rotate the rest. When Chen Wenjio saw the content of the employee's salary and benefits, she knew why Chen Di became an employee of their hotel. This person doesn't look like an ordinary person at first glance. She must be here for merit to be able to work as an ordinary receptionist in their store. As a cultivator, Chen Wenjio certainly knows the importance of merit. Chen Di must also be a cultivator who needs merit to cultivate. Chen Wenjio told Chen Di about her salary and benefits, and Chen Di was quite satisfied after hearing it. Very good, including food and accommodation, and all consumption in the store is free. This treatment is really good. Chen Di nodded. Although they are now in the end of the world, money and other things are not circulated, but they can still go to other worlds to spend money. Chen Wenjio, during this vacation, employees can return to their original world. Can they also travel to other worlds? Chen Wenjiu was originally puzzled when he saw that the employees in the store had vacations. After all, where can they go on vacation in the end of the world? I didn't expect that they could go to other worlds for a tour during vacations, or return to their original world. This vacation arrangement is really great. The hotel system is still very humane. After all, she has lived in a peaceful and stable era since she was a child. If she stayed in the end of the world all the time, she would definitely have some mental illness. Employees can go to other worlds to relax for 6 days every month. This is indeed a good arrangement. At least it won't be so depressing that employees get sick. There are 6 days of vacation every month. Is this really good? Chinyu said to Chen Wenjiu while handling things. It seems that it's good for waiters to have 4 days of vacation a month. Our hotel is so good, but we have 6 days? I've already taken a break last week. You know, those people who work 007, 996 may not have a break every week, but their hotel will definitely give them a 6-day break. After Chen Di joined the company, she did a very good job. Chen Wenjiu originally thought that she appeared in ancient costumes and should not be able to use a computer. But she didn't expect that her computer was better than hers. Sometimes she couldn't understand what Chen Di did with the computer. She felt that her technology was very good. Mom, I really didn't lie to you. These foods were really exchanged by me. I exchanged them with crystal cores. Guiyang looked at his mother and said. Guirulin looked at the food in her son's hand, her pale face full of worry. Don't think I don't know that food is very expensive now, because I don't go out. Can the crystal cores you have saved be exchanged for so much food? I know that now a piece of bread needs dozens or hundreds of crystal cores to be exchanged. Guirulin was worried that her son would do something wrong. Although it is the end of the world now, she still hopes that her son is a person who abides by the moral bottom line and does not want him to do bad things. Mom, I really didn't do anything bad, Guiyang promised. Seeing his mother still not believing him, he thought for a moment and grabbed her hand and said, I can take you to see it. Guiyang grabbed his mother's hand impulsively, and then thought that it would be great if he could take his mother to the hotel, so that his mother could see everything in the hotel with her own eyes to prove that he was not lying. Guirulin hadn't figured out what was going on. When her son grabbed her wrist, she thought he was in a hurry to explain, but she found herself in a different place in a blink of an eye. She stood outside. She and her son were talking at home, but in the blink of an eye, she was on the street. Guirulin looked around. This was a very spacious street. There were no zombies or other dangers on the street. She could see a few pedestrians one after another. Guirulin was surprised that those pedestrians were either eating sandwiches while walking, or carrying various things that she thought were waste, and then in front of the building in front of her that looked like a hotel, they put the waste. Throw it into something that looks like a trash can. Beep! A total of 339 kilograms of scrap metal was received, and 339 points were exchanged. Guirulin heard the sound of a flat mechanical device, and then she saw the man who threw the scrap into the trash can. After hearing the voice, the smile on his face could not be concealed. With 339 points, I can buy more than 60 sandwiches, 18 servings of curry omelet rice, or 18 servings of prawn ramen, the man said happily. Guirulin looked at the sandwich her son had just handed over to her, and then looked at the happy person over there, wondering if the sandwich the other person was talking about was like the one in her hand. Mom, don't you believe what I said? I take you to see it. Guiyang took his mother into the Wenjiafang Hotel. Welcome. Qin Yue at the front desk smiled at Guiyang and his son, who had entered the door. What services do you two guests need? For first-time guests who want to enter their identity information, please ask our colleagues from Yuan or Yuan to help you. If you want to send a parcel, please go left. If you want to eat, please go right. If you want to rest and sleep, you can go to the second floor. Chen Di said to Guiyang and Guirulin with a smile. Guiyang looked at his mother and said to Chen Di, let's enter the identity information first. Guiyang was very worried about his mother. After he knew that this information card could save lives at critical moments, he thought that if his mother could also enter the information, she could use the information card to transfer to the hotel when she encountered danger. Now that he could bring his mother here, he would of course quickly enter her information, so that she would have a way to save her life. Aang? Guirulin was pushed by her son to enter her identity information. Confused, she walked to Yuan or Yuan under her son's push. Please come here to enter your identity information. Yuan or Yuan said politely to Guirulin. Ah? Okay. Although she was still confused, Guirulin listened to Yuan or Yuan's words and entered the information step by step according to its instructions. Student Guiyang? Are you from the Western base? Province S is very far from our Province G. How did you bring your mother? Zhong Liang, a member of the Fengxing team, who had learned about the life-saving skills of the hotel information card from Guiyang with Lu Lingfeng, looked at Guiyang in confusion. Guirulin was obviously coming to the hotel for the first time, which means she didn't have an identity card. So how did Guiyang bring his mother from Province S, thousands of miles away, to the hotel in the southern base? Chapter 43. I'm not sure either. Guiyang scratched the back of his head and said, I was just very anxious just now, holding my mother's hand and thinking that if my mother could come to the hotel together, she would believe what I said. Then, I really brought my mother to the hotel, Guiyang said with a smile. Zhong Liang heard this and looked at Chen Wenjiu. Manager Chen, is Guiyang's situation an exception or a common phenomenon? Can we bring other people who don't have information cards to the hotel together? Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, yes. Another function of our hotel's identity card is that you can bring two friends who don't have an information card to the hotel together. Chen Wenjiu introduced this function to several guests in detail. All the guests in the hotel entered their identity information and got the card, and then the guests with the information card can use this information card to bring their friends to the hotel. It doesn't matter if the two friends don't have an information card, they can bring them. Zhong Liang looked at the information card in his hand, thought for a while, and said, Manager Chen, this function is really useful. This function can bring more people to the hotel. Even if there are not many lucky ones, who picked up the hotel brochure thousands of miles away, they still have friends and relatives who can bring people here. If this continues, the number of guests in the hotel will increase. And if they become guests of the hotel, the survivors will have a greater chance of survival. Thank you, Manager Chen, for telling me. After thanking Chen Wenjiu, Zhong Liang hurried to find the other members of their Fengxing ability team. He wanted to tell them the news. The people in their southern base don't really need this function of being able to bring two friends who don't have information cards, but people in other places really need it. Guirulin also completed the identity information entry under the guidance of Yuan or Yuan, and she got her own card. Mom, you have got the card? Guiyang saw that his mother had got the card, and happily came over and said, Quick, Mom, recharge it quickly. Mom, do you want to go to the lounge upstairs to take a nap? Or should we go to the restaurant to have a meal? Let me tell you, the sandwiches and prawn ramen in this hotel are really delicious, especially the ramen, which is really chewy, Guiyang said to his mother excitedly. As a pure Northwester, he loves noodles very much, and the prawn ramen in Wenjiu Hotel is very suitable for his appetite. Obviously, the method of making this ramen is a little different from that in their S province, but he just thinks it is delicious and suits his appetite. Because he thinks it is delicious, he also wants to recommend it to his mother. Guiyang was raised by his mother, a single mother. Because of her poor health, she worked as a freelancer and did not go out to work. But because she worked as a freelancer, his mother had no source of income after the end of the world. She was too weak to go out to kill zombies or collect supplies. Guiyang was 14 years old at the end of the world. The young boy was already more than 1.8 meters tall and could support his mother. After 2 years of hardship, Guiyang now really wants his mother to live a good life. Now that he can redeem points and buy delicious food at the hotel, he is more confident in supporting his mother. The mother and son discussed and went to the restaurant. Although Guirulin is not in good health, she is also a pure S province person, and she also likes to eat noodles. The taste of the shrimp ramen described by her son made her greedy. Captain, this information card can really bring other people here. Song Yu excitedly pulled Feng Mo's sleeve and said. Looking at the warm light in front of her, Song Yu was very excited. She really brought the captain here, so that the captain will become a customer of the hotel in the future, and they can exchange more supplies. Feng Mo looked at the surrounding environment. It was obviously similar to the scenes often seen after the end of the world, but there were some differences. Feng Mo followed Song Yu into the hotel, entered his identity information under her eager expectation, and got his own card. Feng Mo is not a space power user, so he didn't bring a lot of supplies, but he brought a bag when he came, and the bag was full of crystal cores he stored. Originally, his crystal cores were for Song Yu to help him store, but she said that she was worried that he would forget or be greedy, which would be bad for Feng Mo, so she refused. What can Feng Mo do? He can only find a place to store these crystal cores. This time he will follow Song Yu to the hotel, and the things he can exchange points for are probably crystal cores. I don't know if the metal condensed by his gold power can be exchanged for points. Captain, I'm telling you. Song Yu and Feng Mo were talking together, and many more people came over one after another. After learning that the information card could bring two friends without information cards to the hotel, The hotel guests quickly brought their relatives and friends. Zhou Fei brought her sister Zhou Luo and her grandmother with her, and she planned to bring her grandfather with her next time. Now her grandfather was at home looking after the house, so she brought her sister and grandmother over first. On the other side, Chen Lu also brought her daughter to the hotel. After she learned from the hotel that the information card could bring people here, the first person she thought of was her daughter Chen Yuyu. Chen Lu's daughter Chen Yuyu is 13 years old this year, but she is already 170 centimeters tall. She is also a space and water dual-element superpower. Chen Yuyu and her father Song Yu are both very powerful people, only Chen Lu has not awakened superpowers. The last time Chen Lu was blocked by Song Feng was because Chen Yuyu followed the team out to collect supplies, and was not with Chen Lu, otherwise she would not let Song Feng attack her mother. The reason why Chen Lu was fine during the time when Song Yu was missing was because of her daughter's protection. Chen Yuyu was with Song Feng, a powerful superpower, so she didn't succeed. After Chen Yuyu came back from collecting supplies, she was shocked to hear about her mother's experience. If it weren't for the powerful store manager Chen, her mother might have been bullied by Song Feng. Song Feng's death was not a pity. Chen Yuyu even thought that Song Feng's death was a good thing for him. But the other party was already dead, and the body had been burned. Even if she wanted to torment the scum, she couldn't do anything. Moreover, Chen Lu turned a disaster into a blessing. She met manager Chen and was able to go to the hotel and buy a lot of delicious food. This was really a surprising benefit. Chen Yuyu was very happy these days. She was able to eat delicious food. Her mother also had the ability to protect herself. She was relieved. Unexpectedly, this hotel that warmed wine could give her more surprises. It turned out that the first person to become a customer of the hotel could bring other people to the hotel with the information card and become a new guest of the hotel. And her mother Chen Lu brought her here. Chapter 44. Chen Lu brought Chen Yuyu into the store, and after getting the ID card from her daughter, they came to the restaurant. Yuyu, you can order whatever you like. Chen Lu smiled and said to her daughter, although there are not many dishes in the restaurant now, each one is delicious. Chen Lu is not good at cooking. Her husband Song Yu used to cook. If Song Yu was busy, she would order takeout. After Song Yu disappeared, Chen Lu's cooking was terrible. It was her 13-year-old daughter who took over the cooking job, otherwise the mother and daughter would still eat the terrible meal she made. Chen Yuyu nodded and followed her mother to the restaurant. What a nice smell. Chen Yuyu smelled the strong aroma of food as soon as she stepped into the restaurant, but such a strong smell did not make people feel disgusted. The ventilation system of the hotel restaurant is very good. It is so messy, and there are so many guests eating different foods, but there is no unpleasant smell. In particular, most of the people are survivors of the apocalypse, who have not taken a bath for a long time. In such an environment, there is only the smell of food. It turns out that this hotel is really capable. Hey! Yuan, has your restaurant launched new food? Golden fried dumplings? Are they delicious? Chen Yuyu was just about to find a place to sit down with her mother, when she heard someone nearby exclaiming. She looked over and saw the other person pointing at the menu, and asking about the giant panda robot over there. Before Chen Yuyu came, she had heard from her mother that this hotel had robot employees, and they were robots with the appearance of giant pandas. She was not surprised when she saw Yuan outside just now, and she was not surprised to see Yuan now. But she was confused. Why are the heights of these giant panda robots different? Isn't the giant panda in the restaurant too short? It's only about 150 centimeters tall, which is quite different from the 160 centimeters tall one at the front desk. She even heard that there are two other 180 centimeters giant panda robots. The height difference between these giant panda robots is too big. Sometimes it feels like the round one in the restaurant is like a giant panda cub too short. Yes, sir, our restaurant has launched a new golden fried dumplings, which are shrimp and pork dumplings. Do you like them? Yuan responded. Shrimp and pork? The customer asked. Are there no other fillings? Beef and celery, lamb and carrot are also delicious. Sorry, our restaurant only has shrimp and pork fillings for this type of fried dumplings, no other fillings. Yuan said. It actually knew that according to Chef He's skills, he could make all kinds of delicious food. But there was no way. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if Chef He had high cooking skills, he could not make other food at all due to the limitation of ingredients. Even now, the ingredients provided by the hotel system can only be used to make the food drawn by the store manager. Even if Chef He can use these ingredients to make other foods, he can't do it. The food made basically has no taste, and tastes like chewing wax. So in order not to waste ingredients, he can only make the food that the hotel system asks him to make. Okay, shrimp and pork stuffing, shrimp and pork. Give me a golden fried dumpling. The guest thought about it and compromised. The other food in the restaurant was very delicious before, so he believed that the chef of the restaurant could still make top-notch delicacies even if it was a golden fried dumpling. Okay, wait a moment. Yuan Yun responded. Qin Yuyu looked at the busy figure of the giant panda robot and asked her mother, Mom, what do you want to eat? Chen Lu frowned slightly and said, I want prawn ramen, and a serving of the new golden fried dumplings? Chen Lu is from the south. Although she also likes to eat noodles, her favorite is rice, but who can blame the restaurant for not having much rice? Although the curry omelette rice is also delicious, Chen Lu is a little tired of it, and she doesn't like to eat spicy food. Chen Lu is a southerner who really can't eat spicy food. She can eat curry omelette rice until her face turns red, and she sweats profusely. So she still won't eat spicy food this time. The prawn ramen and golden fried dumplings should be delicious. She wants to try them. Qin Yuyu nodded and said, Then I want curry omelette rice. Qin Yuyu's taste is not like her mother, but her father's Songyu. Although Songyu is also from the south, he can eat spicy food and prefers to eat heavy food. Qin Yuyu completely follows her father. The mother and daughter ordered the food, which was served quickly. The golden fried dumplings were really white on one side, and golden on the other. The white side was sprinkled with black sesame seeds, and through the thin dumpling skin, you could clearly see some red fillings inside. Qin Yuyu took a fried dumpling and took a bite. The chewy dumpling skin was delicious, and the fillings were also chewy and delicious, with a very delicious taste. The pork had some graininess, and the shrimps were the same. The fillings were chewy, and there was a whole shrimp inside, which made the taste even better. The red color I just saw through the dumpling skin, some with chopped shrimp and some with whole shrimp, was very delicious and looked very good. Qin Yuyu was very intoxicated with the food. She had never eaten such delicious food since the end of the world. This golden fried dumpling was really delicious. Oh, and there was also curry omelette rice. The whole egg skin wrapped around the rice, and the egg skin was very tender. Qin Yuyu felt that even if she didn't bite it with her teeth, she could melt the egg skin with a little sip. The rice inside was also delicious. The rice was not too hard but not too soft and sticky. There were some shrimps and minced meat in the egg fried rice with distinct grains. The carrots just relieved the greasiness of the egg fried rice. The curry tasted strong, spicy and delicious. The soup tasted even more delicious after mixing with the rice, making Qin Yuyu want to eat it with an open stomach. Delicious. Chen Lu couldn't help but praise while eating the prawn ramen. This noodle was really delicious, better than any other noodle she had eaten before, and the soup base was also very fragrant. She loved it so much. The mother and daughter ate very well, but their movements were very fast. Their intoxicated expressions after eating delicious food were really exaggerated, but no one noticed. Who among those who ate in the restaurant of Wenjio's hotel didn't have such an expression? Everyone was used to the expressions of Chen Lu and Qin Yuyu, mother and daughter, and didn't look at them differently. They behaved like this, so why should they be surprised by others? Qin Yuyu quickly finished the omelette rice. She really liked such delicious food. While eating the last golden fried dumpling, she was thinking about whether to pack some food and store it. After all, she had the ability of space, and could store food for a while. She had to store more food so that she could fill her stomach on the road when she went out to do tasks, and look for supplies. Chapter 45. Qin Yuyu had dinner with her mother, and bought a lot of food to store in the space. At this time, she remembered her missing father. Mom, have you sent a courier to Dad? Qin Yuyu, who had learned about the magical courier station in the hotel, asked. Chen Lu nodded yes, I sent a courier to your dad twice, but he didn't reply. Yuyu, I'm worried. Chen Lu frowned. Qin Yuyu comforted her, Mom, don't worry, Dad will be fine. Although she was also worried about her father, she didn't want to increase her mother's worries. Qin Yuyu went to the express station to send a package to her father. There are actually two modes of sending packages at the express station. One is to know the name and address of the recipient, and it would be better if you can provide a photo. The other is to provide the name and photo of the recipient, and the address is not required. Qin Yuyu and Chen Lu don't know where Songyu is, but they have Songyu's photo and ID. So the two of them successfully sent the express. G Province Q City. Hey, what's wrong? Songyu, who was enjoying the breeze on the balcony, heard the voice, looked back at the other party and said nothing. Ayu, do you still not believe me? The visitor looked at the other party's handsome face, and showed a sad expression. Ayu, I know you are very uneasy because of amnesia, but I won't lie to you. I love you. How could I lie to you? Song-yu frowned. Although he saw the woman in front of him, when he opened his eyes, he instinctively couldn't get close to her. The woman said she was his wife, and they loved each other very much. She said they knew each other when they were in their 20s, and they got married after knowing each other for more than 10 years. He loved her very much. Even if she didn't have a child, he still loved her as before. Song-yu instinctively didn't believe it. In his subconscious, he remembered that he and his lover got married very early, and he remembered that he had a daughter. So, he didn't believe what the woman said. The woman wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song-yu. I want to be alone, okay? Song-yu said. Seeing him like this, the woman could only shut up and leave to give him a quiet environment. The woman turned around with a distorted face. She didn't expect Song-yu to be so difficult to deal with. She clearly hypnotized Song-yu when he was seriously injured and unconscious, but he still didn't fall in love with her as expected. It's really too difficult. In Song-yu's previous life, he dominated the South 10 years after the end of the world and replaced the current southern base to become a big boss. And Song-yu loves his wife very much. Even if there are many beautiful women outside who come to him one after another, he still only loves his wife. How could she not be moved by such a strong, loyal, tall, and handsome man? As long as she becomes Song-yu's wife, he will not remember the past, and then his loyalty will only be to her. The woman is Liao Jingxian. She is reborn. In her previous life, she was also a hypnotist, but because her ability was not very strong, she could only rely on other strong people to ensure her survival. The woman that Liao Jingxian envied the most in her previous life was Chen-Lu. She was just an ordinary person without any special powers, and she was not as beautiful as her, but she could make Song-yu love her forever. This made Liao Jingxian very envious and jealous. When she found out that she was reborn, and she was reborn to the time when Song-yu disappeared and lost his memory, she hurried over to pick up Song-yu. She was worried that Song-yu would remember his past memories, so she hypnotized him when he was seriously injured, so that he completely forgot the past and only remembered her. As a result, it has been more than half a month and nearly a month, and Song-yu is still not close to her and is very distant from her. If Liao Jingxian hadn't tested her hypnotic ability on other people, she would have thought that her ability didn't work on Song-yu. Now Liao Jingxian's ability team is actually hypnotized by her, so that Song-yu won't wonder why there are only 2 of them here. Those people were hypnotized by Liao Jingxian and thought that they had known her and Song-yu for a long time, and that they were a loving couple. Why did everyone else believe her after being hypnotized? But Song-yu was the only one who didn't get close to her. Liao Jingxian was very unwilling. But she also admired Song-yu in her heart. He was indeed the man she liked, and he was indeed the man who dominated the South 10 years later. His willpower was really strong. But such a Song-yu made her more determined. Why could Chen-Lu, that woman, loved Song-yu for a lifetime? A man like Song-yu must accompany a great beauty like her. And Chen-Lu, that waste, had no special powers, but she had the special power of hypnosis, which could give Song-yu greater help. Song-yu had no idea what Liao Jingxian was thinking. He watched a small machine fly in front of him, and heard a voice that only he could hear. Song-yu, 38 years old, 187 centimeters tall, from Ji Province. Song-yu, there is a delivery for you. Song-yu silently took the delivery from the machine, looked at the golden fried dumplings and prawn ramen in front of him, and then looked at the letter that flew out of the machine. Although Song-yu had lost his memory, he had not lost his instinct to read, so he could understand the letter when he saw it. Song-yu had received 2 such express deliveries before, each with a letter attached. According to the tone of the letter, the recipient should be his wife. But isn't his wife Liao Jingxian by his side? Song-yu had asked Liao Jingxian indirectly whether she had sent him an express. Liao Jingxian was unaware of the express, not to mention the things she had sent. Moreover, the express deliveries sent to him the first 2 times were all food, which was not common here, so he believed that this express was not sent to him by Liao Jingxian. But who was the one who sent him the express? Liao Jingxian, and the people around her said that he was her husband, and they had always been in love. Could this be false? Because he was not sure who sent him the food, Song-yu did not reply to the express delivery machine to send it back. He put away the food and the letter, and the express delivery aircraft left quickly. Song-yu silently ate the golden fried dumplings and prawn ramen, and his frown gradually relaxed. Delicious food can indeed soothe people's hearts. Song-yu finished a plate of golden fried dumplings and a plate of prawn ramen. He packed up the box and opened the letter. Song-yu couldn't help but widen his eyes as he read it, because this letter was not written by the person who claimed to be his wife, who wrote to him twice before, but by his daughter. His daughter? He really has a daughter? Does he really have a caring and lovely daughter? Liao Jingxian, is she lying to him? Chapter 46. After receiving the letter, Song Yu doubted his relationship with Liao Jingxian, but he did not make it public. After all, he had no memory of the past, so he had to verify it carefully. There was no need to alert the enemy. On the other side, Wenjio's hotel welcomed a peak of customers registering information cards. Because the hotel's information card can save lives, and you can also bring other people without information cards to the hotel, which made many people eager. The situation in the southern base was relatively good. After all, after Wenjio's hotel was settled in F City, many people had indeed registered their information. Now those enthusiastic people are all survivors from other bases. Southwest Base. What's the point of Hua Tingjun and the others going to the South Base? Now we are in the base. Can't we still go to that hotel? Another person from the Southwest Base's special ability team said, stroking his chin. That's right. What if the base commander sent Hua Tingjun and the others out? We can still go to that hotel. Another person followed suit. Let's go to the hotel. Those people said excitedly, holding the information cards. In addition to the Southwest Base, the North Base, the Central Base, the East Base, the West Base, the Southwest Base, the Southeast Base, the Northeast Base, the Northwest Base and other major official bases, as well as private bases such as the Kyushu Base and the Dawn Base, all had survivors going to the hotel to register their information. At Wenjio's hotel, Qin Wenjio was very glad that she had hired new employees, otherwise she and Yuan or Yuan would have been really busy. Now Yuan or Yuan and Qin Di are helping at the front desk, and Qin Wenjio will also help with reception when there are many people, and the store manager is also doing the work of the front desk. The express station is a round 3-round tube. Now the business at the express station is also very busy. Everyone wants to send things back to their relatives. Pretty girl, your hotel is pretty good. If you work here, will you be treated well? A man who looks a little handsome, but has a bit of a wretched temperament said to Qin Di when she was led to register the information card. Pretty girl, do you want to come with me? Although you work well in this hotel, I am also very powerful. I am a level 3 superpower user, and I am also a fire superpower user. I'm not as useless as those water, and with psychics. Fire psychics have strong attack power. The man stared at Qin Di and said, that is to say, I'm very strong. You won't lose anything if you follow me. This man is looking at the face. Although Qin Wenjio is also very good looking, in fact, Qin Di is more beautiful among the two. Qin Di's appearance is really outstanding, very charming and enchanting. Even though her height is about the same as Qin Wenjio, only more than 1.5 meters and less than 1.6 meters, it does not hinder his charming and enchanting appearance. She also has a very good figure. So, the wretched man set his sights on her. Are you the owner of this store? If you follow me, how about we run this store together? Let me tell you, it is very dangerous to own such a magical hotel, and such a huge amount of supplies in a world like the end of the world. If you come with me, I can protect you, and help you protect this huge asset. Qin Yu's originally smiling expression became very cold, and he looked at the other party expressionlessly and said, Sir, do you still want to register your information? The man seemed to be unaware, and still wanted to make a move on Qin Di. This was his first time at Wenjio's Inn. Before he came, he had heard that the owner of Wenjio's Inn was a girl, and her last name was Qin. It just so happened that Qin Di's last name was also Qin, and Qin Di was the prettiest of the two girls at the front desk, so the man thought Qin Di was the owner. He had a good idea. If he could get Qin Di, then he would be the owner's man, and would he have the right to control everything in the inn? With such a powerful hotel, and such a huge amount of resources, can he dominate the entire end of the world? The chaotic world of the end of the world is very suitable for him to be king. The man looked at Qin Di with a very aggressive look, and it was a disgusting aggressive look that made people feel sick. If he could get the owner, then he would guarantee her position as the main wife, and no matter how many women he found in the future, her position would not be shaken. Qin Di stared at this guy expressionlessly, and that charming face suddenly became cold and scary. Pretty girl, are you interested? I think I'm pretty handsome. Besides, a man's appearance is not that important. What's important is that I have the ability. I'm a level 3 psychic, and there are very few psychics of this level now. Qin Di said, not interested. Not to mention that she already has a husband. Even if she is still single, she doesn't like this wretched man. Okay, this guy wanted to touch her. If it weren't for Yuan or Yuan blocking her from time to time, this guy might really touch her. Well, in fact, this guy couldn't touch her with her skills. Pretty girl, don't be so disrespectful. The man stretched out his hand to grab Qin Di, but was beaten off by her. The man whose hand was beaten turned very ugly. Don't be shameless. You look like this just for us men. Paw. Chindi slapped the man in the face to stop him from saying the next words, grabbed the man's collar with a cold face and dragged him out. Our hotel doesn't welcome guests like you. Chindi was really rude to this guy and annoyed him. Zhuang Jun was stunned when he was dragged out. Even though he was not 1.8 meters tall, he was more than 1.7 meters tall. Moreover, because he had awakened his supernatural powers after the end of the world, he did not lose much weight. In other words, he was a big man who was 1.75 meters tall and weighed more than 60 kilograms, but he was dragged out by a woman who was more than 1.5 meters tall and weighed less than 100 kilograms. Stinky woman. Zhuang Jun was immediately angry when he was dragged out. Since he awakened his superpowers, he has never felt so aggrieved. This stinky woman actually made him lose face. Chindi ignored his anger, dragged the man out of the hotel door, and threw him out, and really threw a big man several meters away. Chindi's strength is not small. She is just a person of more than 60 kilograms, but she can lift hundreds of kilograms of things, okay? Get out of our hotel. Our hotel does not welcome people like you. Chindi said coldly. Stinky woman. Zhuang Jun didn't feel much move when looking at her charming face. He just wanted to vent his anger. You die, stinky woman. Zhuang Jun couldn't help but use the fire power, and a large ball of fire rushed towards Chindi. Chapter 47. Chindi was very fast. When the fireball rushed towards her, she quickly dodged to the side and broke it apart with one punch. Although the hotel had a protection mechanism and an energy shield that could resist any attack, Chindi still broke the fireball to prevent it from hitting the hotel. Zhuang Jun was surprised to see her break his fireball. He didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. Zhuang Jun threw out fireballs one by one. Chindi dodged these fireballs as swiftly as if she knew Qigong and Lingbo Weibu, and was able to break them all. Chindi was able to dodge the fireballs thrown by the opponent and disperse them, and even rushed to Zhuang Jun quickly. Chindi punched Zhuang Jun in the stomach, and the huge impact force made Zhuang Jun fly several meters away. Puff. Zhuang Jun vomited blood after being hit by the punch, and watched Chindi rush to him again, pick him up with one hand, and punch him in the stomach again with the other hand. Puff, cough, cough. Zhuang Jun was hit, and vomited blood again. After Chindi had completely destroyed this guy's fighting power, she let go of him and let him fall freely to the ground. She looked down at him calmly and said, "This is the result of coming to our hotel to cause trouble." When Chindi said this, the other guests in the hotel heard it. They looked at Chindi in shock, and then looked at Zhuang Jun, who was beaten to the ground, full of disbelief. Is Chindi so powerful? Chindi's appearance is really deceptive. She looks like a petite and harmless girl. Why is she so strong? Look at her. She just hit Zhuang Jun twice, and the result was that his fighting power was completely destroyed, and he couldn't even get up. Such fighting power is too terrifying, right? Chindi didn't plan to kill Zhuang Jun. Although this guy was disgusting, he didn't do anything particularly excessive to her. She was too lazy to kill him and dirty her hands. Chindi ignored Zhuang Jun and turned back to the store to continue to entertain other customers. Other customers looked at her beautiful face and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Her fighting power was really too strong, and they couldn't afford to offend her. For example, the man who had been eyeing Tan Lele from Tan Songhai's family had some small thoughts after seeing Chindi's pretty face, but he didn't dare to do it now. Tan Lele is at least an ordinary person, with basically no fighting power. She looks very pretty and petite, but she can really beat people to death. Chindi didn't know that after she entered the store, Zhuang Jun, who fell to the ground, was killed by someone else. She was a young, pretty woman, a little thin, and her spirit was really bad. The reason why she was here was because one of her only friends was lucky enough to register for the information card, so he brought her here to try to get the information card as well. Seeing Zhuang Jun being beaten so badly by the hotel staff, and having no power to fight back, she felt very relieved. Now seeing that Zhuang Jun had no ability to resist, she took this opportunity to kill him even though she didn't have much strength. Seeing that Zhuang Jun had no breath, the woman finally fell to the ground, covering her face and crying. Great! Such a scumbag is finally dead. The scumbag she had waited for countless days and nights is finally dead. She killed him with her own hands. This Zhuang Jun is a real scumbag, because before the end of the world, he was imprisoned for a crime. According to his crime, he should at least be sentenced to life imprisonment. As a result, because of the end of the world outside became chaotic. Zhuang Jun awakened his supernatural power again, and he ran away directly from prison. Since he could do such a wrong thing as being sentenced to life imprisonment, Zhuang Jun himself is not a good person. He has really done a lot of bad things in the past 2 years. The woman was one of the women that Zhuang Jun had harmed. She wanted to die with Zhuang Jun countless times, but she had neither supernatural powers nor strength, so she couldn't kill him at all. Even every time she took action, she would be punished by Zhuang Jun. She didn't have any good meat on her body now, all because of Zhuang Jun, the scumbag. Now it's good, he is finally dead. Those poor people who were oppressed by Zhuang Jun are finally free. The woman's friends saw her crying miserably, but she seemed to have a sense of relief, and her heart was also very bitter. Her relationship with the other party was not good. In fact, she was also harmed by Zhuang Jun, the scum. However, she was more sensible, and did not resist fiercely like the other party, and was tortured. Of course, her compromise in order to survive did not mean that she was helping the tyrant. She did not help Zhuang Jun to harm others. She was just quieter. In fact, like helping the woman who killed Zhuang Jun, she helped many people. It's a good thing that he died. Don't cry. She comforted the woman. Yes, this is a good thing. He finally died. He tortured so many people to death, and now it's his turn to die. The woman cried loudly. He finally died. Many people saw the two women crying miserably in front of Zhuang Jun's body, especially when they saw the woman who killed him. They understood what was going on. The end of the world, the order is chaotic. Even if the big official base can shelter many survivors, many people did not go to the survivor base for shelter. Some people want to make their own living. What if they can develop their own power and become the king? Some people, like the two women, are under house arrest by those powerful superpowers, and they can't go to the official base at all. Qin Wenjiu in the hotel lobby also saw it. Since she won the lobby furniture card and changed the wallpaper, the hotel lobby has floor-to-ceiling windows, and you can see what's happening outside the hotel. Although the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel are not very large, you can see clearly what's happening outside. Qindi's heroic figure, and the actions of the two women who killed Zhuang Jun can all be seen clearly. Qin Wenjiu knows that there is light and darkness in the world, but she still has a little compassion when facing such darkness. There must be many more women who have experienced the same thing as these two women, so should she do something? Can her hotel only simply provide these people with a place to rest and eat? Can she use the hotel system and other things to help these people do something? Chapter 48. While Qin Wenjiu was still thinking about what her hotel could do, she received a system reminder that she could unlock the bathroom on the second floor. Because there have been many guests coming to the hotel recently, the popularity to unlock the bathroom on the second floor was soon enough, and it could be unlocked. The popularity required to unlock the men's bathroom on the second floor is 50, and the points are 5,500. The women's bathroom requires 60 popularity, and 6,000 points. Qin Wenjiu clicked on the unlock button very quickly, unlocking both the men's and women's bathrooms in one go. It took half an hour to unlock the door. After half an hour, Qin Wenjiu arrived at the bathroom on the second floor and unlocked all the facilities in the empty bathroom. The layout of the male and female bathrooms is the same. The door is a simple wooden door, but Qin Wenjiu knows that this door is not easy to open. After entering the door, there is a spacious place. This is the dressing room. Guests can put their clothes here to change into bathrobes, and then go out of the dressing room to the standing bath and sitting bath. The area of the dressing room is 25 square meters. Qin Wenjiu put the locker he drew. It is a large locker placed against the wall, which is not much different from many dressing rooms. Because she drew a level 2 cabinet. If it was a level 1 cabinet, it would be a very ordinary cabinet, and even the hinges of the cabinet door are not very easy to use. Level 2 is still good. Although it looks traditional, it is ugly and durable. At least the hinges are good, and it is not difficult to open and close. The standing bath and the sitting bath are the same size, both of which are 25 square meters. There are 4 bathrooms in the sitting bath and the standing bath, and the size of each bathroom is about 5 square meters. Qin Wenjiu drew a level 2 cabinet in the dressing room, but the standing bath is an ordinary level 1 standing bath, a very old-fashioned standing bath, with a little water output. But it is very good to have such a standing bath, at least you can take a shower. The sitting bath is also level 1, and the stool is a small red plastic stool. Although it is plastic, it is cheap and non-slip. The water output of the shower faucet in the sitting bath is not very large, which is similar to the level 1 standing bath, except that there is a small red stool to sit on. Qin Wenjiu added shower equipment, faucets, showers, etc., so that there can be water for guests to bathe. After the pipes for standing and sitting baths were all ready, Qin Wenjiu came out and took out a pot of unknown green plants and lemon branches and placed them in various corners. The pot of unknown green plants and lemon branches are the greenery in the bathroom. In fact, she looked and it seemed that other rooms could also use these two plants as decorations. She just put a pot in each compartment, and when it was almost done, she came to the hot spring pool. The hot spring pool in the hotel now is different from the previous one. There is no indoor large hot spring or outdoor small hot spring. There is only a 25 square meter hot spring pool. The hot spring pool was installed. The hot spring pool was made of sandalwood. The fragrant sandalwood can help people relax. She thought that the guests in the end times were under a lot of pressure. They were on edge every day, alert to when they would encounter danger, and it was difficult to relax. And this sandalwood hot spring should be very friendly to the guests. After the hot spring pool was installed, Chen Wenjie went to the dressing room next door. After all, everyone had to touch up their makeup or tidy up their appearance after taking a hot spring bath, so there was an extra dressing room. Chen Wenjie only won the first-level dressing room furniture and facilities, which only had combs and body lotions prepared for guests, nothing else, a very simple dressing table. In the rest area, Chen Wenjie won the third-level furniture, which was a guagua tea table, a cute guagua teapot, and cold-brewed fruit tea. The men's and women's bathrooms were similar, but Chen Wenjie was actually a little partial to the female customers. The rest area in the women's bathroom served cold-brewed fruit tea, while the rest area in the men's bathroom served a simple tea table with hot tea on the table. There is a big difference between the simple tea table at level 1 and the melon tea table at level 3. The drinks on the tea tables of different levels can replenish different amounts of energy. And the lockers in the changing room of the men's bathroom are ordinary lockers at level 1, the ones with loose-leaf locks that don't work very well. Even the hot spring pool is a stone hot spring, a hot spring pool dug out of ordinary stones. Of course, although this hot spring pool is not as relaxing as the sandalwood hot spring in the women's bathroom next door, it is not bad either. The most basic function of the hot spring pool is to relieve fatigue. After the other facilities were ready, Chen Wenjie replaced the floor and wallpaper in the bathroom. She replaced the floor from the entrance to the dressing room with a 2-level beechwood floor, which is a very common wood floor in Japanese-style rooms. The indoor floor is also a 2-level beige floor tile, a classic and generous style. She replaced the wallpaper of the hot spring pool with a 2-level fence wall, made of old bamboo, which is light-transmitting and breathable. The wallpaper in the room is a very ordinary wall, an ordinary wall without any decoration. The floor of the rest area was replaced with stone tiles, which were uneven and easy to sprain. After Chen Wenjie finished all the things in the 2 bathrooms, she sighed. In fact, it was not only that, she also had to prepare the spring water materials for the hot spring pool. Different springs in the hot spring pool have different effects. For example, sea salt spring has the effect of replenishing physical strength. Guests can quickly replenish their physical strength by soaking in sea salt spring. The originally tired guests only need to run in the hot spring for half an hour to restore 70% of their physical strength. The sulfur spring can sterilize and disinfect. There are zombie viruses outside now. If guests soak in the sulfur spring, they can also wash off some bacteria and viruses on their bodies. Chen Wenjie was very lucky this time. She drew 4 springs in total, namely sea salt spring, sulfur spring, rose salt spring, and bubble spring. The effect of rose salt spring is to replenish energy, in layman's terms, to replenish energy. For example, if the superpower of a superpower is almost exhausted, soaking in rose salt spring for half an hour can replenish 50% of the superpower. The effect of the bubble spring is cleansing. Soaking in the hot spring for half an hour can clean 80% of the whole body, which is also a very good effect. Chen Wenjie is still very satisfied with these springs, and it will attract more customers. Chen Wenjie opened the hotel system back end, opened the bathroom on the 2nd floor, and made an internal call to tell Chen Di at the front desk. Although it is the end of the world now and communications have been cut off, in fact, Wenjie's hotel can still communicate internally. Chen Wenjie called Chen Di on the internal line and said that the call was still connected. "Hello, manager. What can I do for you?" Chen Di asked while busy entertaining guests. "The bathroom on the 2nd floor is open. You can tell the guests and ask them to come up and take a bath or soak in the hot spring if they are interested," Chen Wenjie said. "Oh, there is a hot spring in the bathroom on the 2nd floor? Then, boss, as hotel employees, can we soak in the hot spring?" Chapter 49. Chen Wenjie said to Chen Di, "Our employees can consume for free as long as they are in the store, and of course they can also take a hot spring bath. However, it still has to be after get off work. Don't even think about taking a hot spring bath during working hours. Chindi smiled and said, Yes, yes, I understand. Then manager, I will tell the guests about the opening of the bathroom. Yes. Chin Wenjio hung up the phone and looked at the lounge on the other side of the elevator. The guests who came out of the lounge heard her, and Chindi's phone call. Manager, the bathroom is now available, right? Jiang Yuan happily approached Chen Wenjio and asked, Is there a hot spring in the bathroom? Jiang Yuan was surprised that the hotel actually moved the hot spring into a small building, but after thinking about it, she felt that this hotel was not too magical. It was magical enough to suddenly appear in the end of the world, to have so many delicious foods, and to help send and deliver express parcels. Isn't there a hot spring in the bathroom of the hotel now? There's nothing to be surprised about. Jiang Yuan said happily, I haven't had a good bath for a long time. I must have a good bath this time. Manager, how much does the bathroom charge? Jiang Shu also asked curiously. After hearing this, Chen Wenjio looked at the phone in his hand, then raised his head and smiled at them. The charges for our bathroom on the second floor depend on the project. For example, if you take a standing bath or a sitting bath, you only need to charge 20 points each time. But if you take a hot spring bath, you need to charge 500 points, and you can only take a bath for half an hour. If guests want to choose different hot spring water, there is also an additional charge. Each type of water costs 500 points. Chen Wenjio smiled and said to the Jiang sisters, Do guests want to experience it? She introduced the situation in the bathroom to Jiang Shu and Jiang Yuan, and explained the effects of the sandalwood hot spring, and the effects of the 4 types of hot spring water she drew. The price of standing bath and sitting bath is cheap because it can simply wash away dirt, just a normal bath. Only expensive hot springs have special effects. In fact, she also put soap in the standing and sitting baths. Yes, it was the soap she always won in the previous card draw. This soap can be used for washing hair and body, taking into account the functions of shower gel and shampoo. It is very versatile. Soap can even be used for washing clothes. One thing has 3 uses. She drew a lot of soap, which cost several hundred yuan, so she put them all in the bathroom to see if the guests want to use them. Chen Wenjio introduced the bathroom to the 2 guests, and they were both very excited. Then let's go over and take a bath. I haven't had a good bath for a long time. Jiang Yuan was very excited. She felt that she would be really uncomfortable if she didn't take a good bath. Although she was from the southwest is also the south. She was used to taking a bath every day before the end of the world. As a result, after the end of the world, she could not take a bath for 10 days, half a month, or even for several months. Even if she could take a bath, she would just wipe her body simply, and she didn't wash herself completely. She couldn't stand it. So after thanking Chenwen for the wine, Jiang Yuan took Jiang Shu to the bathroom. The men's and women's bathrooms were clearly divided. When Jiang Yuan arrived at the door of the women's bathroom, she couldn't help but stretch her neck to look at the door of the men's bathroom. Do you think women can enter the men's bathroom? Jiang Yuan asked. She asked this because she was a little worried that if someone had bad intentions and wanted to run to the bathroom of the opposite sex, what would happen? Jiang Shu raised her eyebrows and said, You can try. Jiang Yuan felt that she was right. She walked to the door of the men's bathroom and stretched out her hand to push it, but she couldn't push the door open. Try to swipe your information card, Jiang Shu reminded. Jiang Yuan took out her information card and swiped it on the card reader at the bathroom door, but found that it didn't work, which meant that she couldn't open the door of the men's bathroom. Please don't come to the men's bathroom, female customer. When Jiang Shu took back her information card, a very mechanical voice came from the card reader, and it was obvious that it was said by the intelligent AI. Jiang Shu asked curiously, Can the opposite sex really not enter each other's bathroom? Yes. The intelligent AI answered. Then, what about people with gender identity disorder? You should know that there are many people with gender identity disorder who do not think they are their biological gender, but another gender. In this case, should they go to the bathroom that they think is only for the opposite sex? Please rest assured that people with gender identity disorder will be identified on their information cards, so they can enter their bathroom correctly. Jiang Yuan became even more curious, but she was pulled back by Jiang Shu. Okay, didn't you say you felt uncomfortable? Let's go in and take a shower. Jiang Shu held her hand with one hand and took out her information card with the other hand and swiped the bathroom door open. Beep, welcome. After swiping the card and entering the bathroom, Jiang Yuan replied, I'm just curious, who makes this door so magical? As she answered, she looked at the lockers in the dressing room. Are there clean bathrobes and towels in each locker? Jiang Shu also went to take a look. After swiping her card, she opened a cabinet and took out a bathrobe and towel. She planned to change her clothes. Are you not going to change clothes and take a shower? Jiangshu also opened the cabinet and took out a bathrobe and towel. After she closed the cabinet door, she seemed to hear some extraordinary reminder. Can the cabinet in this dressing room automatically wash and disinfect dirty clothes? It's even better than the washing machine in the lounge. Jiangshu was also quite surprised, but she was also quite happy when she thought about being able to wear clean clothes after taking a shower. The two sisters went to the standing bathroom first. There was a card reader at the door of the standing bathroom. Only after swiping the card could the water switch of the standing bathroom be turned on. The two sisters entered the standing bathroom together. After entering, they found that the bathroom had a door, unlike most bathhouses without doors. They chose a bathroom and went in. Jiang Yuan turned on the shower and wet herself. She looked at the soap on the shelf and couldn't help complaining to Jiang Shu, "Are there no other toiletries in the bathroom? There is only one soap? Soap can be used to wash your hair and body, but can it also be used to wash clothes?" Jiang Shu looked at the introduction on the shelf where the soap was placed and was speechless. Is this soap so powerful? It's already very good to be useful. Jiang Shu didn't react to her complaints. Since the hotel prepared soap, it means that its use effect is very good, and there is nothing to complain about. I'm just talking, Jiang Yuan said. Although she complained that the soap could be used for 3 purposes, she also obediently picked it up to wash her hair and body. Are you going to take a hot spring bath later? Jiang Yuan asked. Chapter 50. What are you doing? Chen Wenjiu stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor and couldn't help questioning the system in her mind. After unlocking the bathroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Wenjiu saw that the popularity and points of the hotel had reached the standard to unlock the 3rd floor of the hotel, so she planned to unlock the guest rooms on the 3rd floor as well. But she didn't expect that the hotel system would make trouble for her again and give her a messy task. Only after completing the task could she continue to unlock the hotel's building facilities. Even Chen Wenjiu looked at the new message sent to her by the hotel system. The main task on it also had a penalty for failure, which made her gnashing her teeth at the hotel system. If the hotel system had a physical body, she would definitely beat this guy up. She couldn't vent her resentment unless she cut it into pieces. Hotel system update announcement. Dear store manager, due to the different business world, our store will develop new business and formulate new rules. New store opening benefits. The unlocking conditions of the 1st and 2nd floors of the main building are simple, and the store manager of the 3rd floor and above of the main building needs to complete tasks before unlocking. Main task. Please help mankind rebuild their homes and end the end of the world. Mission failure penalty. Unbinding the end system. Host wealth reset. Host cultivation reset. Host luck reset. Host lifespan reset. Mission success reward. Host cultivation soars, directly ascends. Chen Wenjiu, rubbish system. Chen Wenjiu couldn't help cursing. She was really mad at this system. It was fine if it suddenly threw her into the end of the world to open a store, but now there was such a severe punishment. Mission failure, her wealth and cultivation reset, it was fine, but her lifespan was reset? Doesn't this mean that if she fails the mission, she will have to die? Chen Wenjiu really wanted to curse, but what could she do? From the beginning, she was thrown into the apocalypse by the system, and she could only listen to it obediently, and there was no possibility of resistance at all. Chen Wenjiu was really speechless. She opened the backstage panel of the hotel system, and saw a lot of tasks. If you want to unlock rooms 301 and 302 on the 3rd floor, you have to do the tasks. For example, she has to help unlock this apocalypse. She has to help the people of this world in the apocalypse, research zombie vaccines, eliminate zombie viruses, and restore the former prosperity. Chen Wenjiu really wanted to give the system a beating. How could the system think that she, a liberal arts student, could end this apocalypse? What does a liberal arts student like her know about zombie viruses? She didn't study biochemistry or medicine, so what could she know? Chen Wenjiu went down from the 3rd floor cursing. She took a look at the bathroom on the 2nd floor where several guests had arrived. Because of the sudden restrictions of the system, she even lost a lot of joy in unlocking the bathroom. What's wrong? Chen Di saw Chen Wenjiu coming down with a sullen face, and was really curious about what happened to her. Wasn't she quite happy when she went upstairs just now? Who has offended her now? Even if it's just a young couple having a quarrel, Chef He is still busy in the restaurant now, so how can he have the time to make her angry? There is a new task. Chen Wenjiu looked at Chen Di and said, "You are now working at the front desk, right?" Chen Di nodded. Although the workload is a bit heavy now, it's not a tedious job. I can handle it. Chen Wenjiu nodded. Since you can handle it, I will go to do the task. Chen Di asked curiously, what task? Isn't your task to open a hotel and entertain guests? Chen Wenjiu said with a sarcastic smile on his face. No, you are also responsible for saving the world. Okay, I'm going to save the world. Chen Di, Looking at the back of his own manager leaving in a chic manner, Chen Di tilted his head, really not sure what she meant. Aren't all the people in their hotel, from the manager to the employees, from other worlds? Why does the manager have the direct responsibility of saving? Chen Wenjiu didn't leave the hotel directly. She had to tell Hizui. After all, he was her boyfriend. She had to tell him before she went out. She couldn't just leave without saying anything. And she wasn't sure when she would be back this time. So she had to bring some food from the restaurant and tell Hizui about her going out. Hizui, who was busy cutting vegetables, paused when he heard that she was going out, turned around and looked at her and said, Will it take you a long time to go out this time? Yes. Chen Wenjiu nodded. In that case, go ahead. Hizui said, Be careful on the road, and if there is anything you can't solve, you can contact me. Chen Wenjiu nodded again. She looked at the various foods that Hizui prepared for her, leaned over and kissed him on the face, and then put the food into the space button. The capacity of her space button is still very large. She cleaned the space button thoroughly when she came back last time, so it is no problem to put food in it now. Chen Wenjiu informed the employees to do their respective duties. The operation of the hotel depends on them. She needs to go out for a while. Chen Wenjiu took out her flying sword as soon as she left the hotel. Although Chen Wenjiu's main weapon is a long sword, she still likes to fly with a sword when she travels, which makes her look more handsome. When Chen Wenjiu was flying with a sword, she did not forget to open the task panel and check the specific requirements of the task she accepted. The task to unlock room 301 is to help Lu Shufeng and his team kill the level 5 mutant zombies and save the group of people. According to what was said above, Lu Shufeng is also an important figure in this world. If he dies, the time to end the apocalypse will be extended. Chen Wenjiu couldn't figure it out, but she knew that Lu Shufeng was Lu Lingfeng's twin brother, so it would be good to save him. And Lu Shufeng's teammates also need to be saved. After all, they are all people with good personalities, and it would be a pity if they died. Saving these people is also a good deed. The flying sword under Chen Wenjiu's feet rushed out, and just as she flew out of the sky above F City, she was attacked by a mutant bird. These mutant birds or zombie birds have regarded the air as their territory, and will not allow anyone or any animal to provoke them. Chen Wenjiu was not afraid. She took out her long sword while flying the sword and killed them all the way. Where Chen Wenjiu flew, mutant birds or zombie birds fell to the ground. Chen Wenjiu looked back and continued to fly towards the central base with a clear goal. Lu Shufeng and his group went from the central base to the southern base. It was very hard along the way. Those mutant birds and zombie birds were really difficult to deal with. This group of people didn't see the hotel brochure, so they didn't become new guests of the hotel 1 by 1, 2 by 2, and 4 by 2. Now they are still on the road. Who would have known that they would encounter a powerful mutant zombie in City C? According to their estimation, the other party must be a zombie of at least level 4. Chapter 51. Lu Shufeng and his group are all very strong, but their strongest person is only at the peak of level 3, and has not yet broken through to level 4. Now they have encountered zombies that are stronger than level 4, and they are really a little overwhelmed. The reason why they encountered this zombie is that they passed by City C on the way from the central base, and planned to rest here. They really encountered a lot of troubles along the way. Zombie birds, mutant insects, etc. all want to attack humans. Most zombie birds don't eat people, they just overprotect their airspace, and don't allow other things to compete for the airspace they occupy. But zombie birds are different. They have all become zombies, so of course they eat fresh blood and flesh. Whether it is an animal or a human, the zombie birds will not let it go. Especially when they fly into the airspace they occupy, they will definitely attack in groups. Lu Shufeng and his team encountered many difficulties along the way. Although the speed of the car was very fast, it still took them a long time to travel such a distance. It was less than 1,000 kilometers from the central base to City C, but they took quite a while. Now they were unlucky enough to encounter a powerful high-level zombie. Zhou Mian from the Special Power Team was attacked by a zombie with mental power. She couldn't help screaming because of a headache. She stopped attacking the zombie, and rolled around holding her head in pain. Mian. Zuli was worried when he saw Zhou Mian in pain, especially when she rolled on the ground, and the zombies around her slowly surrounded her. The zombie in City C is a spiritual zombie, and it is also a high-level zombie. It can summon more zombies to fight. The people of the Central Base Special Power Team don't know how many zombies the other side has summoned. They only know that they are very tired of killing. Lu Shufeng, Su Minghang, Chu Minglan and others have been looking for the high-level zombie under the cover of their teammates, hoping to kill the other side. With the command of the high-level spiritual zombie, those low-level zombies are very difficult to deal with. Oh no, that zombie is attacking Mian. Su Minghang heard Zhou Mian scream, and he couldn't help showing an anxious expression on his face. Zhou Mian is his partner, and he is very worried about her injury. Chu Minglan frowned and said, still not sure where the zombie is? The hiding place of high-level psychic zombies is really hard to find. The other party's mutation direction is psychic, which is definitely very smart. Even if they don't have wisdom like humans, they are definitely not like low-level zombies, who only think about eating. Advanced psychic zombies basically have the ability to think independently, and are not driven by instinct. Of course, level 5 psychic zombies are still rare, and Lu Shufeng and his friends were really unlucky to encounter this zombie. Please ensure Chu Minglan's life is safe. After Chen Wenjiu flew to City C on a sword, she quickly found the figures of the group of people in the central base. As a result, as soon as she arrived, the hotel system gave her a precise task. Although this task is written as help Lu Shufeng and others kill the level 5 mutant zombies, it actually has another nickname, which is protect Chu Minglan's life. Is this Chu Minglan a man of destiny who needs her to protect his safety? Actually, it is true. This world can be regarded as a derivative world of a Doomsday novel, and Chu Minglan is the hero in this novel. Of course, Chu Minglan is not the only hero. This is not an old Doomsday novel. The heroine is reborn and takes back the space that was cheated away in her previous life. Then, before the end of the world, she buys and hoards a lot of supplies. After the end of the world, she takes advantage of the chaos and plunders the supplies and stores them. The heroine's space is the kind of space that can be used for planting, so even if the end of the world comes, the heroine does not have to worry about not having enough food. Because of this space, the heroine has opened the way to dominate the end of the world. Yes, the heroine dominates the end of the world. She has a space and memories of her previous life. She knows the big guys who dominate the end of the world in advance, and then conquers them one by one. And the heroine is not the kind of person who relies entirely on men. Although she has known many big guys, her own strength is also very strong. After all, there is a space. How can a space that can be cultivated in a Doomsday novel lack a spiritual spring? There are also cultivation techniques in the space. Because the heroine is the real owner of the space, and because she is the heroine, these things can only be used by the heroine in this life. The vicious female supporting role, who took away her space in the previous life, actually did not see the spiritual spring and cultivation techniques. The heroine can cultivate immortality. While cultivating and relying on the space to maintain the base, she later spent more than 10 years to dominate the end of the world. Since the heroine has already dominated, it is impossible for her to have only one man. Those big men who have been conquered by her are her harem. The Mary Sue heroine is invincible in the world. All the excellent big men love her, and are willing to share their lovers with others. When Chen Wenjiu knew this story, he suppressed his thoughts of complaining. What is there to complain about? Some people like this style of novels. What if she doesn't like it? Out of sight, out of mind. Even though she traveled to the world derived from this novel, she did not criticize the heroine's love life. Men can have a harem after they become the hegemon, so why can't women? The heroine is willing, and the heroes are willing, so it's none of other people's business. It's just, the ending of this novel is that the heroine lives a happy life with the heroes after she becomes the hegemon. But in fact, the end of the world is not really over. Because there is a man in the heroine's harem who is the Zombie King. Zombie King. The heroine thinks that the Zombie King has wisdom, and is almost the same as humans except that he has no breath and no heartbeat. Even if he has no memory before he became a zombie, he can live well like a human now. So, the heroine protects the Zombie King and takes him into her harem. The ending of the novel is very beautiful, but this derivative world will not come to an abrupt end after the novel ends. The world must continue to operate. The real ending of this world is that the Zombie Queen comes and explodes, and he has human emotions, possessiveness, and monopoly. It is the Zombie King. How can he be willing to share his lover with others? And humans are just food to him. The heroine is special to him, but those men who compete with him for the heroine are just food to him. So, the heroine's several big men started fighting, and the Zombie King created more zombies, and the world began to be in chaos again. The heroine is a big man, and the heroine's men are also big men. The fighting between them is not comparable to the early days of the apocalypse, and it is even more dangerous. Moreover, this derivative world is supported by the heroine and her harem of men. It should be said that it is supported by the heroine. In the real ending, the heroine was killed by the men in the melee, and then the other men were also killed by the zombie king. In the end, the zombie king destroyed the world. This world is over. Chapter 52. Qin Wenjiu's fighting power is very strong. After all, he has reached the spiritualization stage. If she wants to kill the level 5 mutant zombie, she can kill it in one move, and it is also very easy to lock the opponent's position. But although her mission is to help these people kill the level 5 zombies, she can't actually do it at will. After all, she is not from this world. She can kill all these powerful zombies, but people in this world also need to grow up. All she could do was to assist from the side. Qin Wenjiu landed not far from Lu Shufeng and the others. Who are you? Chu Minglan frowned when he saw Qin Wenjiu, his face full of vigilance. When they were looking for a level 5 zombie, the other party suddenly landed in this place, and he really had to be wary of the other party. If they didn't know that the current high-level zombies can still be seen to be different from humans, and Qin Wenjiu is a human at first glance, they would really suspect that the high-level zombie they were looking for was her. Qin Wenjiu smiled and said, I am the manager of Wenjiu's Inn, Qin Wenjiu. Wenjiu's Inn? Chu Minglan and the others were surprised to hear her self-introduction. Wenjiu's Inn, isn't that in the South Base? The South Base is located in G City, G Province, and this place is C City, H Province, which is also 800 to 900 kilometers away from G City. How did Qin Wenjiu, the manager of this inn, suddenly appear here? Qin Wenjiu didn't care what Chu Minglan and the others thought. She went straight to the point and said, I can tell you where the mutant zombie is. It's not a level 4 zombie, it's a level 5 zombie. You must know how powerful the mental mutant zombies are. The strongest among you is not even level 4, so the chance of winning against a level 5 zombie is not that high. Qin Wenjiu said. Level 5 mental zombie? Chu Minglan and others couldn't help but be surprised. Is it really a level 5 zombie? You know, the highest level of zombies nowadays is only level 3. Suddenly a level 5 zombie appeared, which really shocked them. What Qin Wenjiu didn't say was that this zombie was supposed to attack the Central South Base in the original plot, triggering the zombie siege plot. But because of Wenjiu's hotel, Chu Minglan and his team came from the Central Base to the vicinity of the Central South Base, to City C, and then encountered this level 5 spiritual zombie. Although the level 5 spiritual zombies have wisdom, zombies have no memory of their previous lives, so they eat instinctively. Even if it is this level 5 zombie, it besieged humans just because it wanted to eat. Whether it is crystal cores or flesh and blood, they are very attracted to it. Qin Wenjiu came to Zhou Mian, who was rolling in pain after being attacked, and chopped off several zombies that wanted to attack Zhou Mian, and helped her up. She looked at the others and asked, her mental power was attacked. Do you have any treatment methods? Qin Wenjiu didn't know how to treat people in the end times if their mental power was attacked. She only knew the treatment methods for damaged spiritual consciousness in the world of immortal cultivation. Ning Ruo, please check on Mian. Su Minghang, who was standing next to him, was relieved to see that his lover was saved, but he was also worried about her pain. Ning Ruo is the healer of their team. Her ability is healing. Su Minghang hopes that Ning Ruo can heal his wife. Okay. Ning Ruo responded, and quickly ran to Zhou Mian to check her. Ning Ruo was not sure if her treatment method would work. After all, this was an attack by a level 5 psychic zombie. She was only a level 2 healer and her ability had not yet broken through to level 3. Qin Wenjiu watched Ning Ruo treat Zhou Mian, and turned to look at Chu Minglan and the others. How is it? Have you figured out how to deal with that level 5 zombie? Chu Minglan frowned and shook his head. He was about to break through to level 4, but he knew very well that he had no chance of winning against a level 5 zombie. Moreover, it was a spiritual zombie. A spiritual zombie could control and command other zombies. So Chu Minglan was really worried. What should they do? Qin Wenjiu thought about it. This level 5 zombie must be killed by Chu Minglan, Lu Shufeng and the others. She couldn't complete the task if she killed it by herself. Now Chu Minglan and his friends are not that high in level and cannot deal with such powerful zombies. So can she help them upgrade? I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? Qin Wenjiu asked with a smile. What? Chu Minglan asked. Qin Wenjiu took out a contract with a smile. This contract is very binding. It is a contract produced by the system that contains the power of the laws of the world of cultivation, although it is only very weak. Qin Wenjiu smiled and said, I can help you upgrade your superpowers, but you have to owe me points and work hard to make money to pay me back. How is it? Qin Wenjiu looked at Chu Minglan and said, Can you help us upgrade our abilities? Chu Minglan hadn't spoken yet, and the others around him were very surprised after hearing this. Ning Ruo looked at Chen Wenjiu while treating Zhou Mian and said, Manager Chen, are you serious? Can you really help us upgrade our abilities? I don't have to lie to you. Chen Wenjiu said. She raised the contract paper in her hand and said, My contract is very binding. As long as the contract is signed, both parties must complete the contents of the contract. The members of the superpower team looked at each other, and then a man stood up. Manager Chen, shall I sign this contract with you? The man said to Chen Wenjiu, I have psychic superpowers, and now I am already a level 3 superpower. If Manager Chen can help me upgrade to level 5 and deal with that mutant zombie, as long as I don't violate morality or the bottom line, I can do anything. The man said to Chen Wenjiu seriously. Chen Wenjiu looked at the man, then looked at Chu Minglan, who was in charge of the team, and asked for their opinions. Please, Manager Chen. Chu Minglan said to Chen Wenjiu sincerely. Chen Wenjiu smiled more sincerely. She looked at the man who stood out and said, You are now a level 3 superpower. If you want to break through to level 5, you need to upgrade 2 levels in a row. You need to give me 10 million points. Chen Wenjiu told everyone her charging standards. From level 1 to 3, the fee for each upgrade is 500,000 points. From level 4 to 6, the fee for each upgrade is 5 million points. From level 7 to 9, the fee for each upgrade is 50 million points. Therefore, if this man wants to break through 2 levels in a row, he needs to pay her 10 million points in total. Considering that the man has no points now, this contract is an outstanding bill, and the man will have to pay her 10 million points in the future. After listening to Chen Wenjiu's words, the man thought that 10 million points were a lot, but a level 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 50 points, so he gritted his teeth and signed the contract. Chen Wenjiu looked at the name Jiang Jixing signed by the other party, and saw that the contract took effect, and smiled more sincerely and happily. Chapter 53. After signing the contract, Chen Wenjiu happily put it away. Chen Wenjiu took out an energy stone from the space button and handed it to Jiang Jixing, saying with a smile, Take this to practice and absorb the energy in it. After absorbing it, you will be level 5. This energy stone was obtained from the interstellar world. After all, most of the interstellar worlds have superpowers, and they definitely need energy stones to upgrade. This energy stone is very good for Jiang Jixing, and the energy required for him to upgrade from level 3 to level 5 is just right, not too much or too little. Jiang Jixing looked down at the energy stone in her hand, and he really doubted whether he was deceived by the person who claimed to be the manager of Wenjiu. Now none of you can fight against the level 5 zombie. Why don't you find a place to camp and let Jiang Jixing upgrade first? Chen Wenjiu looked at the others and asked. The others thought about it, and felt that what she said made sense, so they quickly gathered together and fought their way out. Chen Wenjiu looked back in a certain direction, which was where the level 5 zombie was hiding, but now let it go and wait until Jiang Jixing finished upgrading before looking for trouble with it. Of course, Chen Wenjiu still trapped the zombie within a 1 kilometer radius. City C is a bit close to the Zhongnan base, but not very close. There are no other survivors within 1 kilometer. Everyone is in the Zhongnan base and other places. So if this mental zombie is trapped here, it can't run out and hurt people, and it can't do any zombie sieges. Chen Wenjiu frowned. In the original plot, the heroine was able to dominate the end of the world, partly because many bases were destroyed by zombie sieges. Otherwise, there are more than a dozen official bases standing in the apocalypse, protecting so many survivors, and with such high prestige, if the heroine wants to dominate the apocalypse, she must defeat them. Although the heroine of the novel is quite romantic in terms of emotions, and has a bit of a love brain when facing the zombie king, no, it's a problem of being obsessed with looks. But in fact her character is still good. So if the heroine wants to dominate, those bases are of course destroyed by zombies. How can the heroine dominate the world against humans? Chen Wenjiu followed Chu Minglan and his group, and found a relatively clean and spacious house. Chu Minglan and his group didn't completely trust Chen Wenjiu, but she did save them, and relieve their pressure. Although Chen Wenjiu couldn't kill the level 5 zombie directly, she killed a lot of other zombies, allowing her to attract more guests. You have to know that the number of guests her hotel's brochures can attract is related to how many zombies she killed, and how many good deeds she did. She killed a lot of zombies today, and the hotel brochure will be able to attract more guests. After arriving at the place, Chen Wenjiu found a place to sit down and frowned at the gray sky outside. She still likes sunny weather. Although Cheongnan is usually very hot, the temperature is particularly high on sunny days, as if it would roast people, but her life is very good after having the hotel. After having the hotel, Cheong'an's hot weather does not have much impact on her, so the clear sky, blue sky and scorching sun are very attractive. After staying in such a dark place in the end of the world for a long time, she was in a bad mood. Manager Chun, do you want to eat something? Tan Aimee, a female superpower from the superpower team, saw Chen Wenjiu sitting alone. Out of gratitude for her help, she asked her if she wanted to eat. Eat something? Hearing this, Chen Wenjiu looked at the others. Yes. Tan Aimee smiled and said, speaking of which, we have to thank Manager Chen. We can eat well along the way, thanks to your hotel. Manager Chen, do you want to eat prawn ramen or curry omelet rice? Tan Aimee asked. These are said by Lu Shufeng's brother Lu Lingfeng. We have been eating these all the way. Chen Wenjiu, Thank you. When Chen Wenjiu heard about prawn ramen and curry omelet rice, her expression was really a little strange, because she was tired of eating these foods. She was even a little tired of golden fried dumplings. Even though her space button was filled with a lot of food she put in before leaving the hotel, she didn't have much appetite now. Anyone who eats the same food for a long time or a lot will get tired of it. She is really tired of these foods. She doesn't even like golden fried dumplings anymore. When will she be able to unlock more food? She wants to eat spicy hot pot, fried chicken, honey chicken wings and sweet and sour spare ribs. She doesn't want to eat these things anymore. Is there anything delicious? Chen Wenjiu looked at Tan Aimee and asked. I'm tired of the food in our hotel restaurant. Do you have anything else to eat? Chen Wenjiu asked. Tan Aimee, Tan Aimee couldn't understand what Chen Wenjiu meant by being tired of eating, but she still asked, then, do you want to eat the blanched greens? Yes. Chen Wenjiu agreed immediately. Blanched greens are better than the dishes she was tired of eating in the hotel. Prawn ramen is delicious, and curry omelet rice is also delicious, but anyone will get tired of eating them every meal for a month. So Chen Wenjiu quickly took out the cabbage heart and lettuce seeds from the space button and asked Tan Aimee, do any of you have wood ability users? Can you help to promote the growth of vegetables? She was really craving for food. She wanted to eat blanched Chinese cabbage and salad. It wasn't that their hotel couldn't grow vegetables. It was just that as long as they were within the hotel, Hizui, as the restaurant chef, couldn't make dishes outside the restaurant menu. Chen Wenjiu suddenly had an idea. Hizui couldn't make food outside the menu within the hotel. So what about after leaving the hotel? If she wanted to satisfy her craving, could she take Hizui out of the hotel and go to a place a few kilometers away to make the food she wanted to eat? After Chen Wenjiu had this idea, she couldn't suppress it anymore. She suppressed this idea in her heart and discussed it with Hizui after she returned to the hotel. Tan Aimee looked at the seeds handed over by Chen Wenjiu and smiled. It just so happens that I am a wood-type mutant. I can help to induce labor. Manager Chen, can we try it too? I won't compete with you, just give us 1 or 2 cabbage hearts or lettuce. We just want to taste it. Tan Aimee explained. After the end of the world, the land and water sources were polluted, and seeds and wood-type superpowers became what the survivors wanted, because wood-type superpowers could use seeds to produce various grains and vegetables. But seeds were also hard to come by, and some seeds in seed stores were also polluted or made unplantable. Tan Aimee didn't have many seeds either, and she couldn't help but be greedy when she saw the seeds that Chen Wenjiu took out. If you want to eat them, I can also give you a few lettuces and cabbage hearts, but if you want to eat them, I have to trouble you to help them grow. Chen Wenjiu said. Manager Chen, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Tan Aimee happily took the seeds and tried to grow vegetables. Chapter 54. Tan Aimee excitedly took the seeds to stimulate the growth of vegetables. She was very excited as she watched the seeds in her hand slowly grow into vegetables. Her teammates squatted beside her and were also very excited as they watched the vegetables in her hands. Tan Aimee and Su Li helped to sort things out. Su Minghang took care of his wife and did not join in the fun. Others, such as Lu Shufeng and Chu Minglan, started to help boil water. Luckily, their team not only had wood-type psychics, but also space-type psychics and water-type psychics. They had pots and water, and there were also fire-type psychics to boil water. A lot of Chinese cabbage and lettuce were cooked, and then boiled Chinese cabbage and cold salad were cooked according to Chen Wenjiu's instructions. Chen Wenjiu nodded while eating. Although the curry omelet rice was still a bit greasy, at least the Chinese cabbage and lettuce helped to relieve the greasy feeling. After all, they didn't have any other rice to eat with the dishes, so this curry omelet rice was already very good. After Chen Wenjiu had eaten and drunk enough, he glanced at Jiang Jixing, who was still sitting cross-legged to absorb the energy stone, and continued to sit in the corner to prepare to draw cards. She was really fed up with the few dishes in the restaurant now, so she had to draw some more food cards. For example, spicy chicken feet, tiger skin chicken feet, tiger skin chili peppers, and other delicious things. Chin Wenjio drew cards worth 1 or 2,000 in a row, and finally drew 3 dishes that satisfied her: chicken wings bento, fried pork cutlet bento, and tomato scrambled eggs. In addition to these 3 dishes, Chin Wenjio was also lucky enough to draw white rice. White rice. She, a Cheongnan person who likes to eat rice, finally drew white rice. With white rice, it can be paired with tomato scrambled eggs. Even though the other 2 bento boxes have rice, she still thinks white rice is more suitable for tomato scrambled eggs, and for other foods that she hasn't drawn yet. Does she have to pair fish-flavored pork shreds with rice or curry omelette rice in the bento in the future? Does she have to pair braised pork with bento or curry rice in the future? So white rice is his favorite food, and it can be paired with all kinds of food. As for the remaining things, they were soap, a medicine box, a cup of tea, lemonade, and the like. Of course, Chin Wenjio also drew a few robot employees again. The restaurant drew 2 giant panda robots, named Tuan E Tuan and Tuan Air Tuan, and 2 bathroom employees, Tuan Lu Tuan and Tuan Chi Tuan. She drew 4 giant panda robots, but she was not in the hotel now, so these 4 giant panda robots could not be summoned. Chin Wenjio thought about it, and used the food card first. The employee card could not be used, but the food card could. After using it, the hotel restaurant could make other dishes. Chin Wenjio used the food card and sent a message to Hizui, asking him to prepare some lunch boxes, fried tomato eggs, and white rice for her. In Wenjio's hotel, Hizui received a message from Chin Wenjio. What can he do? His partner is just tired of the other delicacies. What can he do? Hizui resigned himself to preparing the delicacies that Chin Wenjio wanted to eat: chicken wing lunch boxes, and fried pork cutlet lunch boxes, as well as fried tomato eggs and white rice. Chin Wenjio here chatted with Tanaime and the others. Some of their team members slept in the first half of the night, and the other part of them kept watch in the second half of the night. In the end times, danger is everywhere, and you always have to be vigilant when you go out. Chin Wenjio doesn't care. She has already reached the level of a spirit-transforming cultivator, and whether she sleeps or not doesn't affect her much at all. Even eating is not that important to her, and she can go without eating for many years. But after all, she is an ordinary human being who has practiced for only a few years, and she is not very familiar with those in the world of immortal cultivation, who often retreat for decades or hundreds of years and practice fasting early. Although she has such a high level of cultivation, it is not something she has cultivated bit by bit. She is not used to thinking of herself as a high-level cultivator who can go without food, drink, or sleep for many years. She still likes to eat delicious food, especially the food Hizui made for her. Chin Wenjio chatted with Tan Aimi and Su Li for a long time. In the second half of the night, she thought about it and took out a simple sofa to sleep on. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so she didn't stay up late. There was nothing wrong with sleeping. Jiang Jixing's upgrade took 1 night and 1 morning. After he absorbed all the energy in the energy stone, his supernatural power was indeed upgraded from level 3 to level 5. After Jiang Jixing finished the upgrade, he felt the abundant energy and was very happy. Captain! Captain! I'm really level 5. Jiang Jixing rushed to Chu Minglan and said happily. Jiang Jixing is a dual-powered person with both spiritual and gold powers. This time he chose to upgrade his spiritual power. After all, he had to deal with a level 5 spiritual zombie. But his gold power has now been upgraded to the peak of level 3, and it can be upgraded to level 4 with a little more effort. Jiang Jixing is really very happy. Of course, he did not challenge Chu Minglan's position as captain just because he was the only level 5 power user in the team. After all, a leader cannot be good just by having the highest force value, but also needs to have brains. Jiang Jixing knew very well that his brain was not as good as Chu Minglan's. He was a psychic, but not really smart. He would not really challenge the captain's authority. He still took Chu Minglan as his main concern and followed Chu Minglan's arrangements. Jixing, have you really upgraded to level 5? Level 5 psychic. Jixing, you are really a level 5 psychic now. Jixing, you are really great. Jiang Jixing's teammates surrounded him and praised him, wanting him to show what his level 5 psychic ability was like. Chu Minglan looked at Jiang Jixing, then turned to Chin Wenjio, who was eating chicken wings and watching them, and asked, Manager Chen, can I sign the debt contract with you? Chin Wenjio raised his eyebrows. Do you also want to upgrade your ability? I am also a psychic. Chu Minglan said. Yes, in addition to being a thunder psychic, he is also a psychic. The reason why he asked Chen Wenjiu to ask if she could help him upgrade was partly because he felt that a level 5 psychic might not be able to fight against that level 5 zombie, but more because he was envious, right? He also wanted to upgrade to level 5. I want it too. Manager Chen, please help me upgrade too. Lu Shufeng next to him also joined in the fun. He also wanted to improve his ability. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, no, because Jiang Jixing was the first to sign a contract with me, so he can buy on credit. But you can't. The second, third, or even later people, if you want me to help you upgrade, you have to prepare enough points to exchange with me. Chen Wenjiu said. She could give birth to high-level superpowers in large quantities, but she felt that this would do more harm than good, so she decided to let them train slowly. Using high fees to stop some people was actually quite good. Chu Minglan and Lu Shufeng listened, but did not force it. They also made up their minds to work hard to earn points, so that they could ask Manager Chen to help them upgrade their superpowers. Chapter 55. Chen Wenjiu followed Chu Minglan, Lu Shufeng, and the others to find the level 5 psychic zombie. Jiang Jixing, a psychic who had also upgraded to level 5, was looking for the other party. He was the main force fighting the zombie, while the others dealt with the other zombies summoned by the zombie. Of course, Chen Wenjiu helped to deal with the summoned zombies. She killed enough zombies, so that she could attract more customers. Chen Wenjiu didn't care how Chu Minglan and the others fought the zombie. She just needed to make sure that the group of people would not lose their lives. Roar. The level 5 mutant zombie was a female zombie. Chen Wenjiu looked at the other person, and found it a bit eye-catching, so she moved away. She used to be so scared when she saw a level 1 zombie, that she quickly closed her eyes, and it took her a long time to adapt to the appearance of the zombie. Now when she saw this level 5 zombie, she didn't look at it anymore. It's not that this female zombie was ugly before it became a zombie, but it became ugly after it became a zombie, which made people feel very scary at first glance. This female zombie really didn't have many good pieces of flesh on her body, and the same was true for her face, so it was scary to look at, and people didn't dare to look at it again. Chen Wenjiu wasn't that scared, but she felt that she had seen too many of these ugly, scary zombies, which affected her mood too much. Holding a long knife to chop off the head of a level 2 zombie, Chen Wenjiu chopped off another one with her backhand. She used spiritual power to protect her body, so she didn't have to worry about being scratched or bitten by the zombies. Roar. The level 5 zombie roared again. It was not only a psychic mutant zombie, but also had a second superpower, ice. Ding ding. The sharp ice cone pierced the metal shield with a loud sound, and Chu Minglan quickly stepped back to avoid another attack from the zombie. Like Jiang Jixing, the level 5 zombie did not have both superpowers at level 5. It should also have a level 5 psychic superpower, and the ice superpower was probably at the beginning of level 4. In general, this mutant zombie was stronger than Jiang Jixing, but it had to face many people in the superpower team, not one-on-one. Chen Wenjiu watched the battle over there. The fireballs, ice cones, ice spikes, earth walls, metal arrows, water ropes, and other attacks made people dazzled. It was like watching the special effects of the ultimate moves in anime or games. It was quite beautiful. Chen Wenjiu also saw that Tan Aimi used the mutant plants she tamed to produce vines to trap the mutant zombie. Although the zombie quickly broke free from the vines due to the level difference, it did not avoid the attacks of others. So the zombie's body would occasionally have burnt scars, or scars from being stabbed by sharp weapons, etc. Roar. The metal arrow shot into the mutant zombie's head, and it couldn't help but get angry. Zombies also have instincts, so they have crystal cores in their heads. When they are stabbed near the crystal cores in their heads, they will instinctively feel danger, and then either run away or angrily kill the target that attacked them. They also instinctively drive out life and death. Such things. Now this mutant zombie was hit in the head by Chu Minglan, and the metal arrow still rubbed its crystal core and shot through its head. How could it not be angry? Attack its limbs, and remove its fighting power, Chu Minglan commanded. So the team members quickly attacked the zombie's limbs, such as its hands. The ice-type psychic froze its hands into ice cubes, and then the others broke the ice cubes, so that the opponent's hands were also broken. Roar. Although the level 5 zombie has no 5 senses, it can still feel the inconvenience of losing its hands. It was angry, and used the ice-type psychic power to transform into hands to catch others. Because it was too angry, and its level was high, 2 unlucky psychics were really scratched by the opponent. Fortunately, the hands of the level 5 zombie were transformed by its ice power, not its original hands, so the scratched mutants would not be infected with the zombie virus. Be careful. Chu Minglan's heart skipped a beat when he saw his team members being scratched, worried that they were really infected with the zombie virus. "Don't worry, Captain, we are not infected." The two scratched mutants comforted their captain. "Go to the back and bandage the wound first," Chu Minglan said, and then looked at the almost runaway level 5 zombie with a serious expression. Roar. The level 5 zombie was about to go berserk. When it roared, its mental power spread out, attacking other zombies and humans with its all-pervasive mental power. Jiang Jixing frowned and used his mental power to resist the opponent's attack, and then asked people to speed up the attack on the level 5 zombie. Many ants can kill an elephant. When Jiang Jixing and the level 5 zombie were almost evenly matched, he had many superpowers to help him, so it took 2 hours to finally kill the level 5 zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Help Lu Shufeng and Chu Minglan kill the level 5 psychic mutant zombie. Reward. Unlocking rights to room 301 on the 3rd floor of the main building of the hotel. Points * 5,000. Hotel brochures * 10. Chen Wenjiu watched the level 5 zombie being killed, and then saw the message sent by the system, indicating that her mission was completed. Chu Minglan and others were already happily digging zombie crystal cores, and considering that zombie corpses could also be exchanged for points, they put them away. It's really tiring. Finally killing this level 5 zombie, Jiang Jixing couldn't help but sit on the ground, feeling exhausted now. Finally killed this level 5 zombie. Zhou Mian was also exhausted. Chen Wenjiu looked at the appearance of this group of superpowers in the central base, and did not disturb them. Should she go back to the hotel with this group of people, or leave first? After taking a look at the group of people, and then looking at the prompts and rewards for completing the task, she still felt that it would be better for her to go first. She could fly faster by herself. But how long would it take to follow this group of people? Before leaving, she cleaned up some zombies and mutant plants and animals around her so that Chu Minglan and others would not face other dangers after fighting with the level 5 zombies. Then Chen Wenjiu left quietly. Huh? Where's Manager Chen? Tan Aimei just wanted to talk to Chen Wenjiu about the hotel and the points, but she found that he was gone. Manager Chen is gone? Did she leave? Zhou Mian also frowned and looked around, but didn't see the figure. Chu Minglan pursed his lips and said, maybe she saw that we are no longer in danger, so she went to do other things? Ah, I still want to get to know Manager Chen better, Tan Aimei said regretfully. After we get to Wenjiu's hotel, you will have time to get to know Manager Chen. Manager Chen actually left first, so sudden. Next time I see Manager Chen, I have to thank her for her help. Chapter 56. Chen Wenjiu didn't have a deep friendship with Chu Minglan and the others. Now that she was helping them kill the level 5 zombies, there was no need for her to stay any longer. She left City C directly, checking her remaining tasks while flying on her sword, and then she saw Song Yu written on the new task. Song Yu, isn't that Chen Lu's husband? Chen Wenjiu's memory was still very good. The woman Chen Lu, whom she had saved from Song Feng when she was out killing zombies, wasn't she Song Yu's wife? She had also heard of the name Song Yu from Song Feng and Chen Lu. Now that she saw that the new task was actually related to Song Yu, she was really curious about what was going on. Because this was a task issued by the system, she could find the characters related to the task directly according to the map provided by the system. After seeing where Song Yu was, Chen Wenjiu's face looked a little ugly. She had traveled thousands of miles from F City to C City to help Chu Minglan and the others, but now she had to run back to Q City in Ji Province. What was going on? Is it really fun to torture her like this? Chen Wenjiu flew on the sword all the way, and halfway through, she saw what was happening below. Brother Tian, the zombies are around. The cute girl saw the zombies around her slowly approaching, and retreated to the man with a terrified face. Brother Tian, what should I do? There are so many zombies. The girl was really scared. Don't worry, Shuer, I will protect you. The man called Brother Tian saw the girl's fear, and his chauvinism was satisfied. He hugged her and comforted her. Really, Brother Tian? The girl looked trusting. She leaned against him and said, Brother Tian, Shuer is counting on you. When the two were surrounded by zombies, they were able to stage a sick drama-like plot, which made people around them frown. One of their teammates, a tall and long-legged woman with a cold temperament, looked at their behavior and was really disgusted. She couldn't help but said, Zhao Haodian, can you be more serious? There are so many zombies around. Can you find a way to break through first, and then be affectionate with others? Is now the time for you to be affectionate? Chu Xiang was really going to be pissed off by the two of them. Shuer was so scared when she saw Chu Xiang's appearance that she shrank into Zhao Haodian's arms, and said fearfully, Brother Tian. Sister Xiang is so scary. Zhao Haotian looked at her frightened appearance and patted her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhao Haotian comforted Shuer and said to Chu Xiang, why are you arguing? You scared Shuer. That's right, Chu Xiang. Shuer is timid. Why did you scare her? Chu Xiang, you are fearless like a tomboy. How can you ask the delicate Shuer to be the same as you? Chu Xiang, you are not so angry because brother Tian likes Shuer, but not you, right? Chu Xiang, you can't do this. The people around were blaming Chu Xiang. No one remembered that they were surrounded by zombies. They didn't want to break out quickly and run away. They also blamed Chu Xiang one by one and defended Shuer. Chu Xiang looked at this group of people with a frown. Chu Xiang was very angry. She couldn't vent her inner anger, and could only fight hard to kill zombies. Ah! When Chu Xiang was killing a zombie, she was suddenly pushed by someone, and then she was scratched on the chest and arm by the zombie. She was stunned when she felt the pain of being scratched. She was scratched? Ah, Sister Xiang was scratched and injured. Chu Xiang heard Shuer's voice, and heard her soft and weak but cold words that she was scratched, and whether she would become a zombie. Chu Xiang was really scratched. Teammates saw Chu Xiang's chest and arms. Her clothes on her chest were torn, and there were big scars on the exposed skin, all bleeding. Chu Xiang gritted her teeth, and killed all the zombies around her. She really didn't expect that she would be scratched. Who pushed her just now? Chu Xiang turned around and looked at her teammates. She wanted to make sure who pushed her. Chu Xiang, you're scratched. Anyone scratched by a zombie will become a zombie. Leave quickly. We won't kill you. Zhao Haotian looked at the wound on Chu Xiang's body, and said with a dark face. Although he had kept Chu Xiang when everyone wanted to drive her away because of her good fighting ability, now that she was scratched by a zombie, he couldn't keep her. To be honest, he was really proud to be liked by a cold and beautiful woman like Chu Xiang. But he didn't want to be liked by a zombie. In his mind, Chu Xiang is now equal to zombies. Chu Xiang, we don't want to kill you, just leave by yourself. Zhao Haotian said. Chu Xiang looked at the group of former teammates, who were a little far away from her. She really didn't expect that she would end up like this. Brother Tian, the zombies are coming again, let's go. Shuer grabbed Zhao Haotian's hand, and told him to leave quickly, and not to talk to Chu Xiang anymore. Not only Zhao Haotian, but other teammates looked at the encirclement that had been torn open, and climbed into the car to leave. Chu Xiang, since you are going to become a zombie, then help us. As he said that, a male teammate pushed Chu Xiang, and asked her to lead the other zombies away, and they left quickly. Chu Xiang stared at the group of former teammates with cold eyes. She did not sit, and wait to be pushed into the zombie group, and let them bite her, but held a knife to kill the zombies. Even if she was scratched, even if she was going to become a zombie, she hoped that she would be complete, not a broken body to be eaten by zombies. Chu Xiang wanted to take revenge on the person who left her behind. She wanted to know who pushed her out, and caused her to be scratched by the zombies. But now she couldn't think so much, she couldn't do anything. She had to deal with the zombies that kept coming towards her. Qin Wenjiu looked at the betrayed woman. She didn't see her being pushed out and scratched, but she saw her being left behind by her teammates. Qin Wenjiu looked in the direction where the car left and raised her eyebrows. Her hotel did need a lot of guests, but she didn't want the group of people just now to become customers of the hotel. But the lady below, she really likes her. Qin Wenjiu flew down, took out her long sword to help kill the zombies around, and then threw the medical kit to her. Treat your wound first. What if you didn't become a zombie, but awakened your superpowers? Qin Wenjiu said. Chu Xiang took the medical kit. She looked at the box in her arms, and then looked at Qin Wenjiu helping to deal with the zombies around, and a warm feeling rose in her heart that had just been betrayed. Thank you. Chu Xiang thanked. Qin Wenjiu waved her hand to indicate that there was no need to be polite. When Chu Xiang began to treat her own wounds, she killed the zombies around her in one go. The level of this group of zombies was not too high, and Chu Xiang was not a person in her mission. She could directly kill the zombies around her instead of just helping her kill zombies. Chapter 57. Chu Xiang was treating her wounds while watching Qin Wenjiu. Seeing her kill all the zombies in one move, she couldn't help but be surprised. Who is this person? How powerful is her ability? Why can she kill all the zombies in one move? Even if most of the zombies are low-level zombies of level 1 and level 2, there are so many of them. It takes a lot of strength to kill so many zombies in one move. Chu Xiang really wants to know who she is. After Qin Wenjiu killed all the zombies around, he returned to Chu Xiang and looked at her, observing her wounds. After all, she is not a doctor, let alone a medical practitioner, so she is not very clear about whether Chu Xiang is infected with the zombie virus or whether she will turn into a zombie. She took a look and saw a layer of light black mist on Chu Xiang's wound. Qin Wenjiu expelled the black mist according to his own method. "Thank you for saving me," Chu Xiang said to Qin Wenjiu seriously. Qin Wenjiu smiled and said, "I just think you are not a bad person, and saving you is also a piece of cake. Although it's just a piece of cake for you, I'm still very grateful. After all, you saved my life." Chu Xiang said seriously, "I will definitely repay you." Qin Wenjiu looked at Chu Xiang. Her height was really similar to her former classmates. Qin Wenjiu was from Cheongnan. People in Cheongnan were generally not very tall. Most girls were about 1.5 meters tall. There were not many people who were 1.6 meters tall, and even fewer who were 1.7 meters tall. Among Qin Wenjiu's former high school classmates, there were 2 female classmates who were 1.7 meters tall. One of them was several months younger than her. At the age of 15, she was already more than 1.7 meters tall. Chu Xiang's height reminded her of her 2 classmates. Of course, her relationship with them was just okay, not particularly close. They had not developed to the level of best friends. Moreover, Chu Xiang's style was different from her 2 classmates. She just vaguely remembered her former classmates and did not think she was like them. Looking at Chu Xiang's face, Qin Wenjiu thought for a while and said, "What did you do before the end of the world? What major did you study in college?" "My university major?" Chu Xiang was stunned. It had only been 2 years since the apocalypse, and she seemed to be unable to remember what her university major was before the apocalypse. She thought for a while, and then answered, "I majored in chemistry in college. Before the apocalypse, I was still a graduate student and had not graduated." Qin Wenjiu was a little surprised, but still looked at the message the system gave her, and said to Chu Xiang, "So, are you willing to work in the apocalypse?" "What?" Chu Xiang looked at her in confusion. "Have you ever heard of Wenjiu's Inn?" Qin Wenjiu asked. "Wenjiu's Inn? Of course I've heard of it." Chu Xiang said, "This inn is very famous now. How could I not have heard of it?" Qin Wenjiu smiled and said, "I am the manager of Wenjiu's Inn, Qin Wenjiu. I want to invite you to be the receptionist of our hotel. What do you think?" Qin Wenjiu smiled and told Chu Xiang about the treatment of their hotel employees. Chu Xiang was surprised and said, "Really? Manager Chen, are you really going to hire me as an employee of the hotel?" Chu Xiang was not an ignorant person. She certainly knew that Wenjiu's hotel had robot employees and real employees. She didn't expect that she would be invited to work in Wenjiu's hotel. "Of course it's true. I don't have to lie to you," Qin Wenjiu said with a smile. Chu Xiang nodded happily. "I agree. I couldn't ask for more. Who wouldn't want to work in Wenjiu's hotel, in the environment of the end of the world? If you can have a job with food and accommodation and no danger, it is definitely something that countless people will break their heads to get." Chu Xiang knew very well how unjust it was to miss such an opportunity, so she agreed very readily. Qin Wenjiu was very satisfied with Chu Xiang's attitude. When he was about to take her back to the hotel, Chu Xiang hesitated. "Manager Chen, I was scratched by a zombie. What if I become a zombie?" Chu Xiang looked at her arms and chest. What should she do with her injuries? What if she becomes a zombie? Qin Wenjiu thought about it, took out the hotel's employment contract, and showed it to her, saying, "If you agree to work in our hotel, then sign this contract. As long as you sign the contract, everything will be fine." Chu Xiang looked at the contract and found that all the terms were not harsh and were particularly friendly to employees, so she signed the contract very readily. Qin Wenjiu saw her sign the contract, and after receiving the system prompt, she opened the employee card and nodded with satisfaction after seeing her attributes. "Don't worry, your wound has been cleaned," Qin Wenjiu said. "Being scratched by a zombie has a chance of turning into a zombie, but there is also a chance of awakening superpowers. Maybe you are the one who awakens superpowers?" Qin Wenjiu said. Chu Xiang was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't think that she would be the one who awakened superpowers. Chu Xiang has not awakened superpowers in the past 2 years. She relied on her learning ability to train with a group of people in the base, and then relied on her own strength to become an excellent warrior. So what if she doesn't have superpowers? Even if she is an ordinary person without superpowers, she can kill zombies. Even if she can't kill those high-level zombies, those mutant zombies are not something she can deal with, but she can kill ordinary zombies of level 1 or 2. She can earn crystal cores with her own hands to exchange for food and a chance to survive. Why did her teammates give up on her? Why didn't they care at all when she was pushed into the zombie group? Because most of the team members are superpowered, they look down on ordinary people like her who don't have superpowers, and they make things difficult for her even if they team up with her. Why is Schwer so popular? It's because she has superpowers. She is a space superpowered person. Schwer's space contains the materials collected by all the members of their team, so of course they try to please Schwer. And she is a delicate and beautiful girl, petite and cute, soft and cute, so don't the men in the team naturally treat her well. As for the other female team members, even if they don't like Schwer, so what? How can they get used to Chu Xiang? Chu Xiang's existence makes them look like trash, and Schwer is always targeting her. So what's wrong with others following suit? Chu Xiang knew very well that even though the base treated everyone fairly, most of the superpowered people naturally looked down on ordinary people without superpowers. Even though she, a person without superpowers, could still kill zombies, and killed more zombies than ordinary low-level superpowered people, and was brave enough when killing zombies, most of the superpowered people still looked down on her. She really didn't expect that after being scratched by a zombie, she would awaken superpowers. Will she really awaken? Then, what superpowers will she awaken? Will she awaken a stronger superpower? Chapter 58. Chen Wenjiu didn't know when Chu Xiang would awaken her special powers, but she would definitely not turn into a zombie now. What about you? Do you plan to go somewhere else with me? Or go back to the hotel to complete the entry procedures and work at Greenland Ong? Chen Wenjiu looked at Chu Xiang and asked. Chu Xiang asked, Manager, where are you going? If I can follow you without any life-threatening danger, and I can eat enough, of course I will follow you. Chen Wenjiu nodded. I plan to go to Q City in Ji Province. There is a mission that I need to handle. Chu Xiang nodded. Then Manager, I go with you. Chen Wenjiu thought about it, and felt that it would be a good idea to take Chu Xiang with her. Although she hasn't awakened her special powers yet, her usual combat power is not bad. Although her own combat power is not low, taking Chu Xiang with her also means she has someone to talk to. Because she wants to take Chu Xiang with her, Chen Wenjiu directly made the flying sword a little bigger, so that two people can stand on it. Manager, are you actually a cultivator? Chu Xiang stood behind Chen Wenjiu, holding her arm to stand steady, and was surprised when she flew in the air. Flying with a sword, which Yin countryman has not had such a dream. Besides, their technology before the end of the world was very advanced. In addition to spaceships and flying cars, there were actually flying machines made into flying swords. However, flying swords are more difficult to operate than flying cars, so there are fewer people who have flying sword driving licenses, and Chu Xiang does not have one either. Without a flying sword driving license, and the money to buy a flying sword, she has never ridden a flying sword. Now flying in the air with Chen Wenjiu, she feels the whistling wind and feels particularly excited. Their flying swords were very fast, comparable to airplanes. But I don't know if it was because of Chen Wenjiu's strength, the wind around them didn't scratch them, nor did they feel uncomfortable because of the resistance. It was as if something blocked the wind, allowing them to stand comfortably on the flying swords. It stands to reason that flying swords and aircraft existed before the end of the world. So why did Chu Xiang think that Chen Wenjiu was a cultivator? Isn't it because the flying swords are so fast, but they don't need something as powerful as the fuselage of an airplane to block the friction of the wind? The scene where Chen Wenjiu killed the zombies with one strike was still fresh in Chu Xiang's memory. According to this estimate, Chen Wenjiu really looked like a cultivator, and a cultivator with a very high level of cultivation. Is that right? Chen Wenjiu was not sure. Is she a cultivator? It was Hizui who led her on the path of cultivation, but at the beginning, she did not have any idea of seeking immortality. Later, she worked hard to cultivate, and was supervised by Hizui, just to improve her martial arts value. After all, she runs such an inn, and from time to time she has to face various dangerous situations. It is best for her to be able to protect herself with her own force. Later, her force value increased, but not much. The reason why she is so strong now is because the inn system threw her into the end of the world and cleared her inn to compensate her. Chen Wenjiu couldn't help frowning when he thought of this. The inn system threw her into the end of the world. What about the inn in her original world? Will it be directly disappeared by the inn system? No matter how big her hotel is, it is still a landmark building. If it suddenly disappears, won't it cause panic? I hope the hotel system didn't really destroy her first hotel. Chu Xiang didn't understand what Chen Wenjiu meant by probably. She asked excitedly, Manager, I am also an employee of the hotel. Can I practice like you? Who among the Yen people doesn't want to practice immortality? Even though Chu Xiang knew that she might awaken her superpowers, she never thought that she would give up the opportunity to practice immortality. Can cultivating immortals and awakening superpowers be the same? Can cultivating superpowers make her immortal? Can it make her lifespan super long? Chen Wenjiu looked back at Chu Xiang's excited face. She had a cold and beautiful face, but now she looked a little silly. Chen Wenjiu thought for a while and said, if you want to cultivate, it's not impossible. She didn't lead others to cultivate. After all, she hadn't cultivated for a long time, and Hizui had always led her. But Hizui has experience. After all, Hizui is from the world of immortal cultivation. He has seen how their sects lead disciples, and he also has experience in leading her to practice, so it should be possible for him to teach Chu Xiang. And Chen Wenjiu thought of this receptionist with an extraordinary background, and the other party should also be an immortal cultivator. However, Chen Wenjiu was not very clear about Chen Di's situation. Anyway, she felt that it was not difficult to let Chu Xiang practice with him. Chu Xiang was so happy after hearing Chen Wenjiu's answer that the hand that was originally holding her next to her couldn't help but hug her whole body. Chu Xiang, who is 1.7 meters tall, holds Chen Wenjiu, who is 1.55 meters tall, in her arms. The height difference of 15 centimeters between the two makes her feel helpless. Thank you, store manager. You are really my second parent, Chu Xiang said excitedly. Chen Wenjiu. That's not necessary. The age difference between her and Chu Xiang is not that big. Chu Xiang is 25, and she is also 25. Chu Xiang is even 2 months older than her. So Chen Wenjiu felt really embarrassed when Chu Xiang called her like that. Manager, you are really the best person to me. Chu Xiang hugged Chen Wenjiu inside, but she changed her words. Manager, you are really the best person to me after the end of the world. Chen Wenjiu, What Chu Xiang said was not a lie. Chu Xiang is an orphan. Yes, an orphan whose parents died. Chu Xiang's parents died in an accident when she was in junior high school. Fortunately, the compensation was large, so she could study all the way to graduate school. Chu Xiang's parents are both only children. Her grandparents are very free and easy, as they were born in the 1990s. They got married late, and her parents also got married late, so her grandparents were also quite old when she came. After her parents got into trouble, her grandparents were not very nice either. In fact, her grandparents were still nice to her, but they cared more about herself. She could take care of herself, so they didn't take care of her too much. Chu Xiang's relatives died one after another after she grew up, and there were even fewer of them after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Chu Xiang is now alone. After the end of the world, she has never met anyone who treats her so well. Chen Wenjiu really touched Chu Xiang. Chen Wenjiu also knew a little about Chu Xiang's situation. He patted her on the back and told her not to be so excited. In fact, the people in their hotel should not be simple characters. Even Chu Xiang, who was able to be signed by her to become an employee of the hotel, also showed that she was not only extraordinary, but also had extraordinary achievements in the future. Chapter 59. Chen Wenjiu and Chu Xiang were originally planning to go directly to Songyu to complete their next mission. But she looked and found that her mission was not so urgent. Songyu should not have encountered a level 5 zombie yet, so she didn't need to find him so quickly. Moreover, Songyu is a relative of Chen Lu and Qin Yuyu. She had to go back and ask them if they wanted to go find Songyu to see what was going on with him, and why he didn't come back to find them. Manager, didn't you say there was another mission? Why are we back now? Chu Xiang followed Chen Wenjiu and landed not far from the hotel. The busy shopfront was a little puzzled. Let me handle the entry procedures for you first. Chen Wenjiu thought for a while and said, you have successfully joined our hotel, and your safety is guaranteed. Chu Xiang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he happily followed Chen Wenjiu to the hotel. Manager, what are the benefits of our hotel employees? Can we provide food and accommodation? Food and accommodation. Then can we have all you can eat 3 meals a day? Chu Xiang asked. She was really hungry, so her first concern was her diet. You can eat 3 meals a day, or you can go to the restaurant to get what you want when it's not mealtime. Chen Wenjiu said to Chu Xiang while pushing open the door of the hotel, eat as much as you want, but we can't waste food in our hotel. Take as much as you can eat, don't waste too much. Chu Xiang nodded in agreement. Then where to stay? The staff dormitory is now temporarily settled on the 8th floor. The chef, who is also my boyfriend, and I live in room 801. The other 2 hotel staff live in room 802. You can live in room 803 after you join the company. Chu Xiang was very happy to hear this. She absolutely believed in the safety of the hotel. Then what position do you think I am suitable for? Chu Xiang asked. Our hotel is now open on the 1st and 2nd floors. If you want to be a restaurant waiter, it is not impossible. But you definitely can't be the chef or the doctor in the medical room. What do you think? Chu Xiang followed him into the hotel and saw Chen Di and Yuan are you and busy at work. After thinking for a while, she said, Manager, can I be the front desk? I think I can serve guests well. Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, okay, you can be the front desk. Chen Wenjiu took Chu Xiang over. When she entered Chu Xiang's identity information, she did not disturb other guests, but entered her information on the machine used by the hotel's internal employees. Since they are employees of the hotel, they certainly have some privileges. Chu Xiang's identity information was quickly entered, and Chen Wenjiu went through the entry procedures for her. Soon, she got the freshly made employee card. Chu Xiang looked at the card in her hand, which was different from the guest's information card, and couldn't help but tear up when she saw the content on it. Is she protected now? When she was at the Central and South Base, she also heard of the name of Wenjiu's hotel. Many people speculated that the security of this hotel must be very strong, and the various dangers of the end of the world would definitely not affect it. At that time, everyone envied the people who worked in the hotel. Although there were not many real employees in the hotel, the few people still made countless people in the end times envious. Now she, Chu Xiang, has also become an employee of this hotel. Your job is the front desk. Now that the entry procedures have been completed, you don't have to start work so quickly. Go and wash yourself first. Chen Wenjiu said to Chu Xiang. Huh? Chu Xiang looked at the store manager in confusion. There is a bathroom on the second floor of our hotel. It is free for employees. You can go upstairs to wash yourself and change into clean clothes before working. Chen Wenjiu pointed to the ceiling. If you are hungry, you can also go to the restaurant to get food. Also, it is already afternoon. Your working hours will start from tomorrow. Chu Xiang listened to what the store manager said, and couldn't help but hug her own store manager. Manager, you are really so nice. You are really a good person. Chen Wenjiu, who was given a good person card. Thank you. These treatments are stipulated by the hotel system, not by her as the store manager. As the store manager, she still has to abide by the various rules of the hotel system. Chen Wenjiu pushed Chu Xiang helplessly. Chen Di saw that Chu Xiang had completed the entry procedures, and came over to say hello with a smile. Hello, I'm Chen Di, the front desk of the hotel. We will be colleagues in the future. Chen Di said with a smile. Chu Xiang looked at Chen Di's beautiful face and nodded seriously. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Chu Xiang. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Di exchanged a few pleasantries with Chu Xiang, and then asked Chen Wenjiu, Manager, have you completed your mission? Are you going out in the near future? It depends. Chen Wenjiu said uncertainly. She was not sure when her next mission would start. After all, her mission was to help Song Yu kill level 5 zombies. Now she didn't know when Song Yu would encounter level 5 zombies, so she could stay in the hotel leisurely for now. When he really encountered zombies, she would have to go out in a hurry. Fortunately, Song Yu should still be in G Province, or in Q City. If he is really in danger, she can rush over as soon as possible. Chen Di, take Chu Xiang to familiarize herself with the environment first. I go see Hizui. Chen Wenjiu said. Okay, manager, you go and get busy. Chen Di responded. Chu Xiang looked at Chen Wenjiu's back, looked at Chen Di and asked, Hizui, is he the manager's boyfriend? Yes, he is also the chef of our hotel restaurant. Chen Di smiled and said, Chef, he is also responsible for the food of our employees. Chu Xiang nodded. So all the food in our hotel is made by Chef He. His food is really delicious. She had eaten the food of warm wine and when she was in the Central South Base before. She had eaten sandwiches, golden fried dumplings, prawn ramen, etc. She asked other people who could come to the hotel to bring them. To be honest, it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. Didn't expect that the person who made such delicious food was actually the boyfriend of their hotel manager? By the way, this chef He is our manager's boyfriend. What does he look like? Chu Xiang asked curiously. Is he handsome? What's his temper like? Is he good to the manager? Chu Xiang felt like she was idolizing Chen Wenjiu because he saved her. Then she was very picky about the partner of her idol. She always felt that no one was worthy of her manager. Chen Di nodded. Chef, he is indeed very handsome. The kind of handsomeness that is not like that of a mortal being exiled from heaven. Chu Xiang. Hard to imagine. Isn't Chef He a chef? Can a chef be related to an exiled immortal? Chu Xiang really couldn't understand the relationship between Hizui's appearance and his profession. Chen Di smiled and said, although it is indeed a little unbelievable, Chef He is indeed very fairy-like, and has the temperament of a fairy man. What Chen Di didn't say was that she was also very surprised when she first met Chef He, and felt that he was more handsome than her husband. No matter how handsome her husband was, he was only the handsomeness of a mortal, while Chef He had the handsomeness of a fairy. Chapter 60. Chin Wenjiu came to the restaurant and saw Hizui busy in the kitchen, and her heart was at ease. You're back? How is it? Is the mission difficult? Hizui smiled naturally when he saw her, and asked about her situation intimately. It's okay, the mission is not too difficult. Chin Wenjiu said, have you made the 3 new delicacies I drew? Yes, I prepared them for you. Hizui smiled and made the 3 foods she had drawn before, and then put them in front of her. Try it. Chin Wenjiu looked at the chicken wing bento, and the fried pork cutlet bento in front of her, as well as a small dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a small bowl of white rice, which exuded an alluring aroma. It smells so good. Chin Wenjiu sniffed. She couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and tasted it. She first picked up a piece of egg from the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The tender egg was very tender and delicious. After being soaked in tomato juice, it was sour and sweet and particularly appetizing. The tomatoes were also a little soft, but it was just the kind of taste that Chin Wenjiu liked very much. It was absolutely delicious when mixed with rice. So Chin Wenjiu picked up the tomato scrambled eggs and poured them on the rice. After half of the rice was covered, she picked up the rice and started eating. The way she ate the tomato scrambled eggs with rice was really tempting, and many customers saw this scene and were greedy. Wow, the manager looks so delicious, this tomato scrambled eggs is super delicious. 1 yuan, I want to have a tomato scrambled eggs and rice too. I want 1 too, 1 yuan, tomato scrambled eggs with rice plus 1. Tomato scrambled eggs with rice plus 2. The guests in the restaurant were all greedy when they saw how delicious Chin Wenjiu was eating. They couldn't help but order the same food as Yuan, and then they couldn't wait to imitate her and put fried tomato and eggs on the rice. The soup of fried tomato and eggs soaked the whole rice, and it tasted even more delicious after being stained with sour and sweet taste. Chin Wenjiu finished her small bowl of rice and still felt unsatisfied. Do you want another bowl of rice? Hizui sat in front of her, propped up his chin and looked at her with a smile, and asked after watching her eat. No, I try something else. Chin Wenjiu shook her head. She still had 2 lunchboxes to eat. If she added another bowl of rice, would she have room for anything else? Although her appetite was indeed a bit large now, she didn't want to make herself sick. Hizui smiled at her, then try these too. The chicken wing lunchbox was made of pan-fried chicken wings. Hizui originally wanted to make honey chicken wings or cola chicken wings, but the ingredients and seasonings were not suitable, so he used pan-fried chicken wings for the lunchbox. The fried chicken wings were also very tender. Chin Wenjiu picked up a piece of chicken wing and tasted it. The outside was fried to a crispy texture, but the meat inside was tender and would not get stuck in your teeth. Chin Wenjiu originally liked to eat chicken wings, honey chicken wings, braised chicken wings, fried chicken wings, etc. As long as it was chicken wings, whether it was the tip, the middle or the root of the wing, she liked them all. The chicken wings used in this chicken wing bento were the middle of the wing. The fried chicken wings made by Hizui did not have the kind of blood that could not be removed. They were not the kind that were cooked on the outside, but still a little red on the inside. Chin Wenjiu was very satisfied with the food and said to Hizui, your cooking skills are really good. I never get tired of it. Hizui's eyes were full of smiles, and he said, I never get tired of it. Are you serious? Yes. Chin Wenjiu nodded. Has anyone forgotten who said that eating sandwiches or curry rice every day will make you tired of it? Hizui smiled and looked at her. Chin Wenjiu, you? Hizui pinched her face and said, I will cook whatever you like. Chin Wenjiu covered his face and said, I am still restricted. I want to eat dompa pork elbow. I want to eat Dijon braised chicken. Hizui, I can't make it now. It's not that his cooking skills are not good enough, and he can't make these kinds of delicacies, but because he doesn't have the ingredients. He finally knows the difficulty of a good cook having no rice. Hizui really didn't think that one day he would be so restricted when cooking. He could only use the ingredients prepared by the hotel restaurant kitchen to make the food on the food card that had been drawn, and could not make other foods that were not drawn. For example, now, his partner wants to eat dompa pork elbow and Dijon braised chicken, but he just can't make them. Be patient, you can eat these 2 dishes if you win them sooner. Hizui touched her head and said, Have you washed your hands before you touch my head? Chin Wenjiu patted his hands that were messing around on his head and stared at him warily. Hizui, my hands are very clean, there is no oil stain or other dirty things. Chin Wenjiu stared at his hands and found that they were indeed clean and oil-free, so he was relieved. Will you go with me for the next mission? Chin Wenjiu asked. Hizui, the restaurant is now run by me alone. What will happen if I go out with you? We still need more chefs. Chen Wenjiu said. When the previous hotel first opened, there was only Hizui, but Hizui was not very busy at that time. Later, the hotel also hired 2 helpers, and he was even less busy. In addition, the previous hotel was opened in peacetime, and people did not have much space to store a lot of food. The hotel did not open a delivery station so quickly, and the restaurant consumed less food every day. Unlike now, people in the end times like to hoard all kinds of food. Not only do they fill their own spaces with food from restaurants, but they also buy a lot of food and hand it over to express stations to send out to people. Therefore, Hizui, the chef, is under a lot of pressure. You can make more and save it before, and then even if you are not in the restaurant, you can sell it for $1. Chen Wenjiu thought for a while and said, "That's possible." Hizui nodded. As a highly skilled chef, he can make a lot of food at once as long as he lets go, and the speed will become very fast. So if he wanted to accompany his lover when she went out next time, he had to prepare a lot of food before that, so that the restaurant could still provide food for the guests during his absence. Of course, Hizui did not prepare food right away, but sat opposite Chen Wenjiu and chatted with him. Since Chen Wenjiu came to the end of the world to open a store, they were busy with their own things and only had a little time to spend together after closing the store at night. Although they have been in love for several years, Chen Wenjiu still feels that she is still in love. How can she not communicate with her boyfriend often? Your cultivation level has increased so quickly, have you consolidated it well? Hizui asked her with concern. Chen Wenjiu's cultivation level of the spiritualization stage was raised by the hotel system all at once, and her foundation was not that solid. Hizui was very worried that her cultivation level would soar so fast, and she would not be able to control it well, and then something would go wrong. Don't worry, I spend time consolidating my cultivation every day, Chen Wenjiu assured her. That's good, but you can't take it lightly, understand? Hizui said. Yeah. Chen Wenjiu promised that she would consolidate her cultivation level, and would not let Hizui worry. Chapter 61. After tasting the delicious food in the store, Chen Wenjiu went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to enjoy the comfort of a hot spring bath. After half an hour of eating and drinking, she went upstairs and swiped her store manager card to enter the bathroom. Manager Chen, are you here to take a hot spring bath too? Tulyu, who was also in the bathroom preparing to take a hot spring bath, greeted Chen Wenjiu naturally after seeing her. That's right, Tulyu is back again. The matter in Cheongnan was resolved, and someone was needed there to help with procurement at Wenjiu's hotel, so Tulyu and Suyin also came over from time to time. After all, the hotel's customer information card allows them to be directly transferred to the hotel. Even if they are back in Cheongnan now, they can still frequently travel between the hotel. I just went on a long trip, and I am exhausted, so I plan to take a shower, Chen Wenjiu said to Tulyu with a smile. Manager Chen went on a long trip? Tulyu was very curious about what Chen Wenjiu went on a long trip, but she also knew that she shouldn't ask, so she didn't continue to ask her anything. Manager Chen, when will the 3rd floor of the hotel open? To not change the subject and asked, I heard that the 3rd floor is a guest room. When will it be open? Although there are beds to sleep in the lounge, it is definitely not as comfortable as a real guest room. So many customers are looking forward to the opening of the guest room. After knowing that the 3rd floor is a guest room, they are looking forward to it opening as soon as possible. Chen Wenjiu was stunned when she heard this, and then she remembered that she had completed the task of unlocking room 301, and now she can unlock it directly. She actually forgot. Chen Wenjiu was a little annoyed, but also very grateful to Tulyu for reminding her. The guest rooms on the 3rd floor should be open today. I take a look later, Chen Wenjiu said to Tulyu with a smile. She had to unlock room 301 while taking a hot spring bath, and then look forward to finishing other tasks as soon as possible and unlocking room 302. Chen Wenjiu changed her clothes, put on a bathrobe, took a bath in the standing bath, and then wrapped herself in a bathrobe and went to the hot spring pool. There are 4 types of hot spring water in the hot spring pool now, and she directly chose the sulfur spring. Although the hotel system has a natural antivirus effect, as long as you pass through the door of the hotel, you can disinfect and sterilize in all directions. But she still wants to soak in the sulfur spring more thoroughly. The smell of the sulfur spring is a bit pungent, and Chen Wenjiu's sense of smell is a bit sensitive. She really can't accept some unpleasant smells. She can barely accept the smell of the sulfur spring. She endured soaking in the sulfur spring for less than half an hour and ran out. She switched to the bubble spring directly. The sulfur spring disinfects and sterilizes, while the bubble spring is thoroughly clean and more comfortable. While soaking in the hot spring, Chin Wenjio opened the system background and started to unlock room 301. It took half an hour to unlock room 301, and she just finished soaking in the hot spring and could go up to take a look. Half an hour later, Chin Wenjio, wearing clean clothes, walked to the third floor. Room 301 was on the right-hand side of the elevator, and it was the rightmost side. When she came over, she saw room 302 with the door closed. Beep. Chin Wenjio swiped the store manager card and entered the door. He sighed at the empty room and began to decorate the room. The layout of the guest room is living room, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony. The total 150 square meters of the room is distributed as 65 square meters for the living room, 60 square meters for the bedroom, 15 square meters for the bathroom, and 10 square meters for the balcony. Chin Wenjio added a bed, bedside table, high cabinet, low cabinet, and other furniture to the bedroom, and of course installed lights and other things. The living room is equipped with a TV cabinet, TV, sofa, table, 2 low stools, 2 chairs, etc. The wallpaper is a very ordinary solid color wallpaper of level 1, of average quality. The floor is also a level 2 solid wood floor, made of high-grade logs, and is super durable. Then in the bathroom, Chin Wenjio added a toilet, a wash basin, etc. There is no shower equipment or bathtub in the bathroom. Chin Wenjio thought that maybe because their hotel has a large bathroom, the guest rooms in the main building are not equipped with bathrooms for taking a shower, and can only be used for going to the toilet or washing face and brushing teeth. Chin Wenjio added a wall cabinet in the bathroom, which contains towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, mouthwash cups, etc. These things are automatically replaced by new ones after the staff cleans the room after the guests check out. Chin Wenjio checked and found that there was nothing to add to the balcony. If guests wanted to bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze on the ironing table, they could move the chairs in the living room over here. She also added some green plants, lemon branches, etc., which are also very good for decorating the balcony. There are also some autumn begonias, cherry branches, bougainvillea, kumquat potted plants, etc., but she didn't win the lottery. If she had won the lottery, it would have looked pretty in the guest room. Of course, the bedroom bedding must also be prepared, including sheets, quilts, pillows, etc. Of course, these things are all in the high cabinet in the bedroom. Just take them out of the cabinet. Chin Wenjio couldn't help but sit down on the sofa in the living room, then picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the TV. The TV in their hotel room does not have the current affairs news of this world. After all, the world is in chaos. Who will do news, interviews, and broadcasts? So now there are probably only advertisements and some TV series, movies, and cartoons to watch on TV. Of course, you need to pay to watch these movies, such as how many points you need to unlock a TV series, and how many points you need to spend to watch a movie. Chin Wenjio used the store manager card, so she put it directly on the card slot behind the door of the guest room, and she could open any TV and movie at will. All consumption by hotel employees in the hotel was free. Chin Wenjio pressed it, and then saw TV series such as Journey to the West sequel, Journey to the West sequel, etc., and there are many versions of the TV series Journey to the West. In addition to Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, Dream of the Red Chamber are all available, and in addition, there are some older martial arts TV series, etc. Of course, all kinds of TV series from the 2010s to 2020s are also available, but their fees are not as high as those of old dramas. Some pictures of old dramas are indeed blurry, but the plots and acting are good, which makes people like them very much. Chin Wenjio complained for a while, and then he remembered that it seemed that 2020 was 80 years away from now, and the dramas around 2020 could also be said to be old dramas. Chin Wenjio, a post-00s, is really helpless. In this way, she is regarded as an old antique by people in this world. Of course, even though she thought so, Chin Wenjio still opened the 1987 version of Dream of Red Mansions, and started watching it. The TV series in their hotel have been restored, the picture is very clear, the sound is also very clear, and it is not blurry and uncomfortable to watch because it is an old drama. Chin Wenjio watched the TV series with relish in room 301, forgetting everything else. Chapter 62. Chin Wenjio was watching Dream of Red Mansions in room 301 with great interest. She was so absorbed in the reading that she forgot everything outside. Fortunately, although she had unlocked the room, she had not yet opened the system back-end. Otherwise, it would be bad if the guests found out that she, the store manager, was still occupying the room when they booked the room. Chin Wenjio watched several episodes of the TV series. The 1987 version of Dream of Red Mansions was really an excellent work. Whether it was the good-looking characters in it, or the efforts made by the makeup artists and stylists to match the original work, it was very satisfying to watch. She really wanted to complain about the later TV series. Actors need to wear makeup and styling to fit the roles, not the roles to fit the actors. The stereotyped makeup, styling, and costumes of the later TV series made her speechless. The TV series she watched later were all revisiting old dramas. Later, because her hotel could connect to other worlds, she had other time to watch TV series. Knock knock knock. When Shin Wen-gyo was immersed in watching TV, the door of room 301 was knocked. Who is it? Shin Wen-gyo heard the voice, and reluctantly took her eyes off the TV. Knock knock knock. The door continued to be knocked. Shin Wen-gyo stood up helplessly, walked over to open the door, while watching TV, and then saw Hizui's face that made her angry. Hizui glanced at her, then looked at the TV in the living room that was playing a TV series, and asked helplessly, "How long have you been watching?" Shin Wen-gyo, "I don't remember." She had forgotten how long she had been watching TV. Anyway, she could watch as many episodes as she wanted, so she would watch the next episode after finishing one. "It's dark now, shouldn't you go back to bed?" Hizui walked in, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. Shin Wen-gyo said with a sad heart, "I haven't finished watching that episode yet. It's dark now, it's time to go back to bed." Hizui held her hand and said, "Also, don't rely on your current high level of cultivation to keep watching TV. Are you really not afraid of myopia?" "I'm not myopic." Shin Wen-gyo was led out of room 301 by him, and did not forget to take out her store manager card from the card slot. "Even if you are not nearsighted, you can't keep staring at the TV like this." Hizui sighed, "When can I unlock the garden? Then I can go out to the garden more often to relax." "It's hard to unlock the garden." Shin Wen-gyo shook his head and said, "It's really too difficult to unlock the project facilities of the hotel now. It's not like the last time she opened a hotel, where it was easy to unlock all the facilities of the hotel. She unlocked several large buildings in less than a year, and the hotel was almost unlocked by 2/3. It's not like now, she has to complete tasks to unlock the 3rd floor. In the future, if she wants to unlock other floors or other buildings, she needs to go out to complete tasks." Shin Wen-gyo followed Hizui to open room 301, and then went back upstairs to sleep. It was indeed dark. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The business hours of the hotel are actually quite flexible, that is, there are fewer employees now, so it cannot be open 24 hours a day. Shin Wen-gyo decided to open at 8 o'clock in the morning, and close at 2200 hours in the evening. Even if there are guests when they are not open, they will not open the door. Of course, the personal safety of customers can be guaranteed within the hotel, and even if they do not enter the hotel, they can still be protected from harm. So even when the hotel is not open, if the guests are in danger and teleport here, their lives can be guaranteed. The next day, when Shin Wen-gyo got up, he went downstairs and found that there were already guests staying in the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. Then the guests who did not get the qualification to stay in room 301 saw Shin Wen-gyo coming down, and complained that there were too few rooms available. "Manager Chun, your hotel needs to make persistent efforts and open up other guest rooms, otherwise we will have nowhere to stay." Shin Wen-gyo said with a smile, "Aren't there many houses around that can be lived in? There are no zombies in F-City now. Even ordinary people don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies when walking around F-City. Therefore, the houses around that have been abandoned for a long time can also be lived in. For example, some of the guests who came from other bases live in nearby houses. Because the hotel rooms were not open yet, they could not stay in the hotel, so they could only live in those abandoned houses. The houses in the 22nd century were much better than those in the 21st century. Even if they were abandoned for 2 years, they could still be lived in. But the guests still felt that if the conditions of the hotel lounge were so good, then the conditions of the formal guest rooms must be better. So everyone was looking forward to the opening of the hotel rooms. Who knew that the guest rooms were open, but only one room was open. Those who could grab it were simply lucky people favored by God. "Manager Chun, when will you open other rooms? One room is really not enough." "Manager Chun, I heard that you can watch TV in the guest room, right? Are they those TV movies from 100 years ago?" "Manager Chun, I heard that the beds in the guest room are more comfortable than the beds in the lounge, right? "Manager Chun, when will you open other rooms?" Shin Wen-gyo, I am so confused. "Okay, everyone, our manager just got up and hasn't eaten yet. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Shin-di watched her manager being surrounded and asked questions, and sympathetically rescued her. "Our manager needs to go to dinner now. You can ask me if you want to know anything." Chin-Di smiled and said, I can tell you about the guest rooms. Miss Chin-Di, we all know everything. We just want to urge Manager Chin to open other guest rooms as soon as possible. The guest said a little embarrassedly. The reason they pestered Chin Wen-jio was that they wanted her to open other guest rooms as soon as possible. They wanted to move in. There are also TV series to watch. Since the end of the world, they haven't had any entertainment for a long time. They rarely watch TV, movies, etc. Of course, with the development of technology, even in the end of the world, some people still have video equipment that can be used for projection and projection at home, so not everyone can't watch it. But being able to watch it in the hotel is definitely different from watching it at home. The most important thing is that the movies and TV series they can watch are from 100 years ago, and they all want to watch them. Chin Wen-jio looked at the guests' excitement, and quietly slipped to the restaurant while Chin Yu was holding them. She really wanted to eat, so she should finish her breakfast first. Chapter 63. Manager Chun, are you here for breakfast? When Chin Yu saw Chin Wen-jio, she happily went over to greet her. The 13-year-old girl admired Chin Wen-jio very much, and of course, she admired Chen-Di, who had taught a troublemaker a lesson before. Chin Yu was very impressed by Chen-Di's fighting power, and she wanted to have such fighting power to protect her mother. Mom was an ordinary person without superpowers. Although she had a little fighting power, it was not that strong after all. Chin Yu was worried that she couldn't protect her mother, and her own supernatural power was not very strong, so she was worried that her mother would have an accident when she was not paying attention. Chin Yu was very resentful every time this happened, and she was resentful about where her father had gone. In the past, she and her mother were worried that her father had died in an accident, but after the two of them sent a courier to him, she was sure that her father was still alive. She really wanted to know what happened to her father, and why he hadn't come back yet. Could it be that after being married to Mom for so many years, Dad finally realized the bad nature of men, and had another family outside? Chin Yu didn't want to speculate about her father so maliciously. After all, she and her father had a really good relationship, and she didn't want to think of her father so badly. When Chin Wen-jio saw the little girl Chin Yu, he once again sighed that some people were really tall. Just like her former classmate, a 15-year-old girl was already 1.7 meters tall, and now she saw Chin Yu, who was only 13 years old and 1.7 meters tall. It's not like she hadn't seen 1.9 meter tall elementary school students online before. It was a joke or a true story, saying that a female netizen met a 1.9 meter tall handsome guy. When she wanted to ask him for WeChat, he said he didn't have WeChat and took out a phone watch. Chin Wen-jio's thoughts flew a little far, but she still asked Chin Yu if she had time recently. Her next mission was related to Song-yu, and Song-yu was Chin Yu's father, so she had to bring Chin Yu with her. Manager Chun, do you have something to talk to me and my mother about? We can spend our time however we want. Manager Chin must have time to talk to me. Chin Yu smiled. Chin Wen-jio said with satisfaction, then I find you when the time comes. Yes, I come to the hotel with my mother to eat every day. Manager Chin can tell us in advance. Okay. Chin Wen-jio responded with satisfaction. While Chin Wen-jio was eating, Chu Hong, the guest who booked room 301, had already arrived at the guest room. After Chu Hong and his team came from the southwest base, because the hotel had not yet opened guest rooms, their entire superpower team lived in a residential building next door. Before the apocalypse, Chu Hong's family was still quite good, but it was just good. He had never lived in a villa or a luxury apartment. Unexpectedly, there was a luxury apartment in the residential building next door, so Chu Hong and his team members moved into the luxury apartment that had been abandoned for 2 years. But since the luxury apartment has been abandoned for 2 years, it is definitely not as comfortable to live in now as before the apocalypse. But for Chu Hong and his friends, having a nice place to stay is good enough, and there is no need to ask for so much. However, even with this idea in mind, when the hotel opened the guest room on the 3rd floor, Chu Hong quickly grabbed it. He wanted to see if the guest room of this hotel was comfortable. When Chu Hong went upstairs, his lover Jiang Shu followed him, and came to take a look. Why are you looking at me like that? This guest room should not be suitable for only one person, right? Jiang Shu glanced at Chu Hong and said. Chu Hong shook his head helplessly, and said, of course, I have no objection if you want to stay here. Jiang Shu raised her eyebrows, and proudly pushed the door open after he opened it. Wow! Jiang Shu raised her eyebrows funny, and looked at the living room of the guest room. It didn't seem so amazing. Ordinary wallpaper, solid color wallpaper didn't look strange, of course. Some of the decorations on the wall were pretty good. The floor was made of wood, and it was quite comfortable to step on. Jiangshu rushed over after seeing the sofa, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. I didn't expect that you can watch TV in the guest room? Jiangshu said happily after seeing the turned-on TV. Chu Hong nodded and checked the bathroom and bedroom. In the 65 square meter bedroom, there were only cabinets, chairs, and other furniture besides the double bed. It was not much different from the rooms in the previous hotels. The bathroom was really only for washing face and brushing teeth, going to the toilet, taking a shower, etc. What? You can't take a shower in the guest room? After hearing what Chu Hong said about the bathroom, Jiangshu came over and looked at the 10 square meter bathroom and said helplessly, "So, guests staying in the guest room also have to go to the second floor to take a shower?" "I think so." Chu Hong nodded. Jiangshu thought for a while and said, "That's fine. At least it won't divide the flow of customers in the bathroom?" Chu Hong, Jiangshu said, and then ran back to the sofa to watch TV. She was dazzled by the TV series, movies, animations, etc. on the menu. "Chu Hong, what movie do you think we should watch?" Jiangshu asked. Chu Hong glanced at the TV, saw the colorful cover, and chose the classic TV series Balian Lantern. "Wow, it's this TV series?" Jiangshu saw the TV series Chu Hong chose, and happily finished it. This Balian Lantern was the one starring Chao Jun, the most handsome Erlangshan Yongjian, which also aroused Jiangshu's interest. Chu Hong sat next to Jiangshu and watched the TV series with her. When she was hungry at noon, she could order room service. "How can I help you?" Chu Xiang at the front desk received an internal call from the guest in room 301 and asked in a gentle tone, "Can you deliver food to room 301? We are hungry, and don't want to go downstairs to the restaurant to eat." Jiangshu asked. "Sure," Chu Xiang said, "our room service includes food delivery." "That's good. Bring us 2 chicken wing bento boxes, 2 tomato scrambled eggs and rice," Jiangshu said. "Okay, please wait," Chu Xiang said. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiang asked Yuan San Yuan to deliver food to the guest in room 301. Yuan San Yuan went to the restaurant, took 2 chicken wings bento boxes, and 2 tomato scrambled eggs and rice, and went upstairs with a lunch box. Ding dong. Yuan San Yuan rang the doorbell, and when Chu Hong came to open the door, he said seriously, "Hello, room service is delivering food." "Yes," Chu Hong said. "This is the food you ordered, please enjoy it." Yuan San Yuan handed the lunch box to Chu Hong. "Thank you." Chu Hong took the meal and thanked Yuan San Yuan. "Please give Yuan San Yuan a 5-star rating," Yuan San Yuan said before leaving. "Okay." Before Chu Hong said anything, Jiangshu happily agreed to Yuan San Yuan. Yuan San Yuan left contentedly, while Chu Hong and Jiangshu returned to the guest room to continue eating and watching TV series. Chapter 64. Host, please complete the task as soon as possible. Song Yu will be in danger. When Chen Wenjiu was busy eating breakfast, the hotel system popped up to remind her to do the task. Chen Wenjiu, who was eating, Why is it dangerous at this time? Chen Wenjiu ate the food in a few bites, and then found Chen Yuyu, who was also eating in the restaurant. "Chen Yuyu, do you have time now?" Chen Wenjiu asked. Chen Yuyu was stunned by Chen Wenjiu's shouting, but still nodded and said, "I have time." Anyway, what she and her mother do now is just to go out from time to find supplies or kill zombies. Whether it is to find supplies or kill zombies, they can do it at any time. She said that there is time. Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, "Is your mother free?" Chen Yuyu was very confused why Chen Wenjiu had to find her and her mother at the same time, but still replied, "My mother is also free." Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, "That's good. I need to go out to do a mission now, and I need your and your mother's help. If you are free, can you go with me?" Although Chen Yuyu didn't know what kind of mission required her and her mother's help, she still agreed. "I go find my mother. Manager Chen, I come down to find you later. My mother is in the bathroom upstairs." Chen Wenjiu nodded. While Chen Yuyu hurried to find her mother, she went to the kitchen to ask Hizui if he wanted to go with her. "Of course I will go," Hizui said. Although Chen Wenjiu had just finished the last mission not long ago, he had prepared a lot of food, which was enough to last until the mission was completed this time. Even if the food in the restaurant was sold out during the mission last night, it didn't matter. The guests were used to hoarding food anyway, and they wouldn't starve to death just because they couldn't eat the food in the restaurant for 1 or 2 meals. Hizui packed the food in his hands, then turned off the fire, and prepared to go out with Chen Wenjiu. The guests eating in the restaurant were surprised to see Hizui come out. "Chef He, are you not busy in the restaurant?" Xie Yurwan was really surprised to see Hizui come out. Especially when Hizui took off his apron after coming out, he looked like he was going out, which really surprised her. She thought Chef he was just busy in the restaurant kitchen, and wouldn't do anything outside. But if you think about it carefully, staying in one place for a long time is not good for people's psychology, so you could understand Chef He's idea of going out for a walk. Chef He, are you going out to play? Or are you going out to kill zombies? Xie asked curiously. But she looked at Chen Wenjiu, and couldn't help but smile ambiguously and asked, or, Chef He, are you going out on a date with Manager Chen? The guests of the hotel are very clear about the relationship between Manager Chen and Chef He. They are a perfect couple. According to Manager Chen, they are still in a relationship and are a couple, but they have not yet married. Xie really wants to know if they are really going on a date this time? Chen Wenjiu said, although we are going on a mission this time, it is not impossible to say it is a date. When the time comes, Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu will be handed over to Song Yu, and the two of them can go on a date in their own world. Hizui smiled at her, and took her hand and went out. Chen Yuyu quickly found her mother. Chen Lu hadn't taken a hot spring bath yet. She took a shower and changed her clothes before following Chen Yuyu down. Manager Chen, what are we going to do? Chen Lu asked curiously. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, to find your husband. Chen Lu's eyes widened when she heard this. What did you say? My husband? Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, yes, your husband, Song Yu. Chen Lu was a little dazed and said, my husband? Does Manager Chen know where he is? He should know. Chen Wenjiu said, I just found out not long ago. The person who assigned me the task told me where Song Yu is. Chen Lu knew that this hotel was very magical. Both the manager and other staff were very mysterious. It didn't seem strange that the other party knew where her husband was. Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu were very happy after knowing the news about Song Yu. After all, they sent express several times, but Song Yu never replied to them. Now Chen Wenjiu knows where Song Yu is, and they really want to know what happened to him, and why he didn't come back. Chen Wenjiu didn't fly on a sword this time. After all, she was with Hizui, Chen Lu, and Chen Yuyu, so she drove a flying car when she went out. Of course, Hizui was the one driving the flying car. Chen Wenjiu can also drive a flying car, but now she has a boyfriend, so of course she let her boyfriend come. Chen Wenjiu and Hizui sat in the co-pilot seat and the driver's seat, and Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu were sitting behind them. The two of them were very nervous after knowing that they were going to find Song Yu now. Now the mother and daughter were still holding each other's hands tightly. They were a little worried that the scene of meeting Song Yu would not be very good. They made the worst plan, but they couldn't help looking forward to it. How is he? Ji Province Q City. Song Yu, are we going to the legendary Warm Wine Inn? Liao Jingxian was a little nervous after hearing what Song Yu and others said. She had never heard of a warm wine inn in her previous life, a hotel that provided rich food for survivors of the end of the world, where they could get treatment from doctors, send express to people from all over the world, and sleep in a safe environment. There was no such thing in her previous life. So why is this life so different? There is a warm wine inn that I had never heard of in my previous life. Will everything develop the same as in my previous life? Will Song Yu become a big boss, who controls a region in the end times, like in his previous life? Will Song Yu become a super powerful high-level superpower? Liao Jingxian was really worried. And she couldn't help but look at Song Yu's handsome face. Although he was nearly 40 years old, Song Yu's face was still as handsome as when he was in his early 30s. Because of his age, his temperament is more mature, which makes people feel very moved. Liao Jingxian originally approached Song Yu. She hypnotized Song Yu to erase his memory, just because he would be a big boss in the future, and he would be able to protect her, and even give her wealth and glory. But now, she couldn't help but be moved by his appearance. In the process of getting along, even though Song Yu has always been close to her, and didn't really believe that she was his wife, she couldn't help but indulge in his character. Such a handsome, considerate and good-natured man, who will be a big boss in the end of the world in the future, how could she not be moved? Liao Jingxian thought, how could she make Song Yu completely believe that she was his wife, and then love only her for the rest of his life? Chapter 65. Song Yu, we don't even know if that wine warming inn is a scam. Why do you insist on going there? Liao Jingxian followed Song Yu and said, Song Yu, should we honestly go somewhere else to look for supplies? Liao Jingxian suggested. And, Song Yu, my hometown is in Jie Province. I want to go home and take a look. Liao Jingxian wanted to hold Song Yu's hand, but he dodged it lightly. Liao Jingxian looked at him dodging her, and her expression was ferocious for a moment. How long has it been? How long has it been? Why is Song Yu still so cold to her? She has hypnotized him many times. Why is he so distant from her? Does Song Yu not believe that she is his wife? But her hypnotic ability is obviously very effective. The people around her, they have obviously been hypnotized by her. Why doesn't Song Yu? Song Yu has no previous memories, and everything else believes in the results of her hypnosis, and it seems that he also believes that she is his wife. But why doesn't he get close to her? In everyone's mind, they are husband and wife. Why doesn't Song Yu get close to her? Until now, Song Yu has not slept in the same room with her. Liao Jingxian was very dissatisfied. Why did Song Yu just keep her away from him? She obviously loved him so much. That wine warming in is not a scam. Didn't you see that other people bought a lot of food from there? Song Yu said in a deep voice. There is a lot of food there. You only need to use all kinds of scrap copper and iron, all kinds of things that no one wants to throw there, to exchange for so much food. Do you think those people are cheating? Or do you think that the Wenjiaoan spent so much food just to cheat people? Song Yu stared at Liao Jingxian and asked. Liao Jingxian was speechless. Of course she knew that it was impossible to cheat people with so much food in such a world. And what were they cheating about? Zombie crystal cores are fine. But what's the point of cheating with those abandoned vehicles, abandoned mechanical metals, abandoned electrical appliances, and worthless paper and rags in the end times? She also subconsciously knew that this wine warming in might not be a lie. But she just didn't want to believe it. If this wine warming in was real, then why did it appear? Why hadn't she heard of the name of this inn in her previous life? Why didn't this inn appear in her previous life? In her previous life, she survived so hard, working under various bosses, trying to survive. Why didn't this inn appear, now that she is reborn, has the ability of hypnosis, and has hooked up with Song Yu, the future boss? Why did this hotel appear? It didn't appear when she was living a hard life, but it appeared when she was about to live a good life. Why? Why? Liao Jingxian still wanted to dispel Song Yu's idea, but Song Yu was thinking about the express delivery and letters he received from time to time during this period. Are the people who sent things to him really his wife and daughter? Who is this woman who claims to be his wife? Song Yu really wanted to go to the warm wine inn to see what was going on. He wanted to get his memory back. Liao Jingxian and Song Yu had different opinions. There were only a few people in the team who really followed Song Yu, and more people followed them under Liao Jingxian's hypnosis. Now Song Yu and Liao Jingxian had a disagreement, and the team was of course divided into two factions. But there was no way. The strongest person in the team was Song Yu. Song Yu was now a level 4 superpower user, and his lightning and ice superpowers were very aggressive, so he was the strongest in the team. Although these people followed Liao Jingxian in being dissatisfied with Song Yu, they dared not do anything because he was too strong. Song Yu took a few people who sincerely followed him, and insisted on going to the warm wine inn in F City. Liao Jingxian dared not leave Song Yu no matter how unwilling she was. She finally caught this man. She couldn't let him go. Liao Jingxian wanted to delay Song Yu's speed to F City, so now they have only walked less than half of the distance. Who would have thought that when they came to the place between Q City and F City, they actually encountered a level 5 mutant zombie. This level 5 mutant zombie is also a gold-type zombie, and the other party can turn its body into metal. It is definitely difficult to kill such a powerful zombie. Although Song Yu's thunder-type ability can attack the other party, the gap between a level 5 mutant zombie and a level 4 mutant is a bit big, and it is very difficult for Song Yu to kill this zombie. Song Yu saved me. Liao Jingxian hid in fear. She didn't want to die at all. She died so miserably in her previous life, and now she just wants to live well. Song Yu looked back at Liao Jingxian, and after seeing that she was almost bitten by a zombie, he frowned and killed the level 1 and 2 zombies around her. Liao Jingxian's ability is hypnosis, so her fighting power is basically equal to nothing. When facing these zombies, she really can't resist. Even if she lives again, Liao Jingxian's fighting power is not much stronger, just a little better than in her previous life. Now facing level 1 and 2 zombies, she needs other people to protect her. Song Yu asked others to protect Liao Jingxian, while he focused on dealing with a level 5 zombie. Ding ding dong. When Song Yu used his ice ability to attack the zombie metalized its body and blocked the attack. Song Yu quickly switched to lightning ability. Metal conducts electricity, and the zombie was really badly electrocuted. However, the level gap was really big, so even though the level 5 zombie was badly electrocuted, it was still not killed by Song Yu. Song Yu frowned and dodged the metal arrow shot by the level 5 zombie, and used his ice ability to freeze the opponent's movements. Although the level 5 zombies can metalize their bodies and block his ice cones, ice spikes and other attacks, it is still possible to freeze the opponent and make it unable to move. After freezing the opponent, Song Yu quickly threw the thunder ability over. Even if his level is not as high as the zombies, it is still possible to grind him to death. The premise is that he can hold on. Ah, Songyu. Save me. While Songyu was concentrating on dealing with the level 5 zombie, Liao Jingxian on the other side screamed again. This time, Liao Jingxian was shot by a metal arrow of a level 5 zombie, and it hit her thigh. Liao Jingxian's face turned pale. She had never been injured or suffered any hardship since her rebirth. Today was really unlucky. Liao Jingxian was in great pain and blamed Songyu for not protecting her and letting her be shot by a zombie's arrow. Chapter 66. Songyu glanced at Liao Jingxian, asked the healing person to treat her, and then continued to deal with the level 5 zombie. Liao Jingxian was furious when she saw him not caring about her. In his previous life, Songyu was particularly in love with his wife. He was the most nervous when he saw his wife was uncomfortable. Why was he so indifferent when it was her turn? She had hypnotized him. Didn't he think she was his wife? Songyu didn't feel anxious at all. Although his reason told him that Liao Jingxian was his wife, he should be very worried about her. But he didn't feel anxious or worried in his heart. In his opinion, the most important thing was the other party's level 5 zombie. Songyu. Songyu, I'm injured. Liao Jingxian shouted unwillingly at Songyu's back. After hearing this, Songyu replied lightly, I have asked Zhao Ying to save you. I can't help you now. After all, he is not a healing psychic like you, nor is he a wood or water psychic, so he can't treat Liao Jingxian's injuries. And Songyu also knew that he was not a doctor. In this case, what can he do if Liao Jingxian is injured? When Liao Jingxian heard this, her face was distorted. This bastard. Captain Song, how can you do this? Ms. Liao Jingxian is your wife. You are too cold to her, aren't you? A man who was hypnotized by Liao Jingxian and became very close to her accused Songyu dissatisfiedly. That's right, Captain Kong's sister Liao is your wife. Aren't you being too cold? Captain Song, you can't be a scumbag. Several of Songyu's true followers wanted to say something under the influence of hypnosis, but after looking at Songyu's face, they shut up silently. Obviously, Liao Jingxian's hypnosis on them was not strong enough to make them go against Songyu's ideas. Songyu looked at those people who were upset for Liao Jingxian and said, Are you attacking me? Are you serious about attacking me in front of a powerful level 5 zombie? Are you not afraid of death at all? Songyu asked. Those who were still blaming Songyu were choked by his words. They woke up now. There is still a level 5 zombie. In addition to this level 5 zombie, there are many level 2 and level 3 zombies. They are now in the mood to care about the relationship between the captain and his wife. If the captain and his wife ignored the safety of everyone and quarreled on their own, and then did not kill the zombie and let the zombie attack others, they could still blame the captain. Now they had to attack the captain, who was still fighting against the zombies. It was obviously wrong of them. Some people were not so controlled by Liao Jingxian's hypnosis and spoke for her. They still valued their lives more and didn't want to lose them at this time. Songyu. Liao Jingxian stared at Songyu's back viciously and gnashed her teeth. This man is so hateful. She liked him so much. He actually treated her like this. Dad. Although Songyu is very powerful, he is only a level 4 psychic, and level 5 zombies are not something he can easily deal with. And now there are several people around Liao Jingxian to comfort her and help her blame Songyu, so there is a loophole in the defense. Songyu was unable to dodge, and was almost shot by the metal arrow of the level 5 zombie. Dad, be careful. Qin Yuyu saw the arrow shot by the zombie at her father just after she saw her father. I don't know if it's because she is too worried about her father, so her space ability suddenly works beyond her normal level. Her spatial ability can store things, and can also teleport or transfer items. So at that moment, Qin Yuyu's spatial ability was activated, and the sharp arrow shot in front of Songyu was transferred to another place. Swish. The sharp metal arrow was transferred by Qin Yuyu to another zombie, and pierced the zombie's head very sharply. Dad. Qin Yuyu jumped off the flying car, rushed at Songyu, and looked at him nervously. Dad, are you okay? Qin Yuyu couldn't remember why her father didn't go to look for her and her daughter at this moment. Her mind was full of the fact that her father was almost injured just now. Songyu's heartbeat quickened when he saw Qin Yuyu. He had never felt that kind of natural intimacy before. Especially when he saw the other woman getting off the speeding car, he believed in the saying of love at first sight when he saw her. Qin Lu was also very worried about her husband. When she saw him almost being shot by a sharp arrow, her heart skipped a few beats. Now the sharp arrow was diverted by her daughter, but Qin Lu's heartbeat still did not calm down, and it was beating very fast. Ayu, how are you? Are you injured? Chen Lu also asked with concern. Who are you? Before Song Yu had time to speak, Liao Jingxian on the other side had already spoken. Of course she knew Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu. This was Song Yu's wife and daughter. They were the people she wanted to replace. How could she let Song Yu recognize them? Who are you? What do you want to do? Although Liao Jingxian's leg was injured, she was still helped to walk to Song Yu's side and blocked him with her body. Do you have any shame? You just come up and call someone else's husband dad? Liao Jingxian stared at Chen Yuyu unhappily and scolded. The one she wanted to scold the most was Chen Lu, the woman who made her very hostile and had a sense of crisis. Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu looked at Liao Jingxian, and then at Song Yu. Liao Jingxian's height and body could not cover Song Yu at all, so the mother and daughter raised their heads and looked at Song Yu. What's wrong with him? Who is this woman? Did Song Yu really have someone else outside? Ayu, you haven't been back for so long, is it because of her? Chen Lu looked at Song Yu and asked in disbelief. In fact, she still hoped that Song Yu would tell her that he had nothing to do with her. Song Yu wanted to nod and say yes. After all, no matter what, he did stay in Q City for a long time because of Liao Jingxian after he woke up. But he subconsciously felt that if he answered like this, it would make the person in front of him very sad. He didn't want to see her look sad, so he didn't answer like that. I lost my memory, I don't remember. Song Yu answered honestly. What? Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu were both stunned. Why did Song Yu suffer from amnesia? Was this an idle drama? Liao Jingxian looked back at Song Yu in surprise. Why was he so nice to Chen Lu? Didn't Song Yu lose his memory? Wasn't he hypnotized by her to believe that she was his wife? Why is he still so nice to Chen Lu? Has Song Yu never forgotten Chen Lu? Liao Jingxian couldn't help but grit her teeth when she thought of this. Her envy and jealousy of Chen Lu really drove her crazy. Liao Jingxian looked back at Chen Lu again. The hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. She wanted to kill Chen Lu and make her disappear from this world. As long as Chen Lu disappeared from this world, she could get Song Yu thoroughly. Chapter 67. Chen Yuyu was a little confused when she heard her father say that he had lost his memory. Dad, how could you lose your memory? Is it the old-fashioned way of losing your memory in a car accident? Or, did you have a high fever and burned your brain? Chen Yuyu asked curiously. What are you talking about? Who are you calling Dad? A man in the team stood up and said to Chen Yuyu, how could our Song have a daughter as old as you? And our Song's wife is Sister Liao, and our sister Liao has never given birth to a child. How could you be Song's child? Hearing this, Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu looked at Song Yu. Dad, you really don't remember? You don't remember my mom, and you don't remember me? Chen Yuyu was a little flustered. She didn't expect that the dad she was looking forward to finding would forget everything. Her parents loved each other so much before. Why did he forget now? Song Yu looked at Chen Yuyu's sad look, and then looked at Chen Lu's sad look, and he subconsciously said, I didn't believe she was my wife. Song Yu explained. Liao Jingxian looked at Song Yu in shock. He didn't believe she was his wife. Why didn't he just say it? I really have nothing to do with her. She said she was my wife, but I didn't believe it. Song Yu explained. Although he had no memory, he believed in his own feelings. When he saw the mother and daughter, he naturally had the idea of getting close to them. The older woman, he felt infinite love as soon as he saw her. As soon as he saw the young girl, he felt that this was his blood child. Therefore, these two people are his wife and children. Song Yu. Liao Jingxian glared at Song Yu angrily. You didn't say that before. You clearly promised me. You clearly swore to me. Liao Jingxian said with a sad look. She didn't know whether Song Yu remembered it or not. She also didn't know to what extent Song Yu was hypnotized by her. But she looked at Chen Lu. She wanted to destroy their relationship. Song Yu didn't remember anything now, only Chen Lu. If Chen Lu misunderstands that there is something going on between her and Song Yu, and she breaks up with Song Yu sadly, then wouldn't she have a chance? Liao Jingxian said to Song Yu with a hurt look, Song Yu, you didn't say that when you were so sweet and loving to me before. We have been husband and wife for so long, and you actually say that now. Have you considered my feelings? Song Yu, I am your wife. Liao Jingxian complained tearfully. Chen Yuyu and Chen Lu watched Liao Jingxian perform, while Song Yu also watched her performance indifferently. He glanced at her, then looked at Chen Lu and said, I really have nothing to do with her. I didn't let her get close to me. Before Chen Lu could say anything, a sharp arrow suddenly flew towards her. Bang! The arrow was quickly hit, and the track turned and hit an abandoned vehicle next to it, making a loud noise. The others were really brought back to their senses by the loud noise, and they all looked at the vehicle that was hit. Don't you understand the current situation? Qin Wenjiu and Hizui landed leisurely, and looked at Chen Lu and the others. Have you forgotten the existence of the level 5 zombie? Why are you doing this drama of you love me, I love him? Do you think that zombie will give you a stage to perform? Chen Wenjiu was really speechless. What is the situation now? The level 5 zombie wanted to kill and eat these more advanced psychics, but they still had the leisure to do this kind of drama. Song Yu's face was not good. Chen Lu was almost hit just now. He still couldn't suppress the fear. Are you okay? Song Yu walked up to Chen Lu and asked. Chen Lu shook her head. Although she was still scared, she was not injured. Thank you, manager. Chen Lu said gratefully. You don't need to thank me so early. Qin Wenjiu waved his hand and said, what you should consider now is how to kill the level 5 zombie. Just like when she went to find Xu Minglan, Lu Shufeng and their team before, she couldn't easily do it even if she could beat the level 5 zombie. We must help these people and assist them in killing. Qin Wenjiu glanced at Song Yu. This guy is now a level 4 superpower, and he is still in the middle stage. If he works harder, he will soon be able to upgrade to the peak of level 4. After breaking through level 4, he can fight the level 5 zombie to the death. Qin Wenjiu thought about it, and decided that this time, he didn't need to help Song Yu like he helped Jiang Jixing upgrade. This guy's potential is really strong, and he has the ability to kill zombies above his level. She only needed to ensure that Song Yu would not be in any danger when he was fighting the level 5 zombie. Now, you go kill the zombies, and Hizui and I will assist you. Chen Wenjiu said to Qin Yuyu. Chen Yuyu nodded with a serious face. In fact, Qin Yuyu has now broken through level 4, and her potential is as strong as her father's. Her father and she awakened their superpowers at about the same time, and now the time is about the same. Her father is already level 4, so of course she is the same. In addition to transferring objects, Qin Yuyu's spatial ability also includes space blades, teleportation and other skills. Qin Yuyu looked at Song Yu and said, Dad, let's go kill that zombie together. Just now, the zombie almost hurt not only her father, but also her mother. She will never let it go. Song Yu looked at his daughter's serious face. Although he still had no memory, he nodded when he heard her say this. Chen Lu had no superpowers. Although she had some fighting power, she did not join in the fun. She just wanted to kill the level 1 or level 2 zombies around her. Her ability was not enough to kill level 3 zombies, but she could still do it for level 2 and below. Song Yu. Liao Jingxian was dissatisfied when she saw that Song Yu listened to Qin Yuyu's words so naturally, and followed her to kill zombies. Why? She stayed with Song Yu for so long. Why couldn't she replace Chen Lu's position, and this Qin Yuyu? She and Song Yu do look a bit similar, but Liao Jingxian simply can't like her. Love the house and love the dog, how is that possible? Her love for Song Yu is not to the extent of liking his daughter with someone else. She just wants a stable life, just wants to live a superior life. Song Yu can give her, so she likes Song Yu. How could she like Song Yu and someone else's daughter? No matter how angry Liao Jingxian is, Song Yu and Qin Yuyu don't care. The father and daughter just want to kill the level 5 zombie as soon as possible. Chen Lu looked at Liao Jingxian. Her unwilling and angry expression made Chen Lu feel uncomfortable, especially her possessiveness and control over Song Yu. Song Yu was her husband, and someone wanted to take her husband away, relying on the fact that he didn't remember anything and wanted to replace her. How could Chen Lu not have an opinion? She definitely didn't have any good feelings towards Liao Jingxian. Chapter 68. Chen Lu didn't stare at Liao Jingxian for long. She was still killing zombies seriously. Even if Chen Lu didn't have superpowers, she could still kill those level 1 and 2 zombies in the zombie group. Liao Jingxian was staring at Chen Lu from behind. She was thinking if she let Chen Lu die here, would Song Yu become hers? So when Chen Lu was killing zombies seriously, Liao Jingxian quietly approached her. She glanced at Song Yu and Qin Yuyu. The father and daughter were still fighting against the level 5 zombies seriously, and didn't notice Chen Lu. Liao Jingxian smiled. She would definitely kill Chen Lu. She quietly approached Chen Lu. Although her ability was not aggressive, it could hypnotize. Whether it was humans or zombies, her ability could hypnotize them. Liao Jingxian could tell at a glance that Chen Lu was not a superpower, so it was very easy for her to hypnotize Chen Lu. When Liao Jingxian approached Chen Lu, she did not forget to hypnotize the first and second level zombies around her so that they could not attack her. Of course, they would attack Chen Lu instead of her. It would be even better if they hurt Chen Lu before she hypnotized her. Liao Jingxian walked to a place not far from Chen Lu, staring at her movements, and hypnotized her when she turned to face her. Chen Lu was stunned, and she felt her mind was blank for a moment, and then she stopped killing the zombies. Mom. Chen Yuyu was still paying attention to her mother when fighting against the level 5 zombies. She was shocked when she saw Chen Lu stop moving in a trance. Bang! Chen Lu was almost caught and bitten by the zombies in a trance. Chen Wenjiu frowned and killed all the zombies around her. Chen Wenjiu did not forget to kick Liao Jingxian away. Her mission target was Song Yu, and even though Song Yu had lost his memory, he still cared about Chen Lu and Chen Yuyu. Although Liao Jingxian was with Song Yu, she was not important to him at all. So it was not expected that she would deal with Liao Jingxian. Ahem. After being kicked away, Liao Jingxian hit a zombie and killed it directly, and she herself was seriously injured. Song Yu. Ahem. Liao Jingxian fell to the ground in pain, shouting in pain. Why didn't Song Yu save her? Song Yu, save her! Liao Jingxian lay on the ground and couldn't help hoping that Song Yu would save her. But unfortunately, Song Yu didn't want to save her at all, and even wanted to stab her again. Chen Wenjiu walked in front of her and said lightly, "Don't try to attack my guests." Compared to Liao Jingxian, who had nothing to do with their hotel, Chen Lu, the customer, still needed her protection. Liao Jingxian was in great pain. "Song Yu, save me!" Liao Jingxian shouted at Song Yu. Song Yu turned a deaf ear to her. He and Chen Yuyu felt relieved after seeing Chen Wenjiu protecting Chen Lu, and focused on dealing with the level 5 zombie. Liao Jingxian was very angry that Song Yu could not be called back, but she would not fight against Song Yu, so she called other people. During this period of time, Liao Jingxian was not the only one who could protect her. There were also others who liked her in this team. Coupled with her hypnotic ability, those people are even more devoted to her. Now that Liao Jingxian and Song Yu have almost broken up, they all think that their chance has come. Liao Jingxian is also a rare beauty. That face and figure still make them very excited. Now that Liao Jingxian and Song Yu are no longer related, don't they have a chance to win her over? "Jingxian, are you okay?" A tall man saw Liao Jingxian's uncomfortable look and rushed over to help her up with concern. The man supported Liao Jingxian and said to Chen Wenjiu, "Why did you attack Jingxian? How did Jingxian provoke you?" Chen Wenjiu looked at him and raised his eyebrows and said, "She wanted to kill my guests, I just fought back." "Jingxian is such a good person, when did she want to kill your guests?" The man said dissatisfiedly. "Jingxian is the kindest, when did she want to kill people? She doesn't even dare to kill zombies, how can she dare to kill people?" Chen Wenjiu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Not even daring to kill zombies? So you are very gentle and kind? There are still many people in this world who don't even dare to kill zombies, but they dare to kill people. Liao Jingxian has never killed zombies, so is she really a good person?" Chen Wenjiu didn't care what the other party said, took Chen Lu to a safe place, and checked her sea of consciousness. Chen Wenjiu was staring at Chen Lu just now, so she saw Liao Jingxian's little movements. She was still wondering what was going on with Liao Jingxian before, but now she knows her trump card. This Liao Jingxian is actually a hypnotist. Her ability is hypnosis, no wonder the people around her obey her. But that's Song Yu. His willpower is really strong. Even if he lost his memory, even if he didn't remember his wife and daughter, he still didn't fall into Liao Jingxian's hypnosis and believe that she was his wife. She is indeed a powerful character selected by the system. Although Song Yu is not the harem of the heroine, he later became the heroine's right-hand man. Song Yu is a good man who loves his wife and daughter. He is tall, handsome, strong, and loyal to his wife. Even though his wife is just an ordinary person, not a superpower, he is still devoted to his wife, and has not looked for someone else just because he has become a big boss who dominates one side. This character of Song Yu is really popular. After all, who doesn't like a handsome and loyal big boss? Chen Wenjiu saw a lot of comments about him when he saw the introduction of the character Song Yu in this task. She also admired the fact that the other party could still love his wife unwaveringly under such circumstances. "What happened to me just now?" Chen Lu asked in a daze. She felt that her mind was blank when she just killed the zombies, and she really didn't remember what happened to her. When she woke up, she was almost bitten by the zombies, and then Liao Jingxian was kicked away. "Manager Chen, what did that woman do to me just now?" Chen Lu asked in confusion. After all, when she was awake, she saw Liao Jingxian being kicked away and being warned by Chen Wenjiu. Chen Wenjiu nodded and said, "That woman is a hypnotist, she can make people obey her." Everyone in their team was hypnotized by her, including Song Yu. Chen Wenjiu said, "But how much Song Yu believes in her is still debatable." The big man actually fell in love with Chen Lu at first sight when he saw her under Liao Jingxian's attack, which shows how much he loved her before he lost his memory. Chen-Lu looked at Song-Yu worriedly. He had lost his memory, and was hypnotized again. So that was why he hadn't been home to see her and her daughter for so long? Chen-Lu looked at Chen Wenjiu again and asked, Manager Chen, can you help Song-Yu? Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, why did he lose his memory, and how much he was affected by hypnosis? We have to go back to the hotel's medical room and ask Dr. Qin to check. I'm not a professional after all, Chen Wenjiu said. Although she could see that Liao Jingxian was a hypnotist, she really didn't know how to treat her or how to remove the hypnosis. Chapter 69. Although Chen Wenjiu couldn't handle the hypnotic ability and Song-Yu's amnesia, Chen-Lu didn't force it. She was already satisfied to find Song-Yu. Chen Wenjiu helped to deal with other low-level zombies, while protecting Chen-Lu, watching the father and daughter dealing with level 5 zombies. The safety of Song-Yu and Chen Yuyu was left to Hizui, who watched to prevent them from being scratched or bitten by zombies, and didn't care much about other things. Even though he was stabbed by the metal arrows, metal thorns, and other things of the level 5 zombie, Hizui was not very anxious. Because the superpowers condensed by the mutant zombies do not carry the zombie virus, so even if they are hit, humans will not turn into zombies. Therefore, Hizui was not very nervous about the father and daughter. Even if they were injured, it didn't matter as long as they were not touched by the zombies. Only Chen-Lu was very nervous. Seeing her husband and daughter injured, she felt very distressed. But Chen-Lu didn't have any complaints. She was already very satisfied that Hizui and Chen Wenjiu could protect her husband and daughter from being bitten or scratched by zombies. She was extremely grateful to Chen Wenjiu and Hizui. Liao Jingxian over there was still unwilling to accept it. She wanted to kill Chen-Lu and Chen Yuyu and occupy Song-Yu by her side. She had been planning for so long after her rebirth, but now all her efforts were in vain. She was really unwilling to accept it. But she took a look at Chen Wenjiu and Hizui. These two people were really too strong. She was a little worried that if she didn't run away, she would not end up well. Liao Jingxian weighed the pros and cons and decided to run. She couldn't stay here any longer. Judging from Song-Yu's attitude towards Chen-Lu, even if he had no memories, he still cared about Chen-Lu very much. What if he really killed the level 5 zombie and then attacked her under Chen-Lu's instigation? Although she still had loyal followers around her, they couldn't beat Song-Yu. For her life, she couldn't stay any longer. Liao Jingxian took advantage of Song-Yu killing zombies and quietly ran away with her real loyal followers. Chen Wenjiu and Hizui both noticed it, and both looked in the direction where Liao Jingxian ran away. Should we stop her? Hizui asked. Chen Wenjiu shook his head. She is not within my mission. But Chen Wenjiu still looked at Chen-Lu and asked, that woman just ran away, should we stop her? Chen-Lu looked in the direction where Liao Jingxian ran away in surprise. She really didn't expect that she would run so fast. Chen-Lu really wanted to teach Liao Jingxian a lesson, but she couldn't keep bothering Chen Wenjiu. Her own fighting power was not very strong. She had no problem fighting against Liao Jingxian, but not against the loyal followers around her. Chen-Lu thought for a while and said, forget it, I take revenge later. Liao Jingxian had been seriously injured by Chen Wenjiu just now, and she didn't want to trouble her again. But when Song-Yu recovered his memory, she could ask Song-Yu to help her take revenge. But at that time, Liao Jingxian didn't know where she ran away. After Liao Jingxian and the others ran for an hour and a half, Song-Yu and his daughter finally killed the level 5 gold mutant zombie together. Yu? After the level 5 zombie was killed, Song-Yu was busy collecting the zombie crystal core, while Chen-Lu ran to check on her daughter's injuries. Yu, how are you? Chen-Lu supported her daughter and said with concern, quick, take out the medicine, Mom will apply it on you. Chen-Yu smiled at her mother and said, Mom, I'm fine. What do you mean fine? Look at the injuries on your body. Chen-Lu's eyes turned red as she looked at the marks on her daughter's body caused by the metal weapon condensed by the level 5 zombie. Her daughter is only 13 years old. Before the apocalypse, children of this age were still junior high school students. Her precious daughter was only a primary school student before the apocalypse, but she grew up quickly after the apocalypse. Especially after her father disappeared, she took on the responsibility of taking care of her mother. Chen-Lu blamed herself. It was because she was too weak as a mother that her young daughter became mature and sensible. If she was strong enough, her daughter would not have to work so hard. Chen Yuyu hugged her mother and comforted her. I'm really fine, Mom. These wounds look a bit numerous, but they're not serious. That should stop the bleeding. Chen-Lu said with a serious expression. Chen Yuyu couldn't persuade her mother, and if the bloody smell was too strong, it would attract more zombies, so of course she had to quickly clean up her wounds. She took out the medical kit she bought at the hotel from the space, and then the mother and daughter used the medicine inside to apply medicine to her. Song-yu, who was also injured, although he has no memory, aren't these two people his wife and children? Why do they ignore him so thoroughly now? Why does his wife only have eyes for her daughter, and not for her husband? That? Yu? Song-yu thought about it, and took the initiative to greet his daughter. Here, this is the crystal core of the zombie just now. Song-yu handed the crystal core in his hand to his daughter and said. Chin Yu looked up at her father, while applying medicine to her arm. Only then did she remember that she had just been on the battlefield with her father to kill zombies. She seemed to have completely forgotten her father. Chen Yu smiled embarrassedly. Thank you, Dad. She was not polite. She and her father killed the zombies together. Now her father wanted to give her the crystal core. Why should she be embarrassed? If he didn't give her his things, who else would he give them to? Oh, that woman just wanted to hurt Mom. Chin Yu took the crystal core handed over by her father and looked around, trying to find Liao Jingxian. That woman actually wanted to harm her mother. This is absolutely unforgivable. She wants to take revenge on that woman. What happened? Chen Lu asked in confusion, looking at her daughter looking around. Mom, where is that woman just now? Chin Yu asked. Chen Lu, she ran away. Run away? Chin Yu was surprised and regretful. She still wanted to teach the woman who wanted to harm her mother a lesson. She is not a fool. It will not be good for her to stay. She must run away when she has the chance? Chen Lu said. Humph, she ran fast. Chin Yu snorted coldly. She didn't think that Qin Wenjiu and Hizui were wrong for not stopping Liao Jingxian from running away. If Liao Jingxian wanted to teach her a lesson and take revenge, that was her own business. How could she ask Qin Wenjiu and the others to stop her? Anyway, as long as Liao Jingxian was still in the area of Ji province, she would definitely meet her again, and she would definitely not let her go. Song-yu, who was ignored by his wife and daughter again, Chin Yu talked to her mother for a while, and felt that the people next to her were still standing there. She raised her head in confusion, and then saw her father's familiar face. Chun Yu, She smiled and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Song-yu, I'm injured too. Song-yu looked at Chen Lu. He wanted to get comfort from her, and wanted to see her look of love for him. Chun Yu, Chen Lu looked at him, and felt a little distressed when she saw the wounds on his body, but she still focused on her daughter first. Although her husband was the man she loved most, her daughter was also the girl she loved most. Her daughter was more important. Song-yu, Chapter 70. Qin Wenjiu looked at the dead level 5 zombies. After seeing the system prompt that the task was completed, she looked at Song-yu and Qin Yu with a very kind look. How could she not be grateful to these two for helping her complete the task? Qin Wenjiu walked in front of Chen Yu and Chen Lu and asked with a smile, Do you want to rest for a while, or go back to the hotel early? Chen Lu looked at her daughter, then at Song Yu's appearance, raised her head and said to her, Let's go back. Mom. Qin Yu held her mother's hand and said, Put all the zombies away first. They killed so many zombies, so they had to put away the crystal cores and zombie bodies? They could exchange them for a lot of points later. Chen Lu, okay. Qin Yu had almost finished applying the medicine, so she asked her mother to apply the medicine to her father, and she went to put away the zombies. The people who originally followed Song Yu have now mostly run away with Liao Jingxian, and those who stayed behind are probably his die-hard fans. Qin Yu looked at the uncles and frowned slightly. The uncles looked at her with unfamiliar eyes, which made Qin Yu very confused. Her father's amnesia was an accident, but the uncles who came with her father also didn't remember her and her mother. Was this also an accident? Qin Yu was puzzled, but she still collected a lot of zombies. Qin Wenjiu and Hizui solved the remaining first, second, and even third level zombies with a few moves. Qin Yu saw Qin Wenjiu's powerful force and looked at her with admiration. Manager, you are too strong, aren't you? Qin Yu said, as she put the zombies into the space. Not bad. Qin Wenjiu said with a smile. Her cultivation was cheating, and she hadn't completely mastered it yet. Qin Wenjiu thought about it, and the next task should not be for her to assist others in killing zombies, but for her to kill zombies herself. Her cultivation was very strong, but her fighting ability was relatively poor. Qin Wenjiu waited for Qin Yu to collect all the zombies, and then let them go back first. I'm going on a date with Chef He, Qin Wenjiu said with a smile. Qin Yu looked at them, then at her parents, nodded, and got in the car with them. Q City was not too far from F City, so Chen Lu and Song Yu went back by car instead of a hovercraft. Qin Wenjiu and Hizui went to other places. Going on a date? Yes. Chen Wenjiu and Hizui went out on a date, and Chen Lu and her daughter and Song Yu returned to the hotel together. Dr. Qin, please check how they are doing. Chen Lu took her husband and daughter into the medical room. Qin Xian looked at the wounds on Song Yu and his daughter and nodded. It's just skin injuries, not very serious. You have already applied medicine to them, and they are recovering well. Chen Lu was relieved to hear her say that, but she still said to Qin Xian, Dr. Qin, please help see if they need to change the medicine? Qin Xian had no objection. Song Yu looked at Chen Lu here. He always felt that he was very familiar with her. He liked her very much. But he just couldn't remember her memory. Song Yu knew he had lost his memory, but he didn't know what he had forgotten and why he had forgotten it. Dr. Qin, my dad has lost his memory. Can you help me see what happened to him? Chen Yu said on the side. Qin Xian paused while checking Song Yu's wound, looked up at Song Yu in surprise, then looked at Chen Lu and Chen Yu. Did he really lose his memory? Yes, my dad doesn't even remember me and my mom. Chen Yu nodded. Qin Xian said she understood. Please come here. Qin Xian pulled open the curtain of the medical room and let Song Yu lie down in a medical cabin inside. Chen Yu looked at the medical cabin in the medical room in surprise. The medical room, that only had various medical boxes before, actually had a medical cabin, and this medical cabin seemed to be more advanced than the one before the end of the world. Song Yu looked back at Chen Lu, and seeing that she looked worried and nodded at him, he could only listen to her and lie down in the medical cabin. The door of the medical cabin closed, and the display screen at the head quickly showed Song Yu's physical condition. Qin Xian stood at the head of the medical cabin and asked Chen Lu and Chen Yu to come and see Song Yu's examination results. His brain has been injured, and there is a problem with his brain area. The human brain is originally very complex, and it is understandable that he loses his memory due to injury. Also, his memory has traces of hypnosis. The medical cabin is really powerful. Even Liao Jingqian's hypnosis ability detected the results of Song Yu's hypnosis. Chen Yu was surprised. My dad was hypnotized? What about him? Is he in danger? His brain was injured. Will it endanger his life? Chen Lu asked. Qin Xian shook his head. It won't threaten his life. He just lost his memory. And his instincts are still there. For example, you two have a great influence on him, and he has deep feelings for you. So when he sees you, he will have emotional fluctuations, and subconsciously want to get close to you and get close to you. Chen Lu and her daughter couldn't help but smile when they heard this. Indeed, when they met Song Yu in Q City, he was very close to them. Dr. Qin, can you treat him? Yes. Qin Xian nodded. The medical cabin is really useful, of course. It also requires Qin Xian's medical assistance, so it took about 2 hours for Song Yu to come out of the medical cabin. Dad, how are you? Chen Yu approached Song Yu, who was sitting up, and asked. Ayu, are you okay? Chen Lu also asked with concern. Song Yu nodded and smiled at Chen Lu. I'm fine, Lulu. Chen Lu widened her eyes in surprise and said in disbelief, Ayu, do you remember me? Song Yu nodded again, then reached out and hugged her. I remember. He lost his memory for several months, and finally remembered his wife and children. The couple was affectionate, and the neglected daughter Chen Yu said, Dr. Qin, is my dad really okay? Chen Yu asked. It's fine. Qin Xian shook her head and said, he's very healthy now. Her medical skills have been baptized by advanced interstellar medicine and medical practitioners in the world of immortal cultivation. Song Yu's amnesia is not a difficult problem. Just use the medical cabin to remove the blood clot in his brain, and then treat it a little bit. The human brain is indeed very complicated. The medical cabin can only treat external or internal injuries, memory, and remove hypnosis. Qin Xian needs to do it herself. Song Yu is indeed recovered now, and even his memory has returned. He even remembers all the memories of the time when he lost his memory, and also remembers the process and results of Liao Jingqian's hypnosis on him. He really didn't expect that he would be taken advantage of by someone who wanted to replace his wife. Song Yu held Chen Lu's hand tightly. He didn't dare to think about the consequences of him being hypnotized successfully, and believing that Liao Jingxian was his wife. Would he completely lose Chen Lu and his daughter Chen Yu? Song Yu and Chen Lu have been in love for so many years, and of course he knows her very well. She is very intolerant of emotional matters. As long as it is betrayal, even if he is not active and subjectively conscious, she will not tolerate it. However, he likes the way she cares about him. Chapter 71. When Chen Wenjiu came back, Song Yu and Chen Lu had not left yet. She threw the woman in her hand at Song Yu. I have captured this woman. It is up to you to decide how to deal with her. Qin Wenjiu threw the woman to Song Yu and said. Originally, she had not thought about catching Liao Jingxian, but her next mission was to help Song Yu recover his memory and capture Liao Jingxian. In order to unlock the room on the 3rd floor, she had no choice but to capture the escaped Liao Jingxian. The mission was to capture Liao Jingxian, but it didn't say what to do after she was captured. Qin Wenjiu thought that he should hand her over to Song Yu. After all, she was the one who hypnotized Song Yu, and Song Yu had the power to punish her. Song Yu had recovered his memory, and when he saw Liao Jingxian, his breath became very cold. He remembered that after he lost his memory, she hypnotized him and said that she was his lover. He thought that if he hadn't been so determined, he would have been hypnotized by her if he had relaxed a little. He had an intimate relationship with her. Even if he recovered his memory one day, would he no longer love his true lover? Song Yu. Song Yu, save me. Liao Jingxian saw Song Yu and quickly asked for help. She thought that she had hypnotized Song Yu for so long. Even if the person he loved deep in his heart was still Chen Lu, he must be different to her. He would definitely save her. She, Liao Jingxian, was finally reborn. She finally got the conditions of a prophet, and she didn't want to die at all. She wanted wealth and glory. She wanted to live a life of superiority. She wanted a man who was devoted to her, pampered her, protected her, and loved her. What did she do wrong? She did nothing wrong. Song Yu. Song Yu, save me. Liao Jingxian rushed at Song Yu and grabbed his hand. Song Yu looked at Liao Jingxian coldly, nodded to Qin Wenjiu and thanked her, then grabbed Liao Jingxian and went out. Ew, I go with you too. Chen Lu looked at him and hurriedly followed Song Yu's footsteps. She was a little worried that it would be a bit bad for Song Yu to hit a woman. Although Liao Jingxian was hateful, she didn't want Song Yu to do it. Why not? She would do it herself. After all, Liao Jingxian wanted to steal her man, and although she failed, she could still deal with her, right? Mom and Dad, I go too. The family of 3 took Liao Jingxian out, and Qin Wenjiu didn't care what they were going to do. Thank you for your hard work, manager. Qindi looked at Qin Wenjiu, smiled, and gave her a glass of lemonade to quench her thirst. Qin Wenjiu took the lemonade she handed over and asked, Are there many customers? Can you handle it? Not bad. Qindi nodded, I can still handle it. Qin Wenjiu nodded, then I go back and rest first. Although she was not very tired on this mission, she had just returned from C City and went to Q City to do a mission the next day. She was very annoyed by riding around like this. Qin Wenjiu still doesn't like riding in a car. Even though she now rides a hovercraft that is very fast and has a strange smell, she still doesn't like riding in a car. She used to go to Coconut City to study, and she felt uncomfortable taking the bus every time she came back from vacation. Even though she didn't get carsick to the point of vomiting, she still felt uncomfortable every time she rode in a car. It was the same now. Although the hovering car didn't make people feel uncomfortable, it might be a psychological problem for her. Now she just wanted to lie down and didn't want to do anything. Qin Wenjiu went back upstairs listlessly. Hizui looked at her and walked over to support her helplessly, letting her lean on him like she had no bones. Are you really uncomfortable? Hizui held her in his arms, let her lean on him, and took her upstairs step by step. No, I just feel a little lazy all of a sudden and don't want to move, Qin Wenjiu said weakly. How could a cultivator in the spiritualization stage be exhausted by such a little effort? She just wanted to find an excuse to be lazy. Don't go out to do missions recently, stay in the store for a while. Well, anyway, the conditions for unlocking the 3rd floor have been met. Room 301 has been unlocked, and the conditions for unlocking room 302 are helped Song Yu kill a level 5 zombie and hotel popularity 100, and points 10,000. The popularity of the hotel has long exceeded 100, and the balance of the hotel account has long exceeded 10,000. The unlocking condition of the 3rd floor screening room is helped Song Yu recover his memory and catch Liao Jingxian, which she has already completed. The additional conditions of hotel popularity 150 and points 15,000 are also enough. Let's go to the bathroom to soak in the hot spring first. Hizui said Qin Wenjiu to the bathroom door on the 2nd floor and said to her, Let's soak in the rose salt spring first, or the sea salt spring. Hizui gently pinched her face and said, Replenish your energy first, or your physical strength. Otherwise, if you are so listless, I will be very worried. Hizui said gently. Qin Wenjiu looked up at him, and could not help but nodded, okay. Since he cares about her so much, then she will listen to him. So Qin Wenjiu waved to him, and went in to take a hot spring bath. Qin Wenjiu was not lacking in energy, so she chose the sea salt spring to soak. The different effects of hot springs in the bathroom. The sea salt spring is to replenish physical strength, so she directly chose this spring water. When Chen Wenjiu was soaking in the hot spring, she lay on her back against the wall of the hot spring pool, and she didn't plan to unlock room 302 and the screening room at this time. After lazily soaking in the hot spring with her eyes closed for half an hour, Chen Wenjiu went directly back to her room on the 8th floor. She didn't want to do anything now, so she took out her phone and prepared to play games. Chen Wenjiu's phone could still connect to the internet, but of course she couldn't contact people in her original world, nor could she connect to the network of other worlds. Her phone could connect to the internet, but it could only connect to the network of this world, so that the software in her phone could be used. Chen Wenjiu opened the game and started playing. Chen Wenjiu used to play business simulation games, but now she only plays Candy Crush. She wanted to play battle games, such as League of Legends or King of Glory, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to play them. Chen Wenjiu didn't like card drawing games or otome games. Because she was too stubborn, she had to spend a lot of money to draw the cards she wanted, and the game experience was too bad. Otome games were purely because she only wanted to capture a certain paper man, but most otome games required all the captures. So she doesn't like it. Of course, it's other people's business if they like it. She doesn't like it, so she doesn't play it. Chen Wenjiu complained in her heart while opening Candy Crush. After logging in, she started playing happily. She played for a long time. She didn't notice it was dark. She didn't even notice that Hizui had come back from get off work. Hizui wanted to remind her to go to bed early, not to indulge in games, and not to stay up late to play games. But thinking about her appearance this afternoon, and thinking that she is now a spiritual cultivation, it won't matter if she doesn't sleep for a night, so he let her play as she wants. So under Hizui's indulgence, Chen Wenjiu stayed up all night to play Candy Crush. She was angry, and wanted to continue playing. She was still energetic when the next day was dawn. She didn't feel sleepy at all and wanted to continue playing. Chapter 72. Chen Wenjiu was really depressed for a few days this time. She didn't even unlock the guest room and played games in her room for a few days. Because of playing the Candy Crush game, she saw all kinds of pictures when she closed her eyes when she slept. She was really obsessed. Hizui brought her food and drinks. Seeing her like this, he rubbed her head and said, "Are you so depressed that you don't plan to unlock the room?" "No, I'm just taking a few days off," Chen Wenjiu said. "So you've been doing nothing these days, just playing games here? I'm worried that after I unlock room 302 and the projection room, new characters will be triggered. I don't want to do the mission so early," Chen Wenjiu explained. "It won't be that exaggerated," Hizui said. "The system doesn't have any mandatory rules for when you should do the mission, right? The mission will only be triggered if you accept it, right? How could that be? Didn't you see that? If I hadn't arrived in time for the first two missions, they might have died at the hands of level 5 zombies." Hizui smiled and said, "Maybe you can try and see if the mission will be triggered if you don't accept it?" Chen Wenjiu, "I'm trying it now, right?" Hizui, "Unlock the room first. Let the guests have more places to rest." Chen Wenjiu, "Okay." Chen Wenjiu was depressed for a few days, and felt dizzy after playing games for a few days, so she planned to take a nap first. Hizui, Hizui didn't force her to unlock room 302 right now. If she wanted to sleep, she would definitely take care of her needs first. After clearing away the tableware from her meal, Hizui left some space for her to have a good sleep. Chen Wenjiu slept for 10 hours this time. When she woke up, it was already night, and the hotel was closed at this time. The hotel lounge and room 301 can be used for overnight stays, but of course, the lounge can only accommodate 8 people overnight. When Chen Wenjiu went downstairs, the hotel was still bright. Even at night, the hotel's elevators, corridors and other places were all brightly lit, and the lobby and restaurant were also almost bright. Because it was already early in the morning, when Chen Wenjiu came downstairs, the employees were all asleep, but her footsteps startled the giant panda robots that were already resting. The giant panda robots are also employees of the hotel, so they live in room 803 with Chu Xiang. It was the room attendant Yuan San Yuan, who found Chen Wenjiu at this moment. "Manager?" Yuan San Yuan saw Chen Wenjiu coming downstairs, and asked with concern, "Manager, are you hungry? Did you just wake up?" When Chen Wenjiu saw Yuan San Yuan, who was 180 centimeters tall, he felt a sense of security for some reason. "Is it because it is taller?" "Yuan San Yuan, good evening, have you not rested yet?" Chen Wenjiu asked. "It is already early morning, and most of the guests have gone to bed, so Yuan San Yuan, the room attendant, should also be asleep. Robot employees also need to rest, and they will take time to sleep at night or after get off work, so that they will consume less energy and electricity. I haven't rested yet. I plan to rest at 2 o'clock. Yuan said, Manager, are you hungry? Do you want me to prepare something for you to eat? No, I'm not hungry. Qin Wenjiu waved her hand and said, I go take a bath in the bathroom. Yuan didn't bother Qin Wenjiu and watched her go to the bathroom on the second floor. Qin Wenjiu unlocked room 302 and the projection room while soaking in the hot spring this time. She soaked in the rose salt spring while waiting for room 302 and the projection room to be unlocked successfully. It took half an hour to unlock these two rooms, which was just enough for her to finish a hot spring bath. Half an hour later, Qin Wenjiu changed into clean clothes and went up to the third floor to check room 302. The layout of room 302 is not much different from room 301. Qin Wenjiu rearranged it according to the layout of the next room. The area of the projection room is similar to that of other rooms, all 200 square meters. The layout of the projection room is 4 areas: ticket counter, waiting area, viewing area, and surrounding sales area. The ticket counter only occupies 5 square meters. There are 2 rows of benches in the waiting area, and there is a snack counter where you can buy snacks such as cola and popcorn. The total area is 65 square meters. The viewing area is the largest area, with a total of 150 seats, air conditioning, large screens, and other equipment, covering a total area of 220 square meters. Finally, there is the peripheral sales area, where there is a peripheral sales counter until the exit of the projection room, with a total area of 10 square meters. After Qin Wenjiu came in, various equipment was added. The ticket counter is of course a ticket machine. After adding it, this ticket counter has manual and automatic ticket sales, which is very convenient. The snack cabinet in the waiting area was also added, as well as benches and indoor green plants. Air conditioning was also added to the waiting area, otherwise what if the guests got irritated or cold while waiting here? As for the audiovisual equipment, Qin Wenjiu continued to draw cards. She looked firmly at the direction of the big screen. She absolutely wanted to draw good audiovisual equipment, not rubbish. What if it affected the guests' interest in watching movies? Only with good equipment can you watch movies more comfortably, without hurting your eyes or getting tired. At least this screening room can show ordinary movies, 2D, 3D, and holographic movies. Swoosh, Qin Wenjiu looked at the audiovisual equipment drawn from the card pool of the projection room she chose, and almost showed dead fish eyes when she saw the level 1 teacher projector on it. Looking at the description on it, old equipment from the 90s, bought in the second-hand market, she was really angry to death. This equipment is too bad. Then Qin Wenjiu drew the bamboo bench and avocado bench in the waiting area, and also drew the orange soda, succulent fruit tea, shake lemon and other equipment from the snack cabinet in the waiting area. After many draws, Qin Wenjiu finally drew out the level 2 equipment big eyes projector in the audiovisual equipment, and the introduction was, the speakers of the sound system are like a pair of big speakers. There was also the level 3 melon projector, which was a cantaloupe speaker, very cute but sometimes had broken sound. She was not satisfied with the level 3 equipment, so she continued to draw cards and drew out the level 4 sky projector, and introduced it to Shangshan, a summer limited blue model, a little expensive. Qin Wenjiu took a look and found that this sky projector was a device that could only play 2D movies, and he was immediately dissatisfied. She continued to work hard and won the 5th level spring projector. Even though it was a 5th level device, it was still only a device that could show 2D movies. Qin Wenjiu continued to work hard. She didn't believe that she couldn't win a better audiovisual device. Finally, with her efforts, she won the 6th level retro projector. The introduction said, it looked very old-fashioned, but it was actually painted with high-tech paint. This device can play 3D movies. Qin Wenjiu, She wanted a holographic device. The 7th level Love Learning projector is also a 3D projection device, but the 8th level Paramount projector is a holographic device. Qin Wenjiu finally won the 9th level Audiovisual Device Palace projector, which is also a holographic projection device. Chapter 73. She won all the 9th level projection equipment in one go, and Qin Wenjiu was satisfied. In addition to the audiovisual equipment, she also won the equipment from 1 to 5 levels at the ticket counter. Whether it is manual or automatic ticket sales, it can satisfy the customers. She won all the benches from 1 to 6 levels in the waiting area. To be honest, if she bought them, it would definitely cost a lot of money. But drawing cards is not that expensive. But Qin Wenjiu took a look and found that she also spent a lot of points on drawing cards this time. After all, when she was drawing audiovisual equipment, she often strayed to other equipment. For example, the benches in the waiting area were all level 1 coconut bench, level 2 bamboo bench, level 3 avocado bench, level 4 salmon bench, and level 6 cheesecake bench. Chun Wen-gyo decisively changed to cheesecake bench, because this bench looks like a cake and is soft. She also changed the snack cabinet in the waiting area to a level 7 one. Now there are drinks such as orange soda, succulent fruit tea, shake lemon, 3-color special drink, mango cup, pearl milk tea, and caramel popcorn snacks. Of course, she also changed the seats in the viewing area to comfortable 6-level pineapple bun chairs, so that they would be comfortable to sit on. Chun Wen-gyo prepared all the equipment in the screening room and prepared various movies and TV series. These were also drawn by card. She directly drew the most classic TV series of the 4 great classics, and then various classic movies. Chun Wen-gyo looked at it, and found that there were many parallel world and interstellar world movies that she had come across before. The interstellar world movies that Chun Wen-gyo had come across before were also very powerful. Some of the actors had good acting skills, and because it was the interstellar era with advanced technology, the special effects of the movies were also very good. Of course, the scenes shot on location are also very good, such as the interstellar flying scenes, the battleship scenes, etc. Chun Wen-gyo was in a good mood and planned to ask Hizui to watch a movie together. "Hizui, can you spare a few hours to watch a movie with me now?" Chun Wen-gyo asked. She has now opened the screening room, and she even bought 2 movie tickets for herself when no one came. The movie Chun Wen-gyo bought was called Star Navigation, which tells an adventure story. The protagonist's interstellar adventure, she will encounter interstellar pirates, interstellar zerg, interstellar storms, natural disasters, ancient beasts, etc. Chun Wen-gyo looked at it, and found that she had only heard of this movie, and had not had time to watch it. It seemed that she heard about this new movie from her guests in the interstellar plane, when she was thrown into the pre-apocalyptic world by the hotel system. Watch a movie. Hizui smiled when he heard this. "Can we watch movies in the screening room on the 3rd floor now?" "But dear, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. Are you still going to watch a movie? Until dawn?" Hizui asked with a smile. Hizui woke up when Chun Wen-gyo went downstairs. It should be said that he didn't really need to sleep 8 hours a day. He originally thought that Chun Wen-gyo would just go downstairs for an hour or 2 and then come back, but he didn't expect that she still wanted to watch a movie. "I saw a new movie that I haven't seen yet, so I want to watch it in advance." Chun Wen-gyo's tone softened involuntarily. Hearing her coquettish words, Hizui smiled and agreed, "Okay, I go downstairs to watch a movie with you." They have been dating for a long time, but they haven't had many dates. They are often busy at the hotel. Hizui quickly packed up and went downstairs to find Chun Wen-gyo in the screening room. "What movie are you watching?" Hizui asked. "It's this Star Flight." Chun Wen-gyo pointed to the poster on the wall and said. Hizui looked over and saw a poster of a heroic woman and various gorgeous scenery behind her. "Interstellar adventure movie?" "Yeah." Chun Wen-gyo nodded. "Okay, let's watch it together." Hizui also became interested. The two of them stayed up late at night and ran to the screening room to watch a movie. Because Chun Wen-gyo drew the top audiovisual equipment with Krypton Gold, they watched the full series of movies. This Star Navigation is really good. The protagonist of the movie is a woman, and the other party is a retired soldier. After finishing her military career, she really couldn't stand the ordinary life, and couldn't control the desire to vent her vigorous energy, so she embarked on an adventure. Originally, she wanted to travel and relieve her energy that had nowhere to vent. But who knew that she would encounter so many things along the way, watching the heroine face the interstellar pirates, fighting with them, and finally sending all the interstellar pirates to the interstellar forces. Later, she encountered an interstellar storm and experienced a near-death experience in the storm. Not only did she save herself, but she also saved people who were also in the storm. The heroine's team gradually changed from 1 person to 2 people, 3 people, and finally fixed at 5 people. This movie tells stories about adventure, redemption, friendship and love, but there are actually fewer elements of love. The heroine also falls in love, but her charm is not weakened by falling in love, nor does she become a waste or a daughter just because she has a boyfriend, relying only on men. Of course, the man she is in love with is also very strong, but he is not much stronger than the heroine, and even if they really fight, the man may be a little weaker than the heroine. Friendship is of course the feelings between the other people in the protagonist's team and the heroine, and redemption is of course something that happens in the team. Chun Wen-gyo enjoyed watching this movie. The director and actors are very good, and the story is very complete. Although it is a very exciting commercial movie, the emotional scenes are very delicate. The emotional scenes that Shin Won-jo talked about are not just about love, but also about family and friendship, which are all very well told. Shin Won-jo and Hizui enjoyed watching the 3-hour movie. The end of the movie is not actually the end of the heroine's adventure. Her journey is still going on. The last shot is the scene of the starship of the heroine's team sailing in the starry sky. It looks very small in the vast sea of stars, like a drop in the ocean. But Shin Won-jo admitted that this movie is really good. 3 hours later, Shin Won-jo looked at the huge screen that turned into a white screen and took off his holographic glasses. It's a very good movie. Hizui commented seriously. This movie is really excellent, and the heroine's adventurous journey really makes people's adrenaline rush. Shin Won-jo nodded in agreement. I continue watching next time, Shin Won-jo said, but she rolled her eyes and said, why don't we watch it again? Hizui grabbed her waving hand and said with a smile, no, it's time to go back to bed. Shin Won-jo, what time is it now? You're going to bed? It's already 5:30 in the morning. You're not going to sleep? 5:30 in the morning? Then let's watch it again, and we can go to bed after the second watch. Don't think about it. Go back to bed so late at night. Hizui looked at her excited look, hugged her, and took her out of the screening room. Hizui, Chef He, I don't want to go back to sleep. I want to watch a movie. I have seen it. In addition to this star navigation, there are many other movies I haven't seen. In addition to movies shot in the interstellar plane, there are also movies shot in the apocalyptic plane, the mythological plane, and even the Western fantasy magic plane. There are many movies she hasn't seen, so don't pull her. She wants to go back and continue watching. There are so many movies you haven't seen yet. When will you finish watching them? You better watch them slowly. Don't eat too much at once and become fat. Hizui carried her sideways and walked into the elevator. Shin Won-jo put his arms around his neck and put his chin on his shoulder and said, but I want to watch them. I'm thinking about the movie Gods and Demons, the movie Legion of the Dead, and the movie Night of the Succubus. Don't think about it. Just go to bed. Chapter 74. When the hotel guests knew that all the rooms on the 3rd floor were open, they became interested and many people wanted to grab room 302. Of course, there was only one person who could grab room 302, and everyone was more interested in the other rooms. There is a lounge and bathroom on the 2nd floor, and there are only 2 guest rooms on the 3rd floor, so what is the rest of the place? Yes, Sister Chendi, what is on the 3rd floor? Lu Yunqing asked curiously. The other side of the 3rd floor is the projection room. Chendi smiled and introduced to the guests. The projection room is similar to a movie theater. You can watch TV series and movies. And our projection room can watch any mode, ordinary TV, or 2D, 3D and even holographic, we have them all. If you want to relax and watch a movie or a TV series, you can watch them in the projection room. Projection room? Watch TV series? Jiangshu said, but don't the guest rooms have TVs to watch? Chinyu said calmly, but how many guests can stay in the guest rooms? Our screening room can accommodate 150 guests to watch movies. The others were happy to hear this, as they hadn't watched movies or TV series for a long time. In the end times, their nerves were always tense, and they didn't know how to relax. Now that this hotel actually has a screening room where they can watch movies, they certainly have to go and watch it. The screening room has different schedules every day and every time period. For example, the movie scheduled at 8 o'clock this morning is a 2-hour interstellar movie, and the movie scheduled at 11:30 in the afternoon is the TV series The Lotus Lantern. What movies are played every day and what time period are played are all arranged by the store manager herself. What? The movie schedule in your screening room is arranged by the store manager? Su Yan was very surprised to hear this. Is there any problem? Chu Xian also asked with a smile. Before the end of the world, the movie theater also officially arranged the movies, instead of the customers deciding what movies to watch and what movies to play in the theater, right? Other guests, You're right. Everyone agreed. Su Yan didn't have any objections. After looking at today's schedule, she became interested and planned to take Toluo and Quan Feng to watch a movie together. The guests were still very interested in the projection room. It should be said that they really wanted to know what good movies were in the projection room of the hotel, and how the holographic movies were different from those before the end of the world. Shin Won-jo finally woke up and wondered whether she should draw out the employees of the projection room. As a result, she really drew out the employees of the projection room. However, it still cost her hundreds of thousands of points to win this employee, which made her very sad. Although she had a lot of points, it was really sad to lose so many points for drawing cards. Even if the blank cards she drew were very few, she didn't want those newspapers, magazines, storybooks and other things that much, okay? The furniture cards, food cards and employee cards she wanted were very rare. Especially the real employee cards, which were really rare. She spent hundreds of thousands of points, and finally won a rare real employee card. Chin Wenjio directly summoned the employee in the corridor on the 8th floor. She wanted to see what kind of employee would work in the projection room. After clicking on the rare employee card, a white light flashed in front of Chin Wenjio. When the gentle white light faded, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Chin Wenjio, who was 155 centimeters tall, looked up and felt her neck was a little sore. Then she took a few steps back, and finally saw the other person's face clearly. That was a romantic face, a charming and handsome face, and a dazzling face. This person's appearance and temperament were very consistent with the standards of a charming and handsome man, and a charming and handsome man with a strong masculinity. And this person really looked like a big star, with the temperament of a superstar. The temperament of the other person was really the kind that made her scream. This face was really a better face than Hizui that she had ever seen. She thought Hizui had the most beautiful and handsome face she had ever seen, but who knew that the handsome man in front of her was even more handsome than him? Of course, Hizui's temperament is different from that of this enchanting handsome man. They are handsome men of different styles. According to visual estimation, the height of this handsome man is definitely over 1.9 meters. Chin Wenjio looked up at him for a while, then lowered his head to look at his employee card. Chen Jinya, male, 199 centimeters, projection room employee, interstellar superstar, super top stream, number of fans. Chin Wenjio widened his eyes, and carefully counted the number of Chin Jinya's fans, and determined that his number of fans was actually 11 digits. Wow, is he a big star with tens of billions of fans? Chin Wenjio looked at the introduction of the employees, then looked up at the handsome man in front of him. He is really a superstar. Of course, she was not surprised by the population of the interstellar. It's not like she has never been in contact with the interstellar. The interstellar is calculated by planets and galaxies. What's so strange about the population of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions? This Chin Jinya can have tens of billions of fans. He is really a top star. Chin Jinya looked at Chin Wenjio's series of actions. With a decent smile on his handsome face, "Hello, are you the manager of Wenjio's Inn, Chin Wenjio?" Chin Wenjio nodded blankly. Chin Jinya's smile remained unchanged. "I am Chin Jinya, a new employee of the hotel. Please take good care of me in the future, manager." Chin Wenjio nodded blankly, then asked, "Are you only responsible for the projection room?" Chin Wenjio really wanted to know, is Chin Jinya, the big star of the interstellar, really only responsible for the projection room of their hotel? Does he have any other part-time jobs? Chin Jinya smiled and said, "Not only the projection room, I also work as a security guard." "Manager Chun, don't you know? My fighting power is also very high." Chin Wenjio looked at his tall figure, not sure if what he said was true. Is his fighting power really high? Now, should I arrange my accommodation first? Or should I arrange my work first? Chin Jinya asked. Chin Wenjio looked at the time. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon, so he should arrange his accommodation first. As for work, he can start work tomorrow. Now that 802 and 803 are occupied, how about you live in room 804? Chin Wenjio asked. Chin Jinya looked in the direction she pointed and saw the door, with the sign 804 hanging on it. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I have no objection. So will I live in room 804 now?" "Well, you will live there for the time being," Chin Wenjio said. "After all, you are one of the only 2 male employees in our hotel. You should not live with other female employees? Didn't you say that I am only one of the 2 male employees? What about the other one?" "He lives with me. He is my boyfriend." "Oh, so that's it." Chapter 75. The big boss Chin Jinya was scheduled to work the next day. When he was at work, Chin Wenjio was still sleeping soundly in his room. When Hizui woke up early in the morning and saw Chin Jinya, he knew that he was an employee of the hotel. When Chin Jinya saw Hizui, he greeted him politely. "Hello, I am Chin Jinya, an employee of the projection room, and also a part-time security guard." Hizui also nodded politely. "I am the chef of the restaurant." Chin Jinya raised his eyebrows. "So you're a chef? I'm looking forward to seeing your cooking skills." Hizui exchanged pleasantries with him for a while, and went downstairs. Chin Jinya also came to the projection room on the 3rd floor. "Wow, handsome guy. When Xie Yuan and Qin Yuyan came up to watch a movie, they were stunned when they saw a super handsome guy in the projection room. With a height of nearly 2 meters, a handsome and unparalleled appearance, and a tall and strong body, he was really handsome. Xie Yuan and Qin Yuyan felt that the big stars before the end of the world were not as handsome as this one. His temperament was really amazing. Handsome guy, are you here to watch a movie? Xie Yuan couldn't help but approach Chen Jinya and asked. Chen Jinya smiled and said, no, I'm an employee in the screening room, selling tickets, snacks, etc. Xie Yuan was surprised. Is your hotel so good? Are all the employees so good looking? She was really surprised. The chef in the restaurant was super handsome, and the 2 girls at the front desk were also very good looking, especially Chen Di, whose face was simply associated with the word inverted sentient beings. I didn't expect that the employee in the screening room was so good looking. It was so shocking. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Jinya smiled and said, sir, which movie do you want to watch? Xie Yuan looked back at Qin Yuyan and asked, you, which one should we watch? Qin Yuyan also had no resistance to handsome guys, but her concentration was much better than Xie Yuan, so she didn't feel dizzy at this moment. She looked at today's schedule, and chose a movie that was 100 years old. Wan, do you want to watch a horror movie? Qin Yuyan pointed to a horror movie on the list and said, Xie Yuan, the old corpse in the mountain village? Is this horror movie good? Is it scary? I don't know. Qin Yuyan said, I haven't seen it either. Then let's watch it. The 2 girls decided to watch this horror movie without much hesitation. Chen Jinya didn't persuade them. After all, those who survived in the end times have already trained strong hearts, so how could they be afraid of horror movies? When they watched the movie, they knew it was fake, but the zombies they saw in the apocalypse were real. In comparison, what is there to be afraid of in the movie? When Qinwen finished drinking, she saw Chen Jinya entertaining guests like a butterfly, while looking at the guests, who entered the theater with red faces and dizzy movie tickets. She couldn't help but suspect that she had read the information wrong. She called up Chen Jinya's information, and looked at it carefully to make sure she was not wrong. This guy's information clearly said married, but this guy is still so attractive. But Chen Wenjiu stopped to observe and found that although he was quite attractive, there was nothing wrong with his behavior and language. Although this guy was like a butterfly, he did not do anything excessive, and just relied on his strong charm to make the guests dizzy. There was no beauty in his words, but he was able to accurately point out the advantages of the guests. It would be strange if they were not happy to be praised sincerely by such a handsome guy. Chen Wenjiu, I admire you. Chen Jinya saw Chen Wenjiu in his busy schedule, and greeted her with a smile. Manager, do you want to watch a movie too? Would you like to watch The Jungle Book? The Jungle Book is a movie with a Western fantasy background, telling the story of an adventure team in a monster forest. In addition to various monsters, there are also various magic plants and magic insects in this monster forest, which is really very fantasy. Chen Wenjiu has not seen this movie. Although she is very curious about the plot, she doesn't want to watch it now. She also wanted to rewatch the movie Star Navigation. Is there a screening of Star Navigation today? Chen Wenjiu asked. Chen Jinya looked at it, and shook his head. Sorry, manager, there is no screening of Star Navigation today. Forget it. Chen Wenjiu shook her head disappointedly. Since there was no screening of Star Navigation, she would not watch it. Manager, The Jungle Book is also very good. You will definitely like it after watching it. Chen Jinya tried his best to promote it. No, I'm going to eat. Chen Wenjiu waved her hand. She was going to eat. Chen Wenjiu had drawn 2 food cards when she drew cards before, so she was going to try these 2 delicacies now. The food cards she drew were grilled scallops and steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce. When Chen Wenjiu went downstairs to the restaurant, she found that the guests in the restaurant had already ordered these 2 dishes. Although there are many foods in Wenjiu's Inn, you will still get tired of eating the same food often. Now that new dishes have been launched with great difficulty, everyone will certainly not miss them. Yuan, I want 2 charcoal grilled scallops, 1 steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, and a bowl of rice. Chen Wenjiu found a seat at the bar, and said to Yuan. Okay, wait a moment, manager. Yuan agreed. Steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce taste better with rice, and charcoal grilled scallops. Chen Wenjiu took out a glass of lemonade, hoping to experience the feeling of beer with barbecue. Although she hasn't won the beer drink yet? Lemonade, just treat it as a substitute for beer. Manager, your grilled scallops and steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce are served with rice. Yuan put down the big tray and served Chen Wenjiu the dishes one by one. A serving of grilled scallops has 3 scallops, and the price of one scallop is 18 points, which means that the price of a serving of grilled scallops is 54 points. Scallops can be sold for 18 points each, which proves that they are not small at all. There is also vermicelli under the scallop meat, and the fragrant garlic sauce is particularly attractive. Chen Wenjiu is greedy all of a sudden. The scallop shell was very big. When she picked it up, she could see that it was a little bigger than her palm. The scallop meat inside was not small either. The vermicelli was not too much, but the amount was still very good. Chen Wenjiu tasted it. The vermicelli absorbed the flavor of the garlic sauce, and was very fragrant. There was also the aroma of charcoal grilling, which was very tasty. The scallop meat was very chewy and refreshing. The garlic sauce did not dominate and cover up its taste. It still had a fresh and sweet taste. The scallop meat was not roasted too old, and it was not hard to eat. It was very tender and chewy. It was very delicious. Chen Wenjiu was very satisfied with the taste. The amount of one scallop was also very good. But seafood is something that you will never feel satisfied with, so she ate all 6 charcoal grilled scallops at once. Chapter 76. Chen Wenjiu ate both charcoal grilled scallops, eating with rice, which was very delicious. After finishing the scallops, her attention shifted to the steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce. The steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce were very good, the taste that Chen Wenjiu liked very much, with a little bit of burnt feeling. Chen Wenjiu tasted a piece of spare ribs, and found that the spare ribs Hizui made for her were fried, which made them even more fragrant. She was not sure whether the other steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce he made were fried, but hers were fried anyway. Even after being steamed for a long time, the charred and fragrant taste of deep frying is still well preserved. If the ribs are steamed for a long time, they will easily fall off the bones. Chen Wenjiu spat out the bones, and chewed the tender meat with relish. She also poured the soup of steamed ribs with black bean sauce into the rice, and stirred it, which made the taste more fragrant and more appetizing. Chen Wenjiu was eating well, and someone on the other side was trying to rob their hotel. "Are you sure that Wenjiu's hotel is this one?" A man in his early 30s pointed at the door of the hotel, and asked the person next to him. "Yes, boss, I really didn't lie to you. This hotel really has a lot of supplies." The person being asked answered very flatteringly. The man frowned and looked at the door of the hotel and said, "How is the security of this hotel?" "Boss, don't worry. There is only one man in this hotel, and he is the chef of the restaurant." "Boss, you know that the chef of the restaurant is not very strong. The person with the highest fighting power in this hotel should be one of the 2 women at the front desk, the shorter woman. She dealt with a troublemaker last time. But don't worry, boss. We have so many people. You are a level 4 peak superpower. They can't beat you." Deng Linong listened to his brother's words without commenting. Instead, he looked at another person and asked, "What do you think?" "I think this kid is right. They are just a few women. Just rob them," Pang Yafu said lightly. "This hotel has a lot of supplies. Whether it is food or medical supplies, we need them very much. If we rob this store and occupy it, we will be the ones who get rich." Pang Yafu looked at the door of the hotel with greedy eyes. "Lindong, we can't miss it." Deng Linong certainly didn't want to miss it. This hotel is very famous, and there are many people like him who want to rob it. But most of those people are too far away from the hotel, or they are worried that if they rob the hotel, they will be dealt with by the southern base next door. Deng Linong was different. They were originally very close to the hotel, and they were not afraid of the southern base. They just robbed the hotel. Deng Lindong and Pang Yafu did similar things before the end of the world, and the people they met after they went to prison were basically the same. After the end of the world, they awakened their superpowers, and killed their way out of prison. Now they have occupied a large area to build a private base. Burning, killing and looting are not uncommon in the end of the world. Deng Lindong and Pang Yafu are one of them. They have done this many times before, stealing other people's things and taking them for themselves. Those guys saw so many good things in this store, and didn't know how to steal them. They are really stupid. It's the end of the world, what rules are still being followed? It's just too stupid. Deng Lindong coldly mocked the guests of the hotel. They are stupid, and you are the wise and powerful boss. Only you, the boss, can snatch that hotel. Deng Lindong was flattered, and then summoned the high-level superpowers in their base to surround the hotel. "Have you captured the hostage?" Deng Lindong looked at the others and asked. "Yes." Deng Lindong and his men were not stupid enough to just go up and say they wanted to rob the hotel. They first captured other guests in the hotel as hostages to threaten the hotel staff. As long as the hotel still cares about these guests, they must come out for the hostages. Deng Lindong and Pang Yafu had set people to monitor for so long, and they knew very well that the hotel was protected. The area within a few dozen meters of the hotel was its protected area, and there would be no danger as long as you entered it. Ding Lindong's people had seen zombies chasing after the hotel guests, but they were blocked when they were dozens of meters away from the hotel. The zombies were blocked outside and could not enter, so only the hotel guests could enter. There were other insects and snakes, which could only wander dozens of meters away from the hotel, and could not get close to the hotel at all. Ding Lindong was not sure whether he and his men could capture the hotel's protective shield in one fell swoop, so he could only take hostages to threaten them. Ding Lindong looked back at the captured hostage, and there was a moment of disgust on his face. Ugly girl. The girl captured by Ding Lindong's men widened her eyes when she heard his words, waiting for him angrily. Ugly girl? This bastard who captured her and wanted to threaten the store manager and others dared to call her an ugly girl. Even if she is not as pretty as the store manager and others, she is at least a decent and beautiful woman, and this bastard actually said she was an ugly girl? Take this ugly girl over and let the hotel staff come out. Ding Lindong waved his hand. Okay, boss. The men took the girl away and took the other hostages with him. Ding Lindong couldn't have captured only one hostage. If he wanted the hotel staff to rescue people, he would have to use more people to do it. Ding Lindong's men captured dozens of people, including men, women, young and old, and they were basically all guests of the hotel. Ding Lindong also knew that the guests of the hotel could be transferred to the hotel through information cards. Then he directly asked the space ability users in his base to put them all under space confinement. As long as there is a space confinement, space teleportation is not possible. This space confinement is a skill developed by the psychics under Ding Lindong. This skill has been mentioned in movies before, but most psychics have not yet developed it after the end of the world, and he has already mastered it. Now that the hostages have been placed under space confinement, they no longer need to use information cards to teleport to a safe area. Listen, people inside, come out if you want to save people. Listen, everyone in Wenjio's hotel, come out, or we will kill them all. Ding Lindong's men brought dozens of hostages to the opposite side of the hotel gate, and then put the hostages in front, and then shouted at the hotel with a loudspeaker. Qin Wenjio was eating happily when she heard the noise outside. She looked through the window of the restaurant and saw the captured hotel guests. Qin Wenjio frowned. She was still wondering why so many guests were captured without using information cards to teleport. The next moment, the hotel system sent her a message. All these guests were confined in space, because the other party's level was relatively high, and the level of the hotel was not high, so the teleportation was really confined. Chapter 77. Ding Lindong looked at the door of the hotel, and found that no one came out, so he winked at his subordinates. After receiving the boss's wink, the younger brother continued to shout at the hotel. People in the hotel, come out. If you don't come out, we will start killing people. Ding Lindong's younger brother shouted. The two front desk staff Chen Di and Chu Xiang were the first to come out. As soon as they came out, they saw those people not far away on the opposite side. As front desk staff, Chu Xiang and Chen Di can remember the faces of the customers they receive every day. They could recognize who is who among the people being held hostage. Chen Di's expression turned cold. She really didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble right under her nose and hold her guests hostage. Be careful later, don't get hurt by them. Chen Di whispered to Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was also very clear that her fighting power was the lowest in the hotel, and the origins of other employees were quite mysterious. She was the only one who was rescued from the zombies by the manager. She is too weak. But Chu Xiang is not a self-pitying person, let alone a show-off. Since she knows she is weak, she will work hard to practice and not drag her feet at the critical moment. When Qin Wenjio came out of the hotel, she looked at Ding Lindong and Pang Yafu. She instinctively hated these two people. Looking at the hostages, there were really men, women, young and old. Basically, these people were ordinary people without superpowers. Even if there were superpowers, they were only low-level superpowers of level 1 or 2. This group of people were able to survive because of the protection of the base and the help of the hotel. Because they relied on their own efforts to search for what the hotel needed, and exchanged a lot of food and resources in the hotel to ensure their survival. But now, Ding Lindong and his men just caught this group of ordinary people who did not have strong combat power. This made Qin Wenjio very disgusted. What do you want to do? Qin Wenjio asked expressionlessly. Ding Lindong saw Qin Wenjio coming out and smiled coldly. You really like to hide in the turtle shell. I've been keeping an eye on your hotel for a long time. You are standing in the protection area of the hotel now. Come out if you want to save these people. Ding Lindong pointed at Qin Wenjio and said, come out of the protection area of this hotel. Do you think you can negotiate with me by hiding in there? Come out. Let's talk outside the protection area of the hotel. Chen Wenjiu walked over calmly, without changing his expression. And where is the chef of your hotel? Everyone in your hotel, come out. Deng Lindong pointed at Chen Wenjiu and yelled. Chen Wenjiu walked and said, I really don't understand why you have to come and rob our hotel. You should know that our hotel's guests are many high-level psychics from other bases, and there are also level 5 psychics. You shouldn't be level 5? How dare you come and provoke our hotel? Chen Wenjiu asked. She really couldn't understand Deng Lindong's train of thought. Why did he have to come and rob their hotel at this time? Shouldn't he come to rob the hotel when there aren't many guests, and those high-level superpowers are not yet customers of their hotel? Robbing their hotel at this time will only lead to a one-way trip. Do you think I don't know? Deng Lindong glared at Chen Wenjiu and said, Of course, I sent someone to intercept the others. Come out now. Deng Lindong shouted. I said you're stupid, but you still don't admit it. Chen Wenjiu said, leaving the protection circle of the hotel and rushing towards Deng Lindong quickly. Bang. She kicked Deng Lindong away and beat up the psychics holding hostages. Chen Di and Hizui on the other side moved quickly, and even Chen Jinya came down from the 3rd floor to help rescue the hostages. Although Chu Xiang's fighting power was a little weaker, she still had the strength to fight against the group of minions under Deng Lindong. If I say you are stupid, you have to admit it. Chen Wenjiu beat up Deng Lindong and Pang Yafu with an expressionless face. Hizui and Chen Jinya had already rescued the hostages, and the minions under Deng Lindong were also captured. You still want to rob our hotel? Don't you know that our people are all good at fighting? The most important thing is that our hotel is not something that anyone can rob. Chen Wenjiu said after knocking Deng Lindong unconscious with a slap. She looked at Pang Yafu, a guy who was as hateful as Deng Lindong, and it was quite annoying to keep him around, so she knocked him unconscious and joined Deng Lindong. This time, the action of taking hostages to threaten the hotel and trying to rob the hotel was really anticlimactic, which made people sigh. But the guests of the hotel were more confident in the hotel, and of course more afraid of it. I didn't expect that the fighting power of Wenjiu's hotel was so strong that they could defeat so many superpowers with just a few moves. Chen Wenjiu and the others really didn't want to judge these guys, so they handed them over to the South base. As the power that protects the survivors in the South, it is more appropriate to hand over these troublemakers to the South base. After it was over, Chen Wenjiu looked at Chen Jinya. She really didn't expect that this big star's fighting power is so high. It seems to be on par with Hizui. You should know that the one with the highest fighting power in their hotel is Hizui, a chef who has lived for hundreds of years. Although Hizui is a chef, he has also learned what sword cultivators should learn since he was a child, so his fighting power is also very strong. Chen Wenjiu really didn't expect that the fighting power of the big star Chen Jinya could be comparable to that of Hizui. Is Chen Jinya not just a big star from the Interstellar? What other hidden identities does he have? Chen Wenjiu was puzzled, and she couldn't help asking Chen Jinya. When Chen Jinya heard her question, he smiled mysteriously and said, Guess? Chen Wenjiu, She asked him because she couldn't guess. Chen Jinya smiled and said, I tell you this secret when my wife comes. Chen Wenjiu, She didn't know how long she would have to wait for Chen Jinya's wife to come. Just like when Qin Xian first came, she was looking forward to seeing her husband as soon as possible. But now that so many people have come, she and Hizui are basically the only ones who are in pairs. Fortunately, as the manager, she has privileges. She dared not to think that the chef of the hotel would not be Hizui, but another chef with superb cooking skills. Therefore, Chen Jinya wanted his wife to come and reunite with him earlier, but he should think about this idea more, because he didn't know when it would be realized. Chapter 78. Chen Wenjiu really couldn't find out anything, so she stopped worrying about it. She had to continue with the task. After she unlocked the screening room on the 3rd floor and took a week off, the system gave her another task. Chen Wenjiu looked at the task requirements: find Dr. Yi Junlan. She didn't know who Dr. Yi Junlan was. She wasn't from this world at all, so how could she know who Dr. Yi Junlan was? This world is nearly 80 years away from her world. How could she know who Yi Junlan is? Chen Wenjiu couldn't figure it out, but he still had to find a way to find this Dr. Yi Junlan. Could it be that this Dr. Yi Junlan is the key to ending the apocalypse? But such a powerful doctor, she should have many official bases to look for her after the apocalypse. Chen Wenjiu remembered that Chu Xiang was also a student majoring in chemistry. In this case, would she also know this Dr. Yi Junlan? Dr. Yi Junlan? Chu Xiang was still stunned when he heard the name mentioned by Chen Wenjiu. It took him a while to remember who this person was. So you are talking about Dr. Yi Junlon? Chu Xiang suddenly realized. Dr. Yi Junlon and I are not in the same major. I am a chemistry major, and she is a big shot in biology. Chu Xiang said. I heard that Dr. Yi Junlon is only in her early 40s this year, and she became famous more than 10 years ago. Dr. Yi Junlon has made great achievements in the field of biology, and was well known before the end of the world. Manager, are you looking for Dr. Yi Junlon? Chu Xiang asked. Qin Wenjiu nodded and said, this Dr. Yi Junlon may be the key to ending the end of the world. Chu Xiang looked at her in surprise. Really? Can I lie to you? Qin Wenjiu said, I just don't know where this Dr. Yi Junlon is. Chu Xiang frowned slightly and said, I didn't hear any news about Dr. Yi Junlon when I was in the base before. If the doctor is really in the official base, we should be able to find out about her. Chu Xiang said, can't we ask people from other official bases? Chen Wenjiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, many guests from the base have come to their hotel now. If you want to know about Dr. Yi Junlon, you should ask them. Ah? Dr. Yi Junlon? I haven't heard of her. Xie Yuan said while stuffing a sandwich into her mouth. Xie Yuan has not yet tired of eating sandwiches, and is still eating with relish. Xie Yuan, who was sitting next to his sister, said, we have no news about Dr. Yi Junlon at the southern base. Although the southern base also has its own official research institute, there is really no one named Yi Junlon working in the institute. And this Dr. Yi Junlon is a woman. There may be many people named Yi Junlon in the entire Yen country, but there are only a few female doctors of biology named Yi Junlon. Although Qin Wenjiu was disappointed to hear this news, she was mentally prepared, so she didn't dwell on it for too long. She went to ask someone at the southwest base. You mean Dr. Yi Junlon? What kind of doctor is that? What does she do? Jiang Shu asked curiously. For her, she never cared about biology, chemistry, and other things that she was not interested in. As for the best in a certain professional field, she didn't know even more. She had never heard of this Dr. Yi Junlon before. We don't have a doctor named Yi Junlon at the southwest base either. Chu Hong said to Qin Wenjiu. Qin Wenjiu did not get any news about Dr. Yi Junlon from the south base and southwest base, so she went to look for people from the central base, south central base, north base, west base, east base, and other official bases. But she still got nothing. So, where is Dr. Yi Junlon? The task given to her by the system is find Dr. Yi Junlon, but she doesn't know whether to complete the task by finding out the news about her, or to find where she is and pick her up. Chen Wenjiu was helpless. Zhou Fei looked at Chen Wenjiu, thought about it, and walked over. Manager Chen, what kind of person is Dr. Yi Junlon you are looking for? Zhou Fei asked. Chen Wenjiu looked at Zhou Fei in confusion. Maybe I can help you. Zhou Fei said. Oh, do you know the news about Dr. Yi Junlon? Chen Wenjiu couldn't help but feel happy when he heard what she meant. Did Zhou Fei really know the news about Dr. Yi Junlon? Zhou Fei said embarrassedly, I'm not sure if it's the one you're talking about, Manager Chen. Chen Wenjiu pulled out a photo of Yi Junlon and showed it to Zhou Fei. Look, this is a photo of Dr. Yi Junlon. Have you seen her? Zhou Fei showed a surprised expression when she saw the photo. She thought for a moment and said, I've seen her. Chen Wenjiu was very surprised. Have you really seen her? Zhou Fei nodded and said, about a year ago, I met her near my hometown. At that time, someone wanted to bully me, and it was this lady who saved me. Zhou Fei said seriously. But since then, I have never seen her again. Chen Wenjiu said thoughtfully, is there an official base near your hometown? Zhou Fei shook her head. My hometown is far away from the official base. The base near our home is not a good one. I didn't take my family there because I heard that they have a bad reputation. Chen Wenjiu said he knew it. After asking Zhou Fei about her home address, Chen Wenjiu generously gave her 100,000 points to thank her for the clues she provided. Thank you for providing me with clues. Zhou Fei was surprised to see the extra 100,000 points on her information card. Manager Chen, this is too much. Zhou Fei felt that she was just saying a piece of information that she didn't know if it was useful, so many points were too much. Not much, the information you gave is very valuable. Qin Wenjiu smiled and patted Zhou Fei on the shoulder. The clues you gave are really useful, thank you. Okay, we have to go see if we can find Dr. Yi Junlon. Qin Wenjiu turned and left, leaving Zhou Fei standing there looking at the points balance for a long time. Xie Yuan and Jiang Shu were envious when they saw Zhou Fei get a reward of 100,000 points. Sister, you actually got an extra 100,000 points. You are so lucky, right? Xie Yuan approached Zhou Fei and said enviously. Yes, 100,000 points. How many zombies do you have to kill to earn it? 100,000 points for one piece of news. It would be great if it was mine. Jiangshu also said enviously. It's a pity that she didn't know the news about Dr. Yi Junlan, otherwise wouldn't the 100,000 points be hers? Of course, she and Xie Yuan envied her, but they didn't say that they would do anything to her just because they were jealous of the 100,000 points. They were more curious about how important Dr. Yi Junlan was, that Chen Wenjiu gave her a reward of 100,000 points for one piece of news. Chapter 79. Chen Wenjiu came to the restaurant to find Hizui. Qingjue, do you want to go to the northeast with me? Chen Wenjiu asked. Qingjue is Hizui's courtesy name. As an ancient cultivator, Hizui certainly has a courtesy name. His father, mother, and brother all have courtesy names. Qingjue is the name of one of the ancient wine vessels. But both Hizui's father and his mother thought that Qingjue was very suitable as his courtesy name. Well, because his courtesy name is one of the famous wine vessels, the name of the partner he is looking for now has Jiu in it. This word. Hizui heard Chen Wenjiu ask this and understood. A new mission? Yes. Chen Wenjiu nodded. Just now when she asked others about Dr. Yi Junlan, Hizui was busy in the kitchen, so he didn't know. Now when she heard her say she was going to the northeast, she knew she had a new mission. But Hizui didn't expect that they would go to such a far place this time. You know, F City is not the southernmost city in Yin country, it is also in the very south. Northeast China is very far from Ji province. This business trip really requires going to a very far place. It's good to go to Northeast China, and we haven't even gone abroad. Chen Wenjiu shrugged. In fact, going to Southeast Asia from here is not necessarily farther than going to Northeast China. Hizui said with a smile. Chen Wenjiu raised his eyebrows and asked, Then do you want to go with me? Go. Hizui said. He was not very comfortable letting her go to such a far place alone. Although she should be independent, he was very worried that she would have an accident in this dangerous end of the world. Although Chen Wenjiu has a high level of cultivation now, she has very little experience in fighting enemies. She is also innocent and simple like a graduate who has just left the campus. She was bound to the system right after graduating from college, and later, she continued to run a hotel. Although she had many guests, she was not an experienced person. Hizui was very worried that she would be cheated if she was not careful when she went out alone. Chen Wenjiu was unhappy when he heard him say that. What do you mean I will be cheated if I am not careful? I am obviously very smart. Hizui smiled at her and said, who was so stupid that he was cheated of 1,000 yuan. Chen Wenjiu, You still say you are not easily cheated? Hizui pinched her nose and said. Chen Wenjiu slapped his hand away. You always go to other places with me, and you can't fall behind in the restaurant. Chen Wenjiu thought for a while and said, Although Hizui can stock up a lot of food here in advance, their hotel receives many guests every day, and it is impossible for guests to buy a portion of food at a time. So during the time she and Hizui were in the northeast, they had to find other chefs in the restaurant to support them. Wait a minute, I go see if I can draw a new chef, Chen Wenjiu said. She left the restaurant, found a place to sit down, and started drawing cards. Chen Wenjiu frowned, looking solemn. After spending hundreds of thousands of points in a row, she rarely drew some good things among a pile of ordinary items. Finally, she drew a satisfactory employee card. Restaurant chef employee card. Chen Wenjiu was so happy when he saw the introduction on the card that he couldn't help but jump up. Manager, what's wrong with you? Chen Di, who was entertaining guests, couldn't help but ask when he saw Chen Wenjiu jumping up. Did the manager of his store encounter some great joy? Why was he so excited? Hee. Chen Wenjiu was very happy. She hurried upstairs. It was impossible for her to summon the employees directly from the lobby on the first floor, right? Seeing her transformation, she was worried that the guests would be more suspicious of their hotel. So she went to a secluded place to summon the hotel staff. After reaching the corridor on the fourth floor, Chen Wenjiu clicked on the employee card and tried to summon the new employee. A warm white light flashed, and after the light dissipated, a tall and very graceful beauty appeared in front of her. Chen Wenjiu stared at the face of the beauty, and then at her perfect figure. Is this kind of beauty with an angelic face and devilish figure actually real? She seemed to see the appearance of a queen in a two-dimensional comic. This beauty is really perfect in every way. Her face is very beautiful, and her figure is well proportioned. Her long black wavy hair reaches her waist, and she still looks charming even with her hair loose. The beauty opened her eyes slightly, and Chen Wenjiu seemed to see a hint of red in her black eyes. After the beauty opened her eyes and saw Chen Wenjiu, a smile appeared on her face very naturally. I'm Tu Rongrong, nice to meet you, my store manager, the beauty said gently. Chen Wenjio's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few times, and her face couldn't help but blush. Ah, the beauty is so beautiful, and she speaks so nicely. Manager, is it really okay for you to blush and have a beating heart in front of a girl like this? When Chen Wenjio was immersed in the beauty of the beauty, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Before Chen Wenjio could react, the person who spoke passed her and opened his arms to hug the beauty. Wife, I miss you so much. The tall man held the tall beauty in his arms. The height difference between the two was more than 20 centimeters, but they were very suitable when hugging. Looking at the beauty being hugged, Chen Wenjio said, Chen Jinya? Chen Wenjio blurted out in surprise. Chen Jinya hugged his beautiful wife and rubbed her. After hearing the manager's exclamation, he did not change his movements. He just smiled at Chen Wenjio and said, Thank you, manager, for finding my wife. Chen Wenjio, She opened her mouth and said after a long while, This beautiful sister, is she your wife? Chen Jinya raised her beautiful eyebrows and said proudly, Yes, my wife, Tu Rongrong. Chen Wenjio looked at the beautiful woman with an indulgent look on her face, and then said, This beautiful sister, is she the new chef? This beautiful woman looked like a supermodel, the kind of person who should show her beauty on the stage and under the spotlight. She really couldn't tell that she was actually a chef. Tu Rongrong heard her say that and smiled. Actually, my main job is a chef. I'm a food anchor. Chen Wenjio, you have food anchors in the StarCraft? She read the introduction. Chen Jinya and Tu Rongrong are both from the StarCraft plane. There are food anchors in the StarCraft? She thought that the general StarCraft was like a food desert. For example, Gao Xinfeng, whom she knew before, was in a food desert. Chen Jinya heard her say that and smiled and explained to her, My wife is the most successful food anchor in our area. She has many more fans than me. His fans are basically those who like his acting. But there are so many actors and stars in the StarCraft that it is impossible for everyone to like him. But his wife is different. People who like food basically like his wife. Therefore, his fans are not as many as his wife's fans. Chapter 80. Tu Rongrong was the chef assigned by the system, so she didn't think of testing her cooking skills. After all, people assigned by the system are still very reliable. But Chen Wenjio couldn't help rolling his eyes at a certain man. Brother, have you forgotten your job? Your job is in the projection room on the 3rd floor, not the restaurant on the 1st floor. You should understand your job. Since his wife came, Chen Jinya has been sticking to her. When Tu Rongrong was working in the restaurant kitchen, Chen Jinya was either at the bar close to the kitchen or helping to greet customers or serve food, treating himself as a restaurant waiter. But his job was in the projection room. Even if he was working part-time as a security guard, he didn't do it like this. Chen Jinya turned a deaf ear to Chen Wenjio's words, and continued to do his own thing. Chen Wenjio was very upset. This bastard. Manager, when are you going to find a Jew? Shin Xian couldn't help but say to Chen Wenjio. I've been here for so long, but the person who came later actually got his wife. What about my husband? Chen Wenjio felt a little guilty. She didn't know. Anyway, the employees she had drawn so far were only the couple Chen Jinya and Tu Rongrong, and the others were all single. How did she know why she didn't draw Shin Xian's husband and Chendi's husband? Single dog Chu Xian was fearless. When Shin Xian and Chendi were pestering Chen Wenjio to ask her when she would find their husbands, she stayed at her post conscientiously. Sure enough, men only affect her speed of making money. Chen Wenjio saw that Tu Rongrong had officially started, and she had done a good job in the restaurant kitchen. The guests also liked the food she cooked. Looking at Shin Xian and Chendi who were pestering her, she was scared and immediately took Hizui away. She still had to go to the northeast to find someone, so she didn't bother with them. Shin Xian and Chendi watched her run away. In fact, they were just making a fuss, and they didn't really look forward to their husbands coming. They are not daughters who cannot live without their husbands. Now that their husbands are not around, they can live a leisurely life most of the time except for working hours, which is actually quite good. The most important thing is that no one shares the bed, which is really great. It is really comfortable to sleep on a large bed more than 2 meters wide by yourself, okay? Chen Wenjio didn't know about Chendi and Shin Xian's complaints after she left, and she and Hizui didn't fly the sword when they went out. Although the sword is very good, she still wants to take a flying car to go to the northeast. Chen Wenjio's flying car was not afraid of not having enough energy to support it, as she had the space button. So Chen Wenjio drove the flying car, and Hizui sat next to her in the co-pilot seat. He stared at the sky, alerting the zombie birds or insects around, alerting them to attack the flying car. What is the specific content of the mission? Is it enough to just find Dr. Yi Junlan? Hizui asked while being alert. Probably? Qin Wenjiu said while driving. The mission content did not tell me where to escort Dr. Yi Junlan, nor did it tell me to take her back to the hotel. I understand. Qin Wenjiu's hovercraft is very fast. Although it is not as fast as an airplane, it is not too bad. In the past, it took about 6 hours to fly from the northeast to City G. Of course, this is based on the speed of airplanes in the 20s of the 21st century when Qin Wenjiu lived. Qin Wenjiu is not sure how long it should take to fly at the speed of airplanes before the end of the world. Her hovercraft is quite fast, but it still takes 12 hours to get from Province G to the northeast. Zhou Fei's hometown is in HLJ Province. Her home is not near the provincial capital, but a little further north. Qin Wenjiu and Hizui worked without sleep and finally arrived at a city near Zhou Fei's home after 12 hours. Zhou Fei was not sure where Yi Junlan was. She just met her near her hometown a year ago. Qin Wenjiu suspected that Yi Junlan was in the private base near Zhou Fei's home. There are official bases in the end times, and of course, there are many private bases. Some private bases want to protect survivors and give everyone a living space. But some private bases are established with the idea of becoming the king and the emperor in the end of the world. The private base near Zhou Fei's home is the latter. The base leader of this base established this private base just to become the emperor of this area. He really did a lot of tyrannical things. Qin Wenjiu couldn't help frowning when he heard Zhou Fei introduce this base. The head of this private base wants to be a local emperor, and his behavior is like a restoration of the ancient feudal society. It really makes her uncomfortable. She grew up under the red flag, and she really hates people doing such things. Hizui doesn't have any ideas. Although there is no emperor in their world of immortal cultivation, there is one in the mortal world. He is a pure ancient man. Even after being in modern society for several years, his ideas are not so easy to change. He just supports whatever his partner wants. Should we go in directly or sneak in? Qin Wenjiu and Hizui parked their car not far from the base called Diao, and she couldn't help asking. In fact, according to their combat power, it is not impossible to break in and rob people directly. But they don't know where Yi Junlan is, nor do they know the specific situation of this base. What if they break in and alert the enemy? What if something happens to Yi Junlan? Let's sneak in, Hizui said. Obviously he knew what she was thinking. Okay, let's do as you say. Qin Wenjiu decided immediately. She obviously wanted to do this, but she had to wait for Hizui to say it before she agreed, as if Hizui was persuading her. Qin Wenjiu put away the hovercraft and stood in the open field with Hizui, unable to help but look around. HLJ Province is also a place with high vegetation coverage. Although it is the outskirts of the city, there are still a lot of vegetation. There are no mutant plants here, but Qin Wenjiu found that these plants are basically virus-infected. These plants are so ugly and have viruses. If a starving person eats them, he will turn into a zombie. Qin Wenjiu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, if there were only zombies, the land could still be planted and the water source could still be drunk, and humans wouldn't have such a hard time. But the soil and water sources are infected, and if you're not careful, you'll be infected with the zombie virus. If you want to farm, you have to worry that the plants you grow will mutate or have viruses. It's really hard for people to survive in the end times. Chapter 81. Since they were going to sneak into the Dia base, Qin Wenjiu and Hizui couldn't wear very nice clothes. Their clothes were really clean and tidy, and the fabrics were very good. Qin Wenjiu had the money and the ability to get good fabrics, and she could find someone who was very good at making clothes, so her clothes were all very good. Hizui was even more different. Most of his clothes were robes. They were the kind of robes that were refined and engraved with various formations. After all, he was a disciple from a big sect. His parents and elder brother were very capable, and he himself was not an unknown person. He must have had good food, clothing, housing and transportation. The clothes of the two people were too conspicuous, so they changed clothes before getting off the car. Qin Wenjiu took out 2 sets of clothes from the space button that she had stuffed in at some point. These 2 sets of clothes were the kind that were reserved for working in the fields. They were a little dirty, and the fabric was very thick and wear-resistant. Qin Wenjiu wore gray clothes, while Hizui wore the inferior camouflage sold on the market. She couldn't help but look at the man opposite. His long hair was still uncut, and his black hair was simply tied up. Even so, he didn't look feminine at all. Even wearing this inferior camouflage, he was still so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. "You are so beautiful, Qingjue," Qin Wenjiu exclaimed. Hizui smiled and tapped her forehead. "You are also very beautiful." Qin Wenjiu was very happy to receive his praise, and then began to manually put on a gray makeup for them. They had to pretend to be refugees from somewhere else, so they had to look gray instead of bright and beautiful. The face, neck and hands could not be left out. Of course, except for the face, neck and hands, the rest of the body was covered tightly by clothes, so there was no need to continue to disguise. The two prepared for a long time, and when they arrived at the gate of the D base, it was already dark. Let's go in. It's getting dark now. After dark, it's very dangerous outside, Chen Wenjiu said pitifully to the gatekeeper. The Dia base is a private base, and a wall has been built here after 2 years. There are people guarding the entrance of the base now, and no one can enter casually. Of course, these guards still need to be more vigilant and prevent zombies or other things from entering the base. Chen Wenjiu is pretty. She is definitely not comparable to Chen Di and Tu Rongrong. At most, she is a pretty lady. But in the eyes of the guards, Chen Wenjiu is pretty. In their Dia base, beautiful women are the base leaders and senior executives, and they can't even find an ugly woman. Now seeing Chen Wenjiu, several men in the guards couldn't help showing obscene expressions. Beauty, where are you from? One of the guards looked at Chen Wenjiu obscenely, and then teased. When he asked Chen Wenjiu, he also looked at Hizui with disdain, looking down on him, a guy shorter than himself. How can such an ordinary man be favored by beautiful women? Yes, the guards of the Dia base are quite tall, at least 185 centimeters tall, and some are over 190 centimeters tall. Hizui is just over 180 centimeters tall, and in the eyes of this group of people, he is short. Hizui's handsome face was made into an ordinary look by Chen Wenjiu. Of course, her makeup skills are not so amazing, and the reason why she succeeded is because of her good makeup tools. Hizui now puts on an ordinary makeup, and Chen Wenjiu's appearance has not changed much, so the guard thinks he can snatch Chen Wenjiu from Hizui. Chen Wenjiu tried hard to ignore the guard's scrutiny of her, and smiled ingratiatingly. I came from XX. She casually gave an address. Anyway, it was somewhere in HLJ province, probably several days away from here. Brother, just let us in, it's getting dark. It's so dangerous outside now. Chen Wenjiu begged Chen Wenjiu while speaking, and pulled Hizui's clothes, asking him to speak too. Of course, in the eyes of the guard, he was a cowardly man who always let his woman come forward, and now that the woman couldn't solve the problem, he asked the man to step forward quickly. Hizui looked at her, then at the guard, and after a while he said, Big brother, please let us in. We came here because we heard that the treatment at the Dia base is very good. Don't worry, we are both superpowers. Hizui stuffed a piece of bread into the guard's pocket. The bread was taken from the restaurant kitchen by Hizui, the same bread used to make sandwiches. The guard was stuffed with bread by Hizui, and smelling the delicious food, he looked at him in surprise. How could this short guy, who is like a loser, get such fresh food? Isn't he a waste, psychic? The guard put away the bread, looked at Hizui and asked, You said you and she are both psychics? What are your powers? What level are you? Hizui replied as if he was relieved, I am a power psychic, and my wife is a speed psychic. We are both level 3. After hearing this, the guard's expression gradually turned into disdain. Aren't you natural ability users? He thought they would be natural ability users like wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, but he didn't expect that they were just strength and speed users. In the Dia base, non-natural ability users are really not as respected by the orcs as natural ability users. Whether it is the base leader or the top management of the base, they all think that only natural ability users are the strongest, and non-natural ability users are just trash, who are slightly stronger than ordinary people. Strength ability users are indeed good at the beginning, but after the zombies have mutated, what can strong ability users do? Will the zombies still wait for you to kill them like before? And the speed system. What's the point of running fast? Why do you compete with zombies in speed? Running fast doesn't kill zombies, and those who can't kill high-level zombies are useless. This is the concept of the D base. The guard was no longer polite after knowing that Hizui and Chen Wenjiu's superpowers were so useless. His eyes were still on Chen Wenjiu, and even the other guards were on her. Beauty, this man is really useless. You will definitely lose out if you follow him. The guard who took the bread from Hizui said to Chen Wenjiu, You might as well follow me. I am a fire-type psychic. The guard said, and stretched out his hand. A ball of fire appeared on his hand the next moment. Looking at Chen Wenjiu, and Hizui taking a step back, he smiled proudly. How is it? Aren't they very strong? Beauty, it's better for you to follow me than to follow this power-type trash. Although your speed ability is quite useless, women don't need to be that strong, as long as men are strong. As long as you women are pretty, we men will protect you. What do you think, pretty girl? Do you want to kick him and come with me? The guard had a very frivolous expression on his face, and he didn't respect Chen Wenjiu at all when he spoke to him. Chapter 82. Chen Wenjiu quickly pretended to be flattered and unworthy, and politely refused the guy's teasing. After a lot of effort, Chen Wenjiu finally entered the base with Hizui. She felt that if she couldn't get in again, she would take action against those guys. After entering the base, Chen Wenjiu couldn't help but complain to Hizui, "I know this base is not a good one, but I really didn't expect that even the guards are worthless. See the big picture from the small." When she and Hizui came here, the guards were verbally disrespectful, used all kinds of flowery words, and half threatened and half coaxed her to follow them. This is definitely not the first time that the guards have done such a thing. She was even more worried about the women in this base. After Chen Wenjiu came in, she found that this base was indeed different from the official bases she had been to before. She had been to the southern base, and the environment inside the base was very clean. The higher-ups in the base would organize people to do the sanitation inside. Ordinary people without superpowers would rely on these small jobs to earn food and support themselves. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to do cleaning work in the DU base, because they will not give food to ordinary people. In the DU base, strength is respected. Whoever is strong will live well. Whoever is weak will be bullied and even cannot survive. Chen Wenjiu and Hizui passed by this distance and saw some chaos when they looked at the surrounding environment. She couldn't help frowning when looking at such a scene. The DU base, the name is so ambitious. Why didn't the base chief run the base properly? Chen Wenjiu and Hizui found a place to stay. Since they were new here, many people wanted to bully them or cheat them. It was said that they were just two non-natural ability users, and some people wanted to bully them and rob them. The person who started the fight was quickly beaten by Hizui. Hizui beat the person who was looking for trouble without using much strength, and also found out where to stay from them. Really? I really didn't lie to you. XX Hotel is indeed available for accommodation. Their charges are also quite reasonable. Can you please let me go? The unlucky guy who was pressed to the ground by Hizui, with his face pressed tightly to the ground, begged. Hizui and Chen Wenjiu got the answer they wanted, and did not embarrass the other party. They kept their word and let him go. But in fact, Chen Wenjiu and Hizui saw a lot of sins in him. This person came to rob them now, and he must have had the same idea and done the same thing to others before. And there are many innocent people who died in his hands. This person did a lot of bad things. But he is not an exception. There are really many people like him in this DU base. Chen Wenjiu wiped her eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief after she could not see the sins of those people. I thought it was okay here, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Chen Wenjiu frowned. This DU base is like a drug den. The people here who can live well and thrive in this base, none of them have clean hands. It doesn't mean that only those who have never stained their hands with blood are good people. Those soldiers who killed people to protect their country also stained their hands with blood. They are good people and have merits. But there are really very few people with merits in the DU base. Chen Wenjiu didn't see the base commander, so she didn't know whether the base commander had merits. She was just a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. According to what Zhou Fei told her at the beginning, the danger she encountered was brought to her by the people in the DU base. When Dr. Yi Junlan rescued her, she was obviously controlled by the people of the DU base. Chen Wenjiu had read Yi Junlan's information. Although she also awakened her superpowers, she was a psychic superpower, and did not have strong combat power. After being captured by the people of the DU base, her psychic superpowers could not play a big role. Some psychic superpowers can use mental power to control, but Yi Junlan's psychic superpowers can only develop the brain area. In other words, after she awakened her superpowers, she just became smarter, and her brain became more powerful. Her fighting power did not improve at all. Therefore, after being captured, she had no ability to resist. Chen Wenjiu and Hizui went to the XX hotel mentioned by the man just now and checked in. What do you think I should do? Chen Wenjiu asked Hizui, should I just take Dr. Yi Junlan away and ignore this base? Or burn it down? Chen Wenjiu said uncertainly. Although she saw that there were few good people in this base, she couldn't get over the thought of killing these people by herself. It's not like she hasn't killed people before. She didn't change her expression when she killed Song Feng. But she didn't intend to kill so many people. Hizui looked at her tangled appearance, opened his hands, and gave her a warm hug, so that she wouldn't think too much. If you can't decide what to do about this base, you can tell the official base in the northeast. Hizui hugged her and whispered. If you can't make this decision, let others do it. Besides, that's their business, isn't it? Chen Wenjiu calmed down. What he said made sense. Since she couldn't do it, let others do it. Qin Wenjiu and Hizui stayed, but they didn't plan to slowly find out where Dr. Yi Junlan was. Taking advantage of the night, they went to the base commander and other high-level officials of the base to see if they could find where Yi Junlan was. When they came to the villa where the high-level officials of the DU base were, Qin Wenjiu couldn't help showing a disgusted expression. DU base, the man who took this ambitious name also wanted to be the emperor. Therefore, there are many beauties in his villa. He wants to imitate the ancient emperor's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and wants the ancient emperor's 3,000 beauties. Although there are not as many as 3,000 beauties in this villa, Qin Wenjiu roughly counted them and found that there must be at least dozens or even hundreds of them. Qin Wenjiu's expression was very complicated. Where did these women come from? Are they all willing to be the head of this D base? She was not very clear, and she didn't want to ask. She didn't want to continue reading, so she planned to look through the study and other places where confidential information might be stored. Then she saw a lot of lab reports. Qin Wenjiu didn't quite understand these lab reports, but the head of the DIA base wasn't a scientific researcher. So the lab reports here were all written so that this guy could understand them. The head of the DIA base could understand them, so Qin Wenjiu could understand them too. It was because she understood the lab reports that her expression was so ugly. Chapter 83. This bunch of rubbish at the DIA base is actually doing human experiments. The data reports and results of various human experiments are densely written on this experimental report. Qin Wenjiu felt horrified when she saw how many people died recorded on it. Born and raised in a peaceful era, she has never seen such a cruel world. Even though she had experienced the end of the world or other worlds, she had never faced such a cruel thing. What the DIA base did really made her angry. These beasts! Qin Wenjiu couldn't help cursing as she looked at the experimental report. Be more rigorous, they are worse than beasts. Hizui echoed her. What do you think? Do you want to destroy this experimental base? Qin Wenjiu frowned and said, destroy it. Go contact the official base next door, and then we will act together. Qin Wenjiu said to Hizui. She really couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, she didn't plan to deal with the people in the DIA base. She thought that after she took Yi Junlan away, the base would be handed over to the official base. But now that she saw the lab report, she couldn't bear it anymore. She just wanted to destroy this lab and the DIA base as soon as possible. The sooner they were destroyed, the sooner more people could be saved. Qin Wenjiu looked at Yi Junlan's name on the lab report. This doctor who was very good in the field of biology was also dragged by these beasts to do this kind of immoral experiment. Even though Yi Junlan didn't take the initiative to participate in these experiments, she became their accomplice. Of course, Yi Junlan's purpose was very simple. She just wanted to research a vaccine for the zombie virus, and a drug that could eliminate the virus. The purpose of the guys in the DIA base is very simple, just to create more powerful weapons. Qin Wenjiu looked at the shocking experimental report, and thought of the people who were suffering in the laboratory. Hizui saw that she was really angry, and couldn't bear it for a moment, so he didn't refuse her order. He told her to be careful, then left the base commander's chassis, and quickly left the DIA base. Before, they went through the trouble of entering the base entrance in order to sneak in. Now he wanted to go out quietly, so of course he didn't need to go through the gate of the base. Hizui quickly left the DIA base, and flew to the official base. Qin Wenjiu turned around and looked at the base chief over there. That bastard was still playing with the beauties. Whether it was out of sincerity or pretense, the beauties were playing with him. Qin Wenjiu put the experimental report into the space button and walked towards the scumbag base chief. Who are you? Seeing Qin Wenjiu appear, the beauties who were playing stopped and asked with a serious expression. Qin Wenjiu had already set up a barrier around the villa, so people outside couldn't hear what was happening here. Qin Wenjiu looked at the group of beauties, most of whom were wary of her. Some people looked at her with inquiring eyes, jealousy and hatred. Qin Wenjiu didn't know how to read people's eyes, but she could feel that there were several looks that made her uncomfortable. When the beauties questioned her, the scumbag base chief had already heard the noise, and he, who was still playing with the beauties, instantly looked at Qin Wenjiu. Qin Wenjiu's appearance is still quite good, and her skin can be said to be as white as cream. A white complexion can hide 3 ugliness, and she looks very beautiful with such good skin. So the scum base chief had a crush on Qin Wenjiu. Beauty, are you here to see me too? The scum base chief smiled, and acted like a romantic and suave person. But unfortunately, Qin Wenjiu only saw greasiness on him. This guy thought he was so handsome and had such a good temperament, but acting like this did not have the effect he wanted at all, and only made people feel disgusted. Qin Wenjiu said expressionlessly, yes, I came to find you. The scumbag base chief laughed even more proudly and greasy when he heard her say that. Beauty, You know that I am a very good base chief, so you come to me? The scumbag base chief laughed very proudly. Beauty, I have to admit that your vision is really good. I am indeed a very good man. You will never go wrong if you follow me. Look, these are all your sisters. They all followed me because I am good enough. As the scumbag base chief spoke, he put his arms around two beauties. He was very proud of his charm, which was so strong that he could attract so many beauties to be obsessed with him. The palace fighting dramas performed by these beauties every day were just like those on TV, and the scumbag base chief enjoyed such dramas. Because these beauties fought in the palace just for the sake of favor. What they were fighting for was his favor. He never got tired of watching such things that satisfied his male chauvinism and vanity every day. It's because he's so good, so these women fight for him. They fight to the death, all because of him. The scumbag base leader doesn't think it's bad for his harem to fight, and doesn't care if the fight between them will kill people. There are so many people in his harem, and the death of a few won't affect it. He can't bear to let the women he likes the most die. But of course, he doesn't care about those he doesn't like so much. She is just one of his many women, not worthy of his cherishment. The scumbag chief was very proud when he thought of his life like an ancient emperor. Beauty, you have a good eye. For your eye, I can favor you a little bit, the scumbag chief said. According to the status of the emperor's concubines, you can be given the status of a concubine. Your appearance is not very beautiful, and you can be a concubine because of your good eye. Don't be ungrateful, the scumbag base chief said to himself. Chen Wenjiu, is this scumbag really too into the role? Does he really think of himself as the emperor? What about the position of the emperor's concubines? What about the position of concubines? Is this guy planning to restore the feudal monarchy? The feudal monarchy has been gone for almost 200 years, and this scumbag still wants to restore it. Is he crazy? When Chen Wenjiu heard his ridiculous remarks, he did not forget to look at the other beauties. Do these beauties also think that what this scumbag said is right? Are they also willing to live in his harem? Like the life of the ancient emperor's harem? Seriously? How can this guy compare to the ancient emperor? The ancient emperor was also rich, but this guy only has a small private base. Can he afford to support so many people? But what disappointed Chen Wenjiu was that the eyes of the beauties looking at her were full of hostility and jealousy. Obviously, they were jealous that she got the position of concubine as soon as she arrived, but they didn't get such treatment. Chen Wenjiu, who was disgusted by the scumbag and felt a little uncomfortable by the beauties, said, Chapter 84. Chen Wenjiu looked at the scumbag base chief with cold eyes, and she smiled slightly from her expressionless face. The scumbag base chief saw her smile, and thought she was attracted by the concubine he promised, and smiled smugly. Chen Wenjiu walked towards the scumbag base chief step by step. The other party thought she was going to throw herself into his arms, and couldn't help but push away the two beauties beside him, and open his arms to her. But this scumbag base chief was not a waste. He felt something was wrong when Chen Wenjiu walked over, and was 2 or 3 meters away from him. He quickly dodged Chen Wenjiu's attack. His face turned ugly. Who sent you? The scumbag base chief asked while dodging Chen Wenjiu's attack. The beauties over there were stunned when they saw the scumbag base chief and Chen Wenjiu fighting. They really didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the scumbag base chief. Of course, this guy has also been assassinated before. Not all the beauties who followed him said they were willing. Most of the beauties were forced by him, or by other people in the D base. When they have a chance to get close to this guy, they will definitely kill him without mercy. But those beauties are not as strong as the scumbag base leader, so they are easily killed. And now these beauties are so surprised because Chen Wenjiu is so strong. She was able to suppress the scumbag base leader. Chen Wenjiu did not kill this scumbag with one move. When she thought of the data and results in the experimental report, she became more angry with this scumbag. When she beat the scumbag base chief, she specifically hit the most painful part of the human body, and she even chopped him one by one. She would not kill him with one knife, but would chop him dozens of times like the news before, and the result was only a minor injury. Chen Wenjiu's knife skills were certainly not so superb, but she was able to make this scum suffer enough. When Chen Wenjiu attacked the scumbag base chief, she suddenly felt something wrong behind her and quickly dodged. While dodging the attack from behind, she did not forget to kick away the figure that was rushing towards her. Chen Wenjiu looked at the woman who was kicked several meters away by him, and his expression was puzzled, surprised, and disgusted. Yao. Seeing Chen Wenjiu kicking her companion away, several beauties couldn't help but rush over to support her. The beautiful woman who attacked secretly covered her chest, and she felt a stream of blood rushing up her throat and about to spurt out. She was a little seriously injured. Yao. The scumbag base chief was also very worried after seeing his beloved woman being injured. Of course, he was so emotional because this beautiful woman wanted to save him when he was beaten so badly and attacked the enemy. The scumbag base chief felt that it was because Yao Yao loved him too much, so she would take revenge for him. Qin Wenjiu didn't care what the beautiful woman thought. She put her and the scumbag base chief in the same category. Qin Wenjiu slashed at the scumbag base chief with a knife, and then his arm was cut off. She could kill people not so easily, but she would never let him go. This scumbag didn't treat those poor people as human beings when doing human experiments, so now she has no need to treat this thing worse than a beast as a human being. You are not allowed to hurt him. The injured Yao Yao looked at the scumbag base chief whose arm was cut off and shouted angrily at Qin Wenjiu. Qin Wenjiu turned a deaf ear to her and looked at the group of beauties. You all want to help him like her? She pointed at Yao Yao first, and then thought about the scumbag base chief. The beauties looked at her in embarrassment, and then at the scumbag base chief. They wanted to shake their heads, but they were also afraid that if they shook their heads, the scumbag base chief would be fine in the future. Would he retaliate against them? Don't worry, this guy won't live long, Qin Wenjiu promised. More women's eyes lit up after hearing her words, and after confirming that what she said was true, they immediately shook their heads to show that they didn't want to help this scumbag base chief at all. Benefactor? If you kill him, you will be our benefactor, a delicate-looking beauty said to Qin Wenjiu. This beauty looked very delicate, but she was indeed very beautiful. She had a pitiful and gentle temperament, but her face was exceptionally outstanding and super beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her appearance and temperament that the scum base chief took a fancy to her and was captured. The beauty had no feelings for the scum base chief. She just hated the scum and wished he was dead. Benefactor, can you kill him? Please, kill him, the beauty begged with her eyes wide open. After seeing the scumbag base leader being slashed with so many wounds and his arm being chopped off, the beauties felt relieved. They just hoped that this scumbag could die sooner. They would be free. What did you say, bitch? After hearing the words of the weak beauty, Yao Yao was so angry that she cursed at her. He loved you so much in vain, and you actually helped outsiders bully him? You should kill her like me and avenge him. The delicate beauty showed a mocking expression and said, do you think everyone is sick like you? If she wasn't sick, why would Yao Yao fall in love with a man who forced her and was not loyal to her at all? This man is not only irresponsible to women, but also does excessive things to women. He has done all kinds of excessive things to this base, other ordinary people, and even low-level superpowers. There are countless people who hope he will die. The reason why this scumbag can still dominate here, and has not been dealt with by the official base in the northeast is because they cover it up well. Those who can wander around the deep base and leave the deep base are the same kind of people as the scum base leader. They are very good at acting. They act very well and package themselves as good people who save people from difficulties, so as not to arouse the suspicion of other bases and then jointly attack them. But what is the reality? These bastards are just devils. They are complete scumbags. Don't say that about him. Yao Yao angrily scolded the weak beauty. You ungrateful bitch. White-eyed wolf. He was so good to you before, and you actually betrayed him. Sure enough, I'm the only one who loves him the most. You bitch, dare to compete with me for favor? You're not even as good as one of my fingers. I'm the only one who loves him the most. The weak beauty looked at Yao Yao's crazy look without saying a word, and turned to look at Qin Wenjiu and said, Benefactor, please kill him. Qin Wenjiu looked at this beauty, then looked at the scum base leader and said, kill him. Do you know where the Research Institute laboratory of your base is? The weak beauty was stunned, but still nodded and said, I know the approximate location. Okay, I kill him, and you take me to the Research Institute laboratory. Okay. The weak beauty solemnly agreed. Chapter 85. When Qin Wenjiu agreed to kill the scumbag base chief, Yao Yao over there instantly went crazy. Don't touch him. Bitch. Let him go. Qin Wenjiu didn't understand what kind of feelings Yao Yao had, and she was so loyal to the scumbag base chief. Qin Wenjiu could even see that in addition to Yao Yao, there were a few other women like her. Qin Wenjiu looked back at the scumbag base chief. Although this guy was a scumbag, he was not ugly. Objectively speaking, this scumbag does have the handsome looks of a male protagonist. Of course, she is talking about the male protagonist of a romance novel. After all, not all male protagonists in male-oriented novels are handsome. If the male protagonist of a romance novel is not good-looking, he will definitely be scolded by readers. So the appearance of this scumbag is a very standard appearance of a male protagonist in a romance novel. It doesn't matter what kind of person the other person is, or what disgusting things he has done, as long as his face is good-looking. Qin Wenjiu thought of what he had seen before. 3 views follow the 5 appearances. No matter how crazy the villain in the TV series or the novel did, as long as he looks good, he can be forgiven. There are even many fans who think he looks so good, whatever he does is right. Whether he killed countless innocent people or did more unscrupulous and cruel things, as long as he looks good, it can be justified. Qin Wenjiu's face darkened when she thought of this. She thought of the villain in a certain novel, who slaughtered several families for his own purpose, but because he looks good, everyone ignored it. They only care about his beauty, strength and tragedy, not that he slaughtered innocent people. The families he slaughtered had no deep hatred for him, they just simply opposed some of his things. And some of the things he wanted to do were also done by those innocent lives. Even so, there are still countless people who think that it is not his fault, but the fault of those families. If they agree with the decision of the main character they like, they will not die. There is another one. Because the heroine died, he slaughtered several cities. But no one cares about the lives of the innocent people in those cities. They only care that the man really loves the heroine too much. Because he loved the heroine, she died, and he went crazy, he was really too affectionate. They love such affectionate men. Qin Wenjiu really wanted to spit in their faces. If they want such affection, how about just becoming the people who were slaughtered? Because it has nothing to do with them. Because they are not the ones who died, they can ignore the bad things those people did. Qin Wenjiu looked at Yao Yao and the others, and felt that they might be the same as those people she knew who followed their 5 senses and their values. Doesn't a man who carries half of the criminal law still have a lot of fans? These people live a good life with the scumbag-based leader. He is handsome, has a good figure, and is very powerful. What's wrong with them liking him and loving him? Qin Wenjiu's face became even uglier when he thought of this. He would stab the scumbag-based leader's heart with a knife. Qin Wenjiu frowned and killed the man completely, without giving him a chance to resist. She turned back to look at the weak beauty and said, I have killed him. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. The delicate beauty was a little stunned when she saw that the scumbag-based leader was really dead. She staggered over and checked carefully. As expected, the scumbag was really dead. He was dead. He could never do anything to her again. He could never do anything to those innocent people again. He could never be so domineering and harm countless people again. The delicate beauty's eyes turned red, and the next moment a string of tears fell from her eyes. Ah! Yao Yao was crazy, her lover, the man she loved the most. He was killed. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Yao Yao broke free from her companions, like crazy, and rushed towards the weak beauty. Qin Wenjiu certainly couldn't let her hurt the weak beauty, so she kicked Yao away. She saw Yao Yao's attitude towards the scumbag-based leader, and couldn't help but suspect that she was not as innocent as she thought. Perhaps, she was also a member of the evildoers. Qin Wenjiu opened his eyes, and saw the sins of Yao Yao, and countless women present. Yao Yao's sins were similar to those of the scum-based chief. Although not as heavy, they did similar things. That is to say, she was involved in persecuting innocent women and innocent people for human experiments. And Qin Wenjiu looked around and found that there were several women who were the same. Qin Wenjiu looked at the weak beauty. This beauty also had blood on her hands. In the harem of this scum-based chief, in this D-base, how could anyone who could survive safely not have blood on their hands? The weak beauty looks weak, but she is the kind of person who is gentle on the outside and strong on the inside. She is also the kind of person who is determined and will do anything to achieve her goals. But Qin Wenjiu also saw clearly that the weak beauty did not have a heavy sin debt. She still did good things and had some merits. Qin Wenjiu asked, do you know who among them helped to harm people from entering the research institute of the D-base? Hearing this, the weak beauty wiped her tears and looked up at Qin Wenjiu. I know. She knows. In the harem of the scumbag-based chief, there are fights and competitions for favor every day, and some people will send their rivals to the research institute when they are ruthless. Can they not know what the research institute is doing? Maybe the experiments done by other research institutes are good, but everyone knows that the research institute of the D-base conducts human experiments. For these people, sending their rivals to the research institute is a good thing with no disadvantages. They can get rid of their competitors, provide experimental materials to the research institute, and please the scumbag-based chief. Fortunately, the D-base and the research institute were established not too long ago, and not many people were sent to the research institute in the struggle of the scumbag-based chief's harem. Yao Yao and she. The weak beauty pointed at a few people who seemed to have a heavy sin in Qin Wenjiu's eyes, and whose aura made her feel uncomfortable. The faces of those named showed horrified expressions. They watched Qin Wenjiu kill the scumbag base chief with their own eyes. Of course, they knew how terrifying she was. Is it their turn now? Are they going to die? No, no, no. I didn't. The woman who was named shook her head in horror, and then angrily accused the weak beauty. Lu Xian, don't slander me. I didn't do such a thing. Lu Xian, don't make yourself sound so innocent. Haven't you also killed a lot of people? Sister, don't let Lu Xian go. She's not a good person either. Yes, sister, Lu Xian has also killed a lot of people. You can't let her go. The expression of the weak beauty Lu Xian, who was scolded, was very calm. She smiled and said, yes, I also killed innocent people. So, after you clean up this base, kill me too. Lu Xian looked at Qin Wenjiu seriously. Chapter 86. LV Xian didn't want to live any longer. But she survived. She survived just to kill the scumbag base commander. Her relatives and friends were all killed by the scumbag base commander. He thought he was really the right man, the chosen one, so he thought she could still be devoted to him even if he killed her family and friends. Not only her, in fact, most of them had their relatives and friends killed. LV Xian killed people in order to survive. But she was willing to die. Now that the scumbag base chief was dead, her purpose of living had been fulfilled. Qin Wenjiu was not very clear about LV Xian's thoughts. She just trapped everyone. Especially Yao Yao and the others. They were tied up so that they could not go out to inform other people in the base. Qin Wenjiu took LV Xian with him, and the two of them went to find the research institute of the D base. Because LV Xian knew about the research institute, they quickly found its location and even sneaked in. Qin Wenjiu frowned as he looked at the research institute's environment and the horrible scenes, trying not to vomit. LV Xian, on the other hand, remained calm. In such a chaotic world, living in a place like the D base, she had already trained herself to be immune to all poisons. Qin Wenjiu swept through the entire research institute by herself, arrested all the researchers, and then rescued the experimental subjects, who were still alive. Qin Wenjiu was not a doctor after all. She could only keep these people alive, and she had no way to treat their injuries. Qin Wenjiu looked at Yi Junlan, one of the captured researchers. This doctor was assigned a task by the system, and asked to find her. Can the other party really save the world by participating in such experiments? Even if she did not actively participate in these human experiments, she participated after all, and could be considered an accomplice. Qin Wenjiu was a little skeptical. When Yi Junlan studies the zombie virus vaccine in the future, will she also conduct experiments like this? Will she also have the kind of justice that sacrifices a small number of people to save countless people? What's the idea? The more Qin Wenjiu thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Is this something she should care about? However, Qin Wenjiu looked at the main task of the system, saving the world. If the apocalypse does not end, or if this world is destroyed, she will also be destroyed by the system. Not only her, but also the staff of their hotel will be destroyed with her when the world is destroyed. What can she do? Of course, try hard to find someone who can save the world. This Dr. Yi Junlan hopes that she will not disappoint her expectations. Dr. Yi Junlan. Qin Wenjiu walked up to Yi Junlan and said. Yi Junlan looked up at her and frowned slightly. You're looking for me? I heard that Dr. Yi Junlan is a well-known figure in the field of biology. I want to know if you can find a way to save the end of the world. Qin Wenjiu asked. Yi Junlan smiled bitterly and said, do you think I'm a god? I'm just a mortal. How can I have a way? Although Yi Junlan is very powerful, she really doesn't think she has such a great ability. Qin Wenjiu stared at Yi Junlan. She always felt that she was not telling the truth. When Qin Wenjiu wanted to continue speaking, there was a noise outside the research institute. Before she could figure out what was going on, Hizui's voice came in. Hizui, where are you? Qin Wenjiu, I'm at the research institute of the D base. Hizui, I have called the people from the northeast base, and let them deal with the D base when the time comes. Qin Wenjiu, the base commander of the D base was killed by me. Qin Wenjiu, also, I have trapped the women in the base commander's house. Don't let the people I tied up tightly let them go. Qin Wenjiu, they have committed many sins. I hope they can be judged fairly at that time. Hizui, well, I will inform the people in the northeast base. Qin Wenjiu contacted Hizui for a while, and after the contact was broken, he looked at the researchers with happy faces. These researchers may have thought that the people in the D base discovered that someone had invaded the institute, so they sent people to rescue them. 2/3 of the researchers in this institute are scumbags, like the head of the scumbag base. They rely on their own abilities to conduct various experiments on people. For example, they think that people with furry ears and tails are cute, so they conduct such human experiments. There are experimental subjects with furry ears and tails in the institute, but except for the ears and tail, their limbs are also like beasts. There is also a test subject whose various parts are not human limbs, which looks pitiful and scary. Some people were even turned into zombies. Of course, this group of crazy researchers did not even let zombies go. They thought that the zombie virus and the energy of the superpowers were similar. They could both evolve. So if we extract viruses from zombies for research, can we find ways to improve superpowers or awaken superpowers? After all, some people have a chance of awakening superpowers after being scratched by zombies. 2/3 of the researchers in this institute are the kind of people who act recklessly and do not think they have done anything wrong. They thought their experiments were great. Chin Wenjio didn't bother to pay attention to them, but walked to the side of the experimental subjects. "Kill me," a dying experimental subject said to Chin Wenjio. She didn't want to live anymore. There wasn't much good meat left on her body, but she was still living in pain. She was tortured many times every day in the laboratory, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. But the researchers didn't want her to die. She didn't want to live anymore. Death would be a relief. She looked at Chin Wenjio with pleading eyes and said, "Kill me." Chin Wenjio looked at her steadily, and saw the determination in her eyes, and the desire for death. Chin Wenjio looked at her and bit his lip and killed her. When Chin Wenjio took action, the female experimental subject finally showed a happy and relieved smile on her face. It's great that she finally doesn't have to live in such pain anymore. There are many experimental subjects like this in this research institute. Many people don't want to live anymore. When they saw Chin Wenjio, they begged her to kill them. They knew very well that they couldn't live anymore. The experiments on them disgusted them, and they didn't want to live anymore. If they could be freed, none of them wanted to live anymore. Of course, not many people wanted to die. Some people who were used as experimental subjects still had a strong desire to survive. They wanted to live and watch those scum and those devils end up miserably. They were unwilling to die like this. They had to watch those devils die miserably before they would be willing. Chapter 87. Chin Wenjio waited for Hizui to take the people from the northeast base to destroy the D base. Some of the survivors of the institute wanted to die, while others survived tenaciously. Of course, not all those who wanted to die were killed by Chin Wenjio. Some people relied on some things from the institute to hold on. But in fact, as long as those things were cut off, they would die. If they didn't want to live, they just needed to let Chin Wenjio cut off the supply. The result was similar to when someone pulled out the oxygen tube and took off the oxygen mask in the intensive care unit 80 years ago. Chin Wenjio looked at those people dying peacefully, with a heavy expression. She collected them one by one, ready to burn them when the time came, and bury their ashes if possible. After waiting for a long time, Hizui finally arrived at the institute. "What's going on?" Hizui looked at Chin Wenjio and saw. He was very sensitive to the difference in Chin Wenjio, and her mood was a little wrong. "Not bad," Chin Wenjio said. "Dr. Yi Junlan, I found her." She didn't know how to arrange this Dr. Yi Junlan. Should she send her to the capital base or the southern base? In fact, when she found Yi Junlan, her mission had been completed. But the system quickly sent her a new mission, asking her to escort Yi Junlan to the destination. But now, the system did not tell her the destination. Lu Xian looked at Chin Wenjio, then looked at Hizui, and she quietly retreated. She heard the conversation between Chin Wenjio and Hizui. They said that people from the northeast base were coming. Xian thought, could she take advantage of the chaos to kill a few other enemies at this time? In such a large base, the people Xian wanted to kill must be more than just the scumbag base leader. Other high-level people in this base, even some who seemed insignificant, made Xian feel that their deaths were not worth regretting. Chin Wenjio and Hizui did not care about the affairs of the Dia base anymore. Of course, they left only after seeing the people from the northeast base completely destroy this dirty base. In addition to Yi Junlan, they also took away 2 people from her team. Yi Junlan's 2 assistants also had some bad deaths, but they were not very heavy, much lighter than other people in the institute. Chin Wenjio thought that if Yi Junlan was needed to research vaccines, she would definitely need the help of familiar assistants. After watching the destruction of the D base, the rescue of those innocent people, and the arrest of those who had done bad things by the people of the northeast base, they left with peace of mind. The northeast base will definitely punish those people. Even if they can't kill them all, they will have to be reformed. Do you think there will be no labor reform in the end of the world? Don't dream. For example, Deng Linong and Pang Yafu, who wanted to rob Chin Wenjio's hotel before, were sent to the South Base, where their superpowers were abolished and they were locked up. Of course, it is impossible to support them for life, and they will still have to undergo labor reform like the prison before the end of the world. Dr. Yi, where should we go now? Chen Wenjiu looked at Yi Junlan and asked. Her system did not give her any hints, nor did it tell her where the destination was. Then, she could only ask Yi Junlan. Yi Junlan heard her say this, thought for a moment and said, "Are you really going to send us to a safe place? I can send you to the official base," Chen Wenjiu said. There was no laboratory at her hotel for Yi Junlan to do research, so she could only send her to the official base. The conditions there should be more suitable for Yi Junlan to do research. I hope she can develop a zombie vaccine as soon as possible. Yi Junlan thought for a while and said, "I want to go to the capital base." The capital? That must be the place she wants to go the most. Yi Junlan was originally from the capital, and her work unit before the end of the world was also in the capital. It was just that before the end of the world, she brought her team to the northeast for a business trip, and she has stayed in the northeast since the end of the world. It was not until she was found by the base chief of the D base a year ago that she came to the D base. She has not been back to the capital for 2 years, and she has not seen her relatives for 2 years. She wanted to go back to the capital. Yi Junlan's 2 assistants were also from the capital, or rather, they were also from the vicinity of the capital. Now it was the end of the world, and the capital and the vicinity of the capital were classified as the capital base, and they both wanted to go there. Chen Wenjiu had no objection, so she could just go to the capital base. Anyway, she could just send people there. After Yi Junlan and her 2 assistants decided on their destinations, Chen Wenjiu saw the updated content on her task panel. Host, please escort Dr. Yi Junlan to the capital base. Chen Wenjiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chen Wenjiu asked someone to get on the hovercraft and headed for the capital base. Beep. Emergency mission. Fortunately, Hizui was driving at the moment. Otherwise Chen Wenjiu would have been forced to brake suddenly or fall off the car due to the annoying system prompt sound. Chen Wenjiu opened the system message panel expressionlessly and clicked on the message that had just been sent. Host, please go to Province D to rescue Dr. Zhong Liu. Chen Wenjiu, Chen Wenjiu said, who is this Dr. Zhong Liu? Zhong Liu? Yi Junlan, who was sitting in the back seat, was stunned when she heard Chen Wenjiu's words, and then asked her, "Are you talking about Dr. Zhong Liu?" Chen Wenjiu raised his eyebrows when he heard Yi Junlan ask this. Yes, Dr. Zhong Liu. Does Dr. Yi know him? Chen Wenjiu only remembered after asking that these 2 were both doctors, so they should know each other, right? Moreover, Zhong Liu is a doctor in biochemistry, so he should have had some connections with Yi Junlan. Yi Junlan nodded with a serious expression. Yes, I know Zhong Liu. He is my senior brother. That's right, Zhong Liu and Yi Junlan are not strangers, or people who are slightly familiar with each other, let alone husband and wife. They are just a simple relationship of senior and junior brothers and sisters. When they were studying for their doctoral degrees, they studied under the same tutor. Zhong Liu has often cooperated with Yi Junlan in his research over the years. Their relationship is quite good. Yi Junlan is not married. She is obsessed with research and regards the laboratory as her home, so she has no plans to get married. Yi Junlan, who is 43 years old this year, is still single. Her family has long given up the idea of getting her married. Zhong Liu is married, and his wife is a very gentle and beautiful woman. In fact, when Yi Junlan and Zhong Liu were still studying, many people thought they were a good match and even joked about bringing them together. Later, even after Zhong Liu got married, many people said that she and Zhong Liu were a better match. There were even some people with bad intentions who instigated Zhong Liu's wife, hoping that she could come forward to separate the 2 people. After all, the abilities of this pair of brothers and sisters were very strong, and the combination of the 2 really overwhelmed the others. As a result, Zhong Liu's wife didn't take it seriously, and she believed in Yi Junlan and Zhong Liu. The most important thing was that she could see that Yi Junlan was only passionate about research, and she only treated Zhong Liu as a tool. Chapter 88. Before the end of the world, Yi Junlan went on a business trip to the northeast, while Zhong Liu went back to his hometown in Province D to visit his relatives. His wife and children lived with him in the capital, but his hometown was in Province D, so he took his wife and children back to visit his relatives during his vacation. Who would have thought that because of the end of the world, they would stay in their hometown directly? Now, Zhong Liu is in crisis. I hope you will be sensible and hand over your son. A tall man said to Zhong Liu. If you don't hand over your son honestly, I don't know what I will do to your wife. The tall man was holding Zhong Liu's wife hostage. Su Mei was a woman with gentle eyebrows and eyes, and she had the kind of tenderness like water. She had the demeanor of a Jiangnan woman. Even though Su Mei was 40 years old now, her appearance had not changed much, and she still looked young and beautiful. Being held hostage at this moment, Su Mei frowned slightly, with a face full of disapproval. "Ayu, don't let Duo out," Su Mei said. Zhongliu and Su Mei got married relatively late. They have only been married for 10 years, and their son is only 6 years old this year. Su Mei was considered an elderly mother when she gave birth, but because of the advanced technology and medicine, she didn't suffer too much when giving birth, and recovered well after giving birth. The 6-year-old child and their parents, who are over 40 years old, survived hard in the end times. Zhongliu did not awaken any special powers after the apocalypse. He did not have any other special powers that could attack, nor did he awaken spiritual special powers like Yi Junlan. He was just the same as before the apocalypse, without much change. Su Mei did awaken special powers, but her special powers were the same as her personality, all water. The initial water-based special power attack power was really not strong, but Su Mei was very smart and relied on her research to study various water-based combat methods. And the really strong one was their son, Duo. Duo, a 6-year-old kid, has awakened multiple abilities. To what extent? He has all the natural abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and lantern. He has all the abilities, such as speed, strength, enhancement, healing, space, etc. In other words, Duo is a full ability person. Even though he is young, his abilities are very strong. In the past 2 years, under the training of his parents, his abilities have improved rapidly. It's just that because he has awakened too many abilities, his ability level is not very high. The crisis this time was that the tall man somehow knew that Duo had all-powerful abilities. The other party and his companions all wanted to know more secrets from Duo. Why could he awaken all-powerful abilities? Can they get inspiration from him? Can they get a way to awaken superpowers from him? Can they use the crystal core of this child to turn themselves into all-powerful people? Because of this idea, they trapped the 3 members of Zhongli's family. Duo is very strong, but he is only 6 years old. Su Mei's superpowers are not very strong either, and she is now imprisoned in space by this tall man. Zhongliu, although he has the strength of a normal man, he has no superpowers after all. He was just a researcher before, and he is not a special forces king. He has no way to save his wife and break through with his son when someone is holding his wife hostage, and a group of people are surrounding him and his son. Fortunately, the couple hid their son, otherwise this group of people might really kill their family of 3. Shut up. The man holding Su Mei hostage stabbed her in anger after hearing what she said. So what if she was beautiful? In the eyes of the tall man, a 40-year-old woman was not something he cared about. As long as he could get the secret of all-powerful abilities, he would become an all-powerful person and could have any woman he wanted. Su Mei was not worthy of his sympathy. Su. Zhongliu was very nervous when he saw the man hurting his wife. He looked at Su Mei with heartache. Su. Ayu. No. Su Mei shook her head and said, if Duo comes out, all 3 of us will die. This group of people really didn't think of letting their family go. If they caught Duo, they would kill them. The most important thing was that she could feel that this group of people would not let her Duo go. Even if they died, they couldn't let their son get into trouble. Even if she lost her parents, even if she had to survive in this apocalypse, she hoped to live well. This group of people will kill her son, she can't let him out. Su, don't worry, I let Duo fall asleep and hide him. No one can find him. Zhongliu said seriously. No matter how much he loves his wife, he knows that she will not let him exchange his son for her. You 2 are really touching, but... the man said sarcastically, and then stabbed Su Mei again. Su Mei groaned in pain. Zhongliu's pupil shrank, and he felt very uncomfortable watching his beloved wife suffer so much. Hand over your son, the man said to Zhongliu. Zhongliu shook his head. The man said with a grim expression, teach him a lesson, let him know the consequences of not speaking properly. Now that Zhongliu and his wife have been captured by them, they only need to force a confession through words and actions to find the little brat. Where can a 6-year-old kid hide? The man turned around and looked around. He wanted to find a place where a child could be hidden. His companions had already attacked Zhongliu after hearing the man's order. Because Su Mei is a superpower, her body is stronger, so she can withstand more damage. Zhongliu is different. As an ordinary person, he was soon beaten to death. Tell me, where is your son? Zhongliu didn't say anything. Su Mei looked at him and couldn't help crying. She knew she was selfish, and she hoped Zhongliu would save her son's life. But But she had no choice. You? Su-mei cried and called his name. I'm sorry. Zhongli knew what she wanted to say, and he didn't think her choice was wrong. That was his son, too. How could he not want him to live? In fact, if they died together, it would be a kind of perfection, right? The man looked at Zhongli and Su-mei and sneered. Why? Why are you acting out the separation of life and death here? Why are you acting out the deep love? Do you think you are acting in a movie? Want to die happily? Dream on. If you don't hand over your son, neither of you will die so easily. These two people are the key to whether he can become a full-powered person. How could he let them die so easily? If they are alive, he will have a chance to find their son. If they die, where can he find him? Even if they are in agony, they still want to live. What's more, what does it have to do with him if these two people are in agony? It's not him who is in pain. Chapter 89. Zhongli and Su-mei both gritted their teeth and insisted, and no one spoke. What if it hurts? They are all ready to die. Hiding somewhere, the child who should be unconscious covered his mouth to prevent himself from making any sound. His parents told him not to come out. He must not let the bad guys catch him. Otherwise, his parents will never see him again. Duo is only 6 years old, and he was only 4 years old before the end of the world. He listens to his parents the most. The reason why Duo is awake now is because he is a full-powered person. His parents have trained him very strictly in the past 2 years. So although his power level is not high, it is very comprehensive and stable. Therefore, the thing his father used to make him unconscious was ineffective in just 1 hour. But Duo doesn't dare to go out now. Duo covered his mouth and stared in the direction of his parents. You two are really stubborn. The tall man looked at Zhongli and then at Su-mei. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. When Qinwenjiu and the others arrived, Zhongli and Su-mei were really dying. They were covered in wounds, and Zhongli had a broken leg and a broken hand. Su-mei's face was cut twice, and her hand was also broken. They were really miserable now. Qinwenjiu couldn't help but curse when she saw the miserable state of Zhongli and Su-mei. She hurried and finally got to Province D from the northeast, but she was still a step late. If she and Hizui hadn't worked together to make the hovercraft fly faster, Zhongli might have died when she arrived here. Qinwenjiu cursed and jumped off the hovercraft. Hizui drove the car and stopped it in midair, letting Qinwenjiu go down to save people. With her skills, it was more than enough to deal with a group of people below. Brother Liang. Before being killed by Qinwenjiu, a superpower called out to the tall man who led the group, but he soon lost his voice. The man called Brother Liang turned around, and then he only saw a flash of knife light, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Qinwenjiu didn't kill all of them, she just crippled them all. After she dealt with them, she quickly ran to Zhongli and Su-mei, frowning as she saw them dying but still conscious. Zhongli was very nervous when he saw Qinwenjiu coming over. Although she dealt with Liang Ji's group, he didn't know Qinwenjiu after all. Senior brother? Yi Junlan also got out of the car. She was stunned when she saw the miserable state of Zhongli and Su-mei. Sister-in-law, how are you? Yi Junlan was careful not to touch Su-mei. Su-mei couldn't help but smile when she saw Yi Junlan. Great. This person is so strong, and was brought here by Yi Junlan, her junior sister, so she can be trusted. With such a strong person, she can rest assured that her family's duo is safe. Qinwenjiu handed the medicine to Yi Junlan and asked her to feed it to Su-mei and Zhongli. She stood up and searched around. Then she released her spiritual sense and slowly explored the location of the child named Duo. She found it in less than a minute. The medicine Qinwenjiu gave Yi Junlan was a pill that could save the lives of these two people, so she was not worried about whether they were in danger of life. Qinwenjiu disappeared from the spot, but she came back less than a minute later. She reappeared with a 6-year-old child in her arms, which made Yi Junlan's eyes widen in surprise. Duo? Su-mei and Zhongli looked up hard after hearing their son's name, and they saw their son. They were very excited. Mom and Dad. After being put down by Qinwenjiu, Duo ran to his parents and cried when he saw their injuries. Mom and Dad. Woo. It hurts. Although Duo cried miserably, he didn't dare to touch his parents. He knew that bleeding hurt. If he touched them at this time, it would hurt his parents even more. Su-mei shook her head and coaxed her son to stop crying. Qinwenjiu looked back at Brother Liang and the others and asked Zhongli and Su-mei, how do we deal with this group of people? Zhongli and Su-mei heard this. Their eyes were filled with hatred towards them, but they were also surprised that Qinwenjiu actually asked for their opinions. They are the ones who caused you to be like this, so of course you have the right to deal with them, Chen Wenjiu said. Zhongliu and Su Mei asked a little, and after knowing that Brother Liang and the others were disabled, they planned to let them go. This group of people were disabled, and now there is a lot of blood in this place. They believe that zombies will come soon. It is definitely not okay to let them kill people by themselves. But they were still very ruthless to let this group of people be killed by zombies. Chen Wenjiu took Zhongliu's family of 3 and put them in the back seat of the hovercraft. Now we need to treat them. Should we go to the capital base or our hotel first? Chen Wenjiu asked. Forget it, I arrange it, Chen Wenjiu said to herself. So she asked Hizui to drive the car to the capital base, and after arriving outside the gate of the capital base, she developed Zhongliu's family and Yi Junlan into guests of the hotel. As long as they got the information card, they could use it to teleport. Teleport from the capital base to the hotel, and then directly teleport back to the capital base after they are treated. The teleportation function of the information card is more like a straight line between 2 points, the original location of the guest and the hotel. If she takes the person back to the hotel directly, she will not bother to send them back to the capital after they are treated. Okay, now you use this information card to go to our hotel, Chen Wenjiu said to Su Mei. Your injuries are quite serious, and you need to go to the hotel's medical room for proper treatment. The inn's medical room has been upgraded several times. At the beginning, the medical room only had simple medical equipment and the medicine box she pulled out. Now, after several upgrades, the medical room has a medical cabin, various medicines, and various medical equipment. Zhongliu and Su Mei's limbs were broken, and such injuries can be completely healed in 1 or 2 hours of treatment in the medical cabin. The medical cabin of their hotel can even regenerate amputated short limbs, let alone just broken bones. Zhongliu and Su Mei held the information card in their hands, looked at their son, and believed what Chen Wenjiu said. Yi Junlan was worried about her senior brother and sister-in-law, so she followed them. They were clearly outside the gate of the capital base the moment before, but the next moment, they appeared in front of a hotel. Zhongliu and Su Mei certainly knew this place, although the buildings here are similar to those in other cities. But the sign on the side of the road clearly stated that this is F City in Ji Province. They actually came from the capital to Ji Province. This is the southernmost province except Gyeongnon, right? How did they get here? Really teleported? The teleportation of space power users is not so powerful, right? Chapter 90. Zhongliu and Su Mei went directly to the medical room when they arrived at the hotel. Qin Xian was also shocked to see the miserable state of these two people. She didn't expect to encounter such serious injuries. After putting both of them into the medical cabin and setting up the treatment plan, she turned back to look at Chen Wenjiu and asked, Are these two your targets for this mission? I guess so, Chen Wenjiu said. She opened the task panel and took a look. The tasks of find Dr. Yi Junlan and save Dr. Zhongliu were completed. These 2 tasks are related to the unlocking conditions of the 2 guest rooms on the 4th floor. She sent Yi Junlan and Zhongliu to the capital base, and there was a reward, but it was not a condition for unlocking. Chen Wenjiu said to Qin Xian, You comfort this child. Little Duo must be scared. His parents were so miserable, and he witnessed his parents being hurt so badly, which must have left a psychological shadow. This child is a full system psychic, which also means that he also has mental psychic abilities, like Yi Junlan's brain development and memory ability. Because of his good memory, he must remember the scene of his parents' accident very clearly. He will definitely not forget it. This child is only 6 years old, and Chen Wenjiu is a little worried that he will be traumatized for life. Let Qin Xian talk to him and comfort him. Qin Xian, okay. Qin Xian also has a psychologist license, and she has also taken advanced studies over the years. She can still chat with Duo to comfort her emotions. Chen Wenjiu did not greet Yi Junlan. With so many employees in their hotel, does she still need the manager to greet guests in person? This trip really exhausted her. She had never felt so tired in the previous 2 missions. Chen Wenjiu went back to the 8th floor directly, took a shower in the room, and fell on the bed, and didn't want to get up. Yi Junlan downstairs carefully observed the hotel. She didn't expect that there would be such a paradise in the end times. This Wenjiu's hotel is really a paradise. In such a cruel world as the end times, it can provide protection to so many people. What else can it be but a paradise? Yi Junlan looked at the other guests in the hotel, their relaxed demeanor, and their happy expressions when they ate the delicious food. She was very relieved. If her experiment had any results, would it be possible to keep these people in such a state? Yi Junlan walked around the hotel. She just looked around and didn't go to the restaurant to eat. She didn't have any appetite to eat now. She went upstairs and found that there was a bathroom on the second floor, so she took one of her assistants in and went in. Yi Junlan's assistants were a man and a woman. She took the female assistant into the women's bathroom, and the other assistant went into the men's bathroom. After a comfortable bath and a hot spring bath, Yi Junlan completely relaxed. "Doctor, are we safe now?" The female assistant and Yi Junlan were soaking in the same hot spring pool, and she asked in a daze. "Are they safe now? They won't be in danger of life like before, right?" Yi Junlan and her assistants were not very safe when they were at the D base. Although the scum base leader and the scum senior executives would not kill her, they would torture her and her assistants. If it weren't for Yi Junlan and the other three protecting each other, they might have been tortured to death or completely joined them in corruption. Now, they finally got out of the DU base. "Are they safe?" Yi Junlan heard her question and sighed deeply. "Yes. Maybe. We are safe." She could continue her research. This apocalypse will eventually end. More than an hour later, Zhongliu and Sumei came out of the medical cabin. They took off their dirty clothes covered with blood before entering the medical cabin, and now they were wearing hospital gowns. Qin Xian held Woodwa's hand and looked at the two of them. Seeing that they were fully recovered, she did not have any emotional fluctuations. She believed in the ability of the medical cabin and her ability. Mom and Dad. Duo was finally relieved to see that his parents were fine, and he couldn't help but rush over when he saw them coming out. Duo. Sumei saw her daughter and squatted down to catch him. Mom. Duo was really scared. Now that he was in his mother's arms, he couldn't help crying. It was terrible. Mom and Dad almost didn't want him. He almost didn't have a mom and dad. It was terrible. Sumei also knew that the previous incident scared the child. She and Zhongliu didn't expect the child to wake up in an hour. Zhongliu had clearly guaranteed that the child would be unconscious for a day when he took action. Who knew it would be so fast? It was really hard for his son to see the tortured scene. But Sumei also felt that since such a thing happened, at least it could help her son grow up. Now is the end of the world. Even a 6-year-old child has to grow up. Especially after this incident, Sumei understood that she and her husband could not accompany their son for the rest of his life. So he had to grow up, to the point where even if she and her husband were gone one day, her son could still live well. Mom. Whoa. Duo cried and hugged his mother's neck, sobbing. Zhongliu looked at his son, who was crying while hugging his wife, and walked over to touch his head. He also knew that he had let his son down before, but he had to do this for his son's safety. Fortunately, the three of them are safe now. Qin Xian watched the three of them crying together, and waited until they calmed down before speaking. "You are now healed. You can wear your clothes and other things, but you have to pay for them." Qin Xian pointed at their clothes and said, "These two people's previous clothes must not be worn anymore. They are dirty, smelly, and torn. Now that there is no danger, dirty clothes should not be worn. The hospital gowns in the medical room can be worn, but if you want to wear them, you have to spend points to buy them. Their hotel will not give them away for free." Sumei nodded. "Do you charge points here? How is it calculated?" Qin Xian heard her ask this, and happened to have a few brochures of their hotel in her medical room, so she could show them to Sumei. Sumei took the brochure and started reading it. She was quite surprised to see the exchange items of this hotel. She didn't expect that this hotel would accept zombie corpses. And those things that others thought were like waste, their hotel actually accepted them. But Sumei had to admit that she was very happy that these things could be exchanged for points. In this way, she could ensure that her husband and son could live well. Isn't it just points? You can earn them if you work hard. Chapter 91. Chen Wenjiu woke up from a nap. Zhongliu's family of 3, as well as Yi Junlan and the other 3, had already left. The 6 left the hotel directly, and returned to the capital base using the information card. Yi Junlan and Zhongliu are really famous researchers, and all the major bases have been looking for them in the past 2 years. But no one expected that Yi Junlan was found by the people of the private base of DU a year ago, and then asked to conduct human experiments. Zhongliu was in his hometown, and it was difficult to find his whereabouts after the communication was cut off. Fortunately, these two people now appeared in the capital base. Knowing that Yi Junlan and Zhongliu were found by the owner of the hotel where Wenjiu was, the senior officials of the capital base were very happy. "It is really a great honor for the two of you to come to our capital base." The head of the capital base, Fu Jianzhou, shook Zhongliu's hand and said, "We worked in the capital before the end of the world, and now we just returned to our original work unit." Zhongliu said with a smile. Compared with his junior sister Yi Junlan, Zhongliu's social skills are better, and he does not have any social barriers. Of course, he is definitely not a very sociable person, but he can still say some polite words to Fu Jianzhou and the others. Dr. Zhongli, Dr. Yi, the current situation is still serious, Fu Jianzhou said with a serious expression. Although the survivors are living well because of Wenqiu's Inn, it will take a lot of effort to end the apocalypse. I hope the two doctors can find a useful method. Please, Fu Jianzhou said sincerely. Qin Wenqiu didn't know what happened at the capital base. After she got up, she saw the beautiful chef again. She was a little surprised when she didn't see Qin Jinya in the restaurant. Isn't this guy very attached to his wife? He also has to work. What is he doing in the restaurant all day? His job is not in the restaurant, Tu Rongrong said with a smile. Qin Wenqiu was in a good mood when she saw the beautiful sister. She greeted her and ordered dishes. She hadn't eaten the food made by the beautiful sister yet. She had always eaten the food made by Hizui. She also wanted to try the food made by others. What would the manager like to eat? Tu Rongrong asked with a smile. She pointed to the menu on the wall outside the kitchen, not worrying at all that the dishes ordered by the manager would be difficult for her. Qin Wenqiu looked at the few dishes on the menu. Wait. Qin Wenqiu stretched out her hand and made a pause gesture. She had to try to see if she could draw other dishes. She wanted to try other delicacies made by the beautiful sister. Qin Wenqiu looked at the main page of the hotel system and nodded when she saw the account balance in the upper left corner. Her hotel's income is still very good now. The hotel account balance, not her personal account balance, now has about several million points. After all, the hotel brochures she sent out attracted a lot of guests, and then these guests used their information cards to bring other people, so there were more guests. The guests were also willing to spend money. After they worked hard to find supplies and exchange points, they spent very generously. The amount of food purchased from the restaurant was really huge, and the hotel lounge, guest rooms, bathrooms, and screening rooms were also very expensive. During this period of time, there were still several million points. Qin Wenqiu had already spent hundreds of thousands of points on card draws before, and now there are about 8 million points in the account balance. She was about to draw a food card, but she saw the notification to unlock the hotel facilities. After completing 2 tasks, she could unlock rooms 401 and 402 on the 4th floor, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. In fact, it doesn't take much points to unlock. The points and popularity required to unlock the facilities in the main building are not very high. In addition to the mission, the unlocking condition for room 401 is 200 popularity and 20,000 points. 20,000 points are really nothing on the basis of 8 million, and she deducted the 20,000 points very unceremoniously. The unlocking condition for room 402 is 250 popularity and 25,000 points, which she also deducted unceremoniously. It takes half an hour to unlock the room, so she took this opportunity to draw food cards. But Qin Wenqiu's luck was really bad. She spent 100,000 points and drew the furniture and facilities in the medical room. The medical room had already been upgraded to have 2 medical cabins, and now she drew another one. Qin Wenqiu looked at the high-level medical cabin, and her original dissatisfaction was suppressed. It's good to have a medical cabin, which can save many people. For example, Zhongliu and Su Mei this time, if there was no medical cabin, they would have to lie down for several months to rescue Qin Xian. But with the medical cabin, they only need 1 hour to fully recover. Although Qin Wenqiu was very dissatisfied that she didn't draw the food card, she still clicked to use the furniture card of the medical cabin. Then she continued to spend points to draw cards. She looked at the series of ordinary items such as storybooks, tableware, sleeping earplugs, soap, newspapers, etc., and gradually became expressionless. Not only did she not feel the pleasure of drawing cards, but now she wanted to get angry and smash things. Why did she draw a medical cabin with more than 100,000 points last time, but now she only drew these ordinary items with more than 100,000 points? The amount is too large. Qin Wenqiu endured and continued to draw cards with more than 100,000 points. Ding-ling-ling. When she was getting annoyed, a cheerful bell sounded, and she saw an orange-red light. She looked at the card in front of her with some expectation. Is it a food card? The orange-red light is second only to the purple light. Dongpa Pork Elbow. Qin Wenqiu was surprised when she saw the name of the card. It turned out to be Dongpa Pork Elbow. This is a great dish. Qin Wenqiu immediately clicked the card and said to Tu Rongrong, Sister Rongrong, I want to eat Dongpa Elbow. Tu Rongrong, who was busy, turned around and said, Dongpa Elbow takes a lot of time. No, as long as the kitchen is upgraded, it will be very fast to make a time-consuming dish like Dongpa Elbow. Qin Wenqiu said. Upgrade the kitchen? Tu Rongrong thought about it after hearing her words and said, "What you said makes sense. It is indeed necessary to upgrade the kitchen. The current kitchen facilities are really not very good. The kitchen utensils and knives that Tu Rongrong used before were all very good." Qin Wenjiu looked at the various kitchen furniture she had just drawn when she drew the card. Now she has enough conditions for upgrading. Qin Wenjiu upgraded the kitchen to level 7 fantasy kitchen in one go. After improving the kitchen environment, the cooking efficiency increased by 25%. The kitchen utensils in the level 7 kitchen can reduce the cooking time. For example, a dish that originally needed to be stewed for 2 hours only needs to be stewed for 10 minutes. Chapter 92. Upgrading the kitchen is not as troublesome as unlocking the room. In just a moment, the kitchen is upgraded. Tu Rongrong and Hizui looked at the upgraded kitchen and were very satisfied with the current kitchen. Although the space is not much larger, many places are reasonable and not missing. There are also those efficient stoves, kitchen utensils that can shorten the time, etc., which make the two chefs very satisfied. "I want to eat Dompa pork elbow," Qin Wenjiu reminded. She upgraded the kitchen just to eat Dompa pork elbow, and hoped that you two could fulfill her wish. "I make it for you," Tu Rongrong said with a smile. Qin Wenjiu was happy to hear that. She looked at the menu, and it seemed that there were not many drinks in their hotel. Although there were a lot of lemonade and a cup of tea, these two drinks were not liked after drinking too much. She had to continue drawing cards to see if she could draw other drinks. For example, beer, fruit wine, cola, soda, etc. But she thought about it. When the supermarket is unlocked, the supermarket should have these drinks, right? So what about now? Qin Wenjiu continued to draw cards. This time, she didn't want to spend more than 100,000 points. She spent about 10,000 points and won a dessert. Extra large ice cream sundae. Qin Wenjiu was very satisfied, so she also used this card. Although she is not very sweet, she still likes ice cream. And the two chefs in the restaurant can listen to her opinions and make ice cream with a sweetness that suits her taste. Qin Wenjiu continued to draw cards, and then drew mango-shaved ice and shrimp fried rice in succession. Today's luck is not bad. A total of 4 delicacies were drawn. Qin Wenjiu used all the food cards, so that the kitchen's food library would supply the ingredients needed for these delicacies, and the chefs could also make them. "Qingjue, I want to eat ice cream sundae," Qin Wenjiu shouted at Hizui. The beautiful sister made Dompa elbow for her, so she didn't bother to make ice cream for her, so let Hizui make it for her. Hizui heard this, and looked at the menu on the wall outside. The 4 dishes she had just drawn were automatically added. When he saw the extra large ice cream sundae and mango shaved ice, he turned back to look at her helplessly and said, "You are on an empty stomach, so don't eat ice cream. Let's talk about it after dinner. I will eat it with pork elbow later, so it will be more comfortable." Qin Wenjiu glared at him and said, "My stomach is very good." Her stomach is really fine. Don't stop her from eating ice cream. Seeing her insistence, Hizui could only make ice cream for her. Hizui poured a lot of jam and nuts on the ice cream sundae he made for her. The jam was her favorite strawberry jam, and the nuts were also her favorites. Qin Wenjiu didn't expect that she would eat ice cream before eating Dompa pork elbow, and she was very happy. She ate it with a small spoon, enjoying it bite by bite. "Mom, I want to eat ice cream too." Duo, who returned to the capital base with her mother and appeared in the hotel again, pointed to the extra-large ice cream sundae in front of Chen Yanyan and said he hadn't had ice cream for a long time, and he wanted to eat it. Su-mei saw Qin Wenjiu and greeted her with a smile. "Do you want to eat ice cream?" Su-mei asked. "You haven't eaten yet. How about you eat first, and then we can eat ice cream after dinner?" Su-mei discussed with her son. Duo looked at the store manager's sister eating happily, touched his stomach, and said to his mother with his head raised, "Mom, I want to eat now." He wasn't really hungry. He was more hungry for ice cream than eating. Su-mei looked at her son's appearance, then at the ice cream, and had no choice but to compromise. At worst, she and her son could share one portion, so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable if he ate less. Strawberry jam was poured on the ice cream, mixed with melon seeds, peanuts and other nuts, and it tasted really good. The icy taste really fascinated her. She hadn't eaten ice cream for a long time, and it was really a blessing to eat it once in such a long time. Qin Wenjiu ate the ice cream one mouthful after another, and soon almost finished it. On the other side, Yuan Yuan also brought the Dompa pork elbow she ordered. The Dompa pork elbow was really big, and most of the elbow was brought up. "Manager, do you want a bowl of rice?" Yuan Yuan asked after putting the elbow down. "Yes," Qin Wenjiu said. So in the end, Chin Wenjio finished the ice cream, put the bowl aside, and picked up the elbow and started eating it. The dompa elbow was stewed until it was very tasty and soft, but its skin was not damaged, and it still maintained the appearance of the complete elbow skin. When she bit it, the chewy texture made her feel like eating jelly. The fat between the elbow meat and the skin was stewed until it melted in her mouth, not greasy at all, and she didn't need to refuse it. She could drink the fat with her drink. The elbow meat was not dry at all, tasty, very soft, and just chewed lightly. This elbow is really delicious. It doesn't feel salty when eaten alone, and it is a little sweet but not very strong. This elbow has some rock sugar for color, and a little white sugar for flavor, so it doesn't taste very sweet. It's not too sweet or salty, and it tastes really good. After Chin Wenjio ate half of the elbow, she remembered the rice next to it, and quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. She looked at the sauce on the plate, picked it up and poured it into the rice, and ate it with the rice. This elbow soup is really delicious with rice. The way Chin Wenjio ate the dompa elbow whetted the appetite of the restaurant's guests, and they also ordered dompa elbows. Most of these guests were like Chin Wenjio, and were almost tired of the first food. It was just because there were only a few dishes in the restaurant, and if they didn't eat them, there would be nothing else to eat, so they endured it. I didn't expect to be so lucky today. The restaurant actually added new dishes. Dompa pork elbows smells so good, the mango-shaved ice looks delicious, and the ice cream is also very good. Shrimp fried rice looks good too, and shrimp fried rice with dompa pork elbow will definitely be amazing. So when Chin Wenjio was almost done with his meal, other guests began to order. Dompa pork elbow and shrimp fried rice were a must. Ice cream was also a must. Even though most men don't eat sweets, some men like sweets very much. The taste of food is not determined by gender, but by personal taste. People who don't like sweets will occasionally eat ice cream. Besides, everyone is in the same situation. They haven't eaten ice cream for 2 years. Those who don't like sweets may not have eaten ice cream for even longer. So now they can eat a delicious ice cream sundae. They will definitely not miss it. Chapter 93. After Chin Wenjio had eaten and drunk her fill, she checked the time and found that room 401 and room 402 had also been unlocked. She said something to Hizui and went upstairs, quickly reaching the 4th floor. The game room on the 4th floor had not yet been unlocked, and she checked the task requirements, which turned out to be purify water sources. This was not simply about purifying the water source of a river or a city. It should be about purifying the water source of the entire country. But how should she purify the water source? The water source has been infected with the zombie virus. If the zombie virus cannot be purified, then the water source cannot be purified. She now hopes that Yi Junlan and Zhong Liue can purify the water source. After Chin Wenjio arrived on the 4th floor, he opened the door and looked at the empty room after entering 401. The room on the 4th floor is not much different from the rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, so she easily arranged all the furniture. Chin Wenjio placed a few more potted plants, hoping to make the guests happy. Soon, both rooms were decorated, and Chin Wenjio opened the guest rooms directly in the background. When Chin Wenjio went downstairs, she thought about it and decided to go to the capital base. Chin Wenjio did not call Hizui this time. She used the teleportation method and the function of the hotel system to teleport directly to the capital base. According to the convenience given to her by the system, she would leave coordinates for the places she visited, and then she could use the teleportation function of the hotel system to teleport there. Chin Wenjio had been to the capital base before, and it was still very convenient to teleport directly. She arrived at the gate of the capital base. After all, she didn't enter the base directly when she came last time. The gate guards at the capital base were not as uncomfortable as the guards at the Dia base last time, and they were still very polite. Chin Wenjio had a good impression of the capital base, and happily waited for the quarantine time to end before going to find Yi Junlan and Zhong Liue. Manager Chin is looking for me. Yi Junlan was very surprised. Although Chin Wenjio saved her, she didn't seem to have too many requirements for her, and only hoped that she could research something useful for the zombie virus. This time, she actually came to find her. Is it because of something? Sister Manager. Duo was very happy when he saw Chin Wenjio, and couldn't help but throw himself into her arms. Duo's previous experience had changed him a little, and Chin Wenjio was the one who brought him out, so he was very close to her. The main reason was that Chin Wenjio's breath was very comfortable, and he liked this beautiful sister very much. Duo, how are you doing recently? Chin Wenjio touched the little boy's head and asked. Duo is very good, and so are his parents. Duo said happily, Sister, the food in your hotel is delicious. Duo likes it very much. As long as you like it. Chin Wenjio smiled. she still likes cute and adorable babies. Duo is really good looking. After all, his parents are not bad looking, and he inherited some of their good looks, so he looks even better. Although he is only 6 years old now, he is very cute, and will definitely be very handsome in the future. Chin Wenjo herself doesn't like to take care of children, but when she sees cute and good-looking children, she still likes to pinch their faces. For example, she likes to pinch the faces of her own nephews and nieces. Why is Manager Chin here? Is there something? Yi Junlon couldn't help asking. Chin Wenjo smiled and said, I came here to ask you if you have any clues about the research on the zombie virus vaccine? Yi Junlon shook her head and said, It's stuck, and there is no progress now. Zhongli also nodded. After he and Yi Junlon returned to the capital base, they quickly got down to work. Yi Junlon had done some research in the past 2 years. She had made some progress in purifying the zombie virus, but she needed a lot of experiments to get results. She didn't have any clues at the moment. Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, I wonder if you have heard of Tianjin grass. Tianjin grass? What is this? Yi Junlon and Zhongli looked at her in confusion. Tianjin grass, they had never heard of this kind of thing. Is it a plant? Chen Wenjiu said, It is said that this plant called Tianjin grass has the function of purifying land and water. It can grow on land or in water. Of course, it can only grow in fresh water, not seawater. Chen Wenjiu explained. Yi Junlon and Zhongli were curious after hearing her explanation. Does this Tianjin grass really exist? Why haven't you heard of it? Chen Wenjiu smiled and said, It didn't exist before, but isn't it the end of the world now? It's the end of the world, and animals and plants have evolved. Isn't it normal for plants like Tianjinko to appear? Yi Junlon excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Wenjiu's hand and said, Manager Chen, are you telling the truth? Is there really such a plant in this world? Can it really purify the land and water? If we find this plant, can we solve the zombie virus? Yi Junlon asked. Yes. Chen Wenjiu nodded. The task given to her by the system was purify water source, but she didn't have such ability. Yi Junlon and Zhongli don't have the ability to purify the water source directly now, and they are helpless against the zombie virus. However, I don't know if it's the Earth's self-rescue. When the plants evolved and mutated after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the plant Tianjinko suddenly evolved. With Tianjinko, the task of purifying the water source can be completed. The current task is to find Tianjinko. Manager Chen, do you know what this Tianjinko looks like? Yi Junlon asked. Chen Wenjiu nodded, I know. She took out a few pieces of paper from the space button and handed them to Yi Junlon. Here are the pictures and introduction of Tianjinko. You can take a look. Tianjinko looks very good, with a fleshy feeling similar to that of succulent plants. The leaves are very round and oval, and look fleshy, but the leaves of Tianjinko are relatively long, about 10 to 20 centimeters long. The color of Tianjinko is a very beautiful light green, and it also has a transparent feeling, crystal clear, and looks like green crystal. The color of the whole plant of Tianjin grass is not uniform, but gradient. The bottom is dark, and the color becomes lighter as it goes up. From a distance, it looks like the leaves are covered with a layer of white frost. Tianjin grass is a plant with high appearance value. Yi Junlon liked the appearance of Tianjin grass in the picture very much. Of course she liked it because it looked so beautiful. What she liked most was the efficacy and function of Tianjin grass. Purifying the land and water sources. Can she study whether this Tianjin grass has elements that purify the zombie virus? At that time, can she study the zombie vaccine from Tianjin grass? Can she use Tianjin grass to study something to solve the zombie virus and completely end this doomsday? Chapter 94. When Chen Wenjiu left the capital base, she thought about it and went back to the hotel first. Chen Wenjiu stood in the lobby and looked at a certain wall. There was nothing on it. This location was actually where the TV screen was placed in her hotel lobby before, but it is gone now. I don't know if the hotel system has gone crazy. It has changed a lot since the end of the world. The hotel's architecture has also changed a lot. For example, isn't there a lot of differences in the main building? For example, on the first floor, in addition to the restaurant, there is a delivery station and a medical room. The first floor of the main building of the hotel used to only have a restaurant and a lounge. Chen Wenjiu looked at this wall, wondering if she should hang a task panel here. The system gave her tasks, so she gave tasks to the guests of the hotel and could collect points. Anyway, he had a lot of points balance, so he could fully afford the reward for giving tasks to the guests. He opened the system panel, looked for the furniture in the lobby on the first floor, and then saw the extra items, the task panel. When she drew the task panel before, she was still wondering what the hell was the use of it. She didn't have any requirements for the customers to do, so what tasks could she give out? But now, she felt that the task panel was really a good thing. Chen Wenjiu installed the task panel, and the originally spacious wall became a large screen. The screen lit up quickly, and then the screen displayed a task: collect Tianjin grass. 100,000 points / plant. Then, there were photos of Tianjin grass under this task, very detailed photos, and an introduction to its habits and growth environment. After Chen Wenjiu posted the task, she didn't care much about it. In fact, she felt that the purchase price of Tianjinko was a bit low. After all, it can purify the land and water sources. It only costs 100,000 points. Isn't that quite cheap? But she thought about it. Tianjinko can only purify the water and land within a radius of 10 meters. Such a price is actually quite reasonable. When Chen Wenjiu stopped in the hall, many customers noticed her, and then under their attention, the wall that the store manager was watching turned into a large screen. Now the big screen even shows the tasks issued by the hotel, and the generous rewards on it are really tempting. Of course, the most tempting thing is the effect of this Tianjin grass. Manager, is this Tianjin grass real? Can it really purify the land and water? Jiang Yuan couldn't help asking Chen Wenjiu. Does Tianjin grass really exist? Didn't Manager Chen lie to them? If they have this Tianjin grass, can they solve the problem of water pollution? If they have this Tianjin grass, can they farm? Wow, as Yen people who have farming engraved in their bones and genes, they really want to farm after the end of the world. When the supplies in supermarkets or shopping malls are getting less and less, they just want to grow vegetables and grains. But God knows, this damn virus will not even let go of the land and water. Farming requires land and water, right? Even if you want soilless cultivation, you still need some materials. But the materials used for soilless cultivation are also infected with the virus. Even if they are used to grow vegetables, they will grow vegetables containing the zombie virus. So, this is why they have a hard time. As a Yen countryman, as long as they can grow crops and vegetables, they can survive even in the end of the world. However, I don't know if it is to curb the racial talents of the Yen countrymen. Anyway, now the land and water sources cannot be used, and most of the materials cannot be used. Now it's better. With the Tianjin grass, they can grow crops. Jiang Yuan excitedly grabbed Chen Wenjiu's hand and asked, Manager, is this Tianjin grass real? Is there really such a plant? Chen Wenjiu nodded. It is real. It is a magical mutant plant that evolved after the end of the world. Tianjin grass is not aggressive, but it is not easy to find. Because it is not aggressive, the Tianjin grass plant is very popular. How could those animals not like Tianjin grass? It can purify water and soil, and it can be eaten. Compared to those plants that have been infected with the virus, Tianjin grass is simply the most conspicuous light in the dark. Those animals must be staring at Tianjin grass just to fill their stomachs. Therefore, it is also difficult for humans to find Tianjin grass. Or maybe the earth really wants to save itself. So Tianjin grass is very popular with animals, and it has not been eaten to extinction. As long as you look carefully, you can find the existence of Tianjin grass. Chen Wenjiu's words were not only heard by Jiang Yuan, but also by the guests in the hall. They were all very excited. Can this Tianjin grass be found anywhere? Look carefully at the introduction of Tianjin grass above. It grows all over the earth, regardless of the growth environment. Tianjin grass can indeed grow anywhere, whether in the south or the north, in Asia, Europe, America, or even Africa. Except for places like the polar regions, Tianjin grass can grow everywhere. So if you want to find Tianjin grass, you don't have to go to a certain place to find it. You can find traces of Tianjin grass everywhere. This Tianjin grass has so many advantages, right? It can even be eaten. Someone explained after reading the introduction. The tender shoots of Tianjin grass can actually be eaten, just like other wild vegetables. Even if the tender shoots of Tianjin grass are picked, they can be eaten directly after washing and mixing, and the taste is very good. Tianjin grass can be eaten raw without frying or blanching. Of course, the taste of eating it raw and mixing it cold is different from that of frying it or boiling it in soup. But no one cares about these. They only care that this Tianjin grass is edible. In this situation where most plants cannot be eaten, even the original vegetables, wild vegetables, fruits and other things cannot be eaten, Tianjin grass can be eaten. What a great news! Because of its purification properties, Tianjin grass will not be infected with the zombie virus. In other words, this is the only plant they know that can be planted and eaten directly. I accept this task. Jiang Yuan looked at the introduction of Tianjin Chao, and excitedly went over to swipe her information card to accept the task. There is also a place to swipe the card on the task panel of the hotel, where you can directly receive the task by swiping the card. Jiangshu swiped the card, clicked to receive the task, and happily went to find her companions. She wanted to find Tian Jingchao. She wanted to send Tian Jingchao back to their base, and she wanted to use Tian Jingchao to earn points. I want to accept the task too. What kind of magical plant is this Tian Jingchao? Oh my god, it's just like the natural treasures in the immortal cultivation. Yes, it's just like the spiritual plants in the immortal cultivation. It's really too good. The guests were very excited, not only because they thought a plant of Tianjing grass was worth 100,000 points, but also because of its own value. Even if they didn't have these 100,000 points, they would find Tianjing grass. This plant is really full of treasures. How can they be content if they don't find it? Chapter 95. Although Chen Wenjiu has already sent out the task of finding Tianjinko, she still has to go find Tianjinko herself. After all, the task of purifying the water source is her task, and she has to participate in it. Chen Wenjiu looked at Tianjinko. As long as she found this plant, she would let Yi Junlan and Zhong Liu and other powerful bosses study it. After the results are obtained, her tasks can be solved a lot. After all, Tianjinko can purify, so the zombie virus may be able to be purified. By then, maybe the apocalypse can be ended. In this way, wouldn't her many tasks of unlocking ends be completed in batches? Are you really going to find the Tianjing grass by yourself? Chindi looked at Chen Wenjiu and asked. Manager, why don't I go with you? Chu Xiong said, I can also study this Tianjing grass by then. You should work hard, and you can go wherever you want when you are on vacation. Chen Wenjiu waved his hand. She should go alone, which is more convenient. Chu Xiong was a little disappointed, but she didn't have to go out. Being able to live in such a safe and stable environment in the hotel, she really didn't want to continue to live that kind of life of fear and displacement. She just wanted to follow the store manager who saved her. But the store manager didn't want her to follow, so Chu Xiong had to agree. Chen Wenjiu didn't care about Chu Xiong's thoughts, and after saying something to everyone, he was ready to go out. Are you really not taking me this time? Hizui asked her, if I really find the Tianjing grass, maybe I can make you something delicious. Chen Wenjiu was indeed moved when she heard him say that, but she still didn't want to take him with her. Last time you followed me to the northeast, leaving the restaurant to Sister Rongrong alone, it was really hard for her. This time you should stay in the restaurant honestly, you can't let Sister Rongrong work alone. Hizui, you are a face control, you feel sorry for the beautiful sister when you see her, don't you feel sorry for me? I am your partner, but you don't feel sorry for me, but only for the beautiful sister? Am I not good looking? Hizui pinched her face and said. Hizui didn't pinch her face hard, but Chen Wenjiu still spoke in a muffled voice. You are very good looking, I definitely don't think you are not good looking. She always liked Hizui's appearance, how could she think he was not good looking? However, other beauties and handsome guys are also very good looking. For example, Sister Tu Rongrong. Her name sounds very silly and cute, but in fact she looks like a queen, so handsome and beautiful. There is also Chen Jingya, who makes her complain a lot. He is a big star with hundreds of millions of fans. His appearance is really outstanding. The main thing is that he can use his handsome appearance to attract people, and he is not greasy at all. Of course, there is also the charming Chen Di, who is also very good-looking. With so many good-looking people, Hizui is certainly not her only one. Hizui is of course very clear about her nature of face control. It should be said that most people like good-looking people and things. Hizui himself does not like ugly people. But he didn't expect that he would fall out of favor with Chen Wenjiu so quickly. She actually fell in love with another beautiful sister so quickly, and took good care of her, but was not so cherishing to him. Really don't want me to go with you? Hizui asked again. No. Chen Wenjiu shook his head. Do you have a clear destination this time? Chen Wenjiu nodded. I plan to go to Luofu Mountain to take a look. Anyway, I look around some places in Ji Province first. Don't you think that other guests might also go to some places in Ji Province to look for it, after accepting the task? Aren't you worried about running into them? After hearing what he said, Chen Wenjiu nodded in agreement. You make a lot of sense. Then where should I go to look for it? Go to a place where there are few people, such as Shenangjia, Shenangjia? Chen Wenjiu frowned. Do you really think it's okay for me to go to that place? Shenangjia, this legendary mysterious place, although she is very strong now, her experience is not that rich. Will there really be no problem if she goes there? She is really worried that she will encounter some danger in Shenangjia, and she will not be able to deal with it. There should be Tianjing grass there, or other evolved and mutated plants, you can take a look. Qin Wenjiu thought about it, and felt that it made sense. You really don't want to take me with you? Hizui asked again. Take me with you. Let's go to Shenanjia for adventure together. No. Qin Wenjiu refused decisively. I want to bring Sister Rongrong. Qin Wenjiu said. Sister Rongrong is also a chef. If I bring her with me, I can ask her to make delicious food for me when I find Tianjinko. And Sister Rongrong is also very strong. Qin Wenjiu said. Qingjue, couples should keep a little space between them. They can't stay together everywhere. It's easy to get bored if they are together all day long. Hizui listened to her nonsense and pinched her face slightly with a smile. Are you telling me that your feelings for me have faded? Are you tired of me? They have only been together for a few years? She is tired of him? Qin Wenjiu quickly shook her head. No, I am not tired of you. I still love you. Qin Wenjiu kissed him and told him not to be angry. Hizui was not angry either. He knew she didn't mean that. She still liked him very much. Be careful outside, Hizui said. Yeah. The two reluctantly said goodbye for a long time, and Qin Wenjiu went out soon. She originally wanted to bring Tu Rongrong with her, but Qin Jinye thought that he couldn't go out without his wife, so he didn't let her go. Qin Wenjiu didn't have to use his power as the store manager to force Tu Rongrong to go with her. After all, these employees worked in a hotel and had no obligation to go out with her. Tu Rongrong didn't plan to go out, so Qin Wenjiu took Qin Di with him when he left. Chu Xian wanted to go, but Qin Wenjiu felt that her strength needed to be improved, so she stayed in the hotel for a while. Qin Di's strength was very strong, and the other party was super strong. Qin Wenjiu felt that it was safe to take her with him. So, the two of them got on the flying car and left under the attention of other people in the hotel. Shenanjia is located in Yi Province, and it is still a long way from Ji Province. But this did not make it difficult for Qin Wenjiu. After all, her hovercraft was very fast. It only takes 12 hours to go to the northeast, and it only takes a few hours to go to Yi Province, and you can reach Shenanjia very quickly. Chapter 96. Shenanjia, located in the west of Yi Province, is known as the roof of central China. After so many years, Shenanjia is still a very mysterious place. Especially in the past few decades, environmental protection has been done very well, and the environment in Shenanjia feels better than when Qin Wenjiu lived. Therefore, there are many mutant plants and animals here after the end of the world. Qin Wenjiu and Chun Di came to Shenanjia, and the hovercraft flew directly inside. The two got out of the car, put the flying car directly into the space button, and walked up the mountain on foot. If the Tianjin grass exists, it should be very conspicuous, right? Qin Di said as he climbed the mountain. The characteristics of the Tianjin grass made it very conspicuous. After all, a plant that can purify the land and water sources would definitely be out of place within a radius of 10 meters. So it shouldn't be difficult to find the Tianjin grass, right? It should be. Qin Wenjiu was not sure. After all, she had never seen the Tianjin grass. Qin Di looked around and said, how many mutant animals and plants do you think there are in Shenanjia? Will there be giant pythons like those in Anaconda, or supersized tigers or bears that have mutated? Qin Di asked curiously. Qin Wenjiu, are you serious? She got goosebumps when she heard Qin Di say giant python. She was really afraid of snakes. Of course, she could catch snakes and touch them, but she would be afraid when she saw a snake for the first time. Especially super large or very small snakes, she was really afraid. The giant python in Anaconda was quite scary. Anyway, the giant pythons in those foreign disaster movies that Qin Wenjiu had watched before were all quite scary. Of course, she also found the several meter long or even more than 10 meter long snakes that she often saw on the news very scary. Are there pythons in Province E? Qin Wenjiu asked uncertainly. She had always thought that pythons lived in tropical areas. Province E is not located in the tropics, right? Qin Di smiled and said, of course there are, it just depends on the species. There is more than one species of python. Qin Wenjiu, I hope we don't encounter mutant pythons. It's best if they don't grow more than 5 meters. Qin Di smiled. She was very brave, so she was not afraid of giant pythons. Qin Wenjiu was different. She was not brave at all. She didn't want to encounter pythons. What you fear will come true. After Qin Wenjiu and Qin Di entered Shenanjia, a mutant giant python was sensed. The smell of a living person is still very obvious in this remote place. Hiss. The mutant python has some wisdom, of course. It still belongs to the thinking of animals, which does not mean that it can communicate with people and get along with humans in a friendly manner. After sensing that a saint entered Shenangjia and stepped into its chassis, it couldn't help the bloodthirsty impulse all over its body. Here it comes. Qin felt something keenly, and looked in a certain direction vigilantly. Qin Wenjiu also felt it. Her spiritual sense was still very strong. When Qin felt the movement and murderous aura, she also felt it. Qin Wenjiu used her spiritual sense to carefully investigate what it was. When she saw the giant python that was as big as a hill, she couldn't help but swear. We really encountered a giant python. Qin Wenjiu cursed angrily. Qin smiled and asked excitedly, "Do you think the mutant animals have zombie viruses? If not, can they be eaten? How much meat does such a big python have?" Qin asked. Qin Wenjiu, She looked back at Qin in shock and asked, "You want to eat it?" Qin blinked innocently and said, "Is it not possible?" The python obviously wanted to eat them too, didn't it? Since they were both more powerful, wouldn't it be normal for them to eat it in return? Qin Wenjiu swallowed her saliva. "You can eat it." As a Qingnan person, she also had the habit of eating snake meat. Although she seldom eats it, it is not that she has never eaten it before. It's just that the snake meat she ate before was basically very small. After the snake meat she ate was fried, it was probably only as thick as a finger. She had never eaten such a big snake before. This python, which was as big as a hill, must have a lot of meat. And it was so big, it should be quite fat, right? Would its meat be delicious? Qin and Qin Wenjiu looked at each other, and then looked at the direction of the giant python with burning eyes. This giant python was a mutant animal. After its size grew and its strength became stronger, this place became its territory. Any animal that entered its territory without its permission was eaten by it. Now Qin Wenjiu and the others only needed to guard against the giant python, not other large mutant animals. Did you see how big it was? Qin hurriedly ran towards the giant python, and did not forget to ask Qin Wenjiu. I saw it clearly. It was about 40 to 50 meters long. Qin Wenjiu said. TSK, 40 meters long, how heavy must it be? You know, a 15-meter-long python weighs about 450 kilograms. This nearly 50-meter-long python must weigh even more. About 1,500 kilograms. Qin Wenjiu said. That's about 3,000 kilograms. Qin said excitedly, it's so heavy, even if you clean it, there's still a lot of meat. You can eat it for a long time. Qin was so excited. Qin Wenjiu, Although she had eaten snake meat, she still couldn't understand Qin excitement. She didn't understand, but she respected it. The python had already noticed Qin Wenjiu and Qin when they approached. It didn't expect that these two humans were so eager to die. It didn't think it couldn't deal with two humans. It was so big and humans were so small. What was it afraid of? The python slid its body while spitting out its tongue, and quickly went in the direction of Qin and the others. Here I come, Qin Wenjiu said. Yeah. Qin held the knife in his hand and waited for the battle. Qin and Qin Wenjiu both liked to use knives. They both held their own weapons and waited for the giant python to appear. The giant python was very fast. After a while, its figure appeared. Its huge body was very conspicuous in the mountains. Qin Wenjiu was startled when she saw the head of the python, but she did not lose her fighting power because of the shock. When the giant python saw her and attacked quickly, she was still able to dodge its attack neatly. Roar. The python opened its mouth and roared loudly. This python is very large, so it can make sounds, similar to the roars of other animals. When Qin Wenjiu faced the python's bloody mouth, the fishy smell made her retching. Dirty words. Pythons eat raw food, and animals don't brush their teeth, so the taste in their mouths is definitely sour. Qin Wenjiu felt like she was in a garbage dump when she was roared by such a bloody mouth. It was too smelly. After Qin Wenjiu avoided the python's attack, she covered her chest and retched. It was really smelly. Chapter 97. Qin Wenjiu was really annoyed by the giant python's bad breath, so he immediately flew over and kicked its head. Bang. The giant python's head was very big, and after being kicked, it crashed uncontrollably into the big tree next to it. Roar. The giant python, which was a little uncomfortable after being kicked, was angry. It quickly turned around and stared at Qin Wenjiu. This kick made the giant python, which had been invincible since its evolution, very angry. Although there are many powerful guys in Shenangjia, the giant python has been the king of the periphery for a long time. Now that it was provoked by a human, the python was very dissatisfied. It must swallow this human to avenge itself for being kicked. The action was clean and neat. Qin also stabbed the python's vitals with a knife. Although she failed to break the defense, she still attracted the python's attention. After attracting the python's attention, she commented on Chen Wenjiu's attack just now. This guy is too big, it's really hard to find the 7 inches. Chen Wenjiu raised his eyebrows slightly. It's easy to find. You can find the location of its heart with a little estimation. Chen Di said calmly. As a person transformed from a system, her calculation ability is very strong. Even though she is now a human, her ability as a system is still retained. It's just a matter of calculating the position of the python's heart, which is not difficult for her. The position I just attacked is the python's heart. Chen Di said to Chen Wenjiu, while dodging the attack of the python's long tail. The attack of the python is either its snake head quickly pierces the target to bite, or it sprays venom, or it attacks the target with its tail. To strangle a target, snakes must bite or wrap their bodies around the target before they can strangle it. The python didn't wrap Chen Di and Chen Wenjiu around it, so the attacks from its head and tail could be avoided as long as they were fast enough and hit fast enough. The python didn't expect these two humans to be so difficult to deal with, and it felt a little annoyed. Where did you attack just now? Chen Wenjiu looked at the place where Chen Di had just chopped. After the evolution of the python, the outer layer of skin had become much more defensive, and Chen Di's chop just now really left a little mark on its scales. Chen Di was very strong, and he didn't use all his strength in that attack just now, so it only left a little mark. Now Chen Wenjiu just wanted to quickly deal with the giant python. She had no interest in continuing to entangle with this snake with bad breath. Chen Wenjiu held the knife in her hand, covered it with spiritual power, and then discussed with Chen Di to let her attract the attention of the giant python, and she attacked the heart of the giant python with all her strength. As a cultivator in the god transformation stage, Chen Wenjiu's cultivation was more than 1 level higher than that of the giant python. Chen Di followed Chen Wenjiu's instructions tacitly, and cut the python's mouth with a knife, leaving a deep scar on the edge of its mouth. The python's mouth was bleeding, and the pain made it even more angry. The hatred towards Chen Di increased, so all the attention was on Chen Di, thinking only of attacking her and swallowing her. Chen Wenjiu took this opportunity, holding the knife, and rushed to the position of the python's heart, and stabbed it hard at the place where Chen Di had just left a mark. Ah! The knife covered with the spiritual power of the transformation stage easily pierced through the hard skin of the giant python, and then pierced its heart, and the giant python howled in pain. The giant python couldn't help struggling because of the pain, but Chen Wenjiu stood firmly on the giant python. She held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, and stabbed the long knife firmly in the heart of the giant python. Because it was covered with spiritual power, her knife could pierce the skin of the giant python and pierce its heart. What if the giant python's body is very thick? Her knife can still pierce it. Ah! The giant python rolled over and tried to throw Chen Wenjiu off its body, but she was firmly pinned to it, and could not fall off. While Chen Wenjiu firmly pinned the giant python, Chen Di quickly covered the knife with spiritual power, and chopped off the giant python's head with all his strength. The head was chopped off, but the giant python did not straighten and twist. Its snake head and body were still twisting. The huge snake head that was chopped off was very hideous. Chen Di asked Chen Wenjiu, "What should I do with this head?" "Burn it," Chen Wenjiu said. "There is no use keeping the snake head anyway. Although the python itself is not poisonous, who knows if this giant python will evolve into a poisonous python? Besides, it never rinses its mouth and eats all kinds of food, so there must be bacteria. There is not much meat in the snake head, so why keep it? Just burn it." Chen Di heard this, and took out a talisman with a smile, and burned the huge snake head directly. The snake body over there also stopped twisting. Chen Wenjiu looked at Chen Di and asked, "Do you have space? Can you put this giant python away?" There was still a lot of space in her space button, but she had stored a lot of things in it, and she really didn't want to put the giant python in. Chen Di shrugged and said, "It can't fit." Her space really couldn't fit the giant python, and she couldn't use her space much now. It was also full of things, and there was no extra space for the giant python. Chen Wenjiu, Anyway, the space button of your store manager has a large capacity, and it can fit the giant python. Chen Di said with a smile, "Maybe we can hunt a lot of prey on this trip to Shenangjia." Chen Wenjiu, "We can't eat wild animals." "Manager, that's not what you just said," Chen Di said with a smile. "Now is the end of the world, and humans are facing the test of survival. The animal protection law will not work at this time. As for the fear of eating meat grown in the wild, there will be bacteria, viruses and the like. Manager, didn't you say that Tianjin grass can purify? If snake meat is cooked with Tianjin grass, will the harmful viruses on it be purified as well?" Chen Di asked. Chen Wenjiu, shock. This is a possibility that I have never imagined. Perhaps, this Tianjin grass can really work with those prey and purify the harmful substances on them. What you said makes sense, so we have to find the Tianjin grass quickly. Chen Wenjiu collected the snake very straightforwardly. She was too lazy to deal with the snake weighing more than 2,000 kilograms, nearly 3,000 kilograms, and she would clean it up when she had time. By the way, can the skin of such a big python be used to make armor or bags? Chen Wenjiu asked while cleaning up the battlefield. During the time they fought with the python, they destroyed a lot of the surrounding flowers, plants and trees. Especially after the python was stabbed, it twisted its body and struggled, and even uprooted some trees around it that were about the same thickness as a human thigh or thicker. Now Chen Wenjiu has to make up for it, and clean up the blood that flowed out of the python. Otherwise, it will attract other mutant animals, and she and Chen Di will have to fight again. It's wrong to eat wild game. In the book, it's necessary for the plot, and there are ways to clean viruses and bacteria. Don't learn it in real life. Don't learn it. Don't eat wild game. Chapter 98. Chen Wenjiu and Chen Di left the place quickly, and the bloodstains of the giant pythons had been cleaned up. But they didn't know that after they left, another mutant animal came here. It sniffed nearby and looked in the direction they left. Its intelligence should be no less than that of the giant python, so after knowing that the giant python was killed and the two humans were still alive and kicking to other places, it did not follow them to attack them. After all, the human who could kill the giant python so easily must be difficult to deal with, and it had no intention of seeking death. After Chen Wenjiu and Chen Di dealt with the giant python, the journey into the mountain was much smoother. The giant python's territory is still very large, so now they are still in the giant python's territory, and other mutant animals will not easily come to attack them. The growth environment of Tianjin grass, what kind of place does it like? Do you really not know? Chen Di looked at Chen Wenjiu and asked. She shook her head. I really don't know. It only explains the efficacy and function of Tianjin grass, and that it is spread all over the world. I don't know where it grows specifically. Chen Wenjiu really doesn't know. The plant Tianjinko is not picky about where it grows. Don't say that because it has a purifying effect, it will choose to grow in some dirty places and purify the environment there. The plant Tianjinko can grow in clean places without any pollution, and it can also grow in dirty places. It is really not picky about where it grows. Therefore, it is also difficult to find the trace of Tianjinko. This thing is really hard to find. It can grow anywhere, so it is not easy to find a needle in a haystack. Chen Wenjiu and Chen Di walked around for a long time, and finally found a bunch of Tianjin grass somewhere. The python is a carnivore, so the Tianjin grass growing in its territory will not be eaten up by it quickly. The python is not a vegetarian either, but because Tianjin grass has the effect of purification, it will take a few bites from time to time. In the end times where zombie viruses are rampant, Tianjin grass is very attractive to all animals. It is also very attractive to plants. After all, plants also need clean land and water, and those mutant plants also want to occupy the Tianjin grass. If the Tianjin grass can grow around them, then the environment for their growth will be reliably guaranteed. This area is the territory of the giant python, so other mutant animals and mutant plants will not come to compete with it. Chen Wenjiu took a look and found that there were about 20 to 30 square meters of Tianjin grass growing here. These Tianjin grasses are not planted one by one at a distance of about 10 or 20 meters, because they can ensure that the water and soil within a radius of 10 meters are clean. They grow together in clusters. Such a large clump of beautiful Tianjin grass appeared in front of her, which really surprised her. It looks very beautiful. Chen Wenjiu approached a Tianjin grass that was only a dozen centimeters tall, looking at the tender, translucent leaves of Tianjin grass and said, "It is indeed very beautiful." Chen Di had to admit that Tianjin grass was not only very effective, but also very beautiful. Obviously, a plant with this appearance should have evolved to protect itself in the wild, but it is still so simple and harmless. Chen Di looked at the Tianjin grass in front of him and asked, "It looks so good, is edible, and has the effect of purification. How do they ensure that they will not be eaten to extinction?" Chen Di was indeed very curious. Tianjin grass can be said to have many natural enemies. Whether it is plants, animals, or humans, they are all its natural enemies. How can it ensure that it can reproduce? I don't know either, Chen Wenjiu said helplessly. The introduction of Tianjin grass given to her by the system did not mention how it can ensure that it can reproduce. Chen Di looked at her and saw that her expression was sincere, so he knew what she said was true. She herself didn't know much about this Tianjin grass. Chen Wenjiu said, "Forget it. No matter how it reproduces, let's pick them back. Qindi didn't refuse, and took out a small hoe and dug Tianjin grass with Qinwenjiu. They also planned to try whether they could cultivate Tianjin grass artificially, so of course they dug them back with the roots. Each of them took a bamboo basket and a small hoe and started digging the grass. There are a lot of Tianjin grass growing in an area of 20 to 30 square meters. Qinwenjiu and his team can dig out several or even more than 10 Tianjin grasses with a hoe, some big and some small. These Tianjin grasses are really beautiful, crystal clear and smooth, and the Tianjin grass that feels fleshy when pinched is really pleasing to the touch. Qinwenjiu thinks that this Tianjin grass is as beautiful and nice to touch as the rainbow jade among succulents. Can it be used as a succulent plant? It has a purification effect that succulents don't have, and it can be eaten. This is simply perfect. Succulent plants are beautiful, but sometimes they are a bit delicate. Another point is that succulent plants cannot be eaten. In this regard, Tianjinko definitely wins. The two of them dug for an hour and finally dug up all the Tianjinko in the area of 20 to 30 square meters. Of course, they did not dig up all the roots. In some places, they directly pinched their tender stems and buds and planned to take them back to cook. Leave some roots here to see if they can continue to grow. Qinwenjiu raised her head and glanced at the dense forest. She was really curious about Shenangjia and wanted to know if there were any other magical species in it. However, she only came out with Qindi this time. Although they were both strong, they should not challenge Shenangjia easily. This place was mysterious to begin with, and now it is even more mysterious. She was not sure how many powerful guys there were in it. Qindi looked at the several bamboo baskets on the ground and looked at Qinwenjiu and said, "Are we going back now?" Qinwenjiu nodded. Since she had found the Tianjin grass, there was no need to stay any longer. Anyway, her mission was to purify the water source. Now that she had found the Tianjin grass, she had completed her mission. Your mission is to purify the water source. So what are the specific requirements of the mission? Which water source do you want to purify? Qindi asked. Or does the mission require you to purify the water source of the whole country, or the water source of the whole world? Qindi looked at his store manager and asked. Qinwenjiu froze. She said angrily, "Purify the water sources of the whole country?" If the area of water sources that needed to be purified was not too large, she would not have needed to find Yi Junlan and the others. Only by giving them the Tianjin grass can they make full use of their characteristics and purify water sources on a large scale. Qinwenjiu sighed. If we want to complete the task, we have to see the progress of Dr. Yi and the others. I hope they can do it as soon as possible. Qinwenjiu said after putting the bamboo basket containing the Tianjin grass into the space button. Qindi raised his eyebrows and followed her steps and asked, "So should we go directly to the capital base after leaving Shenangjia, or should we go back to the hotel first and wait for them to come to the hotel before giving them the Tianjin grass?" "Go directly to the capital base," Qinwenjiu said. "Anyway, the capital base has the coordinates she left behind, so we can teleport directly there. At that time, we can also teleport directly from the capital base back to the hotel. Very convenient." Chapter 99. Qinwenjiu can teleport to the capital base, so the two of them took the Tianjin grass and teleported directly there. This was also the first time for Qindi to come to the capital base. When he followed Qinwenjiu in, he looked around curiously. Qindi had been in the apocalyptic plane for so long, and he had stayed in the hotel without coming out, and had not seen other places. This time he really saw the various aspects of life in the apocalypse, and now he was very interested in the capital base, like traveling. "Have you found the Tianjin grass?" Yi Junlan was surprised when she knew Qinwenjiu came to find her. She didn't expect that she would find the Tianjin grass so quickly. "Here." Qinwenjiu took out several baskets of Tianjin grass from the space button, 2 baskets with roots and 2 baskets without roots. "This is for you to study. Don't let me down when the time comes," Qinwenjiu said with a smile. Yi Junlan nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely make good use of these Tianjin grass. Tianjin grass also has a purification function. You don't have to worry about it being infected by the zombie virus if you plant it casually, which makes it easier to cultivate. Whether it is planted in the ground, hydroponically, or in other nutrient soils, you don't have to worry about it being infected. I wait for your good news. When the results come out, please tell me," Qinwenjiu said. "Okay, we will tell you." Yi Junlan nodded. Anyway, they can go to Wenjiu's hotel. When the results come out, they can go directly to the hotel to tell her. Qinwenjiu got a satisfactory answer and decided not to stay in the capital base any longer. "Don't you want to go shopping?" Chindi looked at Chinwenjio and asked, "Are you going to sell the giant python in your space button? Sell it with Tianjin grass, so you don't have to worry about the snake meat being infected with viruses. At that time, you can stew the snake meat with Tianjin grass. Isn't it a natural detoxifying herb?" Chinwenjio thought for a while and said, "Forget it. I take this giant python back to Hizui and the others to deal with it. Then we can sell them at the hotel instead of setting up a stall at the capital base." Chindi shrugged to show her understanding. "Do you want to continue shopping? Or go back to the hotel?" Chinwenjio asked her. "Let's go back." Chindi looked at her clothes and said, "I just had a fight with the python. I feel uncomfortable all over my body." Especially when she cut the python's head, the blood sprayed on her body. Now she always felt that something was not clean and wanted to wash it. "Then let's go back." Chinwenjio and Chindi quickly teleported back to the hotel. When the two of them disappeared, a tall and handsome man hurried over. Seeing the empty place, he was disappointed. He was still thinking about finding an opportunity to get close to the owner of the hotel, or to pursue him. But now, he was a step slower and let them go back. The man didn't care that Chinwenjio already had a lover. He didn't think Hizui, who stayed in the kitchen all day, was a threat. So what if he is good-looking? He is just an ordinary chef. How can he compare to him? Before the apocalypse, the man was the CEO of a company and the heir of a big family. After the apocalypse, he also awakened the lightning ability, and is now a level 4 peak ability user. He is about to break through level 5, and will soon be one of the highest level ability users. His conditions are enough to make him confident. He is so good-looking and so excellent. What's wrong with pursuing the manager of the hotel? In the past, he thought that ordinary women were not worthy of him. But now, he felt that the hotel manager was barely worthy of her. Although the hotel manager herself had no outstanding features and her appearance was not as good-looking as the other female employees in their hotel, she was the owner of the hotel. Who doesn't know what Wenjio's hotel looks like? Although there are only guest rooms and restaurants, screening rooms, medical rooms, express delivery stations, and other things now, the man believes that the hotel will have more things in the future. At that time, Chinwenjio, the store manager, will be even more valuable. He must take advantage of her now, when she is not so powerful. What time will he wait? As for Chinwenjio's original boyfriend Hizui, he doesn't care at all. "You ran fast. I can get to know you next time." The man muttered, looked at the empty place, and went back helplessly. Chinwenjio didn't know that someone wanted to pursue her, and wanted to pursue her even though he knew she had a partner. After she and Chindi returned to the hotel, they handed the giant python and the Tianjin grass to Hizui and to Rongrong, asking them to deal with them. She kept a small basket of Tianjin grass with roots, and gave the rest to the capital base. As for the tender Tianjin grass without roots, that can be made into dishes, she kept a lot of it. Peel the python skin carefully, and you can process it later, and use it to make armor or something. Chinwenjio said. "Don't worry, manager, we will take care of it." Tu Rongrong looked at the giant python that was dozens of meters long and said with a smile, "Wow, store manager, your trip was really spectacular. You actually encountered such a big python." Chinjinya walked around the giant python and said while touching his chin, "Store manager, you are really amazing. You actually killed such a giant python." Chinjinya gave Chinwenjio a thumbs up. "Do you want to eat this python yourself, or sell its meat for points?" Chinjinya asked again. He didn't have any objection to eating snake meat, but could the few people in their hotel finish such a big snake meat? The most important thing is, manager, can our hotel restaurant make food that is not on the menu? Chinjinya asked. Chinwenjio, no. Chinjinya shrugged and said, "Then when the time comes, go outside the hotel to cook this snake meat. Why do you care so much? Just do your job well. Are you leaving your post again?" Chinwenjio glared at Chinjinya. This guy would run down from the projection room from time to time to the restaurant to chat with his wife, or hang out. In the name of being a security guard, he had to patrol. Chinwenjio couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. No matter how good-looking this guy was, no matter how big his star aura was, she didn't have any admiration or love for him now. This guy, every time she saw him, she just wanted to confront him. He really owed it too much. Of course, Hizui was the one who dealt with the giant python. Tu Rongrong went to the side to prepare water, and Hizui was still the one who did the skinning. While Hizui and the others were dealing with the giant python, she and Chindi went back to the bathroom on the second floor, planning to take a bath and soak in the hot spring. It was really tiring to run out like this, and soaking in the hot spring to relieve fatigue was not bad. Don't learn, don't eat game. Yes, don't believe it. Don't learn from others, don't eat game. Chapter 100. That day, when Chen Wenjie was doing nothing in the hotel, Yi Junlan rushed in excitedly. Manager Chun. Manager Chun. We figured it out. The result is out. We succeeded. Yi Junlan rushed to Chen Wenjie and said excitedly. What? Chen Wenjie was stunned at first and didn't understand what it was. She looked at Yi Junlan, and it took her a long time to remember what was going on. Have you figured out the purification device? Chen Wenjie asked in surprise. Not only is there something to purify the water and soil, but a zombie vaccine has also been developed. Yi Junlan said excitedly. She and Zhongliu had already made progress in their research, but they were stuck at the most critical point. Zhongliu originally wanted to use the antibodies in his son Duo's body for research, but he didn't expect to find Tianjinko. With Tianjinko, Duo no longer needs to suffer the pain of having his blood drawn every day for his father to study antibodies. Of course, Zhongliu didn't draw blood from his son often before, he only drew blood about once a month. He also discovered by chance that his son actually had antibodies to the zombie virus in his body. He had some suspicions when he had all the superpowers. After confirming this, he tried very hard not to let others know about it. If people knew that his son had antibodies to the virus, then his son would face more dangers. Before, he had been thinking about whether he should discuss with his son and let him continue to provide blood to see if he could research the antibodies and make a zombie vaccine. I didn't expect that such a problem would be solved now. With Tianjinko, he wouldn't have to sacrifice his son. The zombie vaccine has also been developed? Chen Wenjie was very surprised. Yes, the zombie vaccine has been developed. Yi Junlan said happily. Manager Chen, your Tianjinko really helped us a lot. Tianjin Xiao is the biggest contributor. Manager Chen, you are also a savior. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know the effect of Tianjinko. Thank you so much. Yi Junlan thanked him sincerely. I just provided clues, you are the real savior. Chen Wenjie said seriously. Chen Wenjie was very happy that the zombie vaccine was developed, but it would take a long time to popularize the zombie vaccine. But it doesn't matter, as long as the vaccine is developed, there will be no problem. Yi Junlan and Zhongliu are going to share the formula of the zombie vaccine, while Chen Wenjie is preparing to purify the water source. Her mission is to purify the water source of the whole country. Chen Wenjie looked up at the gray sky. If the zombie virus is eliminated and made to disappear completely from this world, the sky will be able to clear up from time to time? What are you going to do? Hizui asked, standing next to Chen Wenjie. Do you want to purify the water sources one place at a time? Chen Wenjie smiled and shook his head. Of course not. I just want to make a rain that covers the whole country. Yi Junlan and the others gave her the formula for purifying water sources, and she can prepare it herself. Sister Rongrong, please. Chen Wenjie looked at Tu Rongrong and said. She took out the small basket of Tianjin grass with roots that she had saved before, and asked Tu Rongrong to help her grow them and make them grow more. Tu Rongrong, she is a top-level wood master. She can quickly grow a lot of plants in a large area, and can also make them bloom and bear fruit quickly, and then wither quickly. In a short period of time, a plant can be made to grow quickly and die. It is really not difficult for Tu Rongrong to grow a large amount of Tianjin grass. Tu Rongrong did not refuse. After taking a small basket of Tianjin grass, she directly gave birth. The Tianjin grass around her grew rapidly, and then the roots extended and other small Tianjin grass grew rapidly. One after another, these Tianjin grasses grew more and more soon. In about 10 or 20 minutes, the 8th floor was already buried by Tianjin grass. Chen Wenjie was quick to put the extra Tianjin grass into the space button. Although her space button is called this name, it actually looks like a bracelet. She bought this space button from the interstellar plane at first, and the original space capacity was 10,000 cubic meters. Later, she followed Hizui back to his hometown, and he sent the space button to the elder of their sex weapon refining master to re-refine it, so the space capacity of her space button became larger. Now Chen Wenjie is not worried at all that her space button can't hold anything. It can hold anything. No matter how much Tianjin grass she induced to grow, she could still fit it. Tu Rongrong induced about 10,000 kilograms of Tianjin grass to grow, and then she stopped. Manager, is it enough? Tu Rongrong asked with a smile. Chen Wenjie nodded and said, no problem. Chen Wenjie got the formula for purifying water from Yi Junlan and the others, and with a lot of Tianjin grass induced by Tu Rongrong, she was ready to make this purification device. Let me do it, Chen Jinya said. You? Chen Wenjie looked at Chen Jinya uncertainly. What is this guy going to do? I have no problem refining weapons and pills. What do you think? Qin Jinya said to her with a smile. Qin Wenjiu thought about it, and tried to give him the formula. Sure enough, Qin Jinya lived up to her expectations, and prepared everything she needed in one night. Then now, you can purify the water source. Qin Wenjiu took the things Qin Jinya gave her, and nodded with a serious expression. Qin Wenjiu left the inn, then slowly flew up and stayed in the air. She placed the things Qin Jinya had made in front of her, dragged them with her spiritual power, and then began to make seals with her hands, chanting something. Yuqing has an edict, which shakes the dragon court. 5 thunders and hail, driving away the heavenly soldiers. Wind and rain are mixed, thunder and lightning rush to the stars. The heavenly talisman is sent down, and the rain falls like a downpour. Hurry up and obey the command. After she finished chanting the spell, the seal in her hand had also been formed. The next moment, dark clouds rolled in and thunder rumbled. Boom boom boom. Thunder roared, dark clouds rolled, dazzling lightning flashed between clouds, and soon heavy rain poured down. Qin Wenjiu stayed in the air, and the falling rain did not drip on her. It was very easy for her to avoid being rained on by the gods, and the lightning in this ordinary thunderstorm could not hit her. If it was the thunder of the thunder tribulation, she would hide, but she did not hide the thunder of the rain. Qin Wenjiu looked up at the rainy sky, then looked at the thing flying into the cloud in front of her, and then smiled as the raindrops fell. The purification potion made with Tianjing grass is very effective. She blended it into the rain, letting the heavy rain clean the entire earth and purify the water source. This heavy rain is not just as simple as purifying the water source. As long as the land is rained on, it will also be purified. Of course, the animals and plants that are rained on will also be purified. Of course, ordinary zombies that are less than level 1 or around level 1 will also be purified in this rain. Zombies are dead people, so after the zombie virus is purified, they will only restore the appearance of dead people, and will not come back to life. And those high-level zombies, they instinctively feel that this rain is very unfavorable to them, so they hide cleverly and avoid being rained on. This rain is all over the country, covering every part of the country. Not an inch of land, not an inch of sea area falls. The whole Yen country is in this rain.